happened to be Viper versus Recon or Recon. I'm not really sure how to pronounce his name. Not sure which word he meant when he was choosing it. It was pointed out to me yesterday. He was very much likely to have chosen the name because of the Recon actually. So doing recon operations. But I'm gonna keep calling him Recon because we kind of established that yesterday. I'm gonna stick to that pronunciation. I hope he doesn't mind it too much. Hope you guys don't mind either. We're just getting started. We're waiting for the players to be ready. They're both in the lobby right now, as far as I can tell. So as soon as they do actually get the go signal, we will start spectating their matches, of course, which is probably going to take a little bit before the start, of course. It was very surprising, actually, to me that Recon... Okay, let's go with Recon today. So Recon did actually take down Hera with a very convincing set of games, actually, which was quite unexpected, honestly. I did not see that coming. I don't think Hera did see that either. But Recon did Recon shit. Yeah, he did actually show us quite a lot of those very successful timing attacks. He definitely knew when to strike, and he did his recon properly, I guess. Hence the name, probably, I would reckon. So yeah, he did very well overall. I think it was a very good series. Surprisingly enough, Hera did actually fall. And even on the Rus, where he was very practiced, I think Hera that is, he did not succeed, and he did lose those games as well. On the other hand, the Viper, very different playstyle, actually played this very contained, stable game, very aggressive with the English. That was the opening game of his series against Luciferin, right? It was also quite cool to see that. So I'm actually very surprised by those players overall. They both did, showcase a lot of extremely good performances, and I just can't really wait to see how exactly they perform today. And we had lots of those clashes of styles as well in terms of how exactly they were playing. So especially I think the Vortix game and the Vortix games overall, the series that he played and the series played by TheMista, they do actually stand out in the crowd quite a bit. So I can't really wait to see how exactly those two also match up, because I do think that Vortix, with his very weird playstyle, honestly, he did actually surprise lots of his opponents. He did stand out in the crowd quite a bit as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how exactly those two players perform later. I would wager that with how odd the playstyle of Vortix is, I would probably give him the advantage in the series, because he was also very much prepared against those different possibilities. Like he could actually win versus the French using Delhi, which is probably a very, very peculiar feat at its own right. So seeing that happen was also quite a big surprise. So I can't wait to see how exactly they perform today. Obviously missed out with those extremely nice baits against Marine Lord as well. That was quite impressive too, I think. Especially that final game where he went for the water, just baiting his opponent, overcommitting to the water production, and just going for a full all-in ground attack. That was really impressive. And I do think that's going to be just really cool to see those players with such varied play styles actually perform today. And yeah, I guess we can learn a lot from their mistakes and from their successful plays as well. This being said, we just have to wait for those guys to get ready. So both Viper and Recon are in the lobby right now. You guys can see that over here. Can you? Yeah. So both these players pretty much ready to go once the series are green lighted, green lit actually by the main cast, I guess. You just have to wait. I'm gonna just kind of follow up on the announcements that are made on the gaming channel as well. It is gonna be Mongolia versus Rus apparently in the first matchup. We have not seen this before. We have seen the Mongols, we have seen the Rus played, but I have not seen this particular kind of clash of civilizations before. So it is going to be very interesting, I think, to actually see those two to clash in this best of 5 opener. So it's going to be very cool, I think. I can't wait to see how exactly those players perform on those two civs. Obviously, I do think that the Viper should hold an advantage, still being this more seasoned player with more tournament experience. I think he should be able to clutch, and he should not get, you know, consumed by the nerves. Whereas like Recon, being slightly less experienced in the tournament setting, I guess. You know, I don't think he has made it this far in, you know, a big event so far. I'm gonna just double check it right now, but I do not think that Recon has made it so far in any of his like bigger events overall. So we shall see how exactly they perform with all this in mind, of course. So just waiting right now for everything to get started. Yep. I'm just gonna look up on Wikipedia, right? I think that is where you can find information about these players. So he did get quite far in a few tournaments, actually. So when the stakes were much lower, he was actually able to succeed. But he never made it to those very big events, actually, I think. So he won a few of those kind of C-tier, B-tier tournaments, honestly. But I think this must be the first time ever that he actually makes it super far into any bracket, like on in a, you know, major tournament that has like a very large prize pool. So that is going to be exciting for him, I think. But might also be quite scary, right? His total earnings in esports are $575, guys. Whereas if you take TheViper, I think he's gonna have like, you know, around 500k or something, I guess. That would be my bet. No, it's just 200,000 actually. So those are not the, you know, StarCraft 2 esports earnings then, because that's what you would expect from StarCraft 2 top players, I think, right? They would just have extremely high earnings overall. I'm just gonna show it to you guys. Let me just kind of share my screen. Let me pick the right. Here we go. So there's TheViper. So TheViper does have like $184,000 in wins in esports winnings, whereas Recon is only sitting on 575. But this is basically, you know, coming from different games as well. So he has not been even remotely as successful as TheViper, of course. So that's basically the showcase I can give you. But just for comparison, let's take Marine Lord. I think this should be telling, because Marine Lord is a StarCraft 2 player. I think he has won way more. Like, he should be close to TheViper. No. Oh, I'm so surprised. No, I think this is just Age of Empires, isn't it? Yeah, it's just AoE. So it's very different, right? If you go to SC2 Wikipedia... we're just waiting, just for those who are joining right now, we're waiting for the tournament to begin, so we're going to stalk our players a little bit. So if you go to Marine Lord here, we should see, I think, at least 100,000. Yeah, he's at 100k winnings in SC2. So you can see, like, even though, you know, he's not like a top tier pro player in SC2, he's like top of the table, but like around the middle, like he's like, I guess, top 10 in Europe or something. And he hasn't really won any major events, I think. He did some, you know, he had some nice performances. You know, he was 4th in the DreamHack Masters, which is very good given, you know, how stacked the roster is. So but he loses to those top players consistently, right? He never makes it past, you know, Clem or Cyril. I think he might have won against Cyril once in a series. So it's kind of that will be the comparison we're making here, right? If you take, for instance, Hera, I think Hera should have very big winnings. Here should be 100k as well. Okay, so again, so Marine Lord was comparable to Hera in terms of earnings, but I do not think that Hera is like, I think like Marine Lord is worse at Age of Empires 2. Sorry, at StarCraft 2 than Hera is at AoE 2. So that would be the comparison I would make. Just for comparison, guys, if you take the, you know, the top of the table player from SC2, like Cyril, we should have like $1 million. He's actually inching towards $1 million earned, right? So that's crazy good. Let's take, for instance, Trap as well. It's another like SC2 pro. I was surprised the Korean SC2 pros are not really playing that much of AoE4 actually, but Trap is actually way poorer than Cyril, even though he has been, you know, performing extremely well overall. So Maru. I think Maru must be, like, Maru is sitting on a pile of money, isn't he? Oh, that he is. Yeah, he's around $1 million in earnings as well, right? So you can see the comparison. So obviously the reward pools are not even remotely as big in AOE4 or in AOE series actually, in comparison to SC2, right? So that's kind of the comparison I would draw here. This being said, of course, we shall see how exactly. We're not gonna see Maru today, of course. We're not gonna see Hera either. We're gonna see TheViper, and we're gonna see Recon playing their best. But you can see how big the comparison is, right? He has very little experience in the tournament, and he has really not won too much. So it would be very surprising to see him move on. Of course, I think you all love to see the underdog win. So be rooting for the underdog over here. And I do think the game does actually start. We see Recon actually being in the game right now. And the Viper still in the lobby, so it might be just kind of a small fluke. No, the game seems to have started. So once we're allowed to observe, we'll of course just get right into it. It's maybe just a bug then. We have to just wait out, I think. We have to just wait it out. I hope it does let us spectate, guys. I hope it does let us spectate this game. So, come on. It's gonna be really shitty if we can't. No, not invite to group. Come on. Can I please watch them play? Okay, I'm just gonna restart my client, I think. If it doesn't let me like this. It is not allowing me to observe yet, for some reason. Obviously, we do have 5 minutes to join the series, but still, would be really shitty if we can't just get into that. If nothing else works, we'll just kind of try to I guess, use somebody else's stream, just casting that. I think that's the only possibility that we have. But I'm really hopeful that it does actually allow us to join and watch. And people are actually reporting that being the problem. We're not able to join as observers. Nobody is actually apparently able to join that. So this would be really shitty if we can't just... I hope it's just gonna get fixed, or, you know, it's just gonna be about the game, you know, starting properly. So let me just kind of launch my game again. Well, I hope it's not a complete fluke. AOE4 is indeed launching for me after a few seconds, so hopefully this does actually work in the end. Just a short note to myself, by the way, do not hold tournaments on Wednesday. If we ever organize a tournament of our own, we're not going to be doing that on a Wednesday. Okay, we still can't join the spectate, because Wednesdays mean, like, on Wednesday there is a server reset, so we will be interrupted. Nobody can join. Nobody can actually watch or observe. Oh, there was no limit there, because you can observe like another player, but not this matchup over here. So nobody is able to observe apparently. I'm still waiting, so I hope it works. If not, we're just gonna leech off the main stream. I think we're just gonna use the main cast, and we're just gonna go with that. It seems like nobody, even the main cast, can actually observe this. So that's the kind of problem here. They have disabled the observer, so we have to just wait for that to be fixed. I think they'll have to just restart the game here, because otherwise it's just gonna be impossible for anyone to watch that. Like, because the main cast, like the actual Twitch stream, cannot observe either. So they are forced. I think they were forced to quit that. No, they were not. Actually, it's still happening somehow. TheViper did quit, I think. TheViper did quit. So I have to restart that completely. They forgot to switch on the observer mode, guys. Oh, that's so funny. I mean, so basically that was the problem here. We just have to wait it out and say... So... Yeah, Recon did also quit right now. I think it appears that they have both... Because both of them are kind of quitting the match, so it's just gonna be a minute or two before they're able to just get back and get started with the cast. Of course, since nobody can be casting this, it's just kind of the matter of waiting it out and just getting that restarted again. So because the main cast can't cast, so it's not like we're screwed personally. Like everybody is screwed at this point, right? So we're just gonna wait for that to be fixed, of course. Unfortunate though it is, things happen. Okay, the Viper is in the lobby again, so they did restart the entire thing. It's just a matter of getting going once again, I guess. I can join the match now. Let's just play the Viper. Let's just pretend we are Recon now. We're just gonna go into the lobby, say, hi, I'm Recon. Let me play this goddamn game. No, I'm like 200 elo lower than those guys, but still. That would be exciting, wouldn't it? So they're just getting started once again. As you can see, the lobby over here, once it catches up. Hello, Age of Empires 4. Okay, here we go. We are still waiting for them to get started once again. So it's going to be a small delay. Yeah, that's how it is sometimes. In those newer games, the spectator mode is sometimes garbage. But you guys, you should know that this is basically very comfortable for us. Oh, they're in the game now. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, that would be lovely. Just kind of switch to Recon to 0 and go. No, we cannot observe still. What the hell? Oh, we can. Oh, we're going. We're in. We're in. Guys, we're in. The stream is starting. We are in the game of GL TheViper versus Recon. Obviously, probably we have to wait a few more minutes right now because those guys are loading, and this means we still have this 5-minute observer delay, right? Which is 4 minutes 42 seconds right now. So we'll just kind of give this a little bit of a delay. I might just kind of have my camera on for now. Right, so we're just waiting for those guys to get started, of course. And once the game does begin, I'm obviously going to get rid of the camera. If I don't, just please remind me, because I'm like this. I just sometimes forget, guys. Yeah, it's interesting. Historically speaking, interesting as well, right? So, but in the game here, like, I do think both those civs are... I mean, they kind of clash in terms of playstyle, right? Because Rus has excellent defenses, and they are very good at just kind of building those very composed bases, and Mongols are going to be, basically overtaking... we're trying to overtake the map, right? And both those civs kind of focus on hunting, with the Mongols, of course, trying to probably just get a lot of scouts early to catch all those deer on the map, just bring them back with the professional scouts upgrade, whereas the Rus, of course, trying to hunt for that bounty, which is the unique mechanic of the Rus, and killing animals will give them a nice growth to the economy very early on. So they'll be competing over the prey, I guess, especially that, as we've seen before, the Mongols do actually like to go for multiple scouts on every map they can, and just kind of, they do throw the gauntlet to the Rus, since, both civs then are contesting the hunts across those maps. So we're just waiting for that to get started, of course, and when it does, we'll see how exactly those two players pan out against one another. So it's just a matter of time for now, for this entire thing to get warmed up and started. Hopefully it is going to work properly in a few seconds, or actually, more like 240 seconds, I guess. 180 at this point. So we're just waiting, guys. We're just waiting. Please hold on. How's your day, sis, by the way? Are you doing okay? Because yeah, we're just about to get into this very first exciting matchup. Yeah, both players very well prepared, I hope, for this to come. Kind of surprised that nobody has picked French initially. I think it's kind of good to save it for the series, I guess. That's what they're doing, just kind of making sure they can play, play the France in under more favorable circumstances. So we're probably gonna see that happen, but not yet. Probably just in a few minutes or so. So in a few games, probably like maybe game 3, game 4, right? Because the French are obviously very strong, so keeping that civ available to yourself for later is probably a good idea. Though we have also seen some very successful counters to the French, right? Even on the water maps, the Abbasid dynasty, for instance, was very efficient yesterday, played by TheMista, or the Delhi Sultanate, so those Arabic civs, or like more like Arabic / Asian civs, right? They have been, generally speaking, performing rather well here. But that's very... How do you do this stuff to yourself, sis? Come on. Like, you're permanently hurting yourself. Like, basically on every single stream I host, you come up and you say that you did actually manage to hurt yourself one way or another. Reckless Brits, huh? Now we did some shopping. We had like chicken masala for the dinner. Like we're gonna be preparing that later. So for me, it's also going great. Just kind of hyped. I prepared my classes for tomorrow because I'm teaching in the morning. So I'm pretty Gucci, guys. I'm pretty good to start this series on a good note. I'm very hyped to see how exactly today shapes up in terms of those tournament games, of course. So just getting warmed up right now. And we'll get to see the first series of the day with 20-minute delay, no less. But it's better than not being able to see that at all, I suppose. So we have that going for us. We're 7 seconds away. 2, 1, 0. I think we're good. We're good to go, guys. So, without any further ado, in the north, in the blue, it is TheViper playing the Mongols, and at the bottom, in the south, in the red, it is going to be Recon playing the Rus. Guys, that's going to be really cool to see how exactly this series revolves over here. We're obviously going to reset the map a little bit. So this is still the south. But Recon is actually starting a little bit towards the eastern side of the map. If you do actually see the entire map, we can see that, this is basically the north western corner for TheViper. And he actually is going to tack away this TC very close to the wood line, so he's not going to move it too far away. Of course, you're trying to be as efficient as you can with the villager production, so he starts it immediately without really worrying about moving this TC anywhere else. I'm surprised, to be honest, because you can get a nice villager and economical lead if you just move the TC closer to this Uvu. You can obviously double produce villagers very early on, which is probably not something that is present in the meta. Which is probably why we do not see this happening for our Mongol players in the tournament. I did try to do this myself. Actually, this did work quite well for me. Like when I was still playing Mongols, I do think there's a viable strategy if you plan on turtling a little bit. But if you just want to be aggressive, of course, just getting double archers production, I guess, is going to be the way to go. So more army produced early is going to probably beat any sort of those defensive or economical plays that you might be trying to pull on this Uvu over here. So we might just see a lot of wood gathered and a rather early archery range drop the moment that you can get your hands on this. Let's follow the scouts, by the way, because that's also very important. So you can see Recon actually catching this hunt over here. This hand is completely killed off by Recon as well. So Recon is going to get a decent amount of money from here. You can see him resetting those auto attacks. Like he's basically getting 100% accuracy on this. Okay, I'm wrong. That was basically Caster Curse. He gets all those resets right now. And he's going to kill all those there. Another scout from Recon actually over here getting the wolf as well. Every single white animal that you can kill as the Rus is going to provide you with a decent amount of bonus to those that bounty. Of course, you want to get at least 250 on any map that you're playing on, and if you can get more than this, of course, you will get an additional benefit as well. So the more the merrier if you try to obviously get the maximum possible efficiency out of those scouts it is going to award you quite handsomely. Now, usually the reaction of the Mongol players to this approach would be the stable being placed over here. This doesn't happen here, however, so Viper actually decides against that approach. He sees probably the advancement to the next age as the better choice, so he doesn't double produce a lot of scouts. He just gets towards that next age, and he's gonna try to age up very quickly. Recon on the other side of the map also dropping that landmark. It is the Kremlin, by the way, so he's gonna go for the defensive landmark, which is, I think, very surprising, because we are used to getting the Golden Gate as the Rus, which obviously does give them this nice benefit in the form of very advantageous trades, allowing them to expand into the second TC really early. But, you know, all the second TC plays so far in the tournament have been a complete and utter failure, so I do not believe we're going to see this work today. So, this being said, because of how aggressive the games have been, I think getting the Kremlin might be this kind of less greedy approach. Obviously not going to be as efficient money-wise, especially if you think about late game as Recon, but this being said, you know, this is still better than nothing. So obviously just basically how the Golden Gate works is that it does in a way generate 50 free resources every minute. That's basically what it comes down to, of course. Also giving you the flexibility of trading, so it's not necessarily you know, just the 50 resources, also some extra flexibility, which is obviously quite good. We see Recon actually luring those wolves towards the TC and expanding that hunting bonus to 190 only. I'm surprised this is so low, so it's very likely that our Mongol player has actually been able to acquire some of those hunts to his own name, and this means, you know, that Recon is actually quite starved. He has not been able to get even to the second tier of this bonus, and he does really want to get that. So the only way he can get even more than he has right now, because there are so few sheep actually at his disposal as well. I think he made like a lot of mistakes with those scouts, so he really needs to get those boars killed, at least one of them. It is no longer possible for him, I think, to go up to that third tier, but getting that second tier is still quite realistic. Should he be able to just obtain those extra animal kills from the boars. So that's basically how it's gonna go. We see the Mongols actually dropping the deer stones very late, 5 minutes into the game. We're gonna see 5 minutes 30, I think we're gonna see the age up for the Mongols. And I believe this is going to be the archery range play, because he's getting a lot of wood over here, and that's just kind of the only reasonable thing he can do. Although this might also be a 2 TC play from the Viper actually. You might see the Viper actually just going very quickly towards that quick second TC. Remember that the Mongols need 900 wood for that, so it is not going to take any of that stone that the Viper has been able to tuck away. It is just going to be pure wood expenditure here, and I think he's just going to go for that. There is no other good reason to be, you know, banking 700 wood or 600 wood at this point in the game. So deer stones once again built by the Viper, by the way, which is very interesting. We have actually seen a lot of players, you know, Beastie Cutie among them, you know, who's one of the best Mongol players in the world right now, advocating that this is just a useless thing, and you should probably never get the deer stones. However, we can see a lot of players actually going for this and using that offensively for the pushes, right, which is pretty cool. So you can just basically pack up the landmark, just take it to the enemy base, and, you know, use it here to exert some extra pressure. Of course, your defensive structures also do give you that YAM network, so you can move very quickly with all your units if you just have some sort of infrastructure built around your enemy's base. It's very reminiscent of how Brits play, by the way. So that's kind of the thing. We see archery range and a stable dropped for the Rus, and there is an early knight deployed onto the map alongside those two scouts. And the archery range finishes, but our Rus player is not yet going to commit to any additional archers yet. We see probably another knight queued up. We have a lot of knights actually queued over here. I think it would be a better idea if he's not going to produce many archers to actually just, you know, get double stables maybe, but it's me, not Recon. And Recon is definitely like top 4 in the world right now, so I probably should not be commenting on that. And as I said, we're seeing the second TC dropped very, very early on. And the question is, like, can Viper hold with his army right now? Because he's getting very greedy second TC. He only has a single barracks to his name, and this is also going to be quite a... I guess it might be a questionable play if we see it punished, but it is just basically about like whether he can finish this on time, just get this extra defenses, which he absolutely can. We see this basically unpacked over the wood line over here. We might see this TC move towards the berries, which is going to be also, which is going to allow the Mongol player to secure his foothold over here. It's actually going to move all the way towards the hand, which is even better for the Mongols, which means he doesn't need the professional scouts upgrade. We see a small clash over here. The Khan actually engaging upon the cavalry. He's going to probably get away almost unscathed, and he does regenerate the HP as a scout, so he's going to be fine. The Yam network, of course, providing all those units of the Mongols with some additional movement speed. But those units, protected by the TC, I think they're just going to be okay. The important thing to see is that, the Viper has quite small amount of vision here, and this wood line might actually be getting in the way. So depending on how well Recon actually knows the game, he might actually be able to hide behind those wood lines and just kind of circle around, go into this base of his opponent and just maybe exert some pressure. So it would be nice actually to see players use those line of sights, which are very, very pronounced in Age of Empires 4, right? You can actually see that those tree lines do generate a little bit of fog of war, actually. Shadow of war is not exactly the thing here. So the fog of war is generated by those trees. There's also invisible patches over here, so if you hide in here, just like Recon is doing, his units obviously have very short sight, so they might clash with his opponent, but at the very same time they are also invisible, so unless you enter this bush, you will actually have no idea that those knights and those archers are situated over here. The Viper, of course, does see, he actually spots those very late, so the scout, of course, has a bit more vision range, but even he doesn't quite see that too well. Yeah. Hello, Online Peasant, by the way, welcome to the stream. Nice to have you again joining us for this occasion. As you guys can see, by the way, we see we have 2 archers, actually 4 archers right now, 6 spears for the Viper, and a very decent number of knights for the Rus player. I do not think this is going to kind of end up in any sort of a clash, especially that the Viper is playing a super defensive game, and this outpost over here is just going to give him a decent vision into the map. So he's just going to, as I said, this is very important to be able to spot your opponent on the map, and he also spots those units moving in, so he has a very good idea that there's a ram push coming. Actually, he does see the ram being built, which is a very important thing. I think this is very hasty from Recon. I think he could have chosen a better path as well, but this is completely scouted. I think Viper should be fine. He should just be able to basically produce some additional units. He's gonna get a second outpost over here as well. He's gonna garrison this tower with additional units. That's gonna add some arrows to the mix, of course. And the Mongols should just be able to hold on to this precarious position. I think it's going to be okay, even though there is a large force for Recon actually coming in. But I do believe that the Viper actually has a decent idea as to what exactly is coming his way. And obviously, the villagers who are plenty over here are just going to be very good at dealing with this. Though this does deny some mining. We have 10 villagers over here, just defensively garrisoned into the TC, which means that they're not gathering any resources. But there is going to be a price that Recon has to pay for this in units, I believe, right? There's one knight already being focused down quite heavily. He dies. And we do have those pikes actually engaging into melee. There are 5 additional pikes garrisoned here. I do not know if, the Recon actually recognizes this situation properly. And those pikes actually unload from here, and they are going to do a little bit of damage to those knights. One of the knights actually falls, and the second one is gonna follow in suit. And this is actually looking like a very decent cleanup from our Mongols player over here. So our AoE 2 Pro is actually going to take over this game. We see a decent number of units actually pushing through as well from the Viper. And with this Yam network bonus, we can see how ridiculously fast those villages are. We're going to see this attack very likely to be repelled. Another knight dies, and those are very expensive units just going down for the Rus. And you do not want to be throwing those away. So you might still see 0% win rate for the Rus in the tournament if this kind of keeps going like this. And the Viper is actually chopping down so many of those trees, probably just trying to produce as many of those archers and pikes as he can. He's also getting some additional production here. Second barracks, second archery range being deployed on the map. And this is going to be a lot of production for our Mongol player. You can see also that there is a blacksmith researching additional ranged defense for those units. This does affect every single unit in your army, so it's very efficient if you're playing against a composition that involves archers, and Recon's composition obviously does. You get a lot of kind of efficiency with your units this way. We see 4 scouts deployed on the map by Recon, by the way. He's gonna go towards those hunts, I believe. There are a few of those not picked up yet, and they're just gonna be trying to grab as much as they can off the map. It seems like they were actually successful at taking quite a few of those, so Recon is just going to clean up the map of all those wild animals. You can see how many are actually stacked below the TC over here, which is indicative of the fact that, you know, we'll see probably quite a quite a decent economy here. I do not think... I mean, you can potentially do this, Omni, but the problem is that villagers have extra damage against any siege. So if you push with rams, you are very likely to just get killed by the villagers if your opponent just pulls enough and has enough army to defend the villagers as they clean up the rams. So it is possible. You can... I actually did play and also cast games where this was the case. So taking those rams and pushing is a possibility. It's a decent thing to do, but it is not going to be that efficient if you don't have enough units to back that up, and I do not think... Plus, rams are very expensive. They cost 300 resources each, and you can obviously invest those into, you know, battle units, into combat units that can actually do damage to your opponent's infantry or cavalry, which is probably going to, you know, propel you towards the victory a bit faster than the rams themselves. So it is quite expensive of a unit, of course, right? The nice thing you can do, by the way, is that you can garrison units into the rams if you're playing against archers, and cavalry can just garrison your pikes into the rams and just kind of, you know, drive the pikes into the melee so that, you know, it's not so easy for an opponent to target you this way. Which is pretty good, as I think it's pretty cool of a mechanic, right? You can hold a lot. You can hold 32 units, which is more than Recon has right now on his hands. You can just kind of drop all of those into those rams and just garrison them in there, which is pretty cool. We also see that's actually a very aggressive push from Recon, actually. So it's going to be a very heavily focused feudal aggression over here. We see a wooden fortress being constructed over here, probably giving Recon a decent vision of what is going on. But this is actually quite scary because I do not think the Rus have actually expanded to the second TC. Indeed, they have not. Whereas the Viper is sitting on 2 TC econ, so he is producing more units. He's producing more, I mean, villages, right? He has better economy, and the longer this game goes, the more dangerous it becomes for both for Recon, I think, to kind of keep going, because there's going to be way more resources available to the Viper, unless Viper fails to move his units away and the villagers just die, as it is witnessed over here. And the Viper actually is going to repel this attack once again. It seems he has a lot of archers in the lineup, and those knights are not really doing much yet. We see the Mongols actually dropping that offensive arrows is going to give an additional attack speed to all his units. To the Mongols, right, for quite a few seconds. Is going to obviously increase their DPS significantly. However, those knights of the Rus are actually pushing through. You can see villagers being pulled against the ram, so the ram is probably going to die at the cost of a few villagers dying, by the way. So you can see that those villas of the Viper are just going to take a lot of damage here. At least 5 or 6 are gonna fall overall, I think. However, this aggression is repelled because the rams are taken down. So the rams do die, and this is basically going to be a hold for the Viper, though there is a cost, there's a price yet to pay. You have 58 economy for the Viper, by the way, 2 Recons, 52, so the gap is not that huge, and it is kind of closed by the fact that Recon does have that bonus, 205 hand bonus right now, that he's able to use to his advantage, right? We are nowhere near aging up, by the way, for those players, so both of them are actually going to, I think, focus heavily on the military. Still, there is no opportunity for either the Viper or Recon to actually just push through. I'm actually surprised that there is no raiding happening, because you can see that those scouts probably have noticed that there is a hunt over here. Oh, that's crazy! Wait, there's a third TC, I did not notice that at all. That's very greedy from the Viper, actually, to go for a free TC play here. Whereas, you know, our Rus player is actually sitting on a single TC only, so he really has to do something here. He does need to exert more pressure, he does need to actually go for something aggressive. It might be the case that this TC, by the way, falls, because there are only archers left for the Viper. He has to just kite back. It might be this might actually mean that this TC does fall, and the Viper is reduced to a 2 TC economy, which by no means is bad, by the way. I do think this is going to happen eventually. So this TC, very likely to just fall. Those knights are focusing their repairing villagers, and this ram is very healthy still. However, Recon is actually running out of archers, so he is actually going to be repelled once again. The Viper does hold. That's crazy good hold from the Viper. With those Mongols coming in clutch once again. Obviously, this is, you know, this is gonna be at the cost of a few villagers' lives. But we see a lot of aggression coming in, and I do not think that the Viper is going to be broken here. But it's feudal aggression of the Rus. So the Rus actually are going to force to back away, and the Viper is going to persevere, and he's going to hold onto this base. He's going to hold onto his economy. He's going to just push away against a Recon right now. Recon is going to be in a very precarious position. As Viper inches forward on the map, he's going to be able to perhaps just kind of dominate a little bit more as well. So you can see that there is also going to be this large force over here from Recon just escaping, and the Viper is going to take over this kind of blind spot on the map, which is pretty cool for the Mongols player, of course, who is sitting very comfortably on the free TC economy right now. He's probably going to go towards this next age up very soon because he's just allowed to by his opponent. He has 460 gold, 1,000 food, so he's very close, actually just 100 gold basically, keeping him away from being able to age up right now. And there's a lot of production, there's a lot of houses also going down, so very very likely for Recon to actually be housed, or no, actually he doesn't have army to be housed. Now the nice thing, of course, is that there is the Kremlin over here, which can be used as the defensive structures. It's not likely for our Mongols here to be able to push, so those Mongol forces are obviously not likely to just kind of deliver a killing blow, especially that I do not believe there is siege engineers researched yet. For the Mongol player, it is not yet on the cards. However, this being said, you can obviously get empowered siege engineering, by the way, if you are playing the Mongols. Oh, there is a fight actually breaking out, so just kind of go here. The important thing is that you can actually get this one, which is also going to allow you to not only construct siege towers and battering rams as the Mongols, you can also get the Mangos, Springles, and Trebuchets. And Trebuchets are very unique here because you can normally not construct those with any other civilization, I think, using the infantry, using the siege engineering. So it's quite interesting. Viper on the counter-attack right now. He's going to go for this nice angle. He's going to remove some of those houses from play. He does not, however, have that siege engineering research yet. So there's also a small raid of the knights over here happening. So there is going to be some small econ damage probably taking place. And the Viper moves around. He ruptures on this base. He doesn't realize there is a nice pile of villagers actually over here. So Recon kind of greedy on the map, taking those berries, and Viper does actually reach castle as well. Whereas Recon doesn't quite have any hopes at all towards getting to that. No, never mind, he's actually castle as well. Oh, that's crazy. When did he do this? I'm so dumb. How did he do this? When? I was not paying attention to that at all. So I did see this. I thought this was Viper. So actually Recon is also in castles. They actually reach castle at the same time. They're just gonna actually cancel the engagement. We have early knights, so it's not. I think they aged at the same time then. If there's early knights actually engaging on the archers still, so there's no veteran unit in the field yet. We see a small engagement. There is an upgrade to the actual knights, so there's a very strong units right now for the Rus. I'm surprised they're fighting face to face against those pikes, though. I think you'd prefer to see them engaging on the archers. But this looks like a cleanup because we have the no veteran units for the Viper yet, and these archers are just gonna all die. I think there's no way that they can fight back against those upgraded knights. That's a very good engagement from Recon actually, and the Viper falls here. He loses a lot of his units. Obviously, it's not the game over yet because we see a lot of those hardened spearmen being produced again. So Viper, very good army production. He's just gonna get cleaned up over here, but there's a decent army, probably waiting at home, and he's going to have enough probably to hold. In terms of supply, though, we have 100 supply total with 63 econ for Recon, and we have 98 supply with 85 eco for the Viper. So Viper is significantly behind in terms of the army numbers, but he's still producing. He's going to get some men-at-arms, of course, to deal with very heavy, front line for Recon. Though this is a very small force. I would really hate to see Viper throw away all those units. He has to disengage with this. He really needs to run, because if he loses these units, he's really not going to have any chance to defend against the forces of his opponent here. This singular outpost I don't think is going to be enough to hold off those attacks of Recon. I really do believe that you should just withdraw from here. You should just kind of give up this position. There's a defense arrow used, which is going to increase the armor of nearby units, which is not bad, of course, but there is nothing left right now for the Viper over here. And he's sitting on a very, very low army count. Only 19 military remaining, whereas I think we have like 50 or 60. No, it's just 40 for Recon. So Recon does have basically double the supply right now. He's going to be pushing with rams over here. We see a lot of archers also being produced, which is pretty cool, right? It's quite a large force overall. I should actually remove the camera, just realized it right now. So you see this very large push over here from Recon coming in, and it is a very significant advantage for Recon in this particular matchup here. We can see also those archers pushing in quite heavily. So it's we see 2 crossbows actually being completely, just sacrificed by the Viper. I do not know why he did that. I do believe this is kind of unfavorable again for Viper to give up all those units. He could have just kind of sat at home, allowed his opponents to just take the ground here, and just slowly grind at him with maybe some archers at least. But he could have stayed safe, just could have just had those units ready here, and he could have had like a decent army waiting for his opponent. Right now he has very low unit count overall, and the Rus is pushing in. We do see some knights being produced, by the way, for the Rus. So we see a single knight so far, just kind of eked out by the Viper, but this is very small army count still. I do believe that we have 50 army count for Recon, and we have 40 for the Viper. So he's actually making up for the difference. And he has a superior eco right now. We do not see a second TC, I think, still for our Rus player, and there is nothing here in the base that will be indicative that he's going to expand anytime soon. The Viper, though, is getting raided a little bit. There is this step without actually being aggressed on by those knights, but there is, the ball is dropped by Recon. Actually, he could have actually followed those villagers and maybe killed like 2 or 3 more. He doesn't do this. There's a small engagement happening. Oh, there's actually a big fight over here. So you see the knights actually repelled by the infantry of the Viper, and those archers kiting back. He has so many of them, though. I think these are just going to be able to clean up any infantry that the Viper is able to produce. However, this does actually mean that Recon is forced to just kind of kite away and fight back. And he's going to be pushed away from the base of the Viper. And as we know, the Viper does actually have superior economy behind this. So as the game progresses, I do think that unless we see a very quick second TC from Recon right now, there's going to be a significant advantage for his opponent. So those knights are just going to disengage over here. Those archers shooting away at those infantry units of the Viper, and the Viper is going to lose quite a bit of his forces. And this is actually not looking like a favorable trade for the Viper anymore, though there is more army coming in, and of course those YAM network units with the also defender's advantage are going to come into the fight very quickly. They're probably just going to be able to take over a little bit. There is, however, this Saints. I think this was a warrior monk buff, right, for the Rus. So there must have been like a warrior monk in the mix, because those units did have that buff from the monk, which buffs the attack by 2. So we see the engagement over here on the farms as well. So Viper is actually pushing into the base of Recon right now. So that YAM network allowing those reinforcements to come in very quickly means that the Rus is actually short-handed here again. So there's no large defender's disadvantage actually. So there's no nice defender's advantage or attacker's disadvantage for the Viper, because his YAM network, those Deerstones, are actually going to allow him to supply his attacking forces even further. And this Mongol is just kind of going to be thrown away. I do not like this, because he could just kind of, he could have just put it here, just positioned it in those kind of narrow streets of his city, which would have meant that, there's not going to be much that his opponent can do to it, because there is no way you can just basically go through all those units that are blocking the passageways. So this Mango thrown away is definitely not good for our Rus player. And I do think he's losing ground quite heavily. You can see that also reflected in the score. The Viper with like basically twice the score of his opponent right now. He's winning every single trade he takes. Obviously those wooden fortresses are going to have some DPS in the game called, and the Viper with the Mongols is going to take the first game of the series. So yeah, actually in terms of how those two civs play, and Viper with very greedy expansion actually manages to hold on just narrowly, takes this series, and he's going to be 1-0 in the series right now. He takes the match, not the series, of course. We still have a lot of games to go. The Viper, though, with a nice advantage over here, showcasing how powerful Mongols can be, even if you go for like this very heavy economical focus, right? We saw like triple TC drop, and the Viper still able to, both produce villagers, probably consistently through all those TCs, and also keep producing a lot of army units, which is pretty cool to see. I do like this from the Viper. This very aggressive and greedy play being rewarded here. Of course, that works quite well if you're allowed to do this. And the Rus just had no steam in the engine anymore. They had nothing to fight with, and they were forced to just give up. Unfortunate as it is, of course, for Recon. I think he played a very good game. I do think that pivotal moment in this game was that situation when Recon was about to take that TC, but he eventually just he narrowly did not manage to do this, and he threw away too many units. He kind of threw away all his advantages. in terms of, you know, army supply. And yeah, Viper just had more economy. He had more backbone to his army. He had just more production in the end. And he was able to just resupply way faster than his opponent. You can see there was 0 stone in the game for Recon. He had no, you know, he had no double TC. So he had fewer villagers. He had less economy. Like you can see this in the numbers as well. You know, 7,000 food less for Recon, like way less wood as well. Which means that basically there is nothing you can do if the game drags on and your opponent is producing villagers at the ratio in which Viper was, right? The Viper actually did dip over here. This was this big fight, which basically meant that, you know, he had to throw away some of those villagers of his to save that TC. And though as he did actually save that, it meant that it was impossible for Recon to kind of continue that aggression. And we're actually gonna go into game 2 right away because apparently they're just, you know, they're starting very quickly. Yeah, that was 12 full, almost. No, it was not Zergraf, man. If there is also a so-called D-Rush in the game, this is basically you not going to feudal age instantaneously, you just make some units instead, and you try to be aggressive, denying your opponent resources, you know, basically forcing them not to go feudal as well. So this is a valid strategy, by the way, but it didn't happen here. We have seen this like few times, like I think from the Viper, actually. I think the Viper did this with his Mongols yesterday. I'm pretty sure this was the case. And there was one like tower rush with the Holy Roman Empire as well in the very first day of the cast last week. So that was also the case. Now we're waiting for the players to load as well. We have 3 minutes to go. We're just going to wait for them to kind of go and get ready for the second game of the series. It's going to be the Mongols from Recon right now. It's going to be the actual opposite. Like, it's going to be a very cool situation for the Viper. The Viper can actually take this one as well. Because we're just basically we're gonna see the reverse matchup. So it is Recon on the Mongols right now, and it is the Viper on the Rus, which means we see basically the tables turn. How turn the tables, right? As goes the Office meme. But exactly what happens here, we see Rus actually played by the Viper and Mongols played by Recon. So if the Viper can actually take this match as well, it's going to basically just establish the entire. I think the momentum for the series, actually, like that's basically going to be that. We'll see how exactly, you know, the Viper is going to hold against Recon in here. If he's going to be able to, you know, just maybe do things that Recon was unsuccessful at. That's going to be very cool to see exactly how those two players deal with this, you know, reversed matchup. I wonder if Recon is also going to recognize he's allowed to be greedy. And also, there's also, you know, this kind of micro aspect, because Viper just handled those situations very well. So he made a lot of correct decisions. He also had like very cool micro there. So I wonder if Recon is able to perform at the very same level as the opponent or no, right? That's basically the question that we're dealing with right now. We have 2 minutes to go. I'm gonna just kind of relax, chill a little bit. I need to, you know, relax my vocal cords, and we'll see how exactly those two players play. So that's gonna be a very cool game, I think, guys. By the way, Omni, do you know you can get this game for $1 on if you just get this free first month of Xbox Live? Because you can do this, so I think this would be also quite cool. If we could play together, even if you wanted to, could do some meme games together with this. You can basically, you know, get the first month of AoE for $1. And I do think if you could stream some other games that I saw you stream, you can also stream this, because it's very similar. It's kind of low spec game, so you can probably just have that work for you as well. It would be pretty cool if you could team up and play some cool games. I would be very eager to do so anyway, because it is $60 on Steam at the same time, so it's ridiculously expensive if you just want to buy the full game. But if you want to get like the first month, it is just $1, guys, which is not so much at all. We're gonna have to wait right now. Obviously, 42 seconds still remaining, so we're just waiting for those players to get ready. I might just get rid of the camera as well, because I do not think it serves any purpose in the games. So we're just gonna hide it, and we're gonna go into game number 2 of the series. Okay, we're in. So, guys, in the west, in the blue, it is going to be the Viper playing the playing the Rus actually this time around. And on the other side of the map, in the south western corner, it is going to be Recon playing the Mongols. So how turn the tables, right? It is going to be the opposite situation here. How the tables turn, of course, being the correct expression in English. We see Recon playing the Mongols in this reversed matchup. And this is a very different map, however. You have to remember that this is going to be Mongolian Heights with those 3 shallows on the river over here, which can be crossed by the boats, by the way, which you guys might not be aware of. I wasn't until yesterday. And also these can be walled, so you can build a wall in the middle over here, like over here, over here, and over here. And you can basically deny your opponent passage up until the moment that they get rams, which I do think is going to be a very valid strategy for the Rus if you want to kind of boom a little bit, right? I do think that's going to be quite a decent option, especially that, you know, the Rus have very strong walls, high HP ones that cost basically the same as the regular palisade. So the fortified palisade has 3,000 HP in comparison to 1,500 of your regular palisade wall that Mongols can't even get. So the Mongols do not have the comfort of walling, but which is unfortunate because we have seen like how nicely they can boom. On the other side of the map, though, the Viper might actually be tempted to go for that boom later on. We see a lot of wood being gathered as well. I'm not sure what exactly this is going to contribute to. I think this might be actually a boom like where you just go for double TC play. We have seen this, you know, you just go Golden Gate and the second TC. And honestly, Recon had I think he wasted the opportunity there because he did not use the Kremlin too much. He had that, you know, he had this defensive landmark. He was not being attacked by the Mongols. He went for an offensive play himself. So I'm actually surprised that he went for a defensive landmark and a single TC play. I think that's kind of, if you go offensive, you could at least support your economy with that Golden Gate, and he did not do this because that's just a nice extra resource boost that you can use to just, you know, bolster your production a little bit more. He just didn't have that going for himself, so interesting. Oh, I know why he's going. I'm silly again, guys. He's going for the wood because there's a water, like there's water on the map, and he obviously will see some dogs being placed, I think. So there's going to be one of those villages probably like very, very soon from now, just moving across the map towards that water, and, you know, the Viper is going to probably just build a dock of his own. I see this happening quite soon. Though I might be wrong, there might be some other, you know, strategy being used by the Viper with the Rus. Recon, though, obviously going to... Oh, no, there's actually I did not see this on the map, but there is a villager who marched across and who's actually about to drop this very nasty dog right in the face of Recon. So Recon, you have to be mindful there's going to be a lot of competition here. As you can see, he does spot the dog. And I do believe that the Viper... Oh, no, he doesn't see this, so he was blindly placing this over here. Now he realizes how grave his mistake might have been. And he is going to probably be forced to, you know, just kind of combat... They'll be forced into water combat very soon on a small river map, which is quite interesting, actually. Now you can see the Viper actually killing off some of those hunts. Actually, there is some, there is some game being killed off by the Viper. Recon did, I think, catch a single hunt over here, so this is denied from the Viper. The Viper actually did not go for the second scout, which is quite surprising, to be honest. We do not see like this happen too frequently. We are used to having double scouts for both. Oh no, he did. Actually, there's a single scout over here. Now there is this Lodia fishing boat, by the way, for the Rus. And the cool thing about the Rus is that they can use those fishing boats like Zerg use their larvae, and like the Zerg use their units. Actually, so they can transform those Lodia fishing boats into other attack ships. So they can actually just do this in the feudal age very early on. They can just use this battle over here to just switch them to attack ships and just kind of deal some extra damage to their opponent. So that's kind of cool as well. And now if you want to see how exactly the map looks for both players, I do not think Recon was able to spot too many hands. Whereas, as you guys can see, it is the case that, you know, the Viper does find a hand over here as well. The Viper does find the hand over here. He's actually going to be able to get way more than Recon was with his Rus. I think there are like way more hands on this map as well. And on top of that, he gets a lot of the sheep as well. So we see a lot of them here that actually, I think Viper might be able to hit that double, that third tier of bonus very soon. Because if you just kill off those sheep as well, they're 5 gold each. So they're 5 bounty each. So getting just 20 of them and a couple of hands might mean that, you know, actually the Viper might get this full bonus for the Rus to the economy. This means that they have like very, very strong eco coming into this matchup. We actually see spearmen actually being produced and attacking this dock over here for the Viper. The Viper actually forced away. He has to send those fishing boats towards the south and, you know, just maybe relocate his entire economy here. Although there are 2 fishing boats over here tacked away into this corner of the map, and as the Viper hits the next age, which should be soon, probably like in a minute or so, he's also going to be able to exert some pressure here onto the navy of Recon. So the Viper is sitting on 440 food right now, so those sheep, as they arrive in that TC, they'll probably just be killed off. And the Viper also getting those wolves killed, so this means that he'll have the full bounty very, very soon. And it's very productive. There's actually a lot, because this is basically 15% food harvesting rate, and also those cabins generating the gold at an increased rate. So that's a very nice bonus overall, and you really do want to have that if you are the Viper here. It is going to be a very nice early game, for a way better early game that his opponent had the opportunity to enjoy. So it's going to be very big if he's able just kind of to you know, keep going with this early aggression here. If he decides to do so, of course. I do believe that he might just go towards you know, quite rapid military production right now towards this kind of boom of military. Since we do not see any stone being harvested, right? Because the Viper should be getting stone if he does indeed intend of getting that second TC going. He doesn't quite have that. He doesn't either have enough wood to, you know, to just kind of trade gold for that stone and get that advantage this way. Those Lothian ships are actually, one of them is transforming into an arrow ship as well, and this is actually one of those Lothians is killed, and there is an attack ship over here that is going to be attacking those spears. Actually, 2 volleys are enough to, or is enough to kill off a single spearman. So it is very efficient at killing those infantry units on the ground, which might dissuade Recon from attacking those ships on the ground here. Attacking them with the ground units anyway. We see this Lothian over here attacked by those defensive structures though, and it is gonna go down just from this singular outpost shooting arrows, right? So it's actually quite an interesting situation here for both our players, and we do see those warships actually, all 3 of those Lothians actually just kind of moving around the map and exerting some additional pressure as well. So 2 of them are actually transformed into warships, and this one's still a fishing whale just trying to contribute to the economy of the Viper. The Viper does not, though, have a single dock to his name, so there's going to be obviously quite a big issue. He's not going to have enough to support himself if the game kind of keeps going like this. There are 2 of those Lothians here attacking the spearmen, and they're just going to move towards this lineup of Recon. Of course, this tower, though, might prevent any further aggression. And there's also a small raid with the scouts, no less, onto those villagers, and it doesn't accomplish much. Not a single villager killed, and those 2 scouts are just gonna be dead to rights. So that's not big, actually. I do think that, you know, the Viper does actually lose those two scouts for nothing. That's obviously not that great, not that big of a deal, but he does lose the scouting potential with this, right? So obviously not too pretty either. Overall, I think this advantage Recon, actually, because Recon is able to go up to very high resource count. No, it's actually the Viper. The Viper is actually going to boom. Never mind. So Recon is actually, I don't think Recon is aging up yet. He's age 2 with low resource count actually, whereas the Viper is probably going to go towards that very fast castle. But, you know, the Mongols are very good at getting towards that early lead, so you know, Recon might also have enough resources very soon to get that age up going too. And we see actually the Viper spending some of that gold that he had banked up. So is he aging up yet? No, he's not. So he did spend that gold towards something else. He's gonna go towards tech actually. And the tables do turn because Recon seems to be actually willing to go to the next age. We see the singular TC over here, so no triple TC play that we did see from the Viper. This is gonna be like just the single TC and a lot of fishing boats to support the economy. And there is going to be quite a bit of there's going to be quite a bit of that strong production actually happening here for our Mongol player very soon, I guess, because you're not gonna go towards those. So we see stable being dropped, second stable as well, and the age up is gonna be started immediately as well, I think. So it's going to be very strong kind of offensive play, probably like a timing attack in the castle age that the Viper doesn't seem to have a response to yet, right? We see a TC being dropped as well, so TheViper does actually focus on that economy, and he might actually pay quite a large price for this, because as we see probably siege engineering being researched as well, you can have a very strong sprinkled push actually coming through the map with those Mongols right now. So we have seen this yesterday from Recon. Actually, he executed those timings very well, and we might as well see it right now, just kind of getting those very strong units very early on, getting this kind of very decent upgrade count, and just going across the map to kill TheViper where he stands. TheViper, though, I think recognizing that situation, also stores away some money, and he might be aging up relatively soon as well. Recon, though, and your Recon is actually like 30% through with this, so it's not that bad for him at all. We see 9 villagers actually constructing that upgrade for Recon, though, and TheViper does actually inch towards his own second landmark, so he's gonna have enough resources very soon to just get that 1200 food, 800 gold, meaning that he's gonna age up any minute now. He does drop this high trade house actually, so he's gonna go towards the economic landmark once again. This is going to be another hunting cabin that also spawns the deer, so there's actually a very nice catch-up mechanic if you want to go for that, if you're playing and if you don't have enough hunts. But this is just going to be something that supports your economy a little bit at least. With those deer, of course, it also generates some extra gold, so it's not that huge of a deal, but over time this might be enough. And also we see triple barracks dropped for TheViper. I think him being cognizant of the fact that there's a lot of production for his opponent here, so he does, I guess, scout with those knights that the push is imminent, and he does have to prepare something. He sees there's a blacksmith as well being constructed here, and indeed those double barracks also over here, supporting the production of his opponent. And we do see regular, I'm surprised by this, I would really prefer to see, the empowered improved siege engineering, because this is something that gives you a lot of power in towards that sprinkled production on the battlefield. So I'm surprised he's just gonna go for that. We see the Deistons actually moved forward already, so we see a lot of aggression potentially coming from the Mongols. And TheViper does actually not see this, so he's not aware. He's blissfully unaware that there is something here that will probably facilitate a very strong push. Sorry, this being said though, we have a lot of barracks in production. We have a siege workshop as well. So TheViper should have enough to support this, this defensive play. He's 160, that's actually very good. Because this is bolstered by this third tier of economy here, of the bonus for the Rus. So we do actually see that there is a lot happening here in terms of the gold income. 168 is a very, very good overall bonus to income per minute. Obviously, it's kind of a lot. So TheViper gets a lot of free gold right now. He's going to produce a lot of units as well. He's spamming out the spears right now, and he probably will get the veteran upgrade relatively soon too, to further improve the HP and the damage of those spears. On the other side though, TheViper actually is getting a lot of units here. He has a push coming in, and it's going to be a deadly one as well. I do believe that there is going to be... Oh, there's this improved siege engineering coming in as well, so we see this actually researched very soon. So TheViper is actually going to have to deal with those Pringles very, very soon as well. There's a ram being built, and as that siege engineering is kind of, I think, timed with what is happening, we'll also see some additional, higher tech siege units being deployed on the battlefield too. Now, TheViper having a siege workshop over here as well, probably will be producing mass Pringles, because that's very good against, first of all, enemy Pringles, which you have to kind of intercept to some extent, but also against the rams, right? So he might get this very strong upgrade. So those roller shutter triggers, this is the Rus getting very strong bonus, +2 range, but it requires you to go to H4 to actually get this upgrade going. And that's going to be something that, the Rus needs to probably just kind of research later. We see those 2 Springles over here for our Rus player actually, with a very, very decent range, 10 range for those units. And without his, I do not think that without the Springles of his own, Recon can actually push this anymore. He needs to get some decent army count, and also to get some decent economy before he's able to contest this position. And also those Deersons actually being threatened by the Springles, they're gonna burn down if there is nothing done about this, right? So this is going to be quite a nasty situation. This is actually blocked completely, so those Deersons played recklessly in this place over here. Obviously, if you're moving your structure, if it is packed up as the Mongols, you also lose the armor bonus. So this is gonna die very fast. And I do not believe that there is a way to save it for the Mongols. So this is just gonna drop over here, and this is gonna die. It does actually disappear completely. So unlike the standing landmarks, this has to be rebuilt completely from scratch. And the Mongols just lose that YAM network bonus for now, which is very big actually. So very unfortunate loss for Recon. Recon actually has to rebuild this now. I think he maybe just loses that permanently if I'm not wrong. He might have just completely lost that. I believe. Yeah, he doesn't have the possibility to rebuild this anymore, I believe, right? So he completely abandons this position, he loses that landmark, and he has no way of actually getting that anymore, and he loses the bonus altogether, I think. Doesn't he? Which is very unfortunate for the Mongol player, of course. We see that on the other side of the map, those Rus forces are actually accumulating, and the Viper is able to establish a very decent economy. So the Viper might be, he might be the only player in the tournament right now who has been able to, successfully play off double or triple TC. I think he is just very good at this. He's able to turtle very well. He's able to, intercept the enemy timings as well. He's going to be able to probably defend this. We have 5 Springles moving in from the Rus. So this is quite a large army count here. Obviously not really anything that the small forces of the Viper can match right now. So I might have actually been, caster cursing this honestly, because this is a large force. This poor villager is gonna die as well. There's a large force coming in from our Mongol player. This is a large siege. We have lots of knights as well. We can see 11 knights for Recon. Overall, the army count is very, very large. We see, overall 40 units for Recon and about like 30 for the Viper. So if he manages those Springles correctly, of course, he's going to take a very decent favorable fight over here, because he's gonna snipe the enemy's Springles very quickly here. It seems like there's just going to be 1 remaining for the Viper, and the Springles standing, there's gonna be 5 or 4 of them for the Viper coming in right now, and this is going to be a massacre for the villagers as well. So Viper is gonna lose a lot here if he even manages to hold on to his army. Of course, the Springles are going to be taken down by the villagers, who have very decent anti-siege attack, but I do think they have to back away right now, just kind of go garrison to that TC, and just kind of, Viper is actually losing this, I think. So Viper is going to be taken down by Recon here. He has very little army standing, still there's 1 Springled. This is a very aggressive push again from Recon, so the Viper doesn't learn from Hera's mistakes. He plays very greedily here against the Mongols. Of Recon, he's going to get pushed down completely and lose the matchup as well, it seems. Because there is no standing army for Viper left. He has, 2 military against like 30 of Recon, I believe. Yeah, 25 for Recon still on the map. And those units on the map are just not sufficient anymore for Viper to hold on, I think. So there is one last-ditch effort, actually. So the Viper does actually decide to trade some of his gold towards the stone. He's going to go towards that keep, actually. That's going to be a desperate drop of the keep over here. But there are a lot of knights actually kind of moving towards this attack. The question is, like, is the Viper able to deal with those siege rams, maybe? Because if he's able to do this, there might be still an opening, because if he gets rid of those rams, actually, and gets rid of those siege engines overall, this might mean that, his opponent is going to be forced to back away, because obviously just those Berry Knights and Berry Spears are not good enough to tank all those arrow shots, right? So, because there's a tanking mechanic Age of Empires force, so there's a ram in the field, the TC is going to focus fire on that ram most of the time, right? So it's going to be at least tanking those natural tower shots of the TCs in keeps. So the Viper commits to finishing this. He doesn't have enough, though. He has no forces to, basically just distract his opponent, and this keep is very unlikely to go up. And with this keep going down, so do the chances of the Viper in this matchup, I believe. So the Mongols obviously on the offensive still. There's a large force coming in, so there's a lot of units streaming into this base of the Viper through the river here. And again, this this keep is going to be completely denied. A new can rise is kind of going to come into this, adding additional like bonuses to the force of Mongols. Obviously using those arrows to further bolster the forces of the Mongols, and there is nothing left on the map for the Viper. Recon with 100 supply to Viper's 59. It was looking grim, now it's looking just straight up terrible, man. So those villagers at a last-ditch effort over here to reconstruct the TC, I do not think they're going to succeed, man. They're just going to be taken down as well. That ram goes down. Those villagers are just going to try to desperately focus here. There are some packs coming through, so maybe there's some glimmer of hope still for the Viper, but there's obviously not much left, so this keep is going to maybe allow him to stabilize in here, but this position over here is still heavily exposed. And I do believe that Recon realizes this, so he's just going to charge through this. Choke point over here is just going to kill off some extra villagers as well. And probably build a ram or two and just kind of attack over here. And obviously, if you are the Viper, you cannot just pack up and leave anymore, right? You're not Mongols here, so you're just going to have to defend this if you want to survive the matchup. Obviously, the economy of the Viper also in shambles. He has lots of inactive villagers. He has very few villagers of level 48 to a 64 of Recon. So Recon has superior eco right now, superior military. And obviously those knights also recognize that there is a small mining camp constructed here for the Viper. So they're going to raid this. There's also an exposed location here with 3 villagers that can be raided quite successfully. And those knights actually going to wrap around, maybe find this location too. The Viper has very few chances of actually surviving here, I think. So a very good game very good Mongol game for Recon here again. It seems that Mongols do actually hold a decent advantage in the matchup against the Rus on those open maps. And yes, it seems that, the Viper, again, it seemed like he was able to stabilize, but he's actually not able to do so anymore. And he loses the large encounter in the middle of the map, and he is taken down. And he's also going to lose that Springald here. He's going to be taken down completely. And there is a small engagement, probably like that last-ditch effort for our Rus player, where he just engages all his forces. Obviously not too numerous in this case. They might be actually serving as some sort of a distraction here, since the villagers are trying to so desperately defend that TC. And those knights re-engage here, of course, from Recon. Recon having a very large army count overall. Very unlikely for the Viper to be able to hold this, actually. And, this TC will eventually also burn down. Those villagers will die, and the Viper's economy is just in complete shambles. This keep over here, of course, are able to protect this position for the Viper for now, but I do not know how long this is going to last as well. Those knights actually going to chase down those villagers who are moving towards this mining camp over here on this edge of the map, and this large force of Recon over here is going to probably to be all that is required by this player to take over the matchup completely. Obviously, the score reflecting this 3,000 to 4,500, which is not as bad as, the advantage was for the Viper when he was playing the Mongols, but still, the advantage stands, and the Viper is very likely to be forced to relinquish this position over here. And we see, obviously, those knights over here might be cleaned up as well, but, Recon has such a big force as well. He has a huge bank in terms of gold. So whatever Viper does right now, I think Recon just does better. And we can see those armies actually trading away quite happily in here. And those knights also winning the fight for Recon. Recon can also, if he wants to, just right now use the pressure that he has to just kind of age up to Imperial and maybe just win through this. So I do not believe that Viper has any chance of doing anything this game. He has no economy working, by the way. So he has a decent number of villagers, but he doesn't have any working eco. So Recon has 72 mining villagers, guys, whereas Viper has 38 villagers total and 24 basically scuttled away in those fortresses, in those TCs, and in those keeps. So he's not going to be able to actually get any sort of resources on top of the stuff that he has. It's just going to be a very swift massacre, as Omni is saying in the chat. It is going to be the execution, I think, coming down. The axe is going to come down, and Viper is just going to end up on the chopping block of Recon, being completely slaughtered. And, I do admire his resilience. That's basically like fantasy GG, that is the term that is used in StarCraft 2, where you just kind of call GG too late. It comes from one player who was called Fantasy, by the way. I think it was a Korean or Chinese player. And he was actually, just not able to sustain himself here. Yeah, that's basically that. So, as Fantasy was not able to win the match, he was kind of holding on to that GG button. He was holding on to calling that GG over here. So this is not looking like a win, potentially, for this player. Hey there, Sheffield, by the way. Nice to see you joining the stream. Nice to have you over, man. Nice to have you over. And we see those Springals actually attacking the fortress as well. Those Rams assisting them as well. So there's a large, there's a large amount of contest over here, actually. And this infrastructure from the Viper not going to be long for this world, I believe. So the Rus do not seem to be holding well in this tournament, guys. They do not seem to be doing too well at all. And obviously getting raided in every single location is not great for the Viper over here. He's getting like some scraps of the map, obviously. There are very few villagers left, and I do not understand why we're still in the game, honestly, but we are here. I believe that, Viper is just delaying the inevitable, really, because the count of army and the count of economy, 37 and 15, to Recon's basically 130 supply total. Obviously, this is like a completely lost match. I think there's no way for the Rus to hold on to this. Oh yeah, yeah, that's what you could do probably. Yeah, that's very toxic though, Chef. That's very toxic. I wish we had that in the circus though. Actually, that because I remember in the circus cast, people would just kind of come to my stream when I was casting their games to just kind of BM their opponents in a way, right? I think we can speed this up because the game has already ended on the side of the Viper. Right, we have the 2-minute marker, so we can just speed up the massacre. I think there's not much to be seen here. Those knights are just gonna wrap around. You have more knights than pikes, guys. That's how bad this game is. You have like 20 knights over here. I guess 16, and they're just gonna completely clean up those pikes of the Viper. There's nothing that the Viper can do, and this fight is probably just going to be the marker of the end of the game overall. Yep. So guys, Recon not being as decisive as his opponent in the previous game, but he does take over the series, or kind of equalize the score anyway. We are at 1-1 right now, and it did look quite hopeless. I thought it was gonna be like kind of a a one-sided series, given how how decisive the Viper was in game 1. But Recon actually fights back very well, and he's gonna equalize the score. It's gonna be this 1-1 scoreline right now in the best of 5. Very possible they're in another game already. No, they're not. So they're just kind of waiting to start the next matchup. But I'm very surprised, actually, that this went the way it did. Yeah. So we're just going to wait for those guys to get into the next game, of course. I'm going to launch up the camera so you guys can see me for a while. And yeah, we're just going to wait. Sheffield, how are you liking Age of Empires 4, by the way, so far? Because I think you have been to a few of my streams, at least. I know like Omni and Sis have been sticking around quite a bit for this. I'm kind of, also happy to see you guys coming in. So how has your experience with the game been? Because AoE 4, by the way, is kind of nice to the beginners as well. I think it's kind of a game that allows the beginners to get into it quite easily. So if you were interested into playing that, we could obviously do a stream together even, I think. It would be probably very nice to kind of, engage with other streamers coming from the same background, of course. I do believe it's kind of a nice game to try. Yeah, we could do some coaching sessions even. I think that would be nice, like having a coaching to new players. I think this would be nice YouTube series as well. So I could even coach if you were to play against each other. I think that would be also quite a valid thing. So you could just kind of, you could play against Omni even, and I could just coach you afterwards. I could just kind of tell you about the replay and talk you through like all the mistakes that you might be making in the such. I think it's on the cards, guys. If you were just willing to do that, so we could hold like a nice kind of coaching session or two. I think that would be very interesting. So I don't know how well you would respond to it. Obviously, like, if there is anybody else watching, you guys are most welcome to join the coaching as well if you are willing to do so. So we're just gonna go into the spectator mode once again. To this, that sounded garbage. Okay, guys, we have 3 minutes 40 seconds on the clock, by the way. Okay, are you in law school right now, Sheffield, or are you just kind of applying for law school, by the way? But you can do this, like, since if you can stream, you could like do stream. We could stream together, basically. We could do that. I think it would be very fun. So I could first of all cast your game when you were if you were to play that, and then we could also talk about your mistakes. I could obviously tell you about the stuff and such. I think it would be very nice, like if you were to play against another beginner. So we're just waiting right now for the series to get started, guys. We are sitting on 2 minutes 50 seconds on the clock. Oh, that's good then. Where are you? You're from Portugal, right? Like, which city are you studying in? Is it Lisbon? Oh yeah, you make no mistakes. Like, new players in RTSs, they're just perfect human beings. Yeah, exactly, Shepard, exactly. My good sir. One minute 50, guys. 1 minute 50. We're just waiting for the miracle to come in a way, I guess. We're just gonna wait for the game to start. We'll just get into that the moment it does. Yeah, because I told it to Omni, but you can get AoE 4 for $1 for the first month on Xbox Live. So if you have Xbox Live already, it's obviously going to be just including the subscription. If you don't, it's just the first month being $1 only. And there's a small trick, you can probably just keep making accounts, so it can be infinite. I'm obviously like an ELO nerd, so I'm not gonna do this because I want to kind of keep my ELO. But I might buy I think I might buy the game on Steam because I just like having permanent games. So that's kind of the thing for me. So I might just buy AoE4 on Steam. Okay, that's gonna be the classic as well. It's gonna be the Viper's classic. Guys, it's gonna be freaking English versus French. I can't wait for this. It's gonna be one of the best games, I think. Because we saw Viper playing English versus French yesterday. It's, again, like another classic, historical classic, first of all. But we have also seen those guys play against each other yesterday, I think, right? Sorry, we have seen Viper play against Lucifer. It was Lucifer, it was, right? He was the first opener to the series was actually English versus French. It was very aggressive from the Viper, and he was actually very decisive taking that victory. So I wonder whether like Recon has something up his sleeve prepared against the English, because Viper seemed very proficient, almost indestructible on the English himself. Especially in this particular Civ matchup, right? So Recon has to be hoping, like he needs to have something special up his sleeve. We're gonna get into the series, so camera off. Here we go. Guys, it is going to be the third game in the series. So in the very bottom of the map, spawning in the blue, playing the English, it is going to be the Viper. And at the bottom, in the north of the map, playing the French in the red, it is going to be Recon. And those two players, they have met before today in two previous games, that is. That is going to be a third game of the series. So they did manage to beat each other in the Mongol versus Rus matchup, so each of them was able to take the Mongol victory. So there is no more Mongols in the series, however there is still Rus, and those two players seem to favor Rus, so we might actually see, them playing the Rus once again, under different circumstances though. So we can see that these players are very, very seasoned, especially, obviously, the Viper. But they're both tournament veterans at this point. They have been able to make it through multiple best of 3, best of 5 series to get where they are. So they're probably like equally matched, I would say. And depending on how well they do, they're just going to be able to advance, right? This is a best of 5, so still you need 2 more victories if you are either of them to move on. It is actually Xbox Live. It's available on PC as well. So you can buy that service and you have access to all those kind of games in the service. Basically like a subscription-based access to many cool games. It's not bad. It's not bad. I tried it like a few months ago before. It was very nice. It was a lot of nice games like Frostpunk as well there, so worth trying. And also Gears Tactics. I think that's why I bought the pass initially, because of Gears Tactics. So, Recon here, going towards the gold, of course, as the friend, there is no other way. This is the approach that you have to take. Get as much gold as you can, of course. And yeah, you can actually basically develop your economy like this. Get a lot of early knights as well, just kind of get a lot of units and apply some pressure onto the English. But the English, of course, if you are the Viper especially, they're going to be able to respond in kind, and they're just going to be able to get a lot done over here in terms of just the sheer numbers of units they're producing, and also in terms of the, sorry about my dog, also in terms of the, the sheer power and the micro ability of the units that the English have. So it really depends on how well the Viper plays the matchup, I believe, and how early he's able to eke out those units and produce infantry and archers. So you see this very early council hall dropped. You probably will see a lot of villagers shifting towards the wood. So the Viper actually goes down into the TC, probably trying to attack that scout. That's very reckless of Recon. He's going to lose the scout immediately, and that's very bad for the French, because you really need to keep tabs on your opponent, and losing the scout so early is obviously a huge oversight on the side of Recon. So scouts are really powerful than you before, and losing one so early is just going to maybe not be a death sentence, obviously a very, very significant mistake. Because I do not think you can just remake that very easily, and that is just going to be a lot of relinquished vision, especially if you're going to harass with cavalry, because you do want to find the weak spots of your opponent. So if you can't access those, that's going to be quite a problem for you, of course. So you can see Recon here, of course, getting a decent amount of villagers onto this skill of cavalry. And, the Viper also building this. Oh, now it's just 2, actually. He had 4 before, he only has 2 right now. I think you recognize he doesn't need many more onto this building. And we might probably see, the Viper going towards the pikes. That might be the case. Like, he might go for, like, the spears and archers over here on this side of the map. Whereas, of course, Recon here probably just gonna spam cavalry and hope for the best. We might see some archer support. I guess that's kind of something that works against the pikes. You get some archer, you get some pikes, and you probably just kind of are able to hold off your opponent, unless you let the English build a tower near your base. Then you're gonna be in a lot of trouble, because then you probably need to ram it down, because it just gives a lot of bonuses. The network of castles, namely, just benefiting you quite heavily if you're playing the English, of course. So cognizant of that fact, I think Recon actually goes towards those palisade walls. He's going to just kind of wall off the entire base. I guess eventually, I'm not really sure why he chooses to go for the walls against the English specifically. Maybe he just kind of wants to create those choke points and just use those choke points to his advantage later on. So, right, he just kind of, I guess he reduces the surface through which his opponent can access his base. That's the idea here. The Viper, by the way, is going to read the second age as well. We can see over here that he's getting that council hall. So that is also going to benefit him to a certain extent. We can also see that there is going to be... Okay, thank you for the follow, by the way, whoever you are. Deacon501, welcome to the Twitch. Thank you for the follow, mate. Welcome to the dungeon. Welcome to the stream. So you can see that there is going to be quite a lot of villagers here onto the wood, actually, for the Viper, obviously, indicating that this is going to be an infantry push to some extent, right? We see a lot of those archers being produced. Probably they'll be matched by a couple of those, of those spikes from the Viper as well. Whereas our French player is going towards this kind of heavy economy with a few knights to his name, I believe, already. I do not see a reason for him not to have a knight. So you have, 5 archers for Viper, matched by a single knight only for Recon, maybe the second knight joining the fray very soon. So 2 knights to 5 archers, I think this still favors the knights if they were to meet in the middle of the battlefield. But you can see Recon actually securing this very nicely with a tower, so it's not going to be so easy for those archers of the Viper just kind of approach his position anymore. So that is going to be very different from what Viper did to Lucifer yesterday, where Lucifer had very little defensive structures on the field when the attack happened. Right now, so what happens is Recon actually is very prepared to defend his position. So if you want to engage into the base, You cannot do it through this choke point and through this choke point. You need to go through here, which is in the range of the TC. So this is basically going to cost you some units. And if you want to engage from here again, there's going to be an outpost already constructed. So there's going to be a lot of kind of coverage for Recon on the map. He's going to kind of enclose his base and maybe just go towards stronger economy, because we can see him mining stone already. Can we? Or is it completely coincidental he has the stone over here? No, he's getting the stone somehow. Is it like a stone deposit? Yeah, there is a stone deposit over here. So he's getting the stone slowly with 2 villagers, which means he's not going to commit fully to getting that next TC, but he's going to kind of slowly produce, you know, just kind of eke away his way towards that. So he's just eventually going to be able to reach that extra TC, and with that, he's going to probably be able to gain some extra economic advantage, which the French already have with their increased villager production rates, right? So that's going to be very nice if he's actually able to survive all the way until that moment. You have to notice, however, that there are only he has garrisoned those knights, right? He has garrisoned those knights, I think. Yeah. So you have 3 knights in this outpost over here. That's the only unit that that Recon does have, whereas the Viper, of course, sitting on a healthy 12 arch account. Sorry, I did have to yawn. So actually, Recon is not spending that towards, so he's not gonna get. Oh, that's very interesting. So he's gonna get arrow slits on those outposts. So he's not gonna go towards that next TC very soon. He's just gonna get enough stone to facilitate those arrow slits. So just gonna mean that you get a decent defensive force, or built onto those infrastructure units, onto those outposts over here. Which means, of course, there's going to be more defensive potential for our French player. So he's just gonna tilt. Actually, he's gonna tilt against the English. He gets another wall off, by the way, over here. So it's gonna be a heavy commitment, by the way, to those wooden palisades from our French player. And actually, the Viper is gonna go for the same. We have not seen this before. This is very uncommon, actually, for players to wall off like this on those open maps. Obviously, they're kind of tucked away in the corners here, so they're allowed to kind of get nice coverage with those wood lines as well, and they might be able to just kind of defend this. Are we desynced from the map? Actually, I think we must have DC'd from the map somehow. Is the stream going, guys? Is the stream working for you? Can you guys still see me? Because yeah, I think the replay just disconnected for some reason. So I'm just going to switch the screen so that you cannot see the result of the game, because I guess it must have just ended for those players. I guess, or they DC'd. So we're just going to go back to that game very quickly, because I think that's for us. So we're just gonna go back right away. We're just gonna catch up to that, because I do not want to show you the results. I have to just kind of change the screen very quickly. We're back to the cast, guys. We're just gonna catch up to the moment where Viper builds those walls. I'm sorry about this. That's kind of independent of me. Those replays just occasionally crash for everybody, even for those kind of big spectators, right? So we have seen people reporting this left and right. So it's not just kind of an unknown bug. It's just something that happens. Yeah. Thank you, Shepard. I did double check that the stream was up. So very quickly, just catching up to where we were. The game only lasted 13 minutes, so we'll see who exactly takes it actually. But we have to take some time to actually catch up to the place where we were. So you can see it's actually just kind of a short delay, honestly, because we are getting to the place where we had been before during that previous game. So we are nearly there. Okay, so the walls do go up actually, and the Viper is going to go aggressive on the map. I do not think we have actually seen this. No, we saw him actually catch up to the scout, I think, right? So we did see this particular situation happen. So this scout going down, the wolf also being sniped. So the scout is actually chased around. She's just going to get trapped in the base of the Viper, I think. And the Viper has already researched the balanced projectiles. I think that's where we stopped the previous replay. So there is a blacksmith with additional missile attack researched. And on the side of Recon, actually, there is no additional tech being done. So he might probably want to get at least the Iron Undemesh to defend himself against the archers. Those 3 knights are actually not probably going to accomplish much over here, right? There's a lot of archers here. And I do not believe that Recon has enough to be aggressive on the map with those 3 knights only. He'll probably just kind of see that there is a wall over here with the scout. He recognizes there is not much he can do. And on the other side, I think Viper is just going to push. Like, he has enough tech right now to actually just kind of go across the map. He's going to get a few of those hardened spears, and he's just going to go across the map to execute some sort of an offensive maneuver. It is going to be basically up to Recon to recognize whether he's able to take this fight or no. I hope for his sake, he doesn't lose any of those knights over here. He doesn't. He just kind of scouts this happening. He's just going to disengage. He's just going to go around, maybe wrap around towards this base over here in the north. He's just going to try to establish this defensive position over here. Viper, of course, trying to maybe go towards the siege engineers rather soon, which is going to allow him to perhaps build a ram and go for a push. Because at this point, I do not really believe you can attack this position without a ram. You cannot even be aggressive here because there are those extra arrow slits constructed for the French. And by the way, Recon is not going to stop at that. He's still mining the stone, so he's going to try to harvest a little bit of extra stone towards that 3rd TC. He doesn't have enough wood to build it though, so we might actually see how exactly he managed that stone later on into this match. Now these knights are just gonna go around here, not really gonna accomplish much, whereas these archers at the bottom, they're just gonna wrap around. They're gonna probably try to catch the knights in their tracks, and they're gonna try to maybe snipe out 1 or 2. Because that's a nice thing that, the Viper has been doing throughout this game. He's actually been tracking those knights with the scout over here, making sure that, he always sees the moves that Recon is making. So that's why the French are not that good anymore, I think, because it's just very easy to handle them with the scout. We saw that, Calajur, for instance, had a very nice inkling of, playing at that scout game, because, you can see more of the scout than the knights can see. So if you have the scout with the knights, of course, you can track your opponent's scout. If you don't, you can really just kind of really deny possible engagements from your opponent. So Recon over here just kind of moving forward, kind of is being pushed back. We see obviously those extra arrow slits, adding extra projectiles here, and ensuring that, this position is difficult to siege at the very least. We see there are actually 8 knights total for Recon, so it's not like Recon has nothing on the map. He's actually sitting on 8 knights total, which is not bad at all. He has decent military. Whereas Viper actually has like about 35 units. Actually, that's not decent then. I think he's toast, guys. I think he's toast. So you have a lot of pikes, actually. You have so many archers. And Recon, he was so sloppy with getting that extra archery range, actually. I'm so surprised he hasn't been able to get that very, sooner than this. And, he's gonna get a house. He did move those villagers off the stone, but I do not think he needs he cannot afford the 2nd TC right now. He needs to defend this attack. And deflecting this without a very solid force, I don't think it's gonna be possible. Look at this, there's so much actually here. And this outpost is just gonna burn very quickly. I do not believe that this is going to be defensible of a position for Recon over here. Because he has quite a bit of, he has decent forces here, don't get me wrong, but this is nowhere enough. That's nowhere near enough to actually defend this, I think. You can see how many knights there are falling already. There is this kind of critical mass of archers for Viper, and he has enough archers to actually just basically one-shot those knights. And, the French, I do think they're gonna fall to the English again. So the Viper seems to have this map, or this matchup actually mapped out very well. And he's going to take out all those knights with those archers. He's basically just two-shotting the archers with this mass of the... so he's two-shotting the knights with this mass of archers. He's gonna also take down this outpost over here. And with this outpost, I think, going down, the chances for Recon to win this matchup are also going to dwindle. So, yeah, we see a lot of units, actually. That's a huge advantage. And this means that, we can just pass out. He calls GG. And we're gonna go towards game number 3, game number 4. Viper being actually able to win the entire series, and Recon being on the ropes. Oh shit, my camera was on, wasn't it? Tricky, huh? So 2-1, isn't it? It is 2-1, and we see that yeah, the Viper is actually holding a nice advantage in the matchup right now. I do think the Viper's victories were more convincing than Recon's overall, because Recon just repeated the success of the Mongols, whereas the Viper was very creative in this one over here. So 2-1 to Viper. I do think the Viper is actually in a very good position to take over the entire series. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Look at those look at those names. I have like Marine Lord, Kazva, Lucifer, Mista, Hera, Tato, Viper, and Vortix on my friend list, by the way. He did see me stretch, of course. Sorry. I'm a human after all, guys. I'm a human. I do need to stretch occasionally. Deacon501, how are you enjoying yourselves on the stream? How are you enjoying yourself on the stream, by the way? Because I see you actually joining right now, so I'm very happy to see you. Dropping the follow on Twitch. I hope you're still there. You were not discouraged by my cast or by my camera being on. So we are just waiting, guys. We're just waiting right now for the next game to start. I think they just started it right now. We can observe Viper and we can observe his opponent. We can in another mirror. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how exactly Viper fights back as a French right now. So we have 4 minutes to go right now. We have to wait a little bit at the very least. And we see it, like, that's basically going to be the entire series, I think. So they just kind of play this one way and then the other. So they just kind of replay the same matchup over and over again. And I think, like, if we have the better player here, the better player is going to be able to win overall. That's kind of the general idea, I believe, that we have here. So if you have a better player, the better player, like if the Viper is indeed a better player here, he's going to be able to take over the the mirror. The repeated match actually. So if Viper is a better player than Recon, he should be able to win with a French. So we shall see like exactly how Recon is able to respond, because I do believe the English are very good at early pushes, and I'm not sure how good defensively the Viper is. He has not been that great on the Rus, to be honest, which is a defensive civ. So I'm really curious to see whether he's going to be able to hold his own in this particular changed matchup. Sorry, I did yawn. And my dog is going crazy. She's going berserk at the back. Can you see her? She's on the bed over here. Super cute. Little berserker. We have this idea that we'll talk to people and they ask us about the breed of the dog. We'll say she's an East India Retriever, which is obviously not the real answer. She's just a mutt. But yeah, we could say that she's the East India Retriever. We're just gonna invent a fancy name because she's half a golden retriever, half something else. Obviously, with the half something else probably taking over the genes and the gene pool overall. So I think like from now, if someone asks us about the race, the breed that is, we'll just say she's the East India Retriever, guys. Because it does sound fancy, right? Say Indian Pale Retriever, like referring to the beer as well. That would be cool as well. If you guys have any other cool fake dog breeds, fake dog breed ideas, obviously you're most welcome to propose them. We have 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go for the cast to start. But yeah, that's gonna be probably the way. 2 minutes left. Do you guys want to see the dog? Because I could bring the dog to the camera. I'm kind of a brag. I like to brag about the dog ownership, honestly, because she's super cute. And we still have a minute left. We could kind of use that time. Because I think she's begging for food right now, so. She's wanting, guys. She's wanting the food. That's how we say it in Polish. I do not know actually how to say it in English. The dog is actually like begging for food. We say chcić, which is basically like to be wanting food. Kind of slightly ungrammatical in Polish. And she's obviously well fed, so it's just kind of a dog thing. I think she just kind of did lie down elsewhere. So we're not going to distract or disrupt the doggo. Maybe I can move the camera, move my ass somehow. Oh, she's on the bed behind me, as you guys can see. She's black, so it's kind of hard to tell that she's there because she's black. She's a very black of a dog. Yeah, but Polish Chihuahua would not be plausible because she's very far away from a Chihuahua. Yeah, she's craving quite a bit indeed, yeah. Always. She's half a retriever, like all the labs, all the golden retrievers, I think like they're super food hungry, right? They're very greedy of a breed. So that's why that's the case. Okay, we're just gonna hide the camera, guys. Welcome to the new viewers, guys. If you're enjoying yourselves, please remember to leave me a sub, a follow, or whatever else. We're gonna go right into the game, and we're gonna cast this match between TheViper and Recon. There's gonna be match point for Recon. He has to win to remain alive in the series. TheViper also has to win the series, so he would like to take this home already. We do not know how this ends. This was a very brutal matchup before as well. So, at the other side of the matchup, in the southeastern corner of the map, in the blue, it is TheViper playing the French. And in the northwestern part of the map, it is going to be Recon playing the English. So the matchup reverses. The red player over here, Recon, is going to be trying to replicate the success of his predecessor, who did actually smash him completely with his English play. So we shall see how exactly this works. I do believe, though, you know, that TheViper being I think he's the expert on the English. He's really good at the matchup. He should know the ins and outs, so he probably knows how to lose as the French, and he should know how to win as the French against the English. So he should be more prepared. I do believe that Recon's approach, whereas he was just going for the second TC, because he did go for that extra stone, might have been his downfall, because he really did need some extra units to defend that push, which he couldn't scout because he lost his initial scout as well. So I think he was just not ready. He was very greedy with his build, and that usually is punished. I think that's the common theme of the day, by the way, right? If you're playing the English, or any other civilization, actually, that's the theme of the tournament. If you go greedy, if you go for a very early second TC, you will be punished unless you're Viper playing the Mongols, because then he was actually permitted to just play very greedily and still take over the match. So, yeah, that's basically all I wanted to say here. As far as the interaction goes, Recon, of course, on the back foot in the series, really needs the win. He has a very lucky hand spawning near his base, though, so he's going to be able to exploit that. That is obviously a lot of food income, you get more efficient with using those hands if you are harvesting food from them. So I think you'd like to see all those villagers who are currently going for the sheep also shifted in towards these deer. This will probably propel you towards a very, very early age up, maybe even sub 4 minutes. If you have that hand so close to your base, I think you can go for like a sub 4 minute age up, but he's not going for... So what Recon is actually doing is that he's going for wood as well, because obviously he's playing the English, so he does want to have some extra income at the back of that play. There's a very nice... I think there was a video guide being posted on YouTube, actually, where there was a guy who was aging up very quickly, I think with 5 villages, around like 3 minutes 30. This might happen for TheViper actually over here, because he's getting towards that point. Right now he has a decent count of villages on this construction site as well. He's aging up very, very quickly. And Recon is already quite behind because of those 2 villages on the wood. Obviously he's gonna just kind of shift more towards the wood later, but he does want to have some bank build up initially in this matchup, because he does want to have some sort of a economy count, I guess, coming into this game. Right, he wants to have like a decent bank of wood to be able to, produce archers really early into this matchup. And he's able to age up right now. He's going to take 4 villagers, not even dropping off the food that they have. They call like 15 food on their shoulders, and they're also going to start building that council hall for the British, which is I think the staple landmark. You have not seen anything else. There was one game for the French where we did see that market landmark being constructed, which is very rare overall, I think. And even then, that landmark, I think it was Lucifron, it was not really used properly. Like, he was not really getting traders out of it, so he didn't actually exploit that too much. But obviously, just gave him some potential to trade without building an additional market. He didn't need the School of Cavalry in the context he was playing in anyway. In his head, he didn't need that. So now, TheViper actually going for some wood as well. I think Viper knows he needs some archers as the backbone of his army. Right? He does need to get, knights and archers here to properly deal with what his opponent has in store. Recon again walling very early on. That's kind of new to the matchups overall. I don't think we have seen too many walls coming down, honestly. So Recon is doing that kind of nice wall of maneuver over here. He's gonna place those walls all... okay, blocking off this choke point in turn, which is weird because, okay, this probably allows him to block off also this one here, securing the access to his base completely. I do not think this is a good one. This costs you more wood, doesn't it? This is actually more wood spent. Like, you spend more wood on this than on this. But yeah, he's probably making this as a conscious choice. Ish? Maybe, okay, so what this does also for you, because the Palisade was, they tend to fall down quickly. This does give you a very early warning that your opponent is kind of going to be aggressive towards you, right? So maybe that's the idea here. He just wants to be ward against the aggression sooner, which then makes sense. Because they do go down, like you can burn down the Palisade walls very quickly, so I think this is going to be nice anyway. So getting this kind of partial wall off is going to be nice. Obviously, not probably the best strategy because you are wasting some resources that you would like to be using on those archers to, you know, just kind of to be secure in your base. But I do think Recon is going to play a passive game here, so those walls are justified by the fact that he wants to play not an aggressive game here, he wants to play a passive one actually. Oh, this might be a... No, it's not enough. He doesn't do enough damage. I thought this was going to be an archer kill, but this actually is a huge overreach. He's going to get shot down, he's going to take a lot of damage here. Definitely not a good trade for the Viper. Of course, he can regenerate this knight's HP, but that's already kind of a rough start, because he cannot really reuse this knight for a while now. He's going to take like 2 minutes to regenerate the HP on this unit. If he's obviously making more units, he's going to get like 3 knights and the chivalry upgrade following in suit. This kind of the regular, I think that's the rhythm you're supposed to follow. So you're getting like lots of knights early, and then you go for chivalry to just kind of ensure that you can regenerate that HP as well. Now we see this Royal Knight meeting his buddy over here in the middle of the map. They're going to go for an aggressive maneuver, for some sort of aggression here, I guess. But there are no good openings, actually. Like, this harassment is going to fall flat, I feel. Because there are no good openings for the Viper. Like, he can go in towards this wood line. It's actually very... it's seen very early by his opponent. And Recon is very fast to pull those villages back home. So he makes sure that they do not die. Those knights actually re-engage, but they're in the line of fire of those archers. And I do not think that without the blacksmith upgrades, they're going to actually be able to do much. So he needs to get that arrow defensive upgrade to actually be able to eke out a nice advantage in this particular context. We do not see any player going towards the wood either, which would also indicate perhaps that there's going to be a more aggressive play planned by both of them. I think Recon also is kind of... I guess both of them actually have lost the games in which they expanded other than the Viper's Mongol play, right? So I think they both kind of realized that, you know, spending 900 resources or 700 resources even towards that second TC is it's risky business, guys. It's risky business. So going for that early might not exactly work too well for you, and that's exactly what I think kind of they're respecting each other, right? And I think that's what we want to say here, right? They're just being very respectful. They do not want to overextend and just lose units. So they're or they do not want to kind of overcommit to economy either and just kind of, you know, lose some portion of their possible advantage, right, or some portion of their production. Because building a TC, it's, you know, it's basically very close to aging up as well in terms of expenditures. So it is going to be something that leaves a dent on your military production for a while. And you want to do this only when, first of all, you feel you have like a defensive advantage. You have like established a stranglehold on your enemy maybe, or you have a nice setup of defensive construction, defensive infrastructure on the map, or if you have the possibility to just, you know, see that your opponent is going for the same strategy, right? You can match it and be fine. You can see how many walls we have for the English, though. This is going to be a very difficult task for the Viper to go through those archers, to bypass that defensive line of units, and I do not think that's going to happen anytime soon. And if you do actually go, that's actually very nice as well for Recon. If you go for this hunt, if you mill this, and the Viper tries to go through those walls, you know, using some sort of a non-ram unit actually, and not bringing archers to the mix, you can just repair this. So we have basically an infinite amount of HP within those kind of you know, bits of infrastructure, those walls over here in the northern part of Recon's base. So Recon here is sitting down with a nice amount of production as well, with this with the blacksmith as well, kind of researching the tech for the archers. So he's going to be fine just kind of defending, holding the position over here, I believe. Whereas, obviously, the Viper, also having researched some of those additional techs, he has the wedge rivets protecting his knights against the archer fire. He might just kind of research the steel arrow relatively soon too, in order to get that extra advantage, ensuring that he can actually do decent damage with his archers of his. So the knights, again, just trying to kind of exert some pressure, not really too successful at that either. So they're not really going to be able to do much here, and they're just going to have to disengage here as well. And again, those villagers of Viper going a bit greedy here, getting the hand down, and maybe trying to exploit that. I think if your opponent walls off like this, if you're the Viper, you can actually just kind of go around the map, be a bit cheeky. I think he must have scouted this boar, for instance, right? So he knows there's a boar here, so he can just go towards it even. He can just kind of see, okay, there's a boar here. I'm just going to take it to my villages. I'm going to kill it to my knights because they're useless anyway. So there is also a relic that he can take if he goes up to castle, of course, but that's still not so far away for the Viper, actually. Viper might actually go for a very fast castle age up, because he has resources to do so, right? Whereas Recon actually quite distant, that's kind of distant future for him still. So he's gonna push out of the archers, unlike his opponent, and that might actually be the problem, right? Because the Viper does have a very small army, better than what Recon was able to muster up in the previous game, because Recon had very few archers of his own. Obviously, Viper is cognizant of the fact that he can probably go age up right now because he has enough archers to defend himself. And it's actually very slow, sloppy push for Recon. Actually, he has full wall of. Actually, he could have just kind of completed the wall of even. He could have just gone for the attack. He doesn't do this on time. And right now his opponent is able to just wall off and, sorry, is able to go up. And I do not think there's anything that, you know, the Viper can lose here unless there's a very aggressive push. You know, there are lots of rams dropped as well. Maybe then there's an opening for Recon to actually do something. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case. The army numbers do favor Recon, of course, but they're not favoring him as heavily as they did favor Viper in this previous match. Now, he realizes he has an advantage now for a while, because he knows that, you know, his opponent has spent a lot of his resources, and we are basically working with the same resource numbers. He knows that, you know, his opponent did spend about like 2k resources, 1,800 on something that is not army, right? So he can probably push it down if he can obviously get some nice engagements over here. Okay, so those knights from the Viper actually being on the offensive here, and they're charging towards those defensive units. So those rallied units from Recon, so they do manage to snipe 2 units off his opponent. But those knights are actually going to be repelled here. They lose a lot of HP. One of those knights probably falls as well. That's not looking too sweet for the Viper, to be honest. So the Viper is not actually able to repel those forces on time. I do think he has actually flopped a little bit. He has a lot of infantry, though. So he did age up. So that's the difference, right? Recon has not been able to age up, or was not able to age up in his game. However, the Viper is actually able to accumulate a decent amount of infantry here. He has like 4 barracks production of men-at-arms, who are both very good against the archers and very good against the pikes. So he's going to be able to just basically defend this position for a while, I think. So unless there's a different angle taken and a fight that is forced very early on, you know, that's also a very good maneuver from the Viper, because the Viper is actually cutting off his opponent from the reinforcement. So he's basically forcing him to amass the units. So there's no straight line of units flowing into the base of his opponent right now. But there's also going to be, the Recon can only send like a large unit of units at once, because those knights will otherwise kill off those reinforcements right away. So what Viper does here is actually he's being very patient. There is, by the way, that's another mistake. I think that's what the Viper did with his pushes. He's been able to get some villages through, and he's been able to actually consistently build a tower to, you know, provide himself with that extra bonus for the English, right? This is not the case at all for Recon. Recon has no bonus from the network of castles. And there's a Mango actually, and there are lots of knights, or there are lots of men-at-arms actually pushing against this large lineup of archers for the Recon here. So Recon is going to be pushed away, I think. There is this Mangonel actually threatening the backbone of the army, and those archers and those pikes are going to be forced to kite away. And obviously this Mangonel here is going to be quite a large problem, because there is nothing that Recon has on his hands that can deal with this quite well. And again, there is no unit on the lineup of Recon that can deal with those men-at-arms with upgraded defense, right? They have like decent armor against the melee attacks, and this means they can just kind of very freely engage and chase down those archers who are very slow, right? Because the English archers are way slower than the regular archers, so if they're retreating, actually this allows the actual archers, the regular archers, to get extra volleys on them, and obviously the infantry can also catch up to those and kill them off, or shave off some army numbers at least from the opponents. So it's actually looking very good for the Viper here. The Viper is actually going to pressure right now. He has a lot of economy behind this right now. He has a decent army as well. He's going to be able to slaughter some villagers as well. He's going to get some kills. And even if he doesn't manage to kill his opponent on the spot over here, he does hold an advantage in this game right now. Because he has the tech advantage right now. He has those superior units. He has a lot of upgrades already kind of probably going down as well. In terms of the feudal versus castle age. So he's going to probably be able to just disengage this. He loses a few men at arms, not a big loss overall, I believe. And those units from the Viper are just going to run away. And the Viper just kind of is able to, build an additional trebuchet as well. So he's going to go into siege mode right now. He's producing a lot of those MAAs as well. He has the singular archery range here built in place. But he's not mining gold, surprisingly. He's actually not paying attention to his idle villagers, 15 of whom are standing over here. So in terms of economy, 51 and 18 military for the Viper, to 45 and 46 military for Recon. So with those high army numbers, Recon is kind of okay right now. He's also aging up, so he's not like significantly behind this. White Tower, of course, being a very strong defensive landmark for the English, will keep the base of Recon covered. But he does still need to have some sort of answer to deal with those Mongols. I do think he might go towards, towards those the Springles, right? And the nice thing about the English castles is they can actually produce siege units as well. So you can use the castle to actually produce a few Springles, maybe just kind of to dissuade those those Mangonels from attacking your forces, which is pretty good, I guess. It's kind of pretty nice overall. So I would really love to see a single Springle being produced over here. I don't know if he realizes this. I think he has to be producing those Springles. He's going for a siege workshop, which he doesn't really need, because he has a standing siege workshop over here. Unless he really wants to double produce the Springles, which he should probably be doing. But English have the unique possibility to produce units from the castles, right? Which no other civilization possesses as far as I know. I haven't played too much Delhi, so maybe they do have that as well. But it's kind of rare, like most of the other civs just can't do this. They have just burr castles with, those emplacement upgrades, but they do not have the access to those siege units at all. So Recon with very high army numbers, actually, he's going to go up to veteran upgrades, going to go up to some knights as well, which means he's probably going to be able to fight the French head-on. Obviously, the Viper here sitting on a decent eco, he's going to go up towards the second TC as well, with the stone being gathered too. So this might mean that the English are going to be under economical pressure as well. So this might be just kind of a fake defense, fake attack from the Viper. And he's just going to be able to, just kind of have a nice economic lead off the back of this. There are two trebuchets, though, sieging those lineups. By the way, see you, Shepard. Nice to have had you. Thank you for coming into the stream. Was a blast actually talking to you. So thank you for chatting. It was lovely having you here. Now, there are two Springles. And there's a very heavy siege actually coming down. So if you're Recon, you really need to figure out the way of actually breaking this. And there are two Mongols and two Trebs. But the nice part, of course, there are no Springles yet. There's one coming down from the siege workshops over here. So this might actually mean that at some point in this match, we'll see the Springles actually just shooting at each other. For now, the Viper probably notices that, because being on the hill gives you vision. So as you guys can probably see, the Viper does spot those Springles, and he does back away because he doesn't want to lose his siege for free. He would also prefer to have that fight in the open field, right? That's probably very nice too. Being able to get that fight in the open here for the Viper of his nice lineup of Mongols and a single, maybe double Springle coming very soon. Obviously getting the siege engineering here would be very welcome as well, I believe. So we actually see the infantry clashing over here, so we're gonna go into full vision, and those Mongols are gonna shoot. They're gonna get a nice volley onto the archers, but it is dodged actually. Recon dodging those so well. Look at this. So those Mongol shots actually are missed completely, and the Viper is not able. So the Viper is not able to land any of those shots. And those Springles actually, they did get some nice damage onto those Mongols before they went down. Now there are no Springles left actually, so the Viper at the back of this fight was able to shoot down the Springles of his opponent. So those Mongols are going to be able to do some damage in the end over here. I think this is going to be a very nice fight for Viper. No cleanup anyway, but it's going to be kind of it's going to allow him at least to push an inch a little bit further into his enemy's territory. So again, a very nice close game. And there is nobody really taking the advantage over here. and Recon, of course, forced to stay back with his army to make some extra knights maybe and go for a re-engage. Okay, so there's no real kind of big advantage won by either of the side. Of course, there is a small siege numbers advantage for Recon, and we have not seen Viper. For Viper, and Recon has not been producing siege units through this castle. I'm surprised that he's not doing this. I'm kind of surprised a player of this caliber doesn't know that this is the mechanic, this is the thing. Especially know that the English have been around since the beta, right? So we might actually see him not produce a single siege unit from this castle as the game kind of moves forward. And the keep is actually kind of completely unused. And you see the English actually we see the French actually inching forward right now. The Viper obviously sitting on 600 stones, so he's not going towards the second TC, I believe. He only has one, but he's going towards that extra stone that will probably be used towards getting a very large number of keeps at the end, right? He's gonna build a keep on the hill right away, I guess. And there is no good response right now for Recon because he has no anti-siege. He has no siege of his own. He has only 3 Springles that are easily matched by Viper's count, right? So it's kind of good. And obviously there's also this outpost here being sieged upon by Vipers, probably gonna get sniped before any units can reach it. But the Viper might actually be forced to trade for it, right? The Viper might actually be forced to just run away and not kill off the villagers who are defending that outpost. So those MAAs actually are gonna engage over here. And actually Recon wants to take this gold mine, so he really does want to kind of establish a position over here, which might be the possibility actually for the Viper to maybe contest it to some extent, right? We might see villagers moving through the map very quickly, very soon actually from the Viper, because he does want to probably get those villas towards the position here and to build that keep somewhere here. So Recon actually cleans up this fight over here, kills a lot of those MAAs, and probably nets himself a nice advantage in terms of the army numbers, 71 to 33 in terms of the eco to military, against 51 and 33 for Recon. So Recon does actually sit at an economical disadvantage. So I'm not sure if he stopped producing villagers. You can see that actually can confirm it right now. He's still producing villagers, so that's not the case. But the Viper might somehow have snuck a single TC somewhere on the map. That is also not the case. So I guess the English just have been producing villagers more consistently, right? That's the only plausible answer here, I guess. And we see a nice force from Recon, of course, but Recon doesn't have that much eco. So Viper actually sitting on a significant supply lead, 74 and 40 to 50 to 40 as well. So the armies are closely matched, but the economy does favor our French player in this matchup over here. So we might actually see the Viper winning this mirror and actually taking the series home as well, which is quite exciting actually in my eyes. Also, you see some harassment here. The Knights actually going into the economy of Recon, actually trying to harass a few villagers. But there is no good outcome of this for our French player. He only loses a knight and is forced to run away. Actually, there's not much. There's not much cavalry being produced for the Vipers. Mostly settling on those infantry units and the siege. We have a lot of those Springles, 2 Mongols as well. 5 Springles, 2 Mongols, and also 2 Trebuchets, which are definitely going to be a very decent factor coming into the later stages of this game. But you can see Recon has not researched those camps, which means that he cannot regenerate HP of those archers, which he would really like to do because he has a lot of low HP bars, which means he has like half the army count of that he kind of has on paper, really. Because losing, like, this is basically lots of those archers who are vulnerable to a single shot coming from that Mango right now, and we are still not producing anything for this keep. So again, Recon probably not having enough mastery on the Civ to match the knowledge and the skills that the Viper has been able to bring to the table. The Viper, by the way, has enough stone to build another keep, so he can actually have this keep over here. He can actually move those villagers as well down and get another keep slightly more aggressively positioned here. You can see an engagement here. The Mango's actually getting a lot of damage on those archers, and you can see those numbers of the archers thinning very quickly. Those are 2 very bad shots, by the way, but there is also a nice flank from the north from the Viper. Viper was actually able to wrap around the forces of the opponent, getting the flank over here from the north, and he's gonna basically clean the table, I think. He's gonna clean the fight up over here. He's gonna get the Springles. Recon had a nice Springled lead, so he had a nice artillery lead in this fight, but he's gonna be cleaned up to some extent. But the Viper does actually lose a decent chunk of his own forces as well. So I think if you're the Viper here, like, you might actually want to start thinking about late game right now, because I do not think he can break this English lineup so far. He was able to take down the single landmark, but that's basically all she wrote. So far, there's going to be a very stable, slow game. So Recon able to stabilize to some extent, but there is obviously a small villager disadvantage. So every loss that Recon takes is going to be a bit more costly for him than the losses that the Viper does have inflicted upon himself. And obviously, I think he did lose, so Recon did lose some of his mining villagers over here on this camp. And this is a very important position for our player. By the way, the Viper does recognize that he needs another TC, I think. He's going to build another one somewhere. Unless he went for an emplacement. Maybe this, he built an emplacement, I think, though. That's not a second TC, is it? No, not really. So Viper's still working with singular TC with the French, and he's doing super well here, actually. He's gonna go for a keep, and again, so he's gonna be a second keep over here. The 2 siege workshop drops, so I think the Viper is gonna go for like full offensive here. He's gonna muster up a nice amount of forces, and he's going to just kind of go for a siege, moving those nice in position into the base of Recon. So that actually turned out to be a very nice long game. We have those trebuchets, like that's actually a nice advantage as well, because we have 2 trebuchets on the side of Viper, which are like relentlessly attacking those buildings of his opponent. And even this white tower here for the English is not going to stand much longer. I do think that eventually at some point Recon is just doomed to lose this game. Viper is 3,000 gold, by the way, so he can, if he really wants, he can probably just spend all this gold on the market, just purchase some food and go up to EMP. Even I think there's a possibility, because Recon has been spending every single inch of resources he has had. He's also losing villagers, so he's bleeding his economy. He has 40 villagers to what, 70, 80 of Viper. No, Viper has 98. Oh god, he has 98 econ. This game is over, guys. So Viper has been able to somehow manage to produce 98 villagers, whereas Recon has been just losing villagers left and right, and this means that basically this game is over, I think. Because no matter how well Recon trades right now, he doesn't trade well because he's being sieged, right? So it's not really a good position for him even. So even if Viper, if Viper trades poorly now, he has basically twice the income. Look at this. We have like almost, we have like 3 times, 4 times more food. We have 3 times more wood as well. We have 2 times more gold, and we also have like a decent amount of stone income at the same time. So whatever Viper loses here, he's able to just remake instantaneously. He's gonna be close to, you know, maxing out soon, I guess. Whereas Recon is sub 100 supply, which is very, very unfortunate. You guys can see the supply over here, of course, in the left bottom corner. So Recon is sitting on a very low supply, both economically speaking and army speaking, actually. So both of those angles kind of favor our French players. So the Viper is showing us how to play the French in this matchup. So you can just establish a nice siege, defend that push, and if you're able to edge up to, you know, to castle and make some decent units, you're just going to be able to win the game altogether. So obviously Recon very late to the punch here. He's going to get demolished, and he's going to also lose this large army. So this largely that he has been to work up early into the game, right? So he had a nice army lead early, but he really loses that push. He gets cleaned up on the other side of the map now. And even if Viper raids unsuccessfully here, I guess like even killing 2-3 villagers is going to be very important, because, you know, Recon doesn't just have much. So 102 villagers for the Viper to 41 of Recon is not really going to spell anything too decent for our for English player over here. And I do believe given the score is just a matter of time for Viper just kind of to completely strangle him out. And, you know, there is going to be a GG called relatively soon, I believe. Also, those villagers are going to get cleaned up. Recon is not paying attention. He thinks he won this fight over here. But honestly, those Springles are trading favorably. And those knights are cleaning up every single villager on the gold over here. So this basically deprives Recon of any sort of income in terms of gold as well. And Viper is just going to, you know, relentlessly inch forward. I think he's going to be, he's going to be able to just kind of take this game. And take this, guys. So this is complete. Viper moves to the finals. So, this series is over, guys. So the Viper moves on. Recon is eliminated, and this was a very decisive victory from Viper. So you see why Viper wins. I think why Viper wins the series overall. He was just better on the day. He had better control of his English play. He had better control of his French play. He was also very evenly matched in terms of the rules versus Mongol matchup that we saw initially today. So It's very interesting to see how those matchups revolve, of course, but TheViper is going to be able to advance to the finals with probably his kind of very strong advantage that he holds on the English. We'll see how it clashes actually against those styles coming from Vortix and TheMista. Whoever one of those actually advances forward. We see they're actually in the picks right now. I'm going to take a very short break. I need to have some food. So once I'm back, of course, we'll resume the cast with another set of players. So I'm going to just announce that there's going to be a short break. And we're going to be waiting for Luciferin. No, we're not going to be waiting for Luciferin anymore, of course. We're going to be waiting for... and Vortix. So we're waiting for the Mist and Vortix to be ready. And obviously I need to reset the scoreline. Those guys have very long names, so it's going to be quite a bother. And in this series, I think I'm going to give the advantage to Vortix, because he did show us some extraordinary play yesterday. And I do think he's going to have like a very nice civilization pool compared to his opponents. So I do think Vortix might just win the entire event. If I were to bet on a single person, I think it would be Vortix. Because he was just impressive on the day yesterday. I think it was overall just a very solid performer. So I do think he's going to have the advantage, even though Mista, of course, his opponent right now is way, way higher up on the ladder. You know, being able to eke out a rank 2, I think, and win against rank 1 yesterday in the best of 5. Obviously, that being the Marine Lord. So we're on a short break, guys. Once we return, of course, we are going to see the Mista facing against Vortix. So probably in a few minutes, it is going to start, and we'll kind of go into that game. So be right back. I need to get some food. I hope you guys stay around. Just kind of, you know, come back in 5. And I promise you there's going to be another cool series on your hands. Okay, people, so we're back and we're kicking off the series with Vortix versus Mista. We're kicking off the matchup with Vortix's Mongols actually in the bottom left-hand side of the map, playing against Mista's Abbasid dynasty map, which is obviously spawning in the north. Sorry, I was just eating. I was caught off guard a little bit by the match actually starting so soon. So let us redo the introduction. So in the north, in the red, it is going to be the Mista playing the Abbasids. In the south, in the blue, it is going to be Vortix on the Mongols. There's the only remaining Spanish brother who is still kind of alive in the tournament. Obviously, his brother, Lucifer, was eliminated yesterday by TheViper. So that's going to be quite an interesting idea to entertain, since I do believe they have like very similar playstyles. You know, both Vortix and Lucifer. I'm wondering if this is going to basically mean that they also have like that. You know, Vortix, should he go up to the finals, struggles against TheViper too. But you have to say that, you know, Lucifer was not necessarily on point yesterday. Like, he was really kind of missing a few of those kind of important beats in his game, whereas, you know, Vortix was extremely sharp, actually. He was really he demolished his opponent there, right? He was extremely powerful against Kazva. I do not believe Kazva stood a chance in that matchup, really, because Vortix has just so many tricks up his sleeve that it's just going to be a very different animal, right? He's going to be a very different player. We also see some of those kind of civ preferences, I guess, for different players. So, for instance, here, TheMista picking the Abbasids as his first pick into this matchup. We also know he plays excellent Deadly Delhi Sultanate. So, not only is he good on the Abbasid, he's also, which is kind of also the thing. No, never mind. No, Vortix is good on the Delhi. So, TheMista's signature pick was the Abbasid, of course, right? Whereas, of course, for Vortix, it has always been the Delhi. That works. So both actual Spanish brothers have been playing Delhi, and so did Kaz. Kaz was also trying to use Delhi to his advantage, but he was just not good enough to deal with Vortix's French, I believe. That was basically the matchup, right? Or was it the Mongols? Anyway, he lost with the Delhi quite handsomely. He never returned to them. Probably just kind of he was missing some mastery on the Civ, to be honest. So he needed some extra ideas as to how to play that to actually persevere. Now, you guys can see there's actually a scout from Vortix moving throughout the map, gathering lots of sheep. This is pretty much, I believe, matched by the red scout over here from Mista. Actually, no, Mista did actually manage to miss out on quite a bit of those sheep. Let's kind of see the maps now. So yeah, Vortix has just scouted more, I think. Mista was just kind of unfortunate to follow in the tracks of his opponent. He's going to find nothing here at this edge of the map. So the Abbasids, by the way, going up to feudal very, very early. I think that that's the usual thing that you're supposed to do, because the Abbasids can, you know, they do not need to put any villages onto this landmark to build it. So you can just kind of commit to golden food very early. Like, once you have enough to age up, you just shift those villagers elsewhere to, you know, towards the wood, for instance, which is probably very important for you, because every single unit in feudal for your Abbasid dynasty is going to cost you wood. So getting that wood early on is going to obviously allow you to defend and attack quite nicely. On the other side of the map, of course, the Mongols, having those deer stones at their disposal, will be able to move very quickly around the map, especially around their own base, and around any sort of proxies they might place across this map over here, which, by the way, is going to be Lipne. So there is an Uva. That's kind of a new thing. That's what I was kind of advertising quite a bit. So what if you kind of place the Uva next to the Tisei and actually start using this to double produce villagers? I'm not sure if Vortix is gonna do this, but that will probably just kind of match. This will allow him to match the boom that naturally comes for the Abbasids, where they have, you know, very cheap villagers with the fresh foodstuffs upgrade that comes basically instantaneously in this next age. So once he goes up to feudal, I guess he's just going to accumulate enough. He has enough, actually. Mista has enough gold to just get the fresh foodstuffs and just use that to his advantage. On the other side over here, We actually do not see any double villagers queued. Vortix is just kind of sitting tight on 500 stone so far. So he's not really spending any of that so far. He's also not going for any military infrastructure. So you might see a slightly slower game because none of those players has been actually kind of encouraged to build any sort of military buildings. There's slight harassment with the Khan over here from Vortix, but that's about all she wrote. Obviously Egypt comes in as well around 5:30, which is quite early for the Mongols given how much wood they've been gathering. And we do see Vortix actually just going towards that second TC very early, right? He's just gonna get that. He's going to get that, you know, double villager production, which is also quite good. But he's not still using any of that stone whatsoever. He's gonna build the archery range right now, which is indicative that he'll just go towards military as we speak. What matches that, by the way, is actually 2 archery ranges from TheMista, which he does need because he has like way less units overall that he can make, right? Because you cannot just double produce with stone, and obviously Mongols can. And by the way, the stone doesn't come at any large expenditures. It's just 150 wood, and you just kind of almost infinitely generate the stone for free, right? You have like 1,500 stone, so you kind of like, I don't know how many actual units generated for free for this. But it's just going to be a lot of archers, man. It's just going to be like, what, 15, 16, like, I don't know, 18 archers total, I guess? About 18 archers going to be just kind of coming for free altogether for our Mongol player. If he's just able to consistently keep producing through the Uvu over here. Which is very nice. And you can obviously just move it then, right? You can just move the Uvu, move the archery range, and keep exploiting this advantage. So that's quite nice. Now we should see Vortix dropping the second TC. No, okay, no, he just used all the wood. So I thought he was just gonna rush it. Actually, he doesn't. I think Viper did rush it with his Mongols, right? He went without any military at all up until he had enough to build the second TC. Then he started building units. So now we have a very different approach over here. Obviously, he is housed, so Vortix is housed right now. So he's not get much going right now. But once the house kind of goes away, housedness. Once he stops being housed anyway, he's going to be able to produce quite a few archers through this archery range, of course, which is quite good for him as well. In here in the north, of course, on the side of the map of the TheMista, there is like slight harassment with this Khan, but I do not think he's going to be able to do this much longer because there are archers on the map right now deployed by the TheMista, and they'll just basically reinforce this this berry patch, you can say, right? And he'll be able to just kind of keep anything away from this base in here. So over here though we see the blacksmith actually being placed and researching the balanced projectiles. So we have a little bit of research done for our Mongol player, and there is actually wedge rivets which counters directly what happens here. So basically those upgrades just are going to counteract each other until they're like one of them takes over. So if you're like 1-1 range, you're just going to be a slight 1 damage ahead of your opponent, but they do not have that advantage yet. So basically they're just kind of doing essentially the same damage to each other's archers at this point, right? That's what we're working with. So now the archers come up here to repel the Khan, and basically we see a lot of production. Vortix actually going towards a large archer number, I guess, because he has spent all that stone, and Vortix does also get a second TC eventually, right? So he's gonna drop that second TC right away. On the berries over here, securing that income, making sure that nobody can come in and just threaten him. It's just gonna gather some extra food from here. And obviously double producing villagers has never been considered bad, so we have that going for ourselves as well. Though this has not been used, again, the EU has not ever been used so far to double produce villas, which I'm kind of disappointed with, but I guess those players just kind of know better and have played more Mongol games than me to realize how exactly this should be done. Obviously saving up the stone for later and those more expensive units coming to play is also going to be quite beneficial. We see a speed bonus actually dropped by the Khan. This might actually mean that there is at least a single more archer dropping from the side of the TheMista, and TheMista actually loses 3 archers to 0. That's a very good trade to Vortix, and this is a masterful use of that special ability of the Khan. So yeah, Vortix just takes this nice fight over here, killing some extra archers, shaving off some numbers of his opponent. He's just going to be able to basically get away unscathed himself, because I don't think there was a single volley landing on Vortix's units. Maybe he actually did he lose a single archer? Maybe he lost one. I'm not really sure anymore. It doesn't sound too likely. Anyhow, we see that engagement happening right now, and there's going to be more archer on archer fights. So these villagers, by the way, are forced to disengage, and there is a tower, the outpost, guarding that spot. So it's not going to be very easy for Vortix to get any economical advantage. But he does have a decent-ish supply advantage right now in terms of the army, I guess. 20 to 18. not too bad, especially if he can double produce archers with a single archery range. And he's also getting way more economy for that reason, right? Which is pretty neat overall. So that's very nice. For the Viper, of course, sorry, for Vortix, of course, I'm making this mistake I've made this mistake quite a few times today. So obviously Vortix is holding a decent advantage over here right now in terms of his economy. And he's probably just going to continue building up that economical lead, I guess, right? Because there are no indications that TheMista would go for a second TC. He's quite confident a single TC build over here for now. Obviously, kind of aware how the players who go for more than one TC usually end up doing the tournament, right? And they do not do too well at all. Now the problem is that there is a ram push coming, right? So that's what Vortix has been actually trying to do. He has been getting a lot of wood. He's gonna get this ram. He's gonna try to at least absorb some of the fire of this tower and maybe kill some villagers. But he sees the number of archers here on his opponent's side, so he just decides the better of it and he goes away. And he actually doesn't realize that his opponent here is going up to castle, which is obviously good because, like, if you go against archers, men-at-arms are really good, really strong, and you can also get the Mongols with the Abbasids for free. So you can just age up, get the Mongols for free without any special upgrades. You can just build them on the map and really manage those, you know, the archer aggression quite nicely, which is also quite important. So Mongols, of course, dissuade any archer aggression whatsoever, and this is looking very good for our Abbasid player, to be honest. So as he's aging up right now, you know, Vortix probably realizes what position he's in, and he's just gonna age up as well. He makes that call. So he might even stop producing villagers for a while. He does indeed do this because he really doesn't want to be too far behind in terms of that kind of tech advantage. He doesn't want to give like too much of a tech advantage to his opponent anyway. So we see there is a landmark coming down. This is going to be the Kurultai. This is the second time we see this actually. It's surprising to me because I do think that you know that that Ger landmark is way better, because it just gives you more gold drop-off, but this is not bad, right? It's actually going to allow you to regenerate HP of your units if you're kind of good at juggling your units around. Getting this is obviously, because you can just move it to the battlefield, right? You can actually move it to any engagement site, and you can use it the way that the English is their fireplaces, right? So you can actually just kind of drag it all the way and just use it to basically heal your archers a little bit. And it does give you decent healing, right? That's also going to give you 25% damage bonus, of course, which is good. Yeah, it's just kind of a nice nice structure, but you do need to have a can nearby, which is the problem, right? So if you snipe the can, this is just going to all go away. So that's kind of the problem here. Obviously, using this offensively is a good idea, right? You can just use it as kind of this nice, awesome aura building. But this means that you probably have to use your can as a general, right? It's kind of the general stand, of course. So if you move it with the can, like somewhere behind the enemy lines, and establish a nice foothold, then you can obviously just get a lot of damage done, I think, with the siege as well, right? Because it doesn't specify what units it affects. And basically, like, for every 4 archers, you get a 5th for free this way as well, which is pretty decent. So right now, this looks like 28 archers, but we have around 8 more, so about like 35, 36 archers total in this army, which is very nice. And there's a ram actually coming down as well for Vortix, and Vortix did spot this army coming in, so he knows there's a Mongol probably. He probably knows there's a single Springald as well. And I think he should be prepared, but I don't know if he actually is. So he's producing knights, which are very good at dealing with those units, but that's just pure archer Mongol. There's nothing else. So if you can get, like, you know, 3-4 knights more, I think you can just win this fight cleanly. But if there is a Mongol of those, if you are forced into an engagement sooner than that, you'll of course be into some sort of trouble, right? We see another battering ram being produced as well here, so it's going to be like a very heavily committed attack from TheMista. And I'm not sure if Mista realizes what sort of thing he's dealing with, right? Because he knows Mongols have good cavalry, right? That's kind of a trademark of all Mongol players. Like, you'll just have a lot of cavalry that is strong. So I'm just kind of wondering how much. We have double knights produced as well, so we're going to have like 6 knights very soon. And it's a very decent army composition. You have, like, you know, obviously those archers spreading out a little bit, so this means that this Mongol is not going to be even remotely as efficient as it should be. And there's going to be a large push coming in right now from Vortix to counteract that kind of aggression with the rams. So we see those 5 knights actually just charging in. They're going to probably focus on the Springles because they're the biggest threat to the knights themselves. There are also villagers who are going to be very aggressive. They're pulled forwards all the way. And even though there is a camel here that probably doesn't protect the forces of TheMista from Vortix's knights, and it seems like, you know, those archers right now, they can actually just change the formation, move in, and probably clean the house. That's probably what you're hoping for anyway as the Mongol player over here. But honestly, there's a large number of archers still alive for Vortix, and I guess TheMista just decides, sorry, for TheMista, and Vortix just decides the better of it. He disengages, waits for extra army, and probably he'll just go for a push of his own, because he did actually dismantle this one very well. And I don't think that without any backup for the Springles, you need to have some... You need frontline, man. If you are playing as TheMista, I think you do need some sort of frontline. The archers on would cut it. You need to have some sort of like fighting force in front of your ranged units to kind of deflect the knights at the very least, and to protect your artillery. You don't have to probably lose the game, man. Okay, so we go for, I guess that's number 2, right? We're gonna go for a second round of the engagement. Basically, the history repeats itself, I think. So the knights focus first on the artillery. You have some villagers pulled as well to deal with the RT2. And they're used as... Oh, that's weird. So they go all the way towards the Springald. I do believe that Vortix does lose a little bit of economy, but he does actually kill a lot of the RT of his opponent, so he's gold efficient in those trades. And... he does actually snipe the... He loses the Khan after using that offensive ability, I believe. So he's actually finding... He's actually going to trade very nicely now, because all those villagers, pulling the boys here, pulling devils actually allowed him to tank a lot of that kind of frontal damage that was coming from the archers. And this spring is going to be denied. Those archers are going to be cleaned up. It looks like Vortix is just going to take the series. Take the game number 1 anyway. Because he just moves very aggressively right now. He uses those archers to clean up the ranks of TheMista. And TheMista has very little back in his base. He's scrambling to defend his base right now, but Vortix has such large numbers of units actually over here. Look at this. So if 24 archers, 4 knights of Vortix, TheMista 6 archers, 5 archers, and 3 Springles, 2 of which I think are gonna die as well. So yes, those are nice units, but you need to have some sort of a front line to protect them, otherwise you're really screwed. There's obviously this single ram here that doesn't do anything. He just kind of stands there and does nothing. But the problem for TheMista is like he has no way of dealing with the knights right now, because he used to have like a nice archer count that was basically supporting him in allowing him to like partially at least deal with those knights, right? But right now he has no archers at all to his name, and the Mongols are just kind of pushing in with 4 knights over here. It's just gonna be lethal, man. There's a single crossbow just not enough to deal with the numbers that Vortix is able to produce, and I do not believe this game is gonna last much longer. Vortix is probably gonna be forced to tap out, and he doesn't give up right here. And we have yeah, TheMista gives of course, and we have Vortix taking the first game. So Mista, even with Abbasid dynasty, is not able to compete with Vortix's Mongols. And we'll see those Abbasids coming back again in the series, because I do believe that they're kind of comfort pick for Mista. But in this particular game, we did not see that at all. And I do think that you know, he might just kind of have another shot, of course, right? That's probably what we're looking forward to. So we're just gonna wait for this one to resume as we kind of wait for the players to be ready, and then we'll obviously continue with cast number 2 of the second game in the series. So I'm just gonna update the score, get some coffee maybe even. That would be nice, kind of to get some energy back, and we'll resume the cast right afterwards. So guys, updating the score and taking a short break once again. We need to wait for those guys to be ready. There's no point. I mean, I know you guys like me to talk all the time, and I do need to actually kind of catch my breath a little bit at least. So, Vortix, very nice performance. I think there's a lot of over-aggression from TheMista. He had very bad composition to deal with the knights, so he kind of maybe overreached. That second engagement was definitely uncalled for. He should have just kind of gone back to his base, just maybe mastered up some MAAs or maybe some spears, and just kind of fought with that, because he was just not ready for what Vortix was throwing at him. Like that first engagement should have taught him a lesson, right? Just don't do this anymore. You need something else. Your composition just doesn't work. He was very stubborn and he just lost it. That's kind of unfortunate, but yeah. that's how RTS is work, guys. We'll be right back in a minute or two once those players are ready to resume playing. Okay guys, we're back. I do believe there is still some time before we can start spectating because there is a caster delay. So we should have enough time to gather our thoughts. And we do actually say that there is going to be Delhi pulled out by our by the person who is leading the series, right? So Vortix, by a Spanish player, is going to actually use those Delhi, or use the Delhi Sultanate in this particular case against the Mongols of TheMista, no less. So it's going to be very interesting to see how exactly he performs on his very, very famous pick overall, because I think Vortix is very well known. Given his performance yesterday, especially as a very proficient Delhi player. Another person who was actually trying to pull off a Delhi, obviously was Kazvar in the series, but Kazvar was not well practiced on those, and it was also his brother Lucifron who was also looking quite sloppy. But Vortex's Delhi Sultan was really sharp. I think he was really kind of contesting the right places on the map, and I think this is going to be, I guess they're picking Delhi on those sacred site maps overall. So we'll probably see a lot of struggle for position there, because you do need to actually research that tag that allows you to take the sacred sites, Elliot and Castle, with those colors and just kind of use that to your advantage. I think that's what he's gonna do. That's why he picked that civ on this particular map, and that we'll actually see how exactly he can handle Mista's Mongols. Of course, that's gonna be very thrilling, I think. So I'm sipping my espresso, waiting for this game to begin, of course. So we're just gonna give it a minute or two. 20 seconds until the game begins, and we shall see how exactly these players plan on taking this matchup forward. Guys, if you're new to the stream, by the way, please consider clicking that subscribe button and pushing follow on Twitch, depending on the platform you've chosen, and liking the stream as well. We're going into the game. So, in the bottom, in the blue, it is going to be Vortix playing the Delhi Sultanate, something that he's really famous for, and we are really hoping that, you know, Vortix's play is going to propel him to victory with the civ, because it has been very exciting so far watching Vortix play. I do think that his Delhi is extraordinary as well, so it's going to be, you know, providing us with very interesting games. On the other side of the map, in the north, it is going to be TheMista playing Mongols, and he's in the red. And his play has been stellar, especially against Hero Marine. No, shit, Marine Lord yesterday. I'm really trying not to make that mistake. But they have such similar names that I just cannot avoid doing that. So we can see, obviously, that the Mongols going towards the wood very early on, because they do need to spend 150 on the Uvu, so they do actually start with a small disadvantage, I guess. They do want to kind of use that wood to do something, right? To maybe just kind of get their economy going a bit faster. Obviously, Mongols do not need to build houses, by the way, which is pretty cool. So Mista just gets enough wood to construct an early stable, which I guess was his idea here. And you just probably go around the map, just produce some extra. Is he gonna is it gonna be a scout game? I think it's gonna be the scout game, man. I think Mista is just gonna go for like 6 scouts again. That's what we've seen a lot of in the previous casts. He's just going to exert some pressure using those scouts. I do believe that that's going to be the play over here for our Mongol player. On the other side, of course, we see the very first mosque being already constructed or having constructed, and it might be very soon followed by the second one. That's usually the build. So you go for like double mosque play, and you start researching tech as soon as you can. So we see the wheelbarrow, which is obviously going to be good. It finishes on like 7 minutes or so, and we do also see this sanctity, which does allow the scholars to go and contest those sacred sites starting H2. So this means that you get a lot of free gold income basically just by producing a single scholar that costs you 75 gold once you build the Dome of Faith, which is generally speaking the chosen landmark for our Delhi players. So this is what it probably will look like early. We have seen this opening a few times already. So you basically just get a few villagers over here towards the wood right now. You build that second mosque, and from there you just kind of try to expand a little bit further, probably in towards food and aging up. Right, that's probably the idea for Vortix here. On the other side, of course, TheMista. Also, Vortix has a lot of resources ready. He is almost ready to age up. Whereas TheMista actually going heavily towards the wood is going to be slightly behind. Also, he's spending money on those scouts, right? He's double producing the scouts here, which costs him 100. No. Where are they? It's actually just 60 food and 60 stone. So those are very cheap units. You can really use them to raid efficiently early on, right? You can actually have like 6 scouts, I think, on the map that does disrupt your opponent's play. We see this actually happen right now. So Mista is going for the scouts. He's going to take them in towards those, I guess, the gold deposit actually of his opponent. But this is something that was probably spotted by Vortix. So Vortix realizes, okay, I'm not going to have fun over here. I'm just going to back away and leave this mining camp be for time being, especially that I have nothing to contest this with. So, okay, so we see Vortix actually dropping a very early barracks as well. So he decides against getting the second mosque. He's going to be getting some pikes, maybe to prevent that aggression to some extent at the very least. So obviously scouts not really great fighters. They are gonna, they have like 0 armor, high-ish HP, and very low attack. But overall, I think they should be fine against the singular spear. Like 6 damage and 70 HP is something that you can just basically murder in a second. You can actually see this right now. Those are 6 scouts. I think they can just easily take down 1 of those spears, but not 2. I think 2 might be a bit too much. or too many in this case, and these guys will just back away without having actually accomplished much, right? So this quick response from TheMista actually means that he can safely resume mining gold, but at the same time, sorry, by Vortix means he can resume the mining gold, but at the same time, TheMista is actually going to probably age up first because of this, because he is mining gold himself. He's getting close to being able to age up right now, which probably is going to mean that, you know, having denied that gold mining, he's going to be able to actually age before his opponent. But no, this is a heavy investment nonetheless. So it's going to be like, you know, what, 200, almost 200 food spent on those scouts. So I wouldn't say it's a terrible investment. It's obviously not the optimal one anyway, because you haven't accomplished enough, I think, with those scouts to, at least yet, right, to make it valuable of a purchase, especially that you did also spend some stone on this, right? So that means that your later aggression might be slightly slower. But on the other hand, like, you have to say that anything that can slow the Delhi down is usually good, right? Because if you can just delay the Delhi a little bit, I think this adds up quite nicely over time, and maybe that's just the trick. Maybe that's kind of the straw that breaks the elephant's back in this case, right? We see the Dome of Faith being built, of course, and this might mean that we will see a little bit of booming here from our Delhi player. That's kind of the usual thing, though, but he's also trying to produce some spearmen. Actually, we have a scholar already. This is the very early Dark Age scholar who is already trying to cap the sacred site, and it's going to be a very nice, steady source of gold income for our Delhi player. It's going to be a very interesting opening. Actually, I really like it from the from Vortix. Super early tech. Actually, I don't think people have been doing this so early on into the game, but I think he's also delayed because of the gold that was denied from him, right? So that might be also the thing. So that is probably the idea here as well. So he has been denied the gold. He's actually forced to move around the map quite a bit right now. To kind of make up for it, right? He has to get all those possible sacred sites going for himself. So he's actually trying probably to not lose this scholar over here. So he's trying to kind of move him as well. You can get nice upgrades for the scholar so that they do not just die so easily. But at the same time, if you go from one sacred site to the other, it of course means that you have to have something left there to defend it. In this case, I think you might be on time with those spikes actually. So the spears will reach the sacred site on time, preventing the decap, and they will just kind of hold their ground over here. And this actually means that for the time being anyway, until TheMista can produce some archers, this is going to be Vortix's territory, and Vortix is going to control this game quite well from there. I think this is actually being a very dominant performance. I do really like this from Vortix, to be honest, because he's holding his own very well over here. And you guys can see actually that there's like the stable actually has been or has already been moved, of course, towards that Uvu, but it's not producing anything, I believe, right? So there are no horsemen on the map yet. There are just those scouts over here. There's a Khan that is trying to decap this location, but I think it might be just kind of very narrowly untimed. So you can see that those spikes are going to approach this once again. They're going to deny the decap, and we'll just kind of resume the capture themselves. It's kind of a dance with the Khan right now. So. Obviously, TheMista managing that Khan very well, so the Khan is actually getting repelled from here, but he doesn't take any damage from the spears, so the spears are just kind of slightly hurt from this. And should there be any like archer follow-up, I think that's going to be favoring the engagement from the Vortex from TheMista this way, right? Because those are quite hurt overall in terms of the HP bars anyway. So we see actually, again, Vortix anticipating the Khan moving towards this eastern sacred site is actually going to also send spears there. This is going to be defended quite nicely at home. This Dome of Faith is actually producing those scholars all the time. And we're also getting a market here for, obviously, Vortix to trade away this excess gold that he has right now. So he has 968 gold. He doesn't need this, of course. He only needs... At this point, since he doesn't spend anything on researching technology, he only needs like 600 to age up. So any gold that he can get before that moment, from the sacred sites, is going to be just unnecessary for now, right? So you can actually just spend it to buy food, for instance, and maybe even just do a very cheeky early age up. I think both of those players actually are going to go up to castle very soon. That's what we're seeing right now. We have actually one of these players at least going towards the castle here. and the other also spends all the resources. So you see, first of all, this Steppe Redoubt, which is going to bolster the drop-off rates for the gold for the Mongol player. And in the south, of course, we do see that probably the House of Learning for the Abbasid dynasty, which is going to contain a lot of cool, unique texts for the Abbasids, provided they're actually used. Because I remember from the previous game of Vortix, he did not actually use this House of Learning too much. So he's actually not applying those texts at all. Because he had such a huge military advantage, there was like so much military pressure in the game, I think that he didn't quite care about those upgrades at all. He was just kind of trying to just make sure that he's producing enough infantry to hold on and win. So that was exactly the game against the French, I think it was against Kasva's French, no. Yes. Yeah, it was against Kasva's French. So that's how he took down Kasva, actually. He was just producing lots of infantry there. Obviously, you can also garrison your scholars in those military buildings to double the production. You can see there's one barracks actually holding that scholar actually and having that bolstered production rate, which is pretty cool. So there's a scholar, and I don't think there's a tag description anywhere to show you, but it basically just makes the buildings produce twice as fast. And it only costs you 75 gold because the Dome of Faith does produce those scholars at 75 gold per piece instead of the normal mosque cost, which is obviously 150. So it's kind of nice actually to have that done, and he's actually look at how much gold Vortix has right now to spend. You can actually get all the possible units in the world. Again, he doesn't have to, because the problem when you add up to castle usually is that you need gold to upgrade something, right? You need to get your blacksmith upgrades rolling. You want to upgrade your units to veteran as well. This is not necessary at all for Vortix. Vortix has enough gold income from the mines to just produce those elite units right now. I think you just go for a lot of cavalry here. I would really like to see some knights because they're just very strong. They're obviously very expensive, but you can just afford producing them. You can also double produce them because of the bonuses that you get right from those stables, of course, from those garrisoned scholars, right? That basically is what's gonna probably happen. We see also, although we might also see like basic infantry being produced, right? That's also not such a bad thing. You see those scouts actually trying to juggle for position here, but there's also a lot of control in the middle of the map here there is no control at all. So I think Vortix is just kind of playing it safely. He's kind of getting the units back over here in the base. Maybe he just doesn't want to show his hand, I guess. That might be the explanation, of course. Obviously, double blacksmiths producing upgrades all the time are also going to support the general tech levels of Vortix quite nicely, which is very nice for him as well. In the northeast, actually, we see that those scouts will eventually decap the sacred side, though. So there is slightly less gold income for Vortix right now, but he doesn't care. I guess he has so much already. He has actually spent some of this gold. I guess he's making scholars from a lot of... No, he's just making scholars here. So he might have just queued a lot of scholars to just kind of support his tech improvements going forward. Obviously, there are a lot of nice upgrades from the House of Learning. You have Honed Blades, which give you a lot of damage for MAAs and for Knights, which is why Knights of the Delhi are very strong. We have there's basically like 3 additional upgrades for the melee blacksmith. Yeah, there's so much actually. It's ridiculous. You have the reinforced foundations that's basically like free housing, free real estate. There's a fight here breaking out. So we just have a knight who are actually juggling for position here. So that's not much being done. I thought we can just probably resume the cast, like talking about the upgrades here. Oh, there is a push actually. Never mind. So we only have this +1 healing as well. That's pretty good. And finally, lookout towers, which increases the line of sight of the outpost. Now, the problem for this push is that there are so many Springles here that will probably just snipe all the infantry. So yes, there is a strong lineup of army for Vortix, but there are a lot of Springles over here. There's also the Khan who drops the I guess this is the what arrow was it actually? Probably the speed arrow, right? It's gonna be attack speed arrow, I guess, so that he actually can bolster his infantry here. And we actually see that there's probably the YAM network also present here somewhere, which means that those infantry units are going to be able to chase Vortixes. So Mongol infantry is going to be able to chase the Delhi infantry quite nicely. There's also this nice upgrade in the House of Learning, I think, that allows you to speed up your units, giving you like some sort of a kind of stim. But this might be a blacksmith upgrade actually. Yeah, this is the blacksmith. See, Force March means that your units can move faster, but they can't attack. So you can actually chase down your enemy's siege, rush in, and then actually deploy the damage, which obviously takes some skill because you cannot miscalculate that too much. I think you should just march right now. That can be cancelled, by the way. It can be actually cancelled as well. So, please march. that obviously kind of forces you to micro as well, right? So that's kind of the problem here. We also see this kind of sacred site actually being taken away. I'm surprised that it's not being decapped right now, because he has a position to decap this. He does start actually, so Mista does actually begin decapping this one. However, on the other side, Vortix is going to cap this sacred site in the east once again. So this is like a very contested territory. Of course, it's really important for Vortix to keep those sacred sites going, because if he loses them, he loses a lot of that gold income he was really kind of dependent on. But he also goes to the western side and he captures that one as well, so he's sitting consistently on 2. And honestly, Mista could be splitting his army way more efficiently than he is. So I think he's just, this is because he's going for a kill. He's not gonna go, he's not gonna bother with those sacred sites. He doesn't want to play Vortix's game here, like kind of, you know, he doesn't want to play the game of catch. He just wants to engage and he wants to actually kill his opponent right here, right now. And obviously the Mista sitting at 37 army, very high quality army. Again, that is going to be met by the very same quantity, but probably lower quality on the side of Vortix, because Vortix doesn't have any knights yet, he doesn't have any siege. It's not looking too great actually for him, because I would expect him to have some sort of, you know, anti-siege unit, to have like at least some cavalry, but he's not producing that at all, which is surprising, of course. And yeah, he actually has this one decapped very soon. I guess this one is also going to be lost, so yeah, Vortix is going to lose some control. He has to relinquish some of the control on the map. And even though this is Castle Age, they have not gone for the relics yet, so this is also going to be kind of an aggressive game which focuses mostly on infantry, I guess, and on how well you can manage that infantry for the Mista, because there's so much anti-siege and siege over here. Now, forced rush, or forced charge, forced march actually, this is called forced march. It is a very good tool for engaging, right? So you can actually use all this infantry, because he has very little range. He has mostly just plain infantry here, the Vortix, of course. You can actually use that to find a very nice engagement, just kind of charge in on top of the siege and just eliminate those units. And honestly, there is very little that this Mongol can shoot, because MA is almost impervious to the damage, right? So unless you have like multiple Mongols, which is not the case over here. So we might just see a very efficient charge over here. The Mista might just kind of press that forced march. He actually does that. He presses it. He's just going to go forward, but he is repelled actually. He realizes might not be the best moment to engage, because if he loses that army, he's probably just done for. So he really needs to find a nice engagement right away. He needs to get on top of that siege. He just really needs to eliminate those siege units from the game as soon as he can. There's also a raid in the south though, so there are like 3 MAAs raiding here, but they are met with some reinforcement from the Mista, so Vortix is able to actually just leave some units at home, and this siege is gonna fall. The question is like how much damage there's going to be done to Mista's army as he just tries to kind of get rid of the siege engines on the side of Mista, right? So Mista is actually going to do a lot of damage to Vortix here, I believe, but those siege engines are bound to just die. Okay, this Mango actually survives, and there's a decent amount of infantry still alive for Vortix, but though it was not favorable trade, I think. Vortix did lose a lot of infantry here. There's obviously some reinforcements, but there are a lot of reinforcements coming in from the Mista as well across the map. And there's going to be like probably a larger force right now. So it also like lots of knights here, which obviously Vortix doesn't quite have yet. We have 50 free eco, 43 military for Vortix, to probably like around 60, 50 military and 50 free eco for the Mista. And we see in our engagement, actually, there's a very vulnerable Mongol there, though, so that might actually be the target here for Vortix, but he doesn't quite get to it, actually. It is allowed to escape for now. And I do think he's actually tunneling on that siege too much, and he doesn't have any siege of his own, so there are also lots of idle units over here. So even though he is able to snipe like at least 1 or 2 siege engines here, I think he loses another fight. So there are lots of, actually, this is a nice line for MAAs, charging into the base of Vortix. And it does seem like the Delhi Sultan is going to be forced to surrender here. Obviously, there might be a little bit too early to call this, but you know, there is lots of units on top of the production of Vortix right now, and this fight over here in the north is not and Vortix is indeed forced to just about. So we have the series equalized. Vortix is going to be 1-1 against the Mista right now. So he was forced to give up this game, and it is going to be 1-1. Lots of those Arab civilizations, right, being played right now. So it's gonna be interesting to see how it develops. These are Muslim civilizations, I guess. You'd say they're both Arabic, right? In a way, both Delhi Sultanate and. Would you say that, guys? Would you say that they are both Arabic civilizations? in some sense. Because that is, I guess, somewhere in between, right? They're like, they would consider Asian, maybe? Would they be? Based on the, if you were to categorize units based on the designs of the cities and such, you'd say they're definitely Arabic, or at least you'd say they're Muslim, right? Both the Delhi Sultanate and the Abbasids, I guess. So that's that. Anyhow, TheMista and Vortix, 1-1. The two Asian civilizations would be the Chinese, of course, and the Mongols, right? And then we have 4 Western civs. Kind of, because the Rus is kind of in the between, I guess, but we have the Rus, we have the French, we have the English, and we have... What did I miss? I missed something, right? I missed another civ for sure here. Learn? HRE, of course, we have the HRE as well. I completely forgot about the HRE, because nobody's playing them, guys. Nobody's playing HRE at all. That's kind of sad, to be honest. We have not seen we have seen a single. I have only been able to cast a singular HRE game throughout this entire tournament, and it was the game of some guy who was like 1100 elo playing against Sniper AoE who was like 1500 elo. So it was completely a slaughter as well. It was an absolute slaughter of a game as well. So yeah, and that was basically everything that we were able to say here. Okay, we're gonna go into French Mirror. So it's gonna be a nice change here. It's gonna be back to the classic. So we have French versus French on the menu in game number 3. Pretty exciting, to be honest. Pretty exciting. And 4 minutes until the game begins. How do you guys feel about French? If you're playing AoE 4, of course. How do you guys feel about the French as a civ? Because there was initially this kind of, I think, community perception mostly that they were absolutely overpowered and there was like nothing to do if you were against the French. I think that this has changed quite a bit, so there are some small shifts in the meta, I think, allowing you to win against the French now if you know what you're doing. So that's basically the question here, I guess, right? If this is actually the OP civ, or whether it's just kind of the flavor of the month sort of thing, where it was just kind of appearing as OP but wasn't OP at all in the end. So yeah, big question. OP or not OP, huh? So now, guys, we're just waiting for the series to begin. 3 minutes, of course, on the clock. I might just kind of open up my camera as well, and we'll just see how exactly this matchup pans out. What are your bets, guys? What do you think? Do you think that Vortix is better than TheMista on the French? Because you have to consider the fact, I would say Mista will win this one, because Mista is higher on the ladder, and he's probably just way better with the meta. So if I were to give anyone like an advantage in this kind of head-to-head battle, I think this would be actually the here. Because Vortix is just kind of lower elo, which is kind of indicative of how well you can play those kind of the things that people are mostly well versed in, I guess, right? So that's the idea here. We shall see if this is true or no, though. We shall see if this is true or not. Because I think the best French play on the ladder is Hero Marine. No, Marine Lord. Marine Lord, of course. But Marine Lord lost with the French against the Abbasids. So he did actually make a huge mistake yesterday, and he ended up losing that. So yeah, that's kind of a question then, right? Whether this is actually going to favor him or no in this matchup as well. So Mista having more experience on the ladder overall, I think might actually have the advantage here. Being rank 2, of course, right? Mista is rank 2 right now. Maybe rank 1. I have not checked today, actually. I've not checked today at all. So we have to just wait for a while right now. We just need to wait for our turn. And once that turn comes, we shall go into the game. 1 minute more. 1 minute more, guys. So let's just give it some time. I do need to rest my voice as well before we start casting again. Okay, so we're gonna put the somber mood on because it's French against French again. Nobody likes this matchup, do we? Because we have cast so much. I think we have seen so much of this in the qualifiers that it did get a little bit stale, to be honest. It's also the match where like you make one small mistake and you're done. Every mirror works like this, unless people are doing different things. But I do believe there's like a very fixed meta for the French right now. So it's going to be like basically one TC aggression, and a player who's just a little bit better at microing, I think, will win. Generally speaking, that's how it goes. Or the player who kind of is able to catch their opponent off guard a little bit. Just that's basically all there is to this one, I think. So we shall see how exactly that works out. But my prediction would be that, yeah, TheMista just takes it, because he seems to be a bit more accurate, which is reflected by his position on the ladder. This being said, guys, without any further ado, camera goes off. I'm going to introduce our players. So, in the north, in the blue, it is Vortix playing the French. And in the south, in the red, it is also going to be Vortix playing the French. The map seems to be Boulder Bay, but I'm just going to double check to confirm it is Boulder Bay indeed. So you might actually, this is a very interesting dynamic map, because for French versus French, it is going to be kind of the question of how much you can invest into the water play. Because both parties, I think, are going to go into the water getting the hulks and just trying to, try to gain the water control. But the player who wins the water control is usually the player who also invests more into the water. So this usually might mean that you are just going to be forced to, just kind of have some units stuck over here. Which not only, that was probably the problem yesterday for Luciferin, I think. You just get stuck on the water map, and you have so much kind of invested into those water units that you have no supply to make actual army. That was indeed the issue for Luciferin yesterday, because he had like complete water control, but he was really not able to produce army, because he had like all his standing army there was just on the water, because those hulks take like 6 supply each. 4. So you have like 5 hulks. This is 20 supply less for you, so it's like 20 less knights, or 20 fewer knights, or 20 fewer MAAs or something. Like, those are important units that you just have to relinquish, which is obviously going to be a big problem for you if you're just kind of getting yourself into that situation. So the openings, kind of El Clasico, I guess, since this is a water map. We have 5 or 6 villagers on wood, depending on the kind of preferred playstyle. Maybe even 7 here for Mista. And the rest on food. The reason for this being that you really want to support your early ship economy. And you want to build at least a second house before you shift some of those villagers away. This means that you get like a very nice head start, I guess. Because this works like a second TC pretty much. We just kind of can get, double, you can get a very good harvesting rate from those deep water fish as well. So working with with this dock in the back is going to be just very, very good overall. You have a nice advantage just working with this sort of production here. And that's something that you really cannot relinquish. Like if you give up this, it's just 150 wood that you pay to build the dock, I think, right? Even for the French. It is. So it is very cheap, second TC for a while at least, and then you obviously might want to stop producing those boats at some point if you do not believe that you can win the water battle, right? But for a while at least, it gives you like a very steady source of income, and obviously building that next to some nice deposit of deep water fish also means that you get like nice amount of harvested resources here, which is indeed the case for Vortix. You can see how fast the food is accumulated here in comparison to regular villagers. I think it's like 30% more food per second, really, or per minute, whatever measure you choose. Look at this. Like, this is basically way slower. You can see the numbers just going up way slower here than they are for the deep water fish. I think the boar and the deep water fish are the fastest. Then you have the deer, which is the second, and there's like sheep, and also all the Arab civilizations. They can actually go for they can also go for the berry bushes to get decent harvesting rate from those, because they cannot harvest from the boar, by the way. So that's also quite decent. We have not seen anyone use the boar, by the way. We have not seen the boar being kind of taken and harvested for a while. I'm kind of surprised, because it's very easy kind of you just kind of take a few knights or whatever other cavalry might have, right? Or infantry or archers. You can just kill the boar very quickly and just kind of exploit its resources, but that's not happening. So there is a villager actually over here from Vortix actually building a second dog, by the way. And in the south, there is also a second dog being produced. So we see probably I guess we'll have like double hog production here. I do not believe there's going to be anything else happening here. both players really want to just go to another age and just kind of get a foothold onto that water map. And yeah, whoever wins them, it doesn't mean like that's the problem, right? Because yesterday Lucifer won the water, but he did not win the game. That was the same case for it was the French mirror, right? There was also like a French versus Abbasid in the Mista versus Hero Marine, where Mista just kind of baited Hero Marine to build a lot of the water units, but then he just stopped producing his own water units. So basically, Hero Marine was stuck on the water with like 7 or 8 Hulks, and Mista just pushed him down with, you know, a lot of infantry and won, right? Because the Hulks cost a lot of gold. They cost like 250 gold each, 240 gold each. That's a lot, right? So if you produce like 5 too many, that's a lot of gold that you would have had elsewhere otherwise. So that's kind of unfortunate. Obviously, that Hero Marine just went down like that, but he just kind of overinvested into water where he shouldn't have. He just kind of kept the gold to himself because he was winning anyway, and yeah, he could have just definitely held a nicer advantage here. So we see Chamber of Commerce. That's exactly what was done by what's his name? It was exactly what Lucifer did, I think, yesterday. I think Lucifer went for Chamber of Commerce because he recognized that he doesn't need School of Cavalry. He just went for this because this just kind of allows you to trade early, right? Which is kind of okay. The problem with this is that you kind of commit to water play this way. Both of the players commit to that, though. So they do both want to fight on the water. They do not want to fight on the ground, which is kind of cool. It's going to give you some original insight into how this matchup is played, because both players actually going for the water means that, you know, we'll see the chances are very narrow that we'll see, or slim, that we'll see any sort of ground play right now for a while. Because they're both really committed to producing Hulks. And we'll see just a lot of this kind of water struggle, I believe. So there's a Hulk in production over here for Vortix. And Mista also probably going for a Hulk or 2 of his own. Obviously, it's always going to hinge upon the gold economy of the players, right? Because both of them do need to actually have a lot of gold and wood. You can see how many villagers you need to sustain. There's 23 villagers on the wood right now for the Mista, and very likely to be quite similar numbers for Vortix. Vortix actually has only 16, and he has like, what, 10, 15 on the gold? 11 on the gold, actually. That's 11 on the gold. And it's kind of different worker numbers, honestly. I don't think they know exact numbers that are required to produce. But this being said, we see this is being scouted as well. There is a single Hulk actually going through the sea, through the bay over here, in towards the lineup of the Mista. Mista actually has a Hulk of his own, so he's gonna probably lose a single fishing ship to this. Hopefully not tow. And he's going to have to micro his heart out, because the way these ships interact is they basically have like 2 boards, and basically you have to just turn around, because every single they do reload, but they have 2 ballistae, right? So if you turn them around nicely, you can basically just keep firing, because once one reloads, you turn around the ship, or you turn the ship around, you get another shot off, and then you turn again, and that ballista number 1 is ready to fire again. That's basically the idea here. So there's going to be a lot of micro here. They're actually very very interesting. Like seeing the micro with those warships is quite cool. The fights between Lucifer and Viper, I think they're very, very cool. I really like them. So the Mista hero is actually going to go towards his opponent, so he's going to shoot with 1 of those ballistae. He's not going to turn yet. He turns right now. He shoots with the other. He's going to turn again. He's going to get another shot of probably. That's actually bad micro for Mista. Mista's actually panicking here with this ship, isn't he? And I know, I think, no, there's nothing here, in fact. So I don't know why he's so bad at microing this, but he does dissuade his opponent. He is actually making Viper leave, even though the Viper was taking a favorable trade. I think he recognizes that, you know, there is more ships for the Mista over here, so there is no way to push into this. Obviously, this is Vortix, not Viper. Shit, sorry. So Vortix here, I don't see. Okay, so first of all, we see this tech being researched already. So there is the speed upgrade taken for Vortix. It's not even started yet. So additional sales not yet researched for the Mista. Probably will happen a bit later down the line. Are those visible like visually as well? I don't think so, right? They do not gain additional sales. They're just kind of the name of the upgrade that's presented. I don't think these ships are any different from these of the Mista over here. So Vortix actually moving across the map with 4 of those Hulks, and 5th one actually joining them very soon. He does have the move upgrade, whereas over here the Mista is also sitting on 5 of those ships, I believe, and he does not have that move upgrade at all. And I do think that Mista's micro so far has been very shaky. So it's really going to, yeah, it's the question of how much better Vortix is than Mista at microing those ships, right? You can see how nicely they're dancing, so I do believe that Vortix is taking the favorable end in this trade, because he's going to be turning those ships very nicely around. But actually, there's a lot of focus fire from Vortix, sorry, from Mista. He's actually going to take this trade very nicely. He kills a single Hulk, and actually he turns around in this fight. And the important thing is, if you lose a ship, you lose that, right? It's kind of gone now. But if you do lose HP on those ships, they can just be repaired. First of all, by your fishing ships, which can be used as workers on the water. And second of all, by the dock for free. So those ships are just kind of being repaired right away. And there is basically no additional costs for that. So basically, this is a very good trade for TheMista, because he's getting 1 unit more right now on the map ahead of his opponent, which is pretty huge. Now, in the north right now, we can see that there are, like, a couple of those villagers. Like, there's actually 26 villas on the wood, guys, and 14 on the gold. You can actually see the comparison here. So, Mista has 20, and there are 26 villas in this wood line over here for Vortix. Mista has 12 on gold, Vortix has 14. And then there are 10 on food for Mista, and Vortix has 8. So, that's basically a small difference in terms of villagers. It doesn't work in numbers here, 49 eco for Vortix total, and Mista has 51, so a small edge towards the Mista here. Mista is also going towards those upgrades for ranged attacks over here, and I think this is gonna, I'm not sure 100%, I think it should also involve the attack ships, but no it doesn't. So Vortix has that 100, he should have the upgrade then, it doesn't appear to be the case, so that is just for archers, I guess, then, that's just for archers. So Blacksmith is kind of completely disconnected from the water. I actually have little experience playing the water map, so I do not really know that much, because people usually, either I or my opponents just alt F4 in the water. But I think that this is an interesting water map, so I do not mind this at all. It's kind of interesting to see how those players use those, and especially France versus France is very cool micro battle. So we're gonna go for the dance once again. Vortix turns around, Mista turns around, Vortix turns around, Mista turns around. Actually, Vortix takes one ship down, and he's also kind of continuing the fight over here. It is 1 for 1 so far. Vortix does disengage over here, and we see 6-6 right now on the water, and there is one more Hulk, you know, just produced over here. There's also a small transport ship, actually, or transport ship for Vortix, actually taking the archers on board and moving across the map towards the southern part of the bay. So it was a very nice trade initially for Vortix. I think he kind of disengaged late though, which means that he is going to be in slight disadvantage. So I think he has like 1 ship fewer than his opponent this way. It was still producing Hulks. I think both of the players are committed to the water, so we're gonna see probably like way more fights on the water itself. We see like 2 docks producing Hulks, and there's a third one as well producing fishing ships. And this is going to be spotted instantaneously, so TheMista knows Vortix is coming. Vortix is going to commit to those archers, dropping them, probably sacrificing the transport ship. He's hoping that those archers can get away before those ships shoot at them, and they're probably likely to do so. One of them goes down, 2... no, that's actually dodged. So he can dodge those bolts. Because this one was fired, it was supposed to kill the archer, but it doesn't in the end. Those archers move through, they go across, they come and approach the base of TheMista here, and they do build a ram. And TheMista is actually forced to respond with double stables over here, which is kind of nice, because obviously they any amount of horsemen will slaughter those archers. And that's basically a lot of ships right now. So what is happening now is Vortix is actually forcing TheMista to split his attention a little bit, right? So we can see there's a lot of Hulks over here. For Mista, I think the military count is 8 over here. Let's just kind of full count. We have 8 ships. For Mista, we have 10 ships and also 12 archers for Vortix. So Vortix is probably just going to take, you know, Vortix is going to force TheMista to fight. And once that kind of fight on the ground ensues, he's going to engage with superior numbers of the water. And that might actually be the end of the game, because if you lose so hard to some on kind of the area that you're committed to very much, you might actually lose the game completely as well. You obviously do not see any more Hulk being produced. There's 1 more in production over here. So those numbers are all she wrote, and I do still think that Vortix has a slight advantage in terms of ship numbers. Now, TheMista is really far away from aging up, so there's not going to be any castle age shenanigans for now. Though there is an engagement right now, those archers kind of walk into the economy. They're sniping 2 villagers at least, maybe 3 even. It looks like 3 villagers going down. The ram is actually attacking the second TC from TheMista as well. At the same underwater, the Vortix is engaging. He gets a very nice surface coverage on those ships of TheMista. And you can see those turnarounds actually happening right now. And Vortix is going to take a very decisive fight on the water, actually. There are so many ships here. I do think he's taking a very favorable trade. All those fishing ships go down. They were used kind of as body blocks, I guess, for those ballistae. But again, Vortix has so much more. I think he has the very decent HP advantage as well in the water. He's actually running in between those ships, so this means that he can actually use both boards to attack, and he's gonna clean up the army of the Mista on the water. This looks like GG, man. This looks like GG, because those ships of Vortix, there's so many of them actually. There are 6 on the water in comparison to 3 of the Mista. They're very healthy still. They're just gonna take down at least one of those warships of the Mista right now. There's another Hulk joining the fray. And this is basically clean up 7 ships to 1. And this is basically all short for the Mista. Actually, on the water anyway, the Mista is completely finished. He has no more economy here. And Vortix is going to also be able to age up, I believe. So not only does he win this battle on the water, he's also going to be a little bit faster. No, the Mista actually ages up, never mind. So Mista clicks up, and Vortix is going to take a little bit more time to probably age up himself. But, sorry, yeah. Mista age up, Vortix needs time. Exactly. That was a very cool engagement though. So those ships actually take over. This fight over here, as I said, was a distraction. And what Mista did was very, very late. I think just kind of using, not having those cavalry units attacking those archers from the get-go meant that he couldn't micro properly over here. And he got caught with his fence down. He also had fewer military here. So all those fishing ships are bound to fall. And this is just going to be full water control for our northern French player, I guess. That's what we can say. There is going to be full fishing mode right now for Vortix. He has so many ships. He can obviously produce as many of those boats as he can, or as he wants. And now he actually has to make sure that he doesn't die to a counter on the ground, though. So he is producing a Guildhord here is getting some spears, but I do think this is enough. I think that's enough to hold off 4 knights, guys, isn't it? So this very nice fight on the ground means that on the water means that there's obviously a slight advantage on the ground for the Mista, because he was forced to defend against the archers, and now he's probably going to try to kill some villagers in return. I wonder how much he's gonna be able to get though, because he probably kills this villager for sure. He kills this villager for sure, but I'm not sure he can get more, because there's a lot on the ground here for Vortix as well. And yeah, there's some potential here for takedowns on the side of Vortix, because he can attack those kind of shore buildings for the Mista, but he is going to have again like a lot of supply here on the water. I'm not sure if he's gonna use it well or no, but obviously having so many workers is going to be beneficial. He might have to consider deleting some of those ships at some point though. He needs to kind of give up on some of those water units in the future. Welcome to all the new viewers, by the way. 26 of you, that's crazy. Hi guys, how are you doing on the day? I'm very glad to see you. I'm not sure if I had a host or something here, but welcome to all of you joining the stream right now. Really happy to see all of you actually here. We are game 2, game 3 actually into French versus French, and there is nothing basically solved here. Vortix wins so far on the water for sure. He took that insane engagement before, and he won that battle. But at the same time, I think Mista should be okay, because he is actually working with. Oh no, he's not. Oh no, he lost that TC. So I thought he was able to defend that TC, he actually lost it. So Vortix took 2 huge advantages actually, because I thought it was just a TC defended at the same time, because Vortix went across the water, took the rams and actually attacked over here. But it turns out that actually Mista lost the TC. He would have been on 3 TC, but he's just on 2 right now. And obviously Vortix, I believe, might have a second TC of his own. Does he? No, not really, huh? So that's actually quite good then. So Mista is going to probably be able to go even, because 2 TCs are basically the same as water control, I think. 3 are going to be slightly ahead for the 3 TC owner, I guess. Obviously, if you're the Vortix right now, you want to get rid of some of those ships. Maybe just delete them actually, as I said, because you just do not want to have like, you know, trash supply here. You're never gonna use all those ships, right? You probably want to delete at least like 2 or 3. Later on in the game. However, you see Vortix using that advantage. That's something that Marine Lord didn't do yesterday, right? Because Marine Lord also was in a very similar spot. You produce more villagers, you produce more economy at the same time. Basically doubles your econ production, which is huge. That's the advantage of 2 TCs. And we see a huge push right now, actually. So Vortix does something that Marine Lord had no balls to do, honestly. That's how it goes, guys. Marine Lord yesterday had no balls to do this. He had no balls to just kind of to muster up a nice army, just go across the water, take those transport ships, build rams, and siege. and Vortix is actually using those transport ships right now. I would really like to see him actually just go across the water once again and take more infantry across the water here. So he's sending a lot of forces. This is outside of the vision of his opponent because Vortix made sure that these things are not visible, right? You can see Mista doesn't quite have the vision over here. So, yeah. Because I'm going to tell you how it works, Malvin. So you have more TCs, means basically because in AoE, in any strategy, you want to be basically producing economy all the time. So you want to be producing workers, you know, be it pros, be it, you know, SCVs, be it villagers in AoE 2 or AoE 4. So the more TCs you have, the more you can produce and the more economy you have, so the more units you can produce and reproduce. That's how it works. So just the stronger economy, the better you are overall in the game usually. So you can see actually there's a huge siege right now, and Vortix is committed, I think, to taking this. He has lots of water support. He's actually sending more units across the water as well. You see another transport ship hitting the board over here, and these are loading up, man. This is actually a very nice organized attack from Vortix, and the Mista scrambles to the event. He has a keep, though, so it's going to be something very important here to, you know, perhaps to kind of his chances of survival against those 3-4 rams that are coming through. But we are shipping more and more units across the board, actually. There are like there are 4 rounds right now in the base of the Mista. So I'm surprised actually, because Vortix is gonna disengage here. He's gonna take those rams out of the out of this lineup here. I'm actually not even sure if he can load those onto the water. I'm not sure if he can kind of take them back. They cost 300 wood each, so it's a kind of a large expenditure. It's not like you can just kind of freely give those away. It's a large spending, so you can't just afford to, you know, throw those rams away just like that. You have to keep them alive. If you don't, you're in trouble. Because you have spent 300 resources each. So you want to make most out of this. Of course, they can break buildings very easily, but there are also villagers probably repairing that TC. No, actually not at all. So it might be a TC that is relinquished eventually. So Vortix might be able to take this one down. This is the landmark TC as well, which means this is like a very important building. Obviously producing villagers and keeping this kind of whole town together in a way. So we're getting three rams actually attacking this relentlessly. There are no villagers repairing, so this TC goes down. But I do think the trade, generally speaking, so the amount of units dying for Vortix was like basically higher than that for the Mista. So he does take this very important landmark, which is going to be repaired eventually. Or actually he doesn't, does he? This has not died yet, this is still burning down, so it's not like being repaired from 0, it's actually being taken to 0 slowly. And Vortix has to build another ram. So I do believe this might actually not be a fluke. So there's a lot of villagers repairing this. They have to go back to repairing oh, it is restored in the end. So it actually does go down in the end. So Vortix is able to kill this TC, denying some of the economy from his opponent. And we see actually another engagement over here, so we have more rams being constructed. Vortix, of course, sitting on the... Like, this is a ridiculous amount of wood, actually. Look at this. I would really like to see Vortix actually move some villagers across the water. Just get some production over here. Why don't you just build... Since you have 1900 wood, take 10 villagers, or even like 5, and build your barracks here. It's going to be so much easier to reinforce if you don't have to micro those water units through the entire bay. You would really want to have like 6 villagers here. You can even use those villagers to, you know, cut wood as well, because you're super committed anyway. Obviously, this is the downside of this, is if you move the villagers, build your proxy here, if you're eventually repelled, you lose a lot of your production too. So maybe Vortix just doesn't want that to happen, right? You can see by there is a sprinkled over here. So this is an anti-siege unit that is attacking those rams, shooting in them right now. So it is going to be very efficient at dealing with the rams. So if you allow this keep to stand for longer, it is just going to dispose of that ram very quickly, because rams are just basically impervious to ranged damage. But there is a siege attack that this keep right now does have, right? There's a 60 damage sprinkle attack that is going to be very good at dealing with the rams, because it just penetrates their armor very well. So there are 3 rams, but I'm not sure how well they're gonna hold against the keep over here, of course. And Mista has a lot of gold. You could definitely buy another bunch of stone and just kind of build another keep maybe. That will probably dissuade Vortix from attacking on the ground here. That's what he really needs to have right now, because he does actually need to build some sort of a control, okay, over this area, because he's actually working against the enemy in his own base right now, which is never good, of course. There's also this outpost here with another sprinkle emplacement, which is kind of good too, but it does fall right now, and there are 2 rams still alive. And honestly, Mista is getting cleaned up. So the army numbers for Vortix are so high that Mista just doesn't have enough production to manage this anymore. You can see there are some villagers left, but that's basically all she wrote for the Mista right now. Mista has 10 military, 100 eco. So that's the problem with you know, too many TCs, I guess. He just had too much eco and too little military to his name. 56 military to 10, to 11. And those transport ships, they're just going to go back to the base. I think there are additional units waiting here already for Vortix. And Vortix is going to take an additional bunch of units across the water and keep this unrelenting pressure. You have to remember, by the way, there was a lot of production here lost for the TheMista, right? Those hulks, they were not just kind of completely useless over here. They were actually used to produce, to deny that production across the shore. So it's not that bad. Also, on top of that, there are also 2 stables over here that the TheMista was building, probably to ensure that he could keep some pressure on the map. He just kind of doesn't have any use for them right now. So there's veteran knights over here. The 2 of those guys are just gonna be, you know, trying to attack the palisade. The villagers can easily repair this. Whereas Vortix is in the base of TheMista, destroying the base, destroying this infrastructure quite handsomely as well. Obviously, TheMista is working with 800 additional stone, so he could potentially just go for an additional keep somewhere. I do not know where though, because he's kind of exposed everywhere here. I do not know where this would be. What kind of would be a nice place, a nice site, nice construction site for that keep. But there is also a siege, there is a Mongol here as well, which is probably going to be very decent against those archers. So if this is allowed to fire a few more times, I think this is going to clean up the archers quite nicely. And maybe actually hold the ground for the TheMista here against Vortix's aggression. But there are 6 siege rams now, not 2, not 3, 6. So if you do not defend this very diligently right now, you're going to be in trouble too. So those six siege rams actually ramming at this keep. And those villagers are trying to repel them. Obviously, vills also have very high damage against those rams. And out of those 6, there are only 4 or 2 left. Actually, it's a very quick melt actually for the TheMista. So TheMista does actually manage to repel this aggression, and he does muster up enough military, I believe, especially this Mongol in the back, to dissuade Vortix from pursuing an additional attack. The thing is, though, those both players do have enough resources right now to go up to Imperial Age. So that's actually turning out to be a very interesting match, with again the player who has the water control dominating the initial stages of the game, also forcing the TheMista to go for this defensive landmark, right? The Red Palace is a landmark that provides you with a lot of arbalists in placement, so that they're good against cavalry, against siege rams as well, I believe, and against Springles. Yeah, it's probably the strongest defensive landmark, but it's still kind of vulnerable to artillery attacks. As I said, the problem is here that if you had villagers here, you could probably just kind of do something else in rams. If you're Vortix, you can probably just get some trebuchets, you can get some offensive units, like you can get knights produced over here as well. You don't have to really worry about ferrying all those units across the water, which is really the concern for Vortix right now, because he actually invested a lot into this, and I do not think he traded sufficiently well. Obviously, there are so many villagers still on the side of the TheMista. Let's see how the economy looks like. Actually, 100 for eco, 41 military for the TheMista, and 94 and 48. So they're actually quite close to each other. And obviously, in the Imperial Age, you can get the university upgrades as well to further bolster the cavalry of the French. And I do think that the TheMista has more cavalry overall. So Vortix does have mostly like infantry. He has like some spears, he has some arbaletiers who are crossbows, the special French crossbowmen, and he does have 24 veteran archers, right? Which is decent numbers, but nothing exceptional really. Whereas on the other side of the map, when we go towards the TheMista's army count, the TheMista, by the way, is actually building a proxy over here, so he's gonna get a keep, he's gonna get a lot of units. That's what I really like to see, so he's gonna turn around right now, he's gonna say, okay, screw you Vortix, I have enough in base to defend this right now, and I'm just going to take my army, I'm going to go elsewhere with it, because I can put some pressure on you right now. So that's gonna be very interesting. Obviously, the TheMista is sitting on a lot of elite knights, probably soon to be elite anyway. He has 14 knights, 26 archers, a Mango, and 5 MAAs, which is probably enough to defend this side with the archers and MAAs, as well as attack the base of Vortix. I'm not sure how Vortix reacts to this once he realizes he's going to be under pressure here. I do not know if this is going to be, you know, this kind of moment when he pushes forward with these units, kind of forcing his opponent to use, you know, this kind of macro play, or whether he actually just decides to you know, just take all these units back home and defend with them. Especially that there is a Mongol, I think, still in base for the TheMista. So the TheMista is definitely not kind of using the select all army units hotkey. He's kind of splitting his army here. He's gonna keep all these units over here, at least some of them. There's a Mango, and there are enough archers, I think, to, with those keeps, to repel any sort of potential aggression. However, you can see that there is this wood line that is vulnerable over here. So since those archers are over here, they might actually be able to move up and attack those archers, sorry, attack those villagers of the Mista, maybe just push them off this wood line, forcing those to go towards this lumber camp over here. Hey Chesney, how are you doing, man? Welcome. Welcome back. I'm great, man. I'm great. I'm casting this game. I'm really hyped. Guys, by the way, if you're new to the chat, if you're enjoying my casting, please remember to leave me a subscription on YouTube. Give me a like on YouTube as well, and maybe follow me on Twitch, right? Just saying. So hi to all of you, of course. You're most welcome to join. Tell me how you're feeling about the game, by the way. I'm very interested into my viewers and how exactly they feel about those games. I don't have the full PC yet. I'm gonna have a new computer set up by Friday, I think, this week. So it's not there yet. We have this is gonna be a very cool engagement. We have 6 knights actually wrapping around this this Mango and these MAAs over here. So Vortix is actually going to go towards that mining camp over here. He's gonna attack those villagers. He's going to take like 6 or 7 of them down for sure. Maybe even more actually. This Mango tears around. That's kind of a bad idea because he will probably just lose it to the knights as well. If Vortix is paying attention. Vortix is also attacking over here. He's laying siege. They're like. Okay, so Vortix is defending actually, it's 3 siege workshops, never mind. So those are 3 defensive siege workshops. I don't like the position here because you really have those are your most vulnerable units on the map. I don't think this is the good idea. So the TheMista is going to take those cavalry units back home and he's going to respond to this cavalry aggression coming from the knights of Vortix, and the TheMista has basically matching upgrades here. No, actually no. He's 2 defensive upgrades behind, so those knights are slightly weaker for the TheMista. Neither of them has the university upgrade that gives you a lot of HP to those knights as well, so they're not as good as they could be yet. You can obviously get way more for those knights as you go into the game, as you kind of inch forward. Yep, so basically that's how it's going for now. There are some upgrades kicking in, but there's nothing significant. There's obviously like two defense upgrades and no attack upgrades difference right now on those knights. So we might just have like... There's also a hole in the wall over here that was made by Vortix's ships. So those knights will actually be allowed to enter the base right now and maybe put some aggression on board as well. On the other side over here, Mista is actually dealing with those knights of his opponent. It would be nice for you to wall this off somehow, just to kind of have some safety while you're mining, I guess. So yeah, we're actually dealing with a very nice situation over here. For our northern French player, I think he has enough pressure still to actually push this down with those archers. So he has a decent squadron of units over here in the bottom as well. So he's actually forcing Mista to react on multiple fronts. He has the knights and he has the Hulks over here. That actually helps to deal very well with any sort of units. So you see lots of those elite royal knights just dead on the floor, which is obviously very, very good for the TheMista. And he's just gonna go over here for a very offensive maneuver. There's a bombard attacking the siege workshop. There are 2 bombers actually, but there's a large chunk of infantry and cavalry on the side of the TheMista here attacking the cavalry of Vortix. Vortix is forced to just kind of back away for now anyway. But those upgrades, I do believe they're gonna just bite the TheMista on the ass eventually, because he has like way less tech. This means that every single unit he holds is way less efficient, right? So even though Vortix might have slightly lower numbers, I guess, this doesn't necessarily mean that this is going to be the complete GG. On this side, by the way, we see what 3 siege workshops actually for Vortix that are just gonna fall. As I said, placing siege workshops in the front not a good idea because, of course, first of all, artillery is not really good at running. So if you get into trouble, that's going to be really difficult for you to reflect any attacks or deflect any attacks. And then over here, of course, if you have them in the back, you can also just safely produce them, even though, because those are very expensive buildings, right? The siege workshops are the most expensive production building in the game right now. So having them very far back is going to benefit you quite more because you can just keep producing the artillery, even if you're being pushed. So, by the way, you see this nice Rebaldakin here, which is actually going to place a lot of pressure on the knights of Vortix, right? So Vortix is actually going to be repelled again. He's going to be forced out of his own base. And I do believe that the TheMista is going to be able to clean up all those siege workshops. Of course, I do not think Vortix worries about this too much. He has 3,000 wood to spend, so he can actually just remake them anywhere else. It's just a matter of where he does them. Where he does get them back, or like where and whether actually he does get them back in the end. However, there's this small force from Vortix over here cleaning up the villages of the TheMista. TheMista was not able to react as he was microing in the front line, so he probably is slightly behind in terms of the economy. We have 95 villagers for the TheMista, and we have 103 for Vortix. Not a big deal because I think they're both able to reproduce those villagers very quickly, so it's not that terrible of a situation overall, but still having that small disadvantage is bad. Of course, the problem for TheMista is that he's open from the water right now. The fact that Vortix won the water is that he's also able to capitalize on the victory right now because he has full control of the water. You know, actually keep sending those transport ships across to pressure TheMista in multiple points. Whereas TheMista is actually really in trouble right now because he has only 1 point of pressure altogether. It is over here. It is that siege that has to work for him if he wants to win the game. Whereas he's really being harassed in multiple places. Obviously, those players are very good at spreading their units across the map. Like, they're really used to kind of, you know, multitasking and just dealing with those attacks. And obviously, those sprinkled deplacements that are, you know, on those outposts right now are going to deal with smaller forces. So if Vortix wants to have something done with those transport ships, he needs to build more of those. Now, I'm not really sure what the tech is like for TheMista, but he has some tech going, actually. So he's been able to research... he has not been able to actually research the insulated helm yet. He has been going for the range defenses first, but he has not really been committed too much towards those melee upgrades. And I do think this is going to be a problem because look at how many knights he has. There are on the opponent's side. So Vortix has been able to muster up about 26 elite knights. And obviously the Rubaldekins are very good against any sort of infantry because they just shoot a lot and they shoot often. But I'm not really sure they're good enough against those large masses of knights which are on the side of Vortix. TheMista doesn't have even the... I don't think he has the half of the knights of his opponent right here. We have 29. That's not bad. Actually, no, I'm wrong. I'm lying, guys. I'm really wrong. Here we have 20. That's matching numbers. That's actually nice for TheMista then. But there is pressure again, so there is some pressure mounting over here. Obviously, like any rally that you, if you're TheMista, has to go through here. Because if you rally across the water, like if you rally over here, you will lose those units to the Hulks, right? So you do not want to kind of do this. You probably want to rally somewhere else and just make sure you pick those units up every now and then. That's basically the idea here. Because going near the water right now equals death. Those ships, you know, they hurt like fuck, guys. It's 2 ballistae, 100 attack each. So basically they're going to be free-shotting the knights pretty much, right? So nothing pretty if you have like knights rallying across the board here. You will just lose them instantaneously. Not too pretty for our southern French player in the red. Okay, however, this siege over here is going to put some pressure. We have 2 cannons actually for TheMista. Probably they will be attacking the keep eventually. And since there are no stone walls here, which will, you know, stone walls actually block artillery fire. The palisades do not. So there is nothing that will be stopping TheMista from pushing forward once he feels comfortable doing so, right? So those knights now do have the university upgrade. They do have the first defensive upgrade as well. So they have 2 melee armor and they do have the uni upgrade, 364 HP each. And this is not much by Vortix. Vortix has forgotten about those university upgrades. So he doesn't have that extra tech yet, which means that those knights of Vortix are significantly weaker. Now they have like 30% or 20% less HP anyway. So that's a big difference actually. Those hit points are going to matter quite a lot. And we can see those knights clashing. Actually, there's also artillery support in the back because TheMista has actually been able to get those Rubaldekins. So he's going to be attacking this heavy artillery here. And it is also defended from the back by those melee units here. So I do believe that mathematically speaking, TheMista should take this fight without any significant losses. And this is going to be the end of Vortix in this match. Vortix is just going to be demolished by those knights. The numbers are too high. And Vortix is just so far behind right now that he's just going to lose. Look at this. TheMista has the university upgrade, just takes over. TheMista, this is your map, guys. This is just units at this point in time. I do believe that Vortix was just very sloppy with his tech choices. Not having university is kind of a noob mistake, honestly. I'm not calling Vortix noob. He has been really magnificent as a player in this game, or in the series overall, but he does drop this game in a very sad way. No, because I don't think like any number of men-at-arms or spears actually can combat the French knights. That doesn't work. The only thing that works well against those knights are more knights, okay? Paisterino, thank you for the follow on Twitch, by the way. Welcome, guys. If you're new to the stream, please drop me a follow. Leave me a like. I will very much appreciate that, of course. So welcome to our stream. Leave me a sub on YouTube, right? Whatever really floats your boat. 36 of it. That's crazy. Guys, I was casting for 5 people like 15 minutes ago. That's so insane. Was I hosted, actually? Because my notifications are broken today. Has anybody hosted me, actually? Because I have not seen so many players in a while. I mean, so many people watching. I'm very hyped. I'm very thankful for all of you to be here. So we're gonna go into next match very soon, I believe. Once those guys are ready, we're gonna go into the next matchup of the day, which is of course going to be the match point potentially, right? Vortix is going to need 2 games now to take this series, whereas TheMista is actually 1 game away from being able to completely dominate and just remove his opponent from the series altogether. So hello guys, so yeah, welcome to all of you who are here, of course, and we're just gonna wait. If you do subscribe and you want to be welcome to the chat, say hi on chat, and I'm just obviously going to give you a proper welcome. Otherwise, I have no idea of tracking that apparently, because my my Streamlabs OBS is being really weird today, because I know I've been getting lots of follows yesterday when we were casting the semis, so it's quite surprising, to be honest, that this hasn't quite happened today. No notifications at all on YouTube, so I just have to trust you guys to follow all together. Okay, lovely. Hey there, Jenification, welcome then. Welcome, nice to have you. Okay, so I'm kind of last resort of yours, am I? Oh, okay, so Turin's, okay, that's why Turin was my major competitor here. And of course I cannot compare to Turin, right? Both quality-wise and fame-wise, so that's why I think he was leeching on my viewers potentially. Okay, lovely. So thank you guys, thank you for coming. You're most welcome to join me, of course. So just remember to sub. We're gonna wait for the next person to come, for the next series to come, of course. Vortix versus TheMista game 4 is gonna come up right now. I think they're decent as, okay, so I was playing lots of HRE in the stress test, and they were very efficient against the infantry units. It is 720, yes, because I do not have a proper graphics card yet installed on my PC. I have it right here, so if you guys sub, you'll see that the stream quality goes up around Friday, because I'm building a new PC. For now, you have to deal with potato quality, unfortunately, if you want to keep watching. But the stream quality will go up, I promise. Just, it's not ready right now, because I was struggling to purchase a relatively affordable 3070 or 3080 RTX. And I did get it in the end, so I'm very hyped to build a new PC, guys. I can't wait to stream in 1440p. But for now, it is what it is. I had to downscale because my current PC is a complete potato. I have GTX 9060 here, which is by no means enough to stream 3D games at high quality. So yeah, it is what it is. We'll see a large improvement as we go towards the Friday this week, where I obviously have a better computer in store. Please remember, I do not only stream cast, I also play the game. I'm like rank 1500, 1200 on the ladder, depending on the day. So I'm not bad, I'm not great either. So you probably can see me play the game to a decent level, I believe, right? And I'm also casting the pros, because I have all those kind of famous names on my friend list right now. We have Hera, we have Vortix, we have TheViper, Lucifron, right? Kazvar, all those kind of big names, Marine Lord. I don't have Serral yet, which I would really love to see, because I'm a huge Serral fan, because I do love RTS games overall. I'm a kind of huge SC2 scene follower as well, so being able to cast an RTS is a huge honor for me, honestly. Having an audience is also quite cool, so I'm very, very grateful that you guys are around. Of course, we're just waiting for the game to start right now, 2 minutes 40. And it's gonna be French versus the Rus. I don't think, guys, do you remember? Have we seen the Rus win anything in the tournament so far? I don't think so. Actually, every single Rus game so far has been a complete flop. And obviously, Vortix has his hopes up right now, because he's playing against the Rus as the French, and the French have been very strong overall. I think. Not historically from this kind of literal sense of the word, but the French have been, generally speaking, very decent against the Rus in this tournament. So I do believe that there is a large advantage for Vortix. We might see 2 more games this way. But obviously, Mista is really kind of... I don't know how to say this, but Mista is a very intricate player, I think. He has actually like a lot... of tricks up his sleeve, you can say, I guess, right? He has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. So if he's gonna play Rus, I think we might see something extraordinary as well. So that's kind of the question, whether he's gonna show us something great or no. Janification, thank you for the sub. Guys, just hold on, we're gonna load into this game and we're gonna go into the cast momentarily. It's basically like a minute more, minute 30. And as we go forward, obviously it's just going to be a very exciting matchup once again. So yeah, Vortix has been stellar overall, but I do not think he is... Like, TheMista is, again, I think Mista is like way more solid macro overall. Because, you know, Vortix had all advantages this game that he might have wanted to. But they just completely... I do believe this was mostly down to this university upgrade. That's how Probe was eliminated. Like, Probe... By the way, Probe, who's also a famous SC2 player, he was playing against Marine Lord in the elimination match, playing English versus English. He just completely forgot about the university. He didn't get the arrow upgrade, so Marine Lord had those fire arrows and Probe did not. And that was basically what turned the game on its head, because Probe had so many more resources actually to handle that. It was just not enough, because he just was very inefficient with his spendings because he didn't have the university tech. So I do think Mista just picked a very good fight at the very right time, but Vortix was just really oblivious of the fact that he needed to get that cav upgrade, I think. I mean, we're obviously not playing the same game as Vortix is, so I'm not sure whether he was maybe just kind of slightly behind in terms of the numbers as well. He just kind of didn't feel like he could afford that upgrade or no. That might have been the case as well, but he has not had the chance to actually go up with that. Guys, we're gonna go into the next game. Robin, can you explain yourself? Now, this is game number 4, guys, in the south, in the blue. Playing the French, it is Vortix. You're one and the only Spanish player in the tournament right now. He's the last remaining Spanish player, so we probably have a lot of fans who are supporting both Lucifron and Vortix, those crazy Spanish brothers, in this tournament, following him right now and really hoping that he can push it back and win this game, taking Mista to match point as well. In the north, in the red, playing the Rus, it is going to be TheMista, who's Greek, I believe. He is fantastic indeed. He has been really great in basically every single game he has played. I think he was very good in Age of Mythology. Yeah, exactly, Vogue, right? He's really strong in that regard. So all these things considered, I do believe that Mista does have a decent chance to kind of continue towards the finals, maybe meeting TheViper then and taking him down, because TheMista is the highest ranked player in this tournament right now. Marine Lord, of course, being eliminated by him yesterday. So it is going to be really cool. I do believe that this is indeed the case here. Mista might actually be able to just kind of pull off another victory and move towards facing TheViper, of course, the very seasoned Age of Empires 2 player. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Robin Django. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So we're gonna go towards this full vision on the map right now. We'll see what exactly those players are doing. Obviously, they'll be contesting the game on the map, so all those hands over here. We see TheMista actually resetting so nice. Look at how smooth this macro is, because if you reset the auto attack while moving, like you can just kind of click attack move, and if you just reset the auto attack with the move command, you will actually get an additional arrow after an additional arrow after an additional arrow. You can chain those until you mess up the micro slightly. So the scout can actually machine gun those hands if you play that properly, which is a very cool mechanic. By the way, Vortix over here is also doing the same thing. Vortix wants to deny those hands, so he's actually machine gunning those Paul there on his own side of the map. Probably he dropped the micro here to do some macro in his base, so he's not doing this as fast as he could have. There's also a small competition for the deer over here, and I do believe that Vortix does actually pull ahead, because he was the one to build an additional scout as well, denying that bonus from stacking up. So 135, not too much of the hand bonus, honestly, for our Russian player. I'm also going to hide my cam, by the way. That's distracting, isn't it? So, seeing all this actually happening, we see that there is another wolf taken down by TheMista at this point, and he is actually being able to maybe push up to 250 tier. I don't think he has any hopes in the world to getting higher. This one doesn't quite seem to favor the Rus, does it, by the way? Because it seems that he's not going to be able to, it doesn't seem for him to be able to okay, it doesn't seem for him to be possible, actually, to get any additional hunting bonuses. So that second scout from Vortix actually going out to the map, killing those additional hunts very early, seems to be paying dividends. TheMista going up, and obviously our French player, Vortix, also, despite his commitment to that second scout, aging up very soon. 319 is a very nice timing to go up. So Vortix, very high up actually on this age up, so he's going to be slightly ahead of his opponent. There is Golden Gate, by the way. I don't know, guys, how you feel about this, but my kind of notion of this game is that if you go for Rus against French, you probably want to have some defensive landmarks. And that Kremlin actually is going to provide you with a very strong attack. It's basically comparable to the Chinese upgrade, right? That fortress that they can get, the Barbican of the Sun, which is also going to shoot a gun attack, I think, which is going to penetrate the armor of the knights, allowing to stay a little bit safe from the map. Obviously, kind of meaning that if you go for a committed attack with the knights in towards the base of your opponent, if they're playing Rus of the Kremlin, you will lose a knight or two for sure. So I do not think this is the best choice, but I do believe that, again, French has such a great economy that if you do not match it with like maybe a second TC or the likes of that, you will be slightly behind in the end, right? So it's kind of another problem here, I believe, for TheMista. He has basically the impossible choice to make, and he does have to go for something here. Probably the economy here being the decision. The map is actually high view, so it is. I think that's the map where we saw last week. There was Kasva versus Tato, and Kasva was playing the Abbasid, and he was actually able to defeat Tato with a very strong feudal Abbasid push, where Tato was actually defending with French Castle Age units, right? That was a very intense game. It's also on my YouTube. I have like the full cast of the last week on my YouTube as well. You can go and check it out after this series ends. Okay, so it's also something I would recommend you watch. In the meantime, though, we have this build up over here. I might actually, like, because we'll have a small break, I think, between the games, we might actually get to. I'm probably gonna stream that while I go and eat. I think that's a possibility. So we're gonna have that as a break. We're gonna use that as a break, okay? So right now, Vortix over here going for a very early blacksmith. That's very strange actually for the French, I think, to go for such an early blacksmith. He just wants to get a small edge, I guess, against the knights of his opponent. Because if you build the blacksmith as the French, you do unlock that first upgrade for the melee attack. And obviously, every single time you age up, if you have a blacksmith, you will get an additional bonus +1, right? So it's kind of free upgrade for the French, making their knights automatically a bit stronger than the Russian ones. You can see, by the way, this is exactly what we saw from Kasva when he was playing the Rus last week, when he was playing against Tato's French, I think. So there is a lot of those kind of brushes here that make your units invisible and your buildings invisible as well. So what is happening here for Mista is actually he's going to place a lot of those hunting cabins around the map. So he's actually getting a lot of wood, and he's going to be just placing those cabins all the way around the map. While, by the way, there's a small amount of harassment coming down from Vortix. I'm very surprised there's no wooden fortress here, by the way, because the wooden fortress will mean that those villagers will be working a little bit faster. Yeah, there is no wooden fortress, which is very surprising. You would want to have that in your woodline because it just allows you also to obtain more resources. As you guys can see over here, number camps and town centers within the influence of those fortresses will return 20% more wood. So I do think this is a huge mistake from TheMista. I do not. Maybe he just doesn't know about this, which would be very weird. Maybe he's just too stressed to remember this kind of important part for the Russian build. He really needs that wooden fortress here because it's just gonna be so huge for him in terms of economy. And obviously having the possibility to garrison 8 villagers is really good as well. So I'm very surprised he's not gonna go for that yet because as long as you have like at least I think 5 villagers in the wood line, it's enough for that to be efficient. And like if you have 18 guys, it's crazy. You would have like an additional villager of 2. Okay, he actually eventually just goes for it. He builds that wooden fortress. Thank God he does that. So we actually see this happen as well. There's a knight actually trying to circle around here, around this hunting camp. There are no villagers to be seen. I think all those villagers are using those deer carcasses in the base of the Rus because he did research those professional scouts, that's the upgrade's name, right? So he did research those professional scouts, and he's getting all the deer mastered up in here into this base over in this northeastern side of the map. So it's actually quite cool. And we see that there is another like a bit of infrastructure being constructed actually, so that sorry, I lost the train of thought. So TheMista is essentially working with a single barracks up until this point, but he does expand into double stables right now. So I think he's established enough infrastructure now. He has been able to build enough of those hunting cabins to basically just just be comfortable going with a very different army composition right now. So he has 270, which is enough for tier 2. I do not believe that tier 3 is achievable anymore because even with the boar, you're just never ever going to have enough. That's just, I think 150 total, so he still is going to be about like 100 short as long as he can get those 2 boars, of course, killed, which doesn't seem to be likely. And now it is scouted, by the way, so Vortix does know about those double stables over here in Mista's base, so he knows he's going to be against like a couple of knights most likely. And those 3 scouts of Vortix are going to just go around the map. Also, this attack on this cabin has been repelled. Now, for the cabin to be basically gold efficient, for the Rus, it has to stand on the map for about 3 to 4 minutes. Anything beyond that is just going to provide you with pure profit, so if you can build a lot of those cabins, it is basically free real estate, guys, because they basically return like 30 gold per minute, which is not a lot at its own right. But if you get like a lot of those spread around in those woods across the map, that's exactly what Caswell was doing last week. It looked insane, but it's working apparently. Can be repeated once again over here by TheMista. I think he's just gonna get out of those cabins, and if you can extend the game well enough, he doesn't even need a second TC, because he's just gonna get enough income from those cabins to actually substantiate this defensive play. I think Vortix, on the other hand, if you have not really focused on him too much, he must be up to 2 TC. Because he has 17 stone, which means like there's like a small oversight. He does have a second TC over here in this eastern part of his base. Western part of his base, that is. He has a lot of villagers on the gold as well, which might give us an inkling that he's going towards that tech up. In terms of upgrades, by the way, we see that there is like nothing researched, by the way, for Vortix. He has not done a single upgrade in the blacksmith. And there is a blacksmith being built, no, not really, for TheMista, so they're just working with very bare bones technology. Though Mista might actually have a little bit more gold like as the game progresses, because those hunting cabins, of course, are going to provide him with decent economy if you can obviously get them to kind of remain on the map for a longer time. Another cool thing that another viewer told me about yesterday that I was completely unaware of is that if you place a cabin and then you chop off the woods, you'd still, I think, retain the bonus that it had. So you're not going to lose the bonus by chopping down the trees, I think. That's what I was told. Anyway, we can verify this very quickly by looking at this value over here and seeing whether this is going to be valid or no. So basically, there is a cap, by the way, to this. So you can only have like 10 hunting cabins because you cannot generate more than 250 gold per minute, okay? So that's the problem for our Rus player. He cannot get more than this, so you have to eventually just kind of maybe get some villagers towards that. I did not actually realize this was a thing, that you cannot exceed 250 gold generation per minute, I guess. So that's kind of another problem for TheMista. So he might be kind of overbuilding this, because he has like 1, 2, 3... I don't have the hotkey, so we can just count 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think it's like 13 cabins. So it's actually the case that he might have a little bit too many. So obviously losing some will not cost him anything then. It's kind of a nice, slow gold generation. Obviously it kind of equals 2 relics and a half. So obviously not too bad, right? Not too bad at all. And we do not see, I don't think we will see any age up yet. Vortix nowhere near in terms of resources, neither is TheMista. We see like some knights chasing the knights so we have like 2 packs of knights actually chasing one another. And that's actually very smart, because the scouts would have additional vision in the bushes. Let's just have a look at this. So if you're TheMista, you can kind of keep chasing. If you are Vortix, you really do not see what your opponent is bringing, because he has very little. Look at this. Look at how narrow the vision of the Vortix is in the woods. So he's really in trouble here. He's gonna run into some obstacles, and I believe at some point Mista might be able to catch up, but he just backs away and decides the better of it. He's just gonna get out of that place. And yeah, there's a lot of vision control, by the way, because those cabins, not only do they actually provide you with gold income, but they also provide you with some vision, which means that, of course, if you are on the offensive playing against the French, who are very likely to harass you, you are going to have like some sort of safety in the form of those cabins. Of course, as the Rus, you also have a lot of scouts, so having them on the map will probably mean that you have decent kind of ideas to where the knights of the French are, and can probably react on time as long as you're paying attention to that mini-map of yours. Okay, so it's pretty cool as well, having that on your hands. Which means that this game is very stable, right? So Vortix is actually playing a very slow one over here, just not trying to do anything crazy. There's a small push coming across the map from TheMista, actually, but I don't think it's going to accomplish much. I do believe that, you know, Mista did see what was happening, so he decides against going forward with that push. He's just going to kind of be happy with gaining some control of the map and just kind of seeing some more things in terms of vision. He's not going to kind of go for some sort of a crazy all-in. Though he, as I say that, he actually goes for a battering ram. So in terms of army, by the way, let's have a look at the army numbers, okay? We have 15 pikes, we have 12 knights, and a single horseman, maybe a misclick from TheMista. So it's a lot of knights, actually. 12 knights is a lot. for the French, we have 8 knights, 16 pikes, and at least 3 archers for now. So there is some archer production of on both sides, I think, right? Or no? Do we have any archery ranges here, actually? So basically the military production for the French is 2 barracks, an archery range, and a school of cavalry. For TheMista, we have triple stable double barracks. So it's going to be a very aggressive feudal, guys. It's not going to go... I don't think this game ever goes to castle at this speed. So TheMista is just going to produce a lot of cav. Look at how many knights he's making. And I do believe that he's going to also get some... He has a blacksmith upgrade now, so he has +1 for the attack of those knights. And he doesn't have any defensive upgrades. However, Vortix on the other side, he does have those armor upgrades, both against the archers and against the melees. Now, I don't think this is very valuable in terms of the offensive power. Because Vortix, I don't think Vortix ever goes across. Like, this game ends here. I believe Orc is gonna be kind of resolved here to some extent anyway by this push over here, and I don't believe that he needs any archer armor on those knights, because all he needs is actually just a large force right now to defend against this huge force of the Rus, who is probably rallying as well across the map with 3. He has so much production of the knights here with those 3 stables. It's going to be a very scary engagement for our French player, because again he went very greedily towards this extra TCs, hoping to bolster the French economy through this. But I don't know if he has enough to kind of repel that attack. There are some pikes over here as well who are basically used as the front line over here. And those Russian knights, there are so many of them, they can probably just go toe to toe against those pikes of Vortix. But TheMista is losing a lot of his units, actually. He's losing a lot of his forces. His numbers are melting. He's 12 knights right now still, though, so he's been actually able to retain a lot of those knights. Vortix, though, sitting on 10 knights, still very healthy number, a lot of pikes. I do believe that, this TC does go down, but this fight is not going to resolve the game altogether. However, Vortix is also going up to castle, and TheMista is not. So TheMista's attack is way more committed, with this guild tool also providing a very nice economical advantage to the French. This being said, though, of course, there's going to be some infrastructural losses here for the French, and the double TC production dream is going to be dead. So the question is like whether Mista just kind of decides to go back home, chill a little bit, gets his own resources, and just go age up himself, or whether he kind of stays around and risks fighting against those veteran knights who will be obviously way stronger than his early knights if he's playing the Rus. So, obviously, lots of those veteran upgrades might kind of turn the battle. I'm not sure this is a good call, guys. I'm not sure. How do you like this? Because I really, really believe that TheMista shouldn't be doing this. He should be just backing out. He should just kind of try to escape and make sure that he doesn't die here. Because I think he has a very nice advantage now. He has managed to equalize the game overall. He can hit the production a little bit, but the second he does see those veteran knights, he should back away and just try to, just reconcile with what he has been able to get so far. So he's getting super aggressive. Actually, those villagers are pulled back. He's gonna get a few villager kills as well. So that's a very committed attack from TheMista. Actually, if he doesn't get this kill, he loses the game, I think. But he really can win still. He has a lot of units in here in the battlefield. So it's super committed, super risky. But this might be the game that wins him the entire series right now. Obviously, 18 villagers garrisoned into this TC, but TheMista is keeping those knights back, so if you are trying to kill those rams with the villagers, you'll be really massacred here, so you cannot afford to lose so many vills. You actually see, like, the second those knights overchase from TheMista, they're going to get actually trapped a little bit over here, and those villagers are going to go ahead and pull against those rams. You see this actually being kind of reversed, so 3 villagers die for Vortix. And TheMista is continuing the push here, of course. Like, he's going to try to get this TC no matter the cost. And if he can, he's going to just basically delete the production of villagers for Vortix. Vortix is going to pull every single unit he has in the battlefield right now. He's going to pull all the villagers. He's going to commit to this defense very heavily. And if he can just hold this, I think he wins. He has I don't think he has the veteran upgrade yet. He doesn't have any veteran upgrades for those units, so he's actually working with this very bare bitch army here. They have very little to actually to hold the ground here for Vortix. So this might be resolved. Actually, it seems like there is a lot of pressure on Vortix right now to defend this game, and this is just very, very annoying. But it seems like this is gonna be the win for TheMista right now, unless there's a miracle happening, honestly, on the side of Vortix. So Vortix is losing so many units. Let's look at the army numbers right now. So it is 31 military for TheMista to what, like 15? 10? 10! And Vortix lost so much economy, guys. This is over. Mista is going to take the game with the Rus. This is over. And this is GG. The series ends with a huge sweep. for TheMista. Mista takes it with the Rus, very decisive push, he knows the better of it, he has a very good army, he goes for that kill, he takes down his opponent. Man, what a game this was, holy shit. Let's have a look at those statistics, shall we? Sorry about the sound, my girlfriend is frying some chicken for the masala, for the supper. We're gonna eat as we wait for the next game. So, guys, this is so big. Look at this shift, this was like basically equal army numbers. The fight takes place, we have very nice military for both players, but Mista has slightly more. If he just manages to outproduce, because Vortix goes greedily towards that castle age, he doesn't get much out of it as well, because he would have had like, 10 knights more. He had so little production as well. And he has just so much. Yeah, I know. The only issues occur because my computer is a potato right now, so up until I can get this bad boy going, I'm gonna show this because I feel like this is like my second child right now. If I can get this installed into a normal PC, the lag will be gone, but for now it's gonna be trouble. So guys, please, if you are enjoying yourselves, please consider dropping me a subscription on YouTube or follow me on Twitch. We're gonna be casting the finals very, very soon. I'm going to see actually how the mainstream is going right now, so I'm gonna leave you for now. I will obviously just kind of keep talking to you though. So we're not gonna be casting anything for now because obviously there's gonna be TheViper versus TheMista really, really soon. It's just not gonna happen yet, I think. So you have a very short break for TheMista and we have a very short break for TheViper. And once we return, of course, it's going to be... I think they're doing the interviews right now, so it's just gonna be a very short break and we're just gonna cast the rest of the tournament once that is gonna be, just kind of completely resolved. So it's going to be the Viper. There are two Thets, guys. There's the Destiny versus the TheMista. At least one of my bets actually made it through the series. I'm very sorry for Vortix because he had like extraordinary Delhi play. I was really hyped to see that. I really do believe that the TheMista is destined to win this tournament. Thank you, guys. By the way, I do also, I'm gonna sell out now, but I also offer memberships on YouTube, $3 a month if you want to sub to me. I'm gonna be casting lots more AoE4, so that's a possibility. You can click join below the channel, and you can just spend $3 to support me. Obviously, that's just kind of super optional. I also need to say this is a best of 7, don't I? Right? I have to actually write it down here. I need to cover up the fact that the scoreboard is a GIF that I can't edit right now because I edited a BO5 on it. I can't just get back to that right now. I think I don't have that saved, which is kind of a small flop for me, I guess. That's too big. Now we can cover this up, I guess. So we're just gonna kind of change the scoreboard a little bit, and we're gonna wait for the next game to start. It was very exciting. It was very, very cool, guys. I really enjoyed that series. It was really, really amazing. All the best of 5, and now it's gonna be even better because it's gonna be a best of 7, right, between the TheMista and TheViper over here. I think I can just kind of thin this nicely up. And it's going to be better visually as well. Yeah, I think that's perfect. We have the nice scoreboard set up, guys. And we're just going to have to wait for that next game to start. Very cool. Thank you, Devoke, for subbing on YouTube. I cannot see this, so if you guys did sub and you had no notification, this is because right now the YouTube notifications pushed through Streamlabs are kind of weird. So in order for me to be able to actually react to this properly, you have to tell me that you've just subbed, okay? I'm gonna welcome you with my open arms, of course, so welcome to all of those, welcome to all of you who have actually joined the stream, and I'm very hyped to be casting the finals for you very, very soon. Right now, you just have to brace for that. We have to wait for a little bit for our players to be ready. I think there's also going to be like a short break between this. I think they announced that the Genesis tournament is going to have like about a 45-minute break between this series and the next one. So I think they're just going to go with the schedule and just going to ask on Discord, and from there we'll obviously see how exactly that goes. So I'm just gonna have to ask on the cast Discord. So it's gonna be 45 minutes. So I guess we're gonna start at 9. So what I'm gonna do for you guys, because I need to take a dinner break, I'm going to just kind of make it into... I'm gonna show you like one of the coolest games, I think. So I'm gonna go with my dinner. I'm gonna share a very, very nice game for the time being, so that you can kind of bide your time. We're gonna watch. I think that's the coolest one we have. There's gonna be the Tato versus. There's gonna be Tato versus Kasva game 3 from the qualifiers last week. And I think this is still the best game of the tournament. So. I call this video Kasva's Gambit on my YouTube. If you want to just kind of watch it, there you can. But I'm just going to share it right now. I'm just going to kind of send you there. I'm obviously just kind of... I'm going to stream my browser, okay? So you guys can watch it with me. And we're going to wait for that. They announced that there's going to be 45-minute break right now. So you can actually just watch the full game if we start right away. Okay? So I'm going to go right there. We're just gonna go into it. So, as you guys saw, this is already playing in the background. I'm just gonna start the game once I get rid of all those kind of unnecessary things. I'm gonna just set up some announcements. So we're gonna say waiting for the TheMista and TheViper to be ready. And we're gonna watch that exciting series between Tato and Kasvar. Which is kind of unfortunate because I think it's going to be like twice the... It might be like kind of double compressed format, but this is better than nothing, I guess. So let me just kind of get it going. I need to find my, my browser image. And I do need to see where exactly that Chrome extension is right now. I don't have it, do I? We're just gonna go into it right away. That's weird. So I'm just trying to set it up, guys, quite hard, but it's not working. For I know why, actually. No, I'm silly as hell, guys. I'm so silly. Hold on, then. It's gonna be this window capture, maybe. Yeah, that's it, right? Yep. It's gonna be my YouTube. I'm allowed to stream my own videos on YouTube. So we're gonna do this, guys. Enjoy the cast while I go and eat, so hope you stay around. Once this game ends, of course, or there is an announcement on Discord, we'll return for another game. Do enjoy this. See you around in about 45 minutes. If you guys haven't subbed yet, please consider subbing, of course. And this being said, enjoy the cast, because this was one of the very best games ever, I think. So we're just gonna go back into Tato, into Viper and TheMista playing very, very soon. So spawning in the left-hand side with a very large advantage given the race that he has picked, it is Tato with the French. At the right-hand side of the map, playing the Abbasid dynasty for a second time, it did not work for him against the Chinese. It is Kasva. Apparently this has to be his second best civ. I have no idea how else he might have planned for this. Maybe he has never planned. Maybe he didn't know of the rule. That's the problem maybe for him. Maybe he just didn't know of the rule that you need to have more than one civ ready. He just played the French. He won with the French, and that was basically the end of it, right? That would be so funny, man. And this map, I'm just gonna check out the name. European, so it's high view, actually. It's a very peculiar map, open one. You have no way to wall, which Abbasid would like to do probably, right? That was the reason why they picked Abbasid and Chinese on the previous map, because they had like very decent standing there. But here, like that's just, he's just kind of going to get rammed by the French, I feel, or lanced, whatever else the French like to do with their knights. So we have a decent 7 villagers here on the food. Let's just check. And 2 on gold for Tato. Kasva is kind of slow to the punch with the gold villagers, because actually he's just going to be building that mining camp right now. He's going to go for it. We have 100 wood for our for our Abbasid player. I'm wondering what he's gonna do with this. I don't think he can ever wall this. Here in the, basically, this is the worst possible map to be playing against the French. It seems like he had the map pick. Like it looks like Tata with the map pick. He just kind of went for the easiest possible victory he can imagine. Let's face it. You have like knights who can circle you from every single direction. You have trees where you can hide. There is just so much open space on this map. It's terrible against the French. It's really the worst map ever to play against the French in. Like, I cannot imagine winning this. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure on Tato as well, so he might just make a few mistakes, so that's what you're hoping for. But French on those kind of open land maps, they're just super, super good, man. Like, you can get a lot of harassment. You just have to be super on point if you're Kazva, if you want to kind of manage your chances of getting out of the group, to be honest. So that's basically the idea here. You can see that Kazva is going to have a very tough nut to crack coming into this particular game. He has to really just play against all the odds. Kazva is also going to go up right now. He has the House of Wisdom. She's going to click up as soon as the villagers drop the last bit of gold. Indeed, he does. He keeps those villagers on it. Like, he does need like 125 gold to go. That's why, I guess. Because you want to get that extra bonus to producing villagers for less. School of Cavalry dropped as we speak by our French player, by Tato. And this looks like a decent situation for Tato, to be honest. I don't know what he's gonna do. I have no idea what the Abbasid can do. Like, if I had like some cheese stored for this particular moment in time, I would just do this, close my eyes and hope for the best. Like, especially that he's kind of, no, it's actually a decent position for the School of Cavalry. It's not in the, outside of the range of the TC. But I'd really like to see some cheese. I'm not sure like how Abbasid can cheese, by the way, but that's gonna kind of turn out. The nice thing about the Abbasid, though, is the fact that they do have the anti-cavalry unit, so they have the camels. Camels do actually have the aura that lowers the damage of the horses, because apparently horses are really scared of the camels indeed. So that's the real life fact. Like, horses are really afraid of camels, and therefore in the game it's reflected by the horsemen just kind of dealing 20% less damage when there are camels around. Also, camels do a lot of extra damage to those horses, so it's kind of okay. The problem is, obviously, you need to get to Castle Age to do this, and it's not going to be easy against the French. Obviously, you can probably try to expand nicely, but I would really like to see this, like, one-off game, where you just go for, like, full wall-off on this open map even, because you cannot just expect to react fast enough. Like, those guys have been playing the game for too short to have reaction speeds required to play against the French properly, I think. So I would expect, like, I'd love to see, like, just kind of sacrifice some of your early eco, just go out of your way to wall the hell out of this map. Like, this, I don't know how else you can win. Like, just get palisades like, around here, just palisade all of this, just don't lose your freaking economy this way. Go 1 TC into castle and maybe try to win like this. I have no idea how else you can win this matchup. From what I've seen so far, right? Because it might be that Kazva has some mysterious way of kind of dominating his opponent, but honestly, from the start we've seen a lot of very good players, basically having the caliber of Kazva really falter against the French, even playing French themselves. So what I would like to see here actually is some sort of a defense with the walls. Obviously, you can basically deflect this by using archers or spearmen to burn them, or just kind of kill the villagers who are repairing. But still, I don't know what else we can do. Like, because spears and archers, they're not bad units. Don't get me wrong, right? They're not going to be enough, right? The archery range and the barracks are not going to be enough to hold off the archers and cav, which is inevitably coming from our French player. It's going to be scouted as well, so he knows what he's up to right now. I mean, Kazva knows what his opponent's up to, so it's going to be archers and knights. And he really needs to kind of prepare for this attack. I don't know how he's going to do this, but he does need to... Oh, that's a nice pick. He picks up the scout. That's a very good kill for Kazva, actually, just giving him some sort of a glimmer of hope into this really dark matchup overall. So we shall see how exactly this pans out, though. Because... honestly, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how exactly this is a winnable spot for Kazva still. He doesn't go for a greedy build. Like, there's no point going for stone, I guess, as we've kind of noticed, right? Kind of French do punish the early stone very, very well. And we can see also there is no stone being picked up by... that's probably what was scouted as well. There's no stone being taken. So this basically means that there is going to be... we're trying to say here. Yeah, there's not going to be a second TC. And this map doesn't really support much, because let's face it, there are very scarce resources here. There are like very few small gold deposits, like there are 2 larger here. So if this game goes safe, it's actually benefit to Tato, because he has access to those 2 gold deposits over here at the bottom. There are relics distributed over here and here, and there is a sacred site in the middle. So it's a very early game oriented map, and French actually have very strong early games. So the question is like, whether this can be handled or no. We're getting double archery ranges, so it's a nice response from our Abbasid player actually. So 2 ranges should be able to maybe support your units well enough to handle both the archers and the cavalry. We shall see how it works. Obviously, those knights not armored well enough yet. They don't have the chivalry either, I think. So it's kind of going to be a very slow opening for the French. I would have expected more knights. Oh, there's one actually wrapping around the corner over here. So you might see Tato actually just go for a little bit of aggression here, coming with that knight. And those 3 archers are caught out. Apparently, like, there's a pickoff as well. I think that one of the knights has died. And the other one's actually just trailing in towards those spears, which is not great for Tato, of course. Because has he lost a knight? Yeah, I think he must have like 2 knights on the map. So this knight is gonna get demolished if he gets into the melee with those spears. So that's very good, keeping the French at bay. Actually, it's surprising how good this game is going. The early game, maybe Tato is just not good with French, man. That would suck. Like this looks to be the strongest civilization in the game right now, and Tato just doesn't seem to have an idea as to how to play this, because he has like this idle knight over here. I'm not questioning his ability to play the game overall, because he's a great player for sure, but he has a knight idling here. He has another knight here. He probably lost one. He's gonna get chivalry. He's not harassing at all. Admittedly, there are not many openings that Kasva is giving him, right? So he is going to guard all his resources. He's going to get a decent army. He's going to probably try to go for fast castle. I don't know, actually. I have no idea what he's doing, because the idea here is that if you stay in feudal, it favors the French quite a bit, because French are just going to overwhelm with the knights eventually. They're just going to be kind of too annoying to actually deal with. And if you just go to freaking castle, you can have like all those marvelous units that your civilization has to offer. And that's what I would expect. So we have a scout by the way. It's a very, very nice from Kasva. He has like he has this, sixth sense, you can say, right? He has the eyes at the back of his head, so he's just gonna scout those knights. He knows when where they're coming from, and that they are coming at all. And this is going to be a very nice attack onto them right now. So you see there's an archer attacking here, and they just run head on into those spears and archers. So no success found by those knights so far. One knight is actually gonna wrap around, maybe trying to hit those berries at the back of the base of Kasva. We have those knights actually completely repelled, so they're not gonna do anything here yet. And honestly, there's a good military for our Abbasid player. He's keeping a healthy amount of units on the map. His eco is quite good, 34 villagers without second TC to 39, simply because the French have a little bit more villager production. It's quite important to know that. None of the players still going for stone. I think if you are playing Abbasid, if you have this recharge, like, you can probably just risk at this point. You can just go and get some of those units to the stone. And Kazakh is like airtight defense. That's very good, by the way. Look at this. He's basically defending every single point on the map. He's super spot on with the defenses, actually. He's handling the situation extremely well. And yeah, it's looking like a very nice game, actually. I was kind of doubting him, honestly, but he's getting a lot done with those Abbasids. And Tato does kind of suck with French. You have to say that he's not really doing the best job of this. And now we have basically two options, right? You can try to kind of commit to the feudal play that doesn't work, and this kind of weak feudal play because you don't even have a TC number 2. Or I'd kind of expect them to do is just kind of, since this game has kind of settled down a little bit, just go for the second TC, try to get decent economy, and just maybe go to castle, right? That's what I would like them to do. Though the reality is that you really have no idea what those guys are planning in terms of this game moving forward. Blacksmith dropped obviously allows you to get the iron undermesh, maybe even the fitted leatherwork to get those knights some extra armor, which they do so desperately need against the spears. Just reducing any sort of damage is already just quite a big deal. They're very healthy units, but they take like a few spear pokes and they just die. So that's something you should be aware of. Like 16 damage with cavalry, 8 base. It's like very, very large. amount of kind of HP damage that's going to happen. By the way, he's completely oblivious. So Tato is completely oblivious of the fact, was at least until this hit, that there is a huge attack coming in right now with from the Abbasid. Now the problem is that also there are nice counter attack on their side. They're going to kill a few villagers, but this is going to be a successful push. He's going to remove the possibility for Tato to actually use those hunts for a while. Though there are like lots of losses. Like I think he lost like 3 villagers on the side of Kasva over here, and there are spearmen actually hidden in the ram. Very clever. So he's going to have those spearmen in the ram. And we have equal archer numbers, 19 to 23, so it's kind of equal. They're going to be trading quite well. You see that they're actually focusing fire here, so it's actually going to benefit. Like whoever has the better focus fire has a better micro to some extent. Those archers can actually get into the ram right. I would just like them to get into the ram and run away. I have no idea why they're not doing this, because ram is just going to give you basically immunity to damage. So the ram is actually just going to slowly drive away. That was not a good trade for Kasva at all. I'm very surprised that he's actually going to go out on the map against the French, because this basically allows the French to push. And this might have been like basically the straw that broke the camel's back already. I'm surprised by this, but he's actually lost a lot of units in this exchange. There's no blacksmith. Oh, there is a blacksmith actually, and our damage is actually getting upgraded. 6 hour damage is going to penetrate those defenses of the knights a little better. But frankly, it's not looking that great for Kasva. Obviously, he's producing a lot of units. He has the defender's advantage, so he can spam out a lot of those spears and archers. But the problem is, like, he really needs to first of all focus the. Oh, he's actually handling this quite well. So he has been able to kill a lot of those knights off. Now he's getting the archers in the menu. We have 6 left, and there's way more on the side of Kasva. So Kasva does repel the attack, and the game continues. So yeah, it was just, I think, very well timed upgrade for that ranged attack on the archers that did decide a lot about this game. There's a useless siege engineering being researched by the way, because you cannot do anything against the Abbasid like with siege engineering right now. Like, what do you do? Like, you push with rams? Like, what does it accomplish, right? So I'm not sure this is a good idea. You can just research some more useful stuff, like for instance, pity leatherwork, because your knights are just getting demolished or rammed by the spears. It will kind of make the ramming a little bit slower, to some extent at least, so I'm not sure. So you can see those archers kind of trying to wrap around the Kasva's defenses, and they're trying to look for some engagements as they go. On the other side, we have 12 villagers, just trying to harvest some berries, I guess. So chilling over here. It's a lot, because basically just any attack will mean that these guys will have to, only 5 of them get to the place on the Holy Ark, and the rest of them are just going to drop dead. 2 weird mills being placed here. I'm not sure about this. Like, is he just going to? Okay, I don't know. I'm just not going to interpret that even. I have no clue why he's doing this. I guess maybe this was supposed to be like a mill and a tower or something. I have no clue. You know, with this many villas, it's gonna have to be 2 towers, by the way, not 1. So it's a big question. We're actually, that's interesting. So we see the siege ram. So Tato is actually going on the offensive and doing this very creatively. So he goes to the back of the base where Abbasid are harvesting the berries. He's gonna go with the ram first, and then he's gonna follow the archers. So what this means is basically he's just going to assault this tower, and he's going to get a nice advantage. This vill is dead. This vill is also dead. 2 villagers killed instantaneously, and this ram is going to eventually allow the French to just kill the tower and handle those villagers too. Though we can see that there's some sort of defense kind of mastered up by the Abbasid. They come in, they're going to keep defending here right now, and that's basically deflected once again. 2 villagers killed. I'm not gonna say it's not a big deal, because it is a big deal, but it's fine. He's gonna survive this. Though obviously getting behind the vill count against the French is not the best idea in the world. 53 eco, 37 military for Tato, and 45 and 47 for Kasva respectively. I'm surprised, because he's actually doing quite well with the economy and with eco damage that knights usually inflict. But I also have to say, he has 500 wood. If he were to just build a freaking palisade against his base, all this kind of little pokes and poking and prodding from the from those units would just be completely removed right from contention. Those archers are faster than vills, but he decides against actually using them to kill the second one, and he just kind of wraps around and leaves. Now the Abbasid actually have a very solid army of infantry right now. We have lots of archers, we have 2 rams, This is a very decent feudal army, right? We have actually a very small spear count though. Like, I'm surprised there's just so few. Oh, there are 6 also over here, and you have a second tower being built so that there is like some sorts of defenses ready. As I said, we have 3 towers, actually not 2, 3 towers being built over here. So Kasva is going to be ready to repel or just kind of hide his villagers as the attacks happen. We have 1 villager killed so far, I think. 2, 3. Not bad. That's actually a very decent advantage towards Tato. And we are going to go with those Abbasid units throughout the map, just across, and we're just going to go for a siege. So apparently some villagers are going to die straight away. 2 villagers sniped by the archers, and the spears get into the siege rams, which means that they're safe from the archers until the cavalry comes. The cavalry though is actually attacking over here. 3 knights, they're probably just going to die at this point. Like, he's not pulling them out on time. Okay, 1 knight is dead, and these guys, they're just going to demolish this. Look at this, they kill a lot of villagers, they kill... Oh my god, like, Kasva is winning this, isn't he? Kasva has like 59 military to 40? Man, this is such a huge army. Obviously there are some archers here, but like, how do you handle this if you are Tato at this point? Okay, there are knights actually in the wood line, so that's very good for Tato. He's actually doing some econ damage, but this is going to be repaid in kind by Kasva, honestly. So Kasva is actually getting a decent push into this, and you can see there's like obviously a lot of spears over here, and those knights are eventually gonna get cleaned up, right? I guess, or they're just going to... No, they're not gonna die so easily. But truth be told, Tato does go for castle, so he's actually kind of okay here. That's why he doesn't have that much military, I guess, because those, you know, is expensive to age up, right? It's really expensive to age up. The problem is though, like, we are putting Kasva on a timer of this, right? So Kasva really needs to kind of get a decent army. He needs to get across the board. He needs to end the game before his opponent gets to those elite, sorry, to those veteran upgrades on the archers, especially, right? Because this means they will be trading like way better than Kasva's archers can, and this will be a very, very large advantage. Not only is he getting the upgrade to the archers, but however, he's also getting the wedge rivets, which is going to be a very decent upgrade towards the armor of these archers as well. So he's getting a very nice potential set of trades as he moves forward. However, losing production is never good, right? So the question is like, oh, if he knew this, man, if he knew that this was going to happen, can he actually get this on time? Come on. Oh, he denies the elite archers. Oh, I mean the veteran archers. That's huge. That's really huge for... Oh, that's so big. I'm pretty sure he didn't know this, but this was the archer range that was researching the veteran upgrade. So the veteran upgrade has to wait. So it's only the blacksmith upgrade now that he has the that gives him the advantage, but there are no veteran archers. And honestly, there are so many archers for Kasva. Is he gonna take this game just with those basic bitch infantry from feudal age? Looks like that he is actually taking over this completely. So Kasva is switching. So Tato 47 military, 25 military. So 47 villas, 50 eco for Kasva. He has 56 military, like basically twice the amount for Tato. And that's a very annoying push that looked like just kind of a little bit of poking and prodding, but it ends up, I think, taking Kasva to the big W. This TC is just not going to be long for this well, let's face it. There are some archers here, like, I think Tato is just trying to scramble what he can, but he's going to lose his main TC. Like, that's not good for you. Like, if you ask anybody who plays AoE4, like, losing TC good? No. And this is dead, right? This TC is dead. Those archers are going to massacre those veteran archers of Tato, because Tato was eventually able to get the upgrade through this particular building here. But Kasva is just demolishing all the infrastructure here. Like, Kasva can actually afford to maybe even save up some gold and wood and just go to Castle Age himself, because he has such a nice position over here. He's gonna go for a trade because he has like so much more that he doesn't care that those are veteran archers. You know, it's like 8 attack, 2 armor to 8 attack, 1 armor, because I don't know how this is possible. No, 6 attacks, so it's 2 attack advantage actually. And there's actually a mangonel here. That's the big problem, right? Because as the artillery starts streaming in, that is where the trouble starts for those feudal units to fight against that artillery. So if you can actually just kind of hold it off, you at least get to hope for the later game, right? That's the problem. I don't think if Kasva doesn't want to overcome into this, does he? Kasva really doesn't want... I would just back off. Like, he's being super greedy here. I think he's just being way too greedy, because Obviously, he has an advantage in this game right now. He has way more units. Not anymore, actually. 19 military that melted. Like, this single Mongol did actually completely melt Tato's... Kasva's army, right? You have a Mongol. It's actually a push right now. So the problem for Tato is he's 18 idle villagers, so he's not been getting any resources at all. And Kasva is actually still able to master up those units here, and he's probably just going to be able to repel the attackers. Especially the Mongol is very slow, so by the time it moves to Kasva's position, I think it's going to be still a nice opening, I guess, for Kasva to just produce more units. You really have to deal with the Mongol, though. It's such a scary unit. One Mongol, probably second being produced somewhere. Yeah, there's going to be second Mongol actually coming from Tato. And those units are going through the map towards Tato, so towards Kasva's base. The question is, like, right now, for Kasva, is he gonna be able to actually repel that? He actually is very confident. He's going around, so instead of actually just going for a defensive play, he's just gonna go towards the offense here. And Kasva has a very small bank right now. There's no way he's going to get to the castle age anytime soon. He's going to have to commit to feudal, I guess. But if he can get enough damage done over here at this wool line, I think he's just going to be able to eke out another nice lead. The problem for him, though, is there is a Mongol, there's second Mongol coming as well, I think. There are knights streaming in, and there is a siege ram and archers. There's a very nasty army. And honestly, I don't know, he walks up and decides against committing to this. So, well, this is grim. Because honestly, right now, Kasva had a very nice, up until now, he had a very nice standing in this game. He's building a lot of stables, so he's gonna get some horsemen as well. You know, those early horsemen, like, they're pretty decent, actually. They're going to deal with those units. Those are just basically, you know, you see archers, knights, and rams. I think that's basically quite an okay position to be in. If you're Kasva right now, you can just kind of get a nice flank, but he needs his entire army here. And he really needs to just crush this engagement. We have 44 eco for Tato, by the way, to 60 of Kasva. So every single second that passes is going to propel Kasva towards victory. Like, basically, it's just so much economy that if you can just save this, you can salvage the situation, he's just going to win with those units. So he's charged. That's very weird, because he charges with those horsemen. Okay, that's what he wanted to do. He just wanted to kill off those Mongols, and he now is going to attack. He's going to commit to the offense. And the second Mongol is actually nowhere to be seen. So this is all she wrote. And Tato is going to get crushed here, I think. He's just going to get, again, like, kind of... at least he's going to be behind the curve a little bit. So we see those villagers. No, those are archers actually attacking the rams. The rams are just going to burn and crash. And those archers of Kasva are just going to probably dispose at some point of the archers of Tato. Though obviously the trading favorably is not really on the cards, because they are very far behind on tech. Though Kasva is still, you know, Kasva has been producing units, he's been producing villagers all the time for this game. And Tato, he's building farms right now, but this is a dire situation. This is a very interesting game, actually, coming from the Abbasid player. And I'm very curious as to how it's going to go from here. Because, frankly, you have a lot of food that he's spending every single bit of it, right? He has a lot of food to use, but he's spending so much of it that I'm not really sure. Oh, that's a good attack. If he can actually see this, if he can spot those villagers, he's gonna kill a lot of them instantaneously. He has to focus the vills. He cannot be focusing the tower. He has to focus the vills. That's a very bad. That was very bad micro from Kasva, because he would have really killed like 6-7 villagers. He only got 2 or 3 here. So that's really poor. Yeah, he gets 2, and obviously those archers of Kasva are going to take over. The nice bit for him is actually that he's able to also send a few units towards the base of the French. So he's also channeling his units over here. He has a lot of production, honestly, because he has a lot of villagers. And this feudal army, though it doesn't look that strong, it might be actually able to handle Tato's units quite well. So you have those archers over here, just kind of moving across the map. We have 66 economy, right? It's crazy big. To 45 of the French. And you have this very large engagement happening right now. You have lots of horsemen, and Kasva confidently moving in, actually taking this engagement against the Mongol. However, there's going to be the big pain point. We have horsemen, so the horsemen are being pulled, however, so they're just going to be able to at least maybe distract this Mongol a little bit until Kasva can, you know, somehow manage the situation. And yeah, it's just kind of an attack repelled again. I'm surprised that Kasva is just kind of so hard bent on going in against Tato, where he has a very good economy. Oh, that's so sneaky. Look at this. He's getting the outpost. He's actually getting a lot of eco moved towards the berries over here. So he's not going to invest into the fields at all. He knows he doesn't have the money to do so. and he's just spending every single bit of gold and wood and food to be making units, right? So he's just going to get those berries over there, just kind of get a lot more income from that, keep his food going, and just, I don't know how this game is going to go anymore, because Kasva is really hard stack in feudal, but he has way more army and way more eco. So 69 eco and 56 army to what Tato has, which is basically half the supply almost right now. 47 eco and 30 army. That's nothing. The thing is, like, however, that those Mongols are very hard to deal with. Like, I don't know how you can actually manage them properly. You just need lots of horses, right? That's basically the idea. You just need lots of horsemen. And he's getting them, so maybe this is another, like, he's just gonna go for another push and another push afterwards. At some point, I think, like, Tato is just gonna get starved to that, because he has way less economy than his opponent. And you have another engagement happening. Actually, the Mongol is gonna go down probably to those horsemen. It's not gonna fire more than once. Yeah, that's very, very favorable. And what I would like to do, actually, if I were Kasva, I would just take those horsemen out, because you don't need to sacrifice them. This is basically your only way of dealing with the high-tech units. So if you have that possibility, just make use of it. We also see, actually, that's a very, very big deal, because 5 villagers over here. Tato is not paying attention because he's microing over here, I guess. Those 5 villagers are gonna get killed because he's not even gonna use the outpost. So those 2 horsemen are actually doing a big, big job, doing Kasva a huge favor, because he's gonna extend his eco lead even further. So Tato is going to lose this base, lose the whole over this base anyway. And you can see, like, Tato was actually going for stone at some point. So he was probably considering or entertaining the notion of getting more TCs. But I'm not sure how well this holds, actually. You really need to save those horsemen, though. You cannot afford to lose them, because they're your only way of actually managing those Mongols somehow. And honestly, if you have, like, way bigger eco and you can deny your enemy harvesting, that's very big as well. You see a huge wave of trash units actually just flooding throughout the map. Kasva has some idle villagers here, though, so you would probably like to have them moved over somewhere else. 11 idle villagers is not optimal, of course, like, you're not using them as well, so it's basically the same deal as those villagers being pulled off the fields. And oh, there is stun being mined here. If he notices that, it's gonna be huge as well. He sees, oh no, he sees it. Oh, good lord. Tato is really getting screwed in this game, isn't he? Oh, please! No way! You don't, oh, come on! Kasva, wake up! Wake up! Oh no, they need to get used to this game even more, I think. Because this is almost unacceptable, I think. Like, what is he doing? He kills a wolf instead of killing the whole mining camp here. Oh no. He was just microing something else, I guess. Again, he was trying to macro up, or he was sending the villagers like across. I don't know what he's doing, but he's definitely and absolutely certainly not playing this properly at this point, right? He could have definitely gotten this, but this is a very tense moment, I guess, so that's why he's actually doing this. Okay guys, I have to break this because we're about to start the grand finals. Welcome to everyone who has joined, by the way. This is just a clip playing in the background. If you're interested in this game, it is on my YouTube channel. It is. I'm gonna link it to you right away so you can actually watch it later on. But right now we'll actually have to go. So I'm gonna link that on the chat, guys. I'm gonna link it on the chat, okay? Now, however, we do actually have to go towards the actual grand finals of the tournament. So if you want to finish watching that game, you're most welcome to. The link should be on the chat right away. Although I'm not really sure that's gonna work for us. We are, yeah, it should, yeah. It has not worked. So I'm just gonna post it from my main account, I think. And that being said, we're going to jump into the actual grand finals right away. So if you're interested in Tato versus Kasva, this was still the best game in the tournament, I think. Like, no competition, they're not even close. So it's definitely worth watching, but I would say we should definitely focus our attention on the actual grand event right now. So we're just going to jump over there, and we're just going to focus on that indeed. So the break is indeed over, guys. There is no more waiting ahead of us. We are going to go into the grand finals of the tournament. So it's going to be the best of 5 between TheViper and TheMista. I'm just going to realign some things because I had to take a short break. And that, by the way, the game that I saw is really freaking worth watching. So if you have the possibility to watch it, please do so. It's absolutely amazing. It is really, really good. So, okay, so the link is there. Perfect. So you can just click away at that. You can just kind of, bookmark it for later or something. That was definitely the best game, and you guys are not even like done with it. Basically, what you saw was just a preface to the madness that occurred later. So this is the stuff that you saw in that particular clip so far, like up until 27th minute. It just gets better from there. So it was definitely like the coolest thing ever. We're just gonna load into the actual event right now. So can't wait to cast the grand finals, guys. Oh god, I'm super hyped. Are you? Are you people excited to witness the greatest game of all time? Okay, no, that's not true. Probably, I know. I would say StarCraft 2 is still the greatest game of all time. Arguable, of course. We can agree to differ on that. This being said, you're invited to subscribe, to follow, to like the video, of course. And as we are getting prepared for that series, we just have to wait for Mr. Viper to get into the lobby with his opponent, and which is TheMista, of course. And we have to get them to start playing. And once they do, it is going to be game number 1, ensuing between those two madmen. They have been playing their freaking hearts out today. Obviously, they've been like so great. And like, what can be the better ending to that than the epic best of 7 they will be playing? I hope it's not gonna be like a stomp 4-0, right? Because they're playing up until somebody wins 4 games. That's the idea in the best of 7s, right? You have to win 4 games in order to win a best of 7. So I really am hoping it's not going to be the one-sided affair. We have not had a one-sided affair. I think the very disappointing thing was Kasvar versus who was he playing? Vortix, right? It was Kasvar versus Vortix. Kasvar got destroyed by Vortix, man. And he was so good. I really thought that Kasvar was going to win the entire thing, because he was so good against Tato. He just showed so many different things in the qualifiers. I thought he was definitely like competitive, at least for the final spot, but he was really far off actually. Vortix proved to be better, and then Mista proved to be better than Vortix and Marine Lord at the same time. So it's actually super exciting. And yeah, it's just going to be a very cool game, guys. If you're on the chat, if you want to talk about that, can we just give each other, like, can we bet on who is going to win? I'm not going to give you any of my bias first, so I'm just going to wait for you people to tell me who you think is going to win this, given, you know, the performances of those players so far. Is it going to be TheMista or is it going to be TheViper? Because I actually typed my winner today as well. I did type the winner, I think. But I'm going to retype it and I'm going to kind of pick my winner again once you guys are also done picking. So tell me on the chat who exactly you think is going to take this one home, who will go home with 7,000 USD. And who will have to accept the defeat and only take 3k, which is also not small money at all, right? That's a lot. $3,000 is a decent freaking price. So I do think, like, I think Mista has not won this big of a prize ever. I might be wrong though. I might be wrong here. I have to check that actually. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure TheViper has won more, because TheViper is like one of the best AoE2 players. He must have had tournaments where he at least was running for more than that. So let's see TheMista though, because he only played the age games, right? So we can check him on Wikipedia and see how much he has been able to obtain in terms of prize money. Yeah, TheMista has earned a total of $3,619 so far. So if he wins, he's going to basically like double his earnings. Almost triple his earnings, really. And if TheViper wins, it's going to be slightly more bleak for him, I think. Because he's slightly more rich overall. He has won $183,000. So $184,000. So he's really the more clutch player here. The thing, guys, is, by the way, that TheViper does have way more tournament experience than anybody else, I think. Like, given like the entire roster here, we have basically only very few players who are in the quarterfinals who had like actual like large competitive experience, right? There were like lots of those SC2 pros who dropped off along the way. Marinelord being the last man standing, honestly. Kelazur was... I really was rooting for Kelazur, man, but Kelazur just dropped so hard. I think to Vortix, right? And he was just not competitive at all. But then there was Hero Marine, who's definitely the second best player in AoE for potentially in the world, but he's not here, so we cannot testify to that anymore. I'm very sad we had to say goodbye to Marinelord, by the way, but he is gone anyway. And he is like he is super experienced in the competitive, right? Kelazur and Marinelord were probably the most two competitively experienced players because of how huge and robust SC2's scene is, right? So that's the thing. So I believe that, yeah, like those two players who had the biggest competitive experience are gone. Hera is as well gone. So it's just TheViper and TheMista, and TheMista definitely has less experience in here. In terms of like kind of having a lot of money on the stake and having like a large prize available to you, I do believe that, you know, that TheViper is going to basically not be affected by the nerfs that much. Obviously a lot of people are watching, but I do think that, you know, TheViper being this stellar performer should have the edge here, honestly. But I'm gonna my heart is with TheMista, guys. I'm gonna bet on TheMista, but my brain is telling me, you know, that TheViper is going to take the series. I'm like 70% certain that TheViper wins, but I'm going to, if I were to put my money on anyone, okay, no. If I were to put money on anyone, I would put the money on TheViper. If I were to put my heart on anyone, I would definitely believe in TheMista, because this guy played like his heart out today. He has had some marvelous performances. He played a very nice pool of civilizations as well, because honestly, TheViper, he had very solid French and he had very solid English performances only. I would say that those are his like two core civilizations. He was kind of okay in the Mongols as well, but it was not I was not impressed. He was just very good in the Mongols. Okay, he has good grasp of this. We have seen TheMista though play the Abbasids like super well too, and I do think that he also had like some very how to say this, like the way he actually handled that Abbasid versus French water matchup, right on the Boulder Bay, it was absolutely impressive. I think he had like a very good idea how to deceive his opponent, right? It's something like a good RTS player really needs to possess, right? So he really forced Marinelord into over-investing into the water, right? It was like really cool, like, you know, seeing Marinelord just kind of scrambling for control with basically nothing on the ground. When TheMista just hit him so hard that it was just basically the end of the game. He blew him out of the water in a matchup that definitely did favor the French. So it's very interesting. I'm really hyped to see like you know, those two players butt heads. They're going to the lobby right now, so I think we know what is going to happen from now. It is going to be those potentially even 7 epic matches right now. So they're just gonna go into the lobby. They're gonna get prepared for the game. And we shall see how exactly this is going to go from there. We obviously have a small spectator delay so that those players cannot cheat. Obviously, like, knowing the situation of the state of the game from 5 minutes ago is not going to be too helpful to anybody, right? Like, with the awareness those players have, I think that even if they were watching the replay on the other screen, they would just be unable to really understand their current standing. The match should be starting right now. It actually should have started 5 minutes ago. So once these guys actually click play, we go into that, but until then, it is just down to, you know, us and them. I mean, down to them actually waiting. Oh yeah, also that's actually true. Yeah, I agree. That sounds basically like the reality. TheViper has been playing. TheViper has had series with, you know, basically tens, like he could play for 10-12 hours, right, in the tournaments. Like when we were watching the Hidden Cup, for instance, there were like moments when he had like AoE 2, by the way, is a very exhausting game to play, and you have very long matches there. So if you go into those late games, I think Viper is also less prone to make mistakes. Whereas I do believe, like, I'm not really sure because I'm not a specialist in Age of Mythology, but Age of Mythology I think has like slightly shorter match times, right? I think that is also something that might have killed Marine Lord, because the SC2 players, they're used to having games that are, I would say, probably, 20 minutes at most, and 20 minutes is a very long game in SC2. So you usually have a game that lasts, like, I don't know, 10 minutes, 12 minutes, but in specific matchups like PvT, for instance, you see games that last, like, 5 minutes also, because you see, like, a lot of cheese. Like, SC2 is a crazy cheesy game. I don't think people have the courage actually to show the cheese in the tournaments though, so that is another thing, right? We really don't see that much cheese in those tournament realms where players are very new to the game as well. And it's very unlikely we'll see cheese right now. There was like one big cheese that happened throughout this entire tournament so far. It was like the very first game that I cast. There was this crazy 1100 elo guy who tower rushed the sniper AoE, who is really very high up in the ladder. He's crazy good at Age of Empires 4, and that guy almost won with the sniper. There was like crazy HRE tower rush. I think it was like D-rush. It was absolutely insane, guys. You have to watch it. It should be on my YouTube soon. It is on my YouTube actually. There is a recording from the previous qualifiers. I think it's the first game in the row, so you can just go there and check it out, because that's a very cool game, guys. That's a very cool game. It is on my YouTube, so if you subscribe and you go to my... you don't have to subscribe, but I do highly recommend you to subscribe, of course, to my channel. But that game is available in the link somewhere. It's just kind of the whole stream recording from the qualifiers. It's kind of... the thumbnail says like 15 exciting games or something, because those are 15 exciting games, guys. Not gonna lie, those are really marvelous freaking games. We're still getting started. Those guys are taking their sweet freaking time to get into that final, but once we get there, we're gonna actually have a lot of fun, I believe. So it's just about them getting ready. Oh, you're asking about the game that we are waiting for. It's guys, this is up to the players. I have no control over this. So the moment those guys actually begin the matchup, we go and jump right into it. But if they don't start the game, we can't really predict when it's gonna start, right? It's just they have to pick their civilizations, they have to pick the map, and obviously there's also some slight delay because there was a lot. Those games took like an hour longer than the people had anticipated, so that is how it is. Simply speaking, it is how it is. 71 people, holy shit! Welcome everybody, guys. I'm really hoping that you guys do enjoy the casting, that you guys do enjoy the series as we go into that, because, yeah, 71 people is just absolute freaking insanity. I think, like, in retrospect, I could have let that, you know, Kasvar versus Tato finish. So, we shall see how long those guys actually need. Because I'm kind of not good at biding my time. I can tell you about the predictions, I can tell you how I feel, but honestly, that's mostly about the casting here. I am really not good at biding my time here. I'm a teacher, so I'm kind of restricted by, you know, the clock. I have an hour 30 to teach a lecture, because I teach at university. So I kind of like doing things on time. I did my due diligence, like, you know, I did the research on the players, but I can't tell you much more. I can just tell it's gonna be an amazing series, that's all. And they're not in the game yet. Come on, people, come on. Yeah, by the way, guys, if you're new and if you're interested... Oh, they're in the game, we're observing! We're observing, guys, we're observing, okay. If you... Okay, this has to load, because I'm gonna lag right now. Four minutes 30, guys. I think we're loaded. I can actually talk right now. So, you can buy the game. You can buy the Xbox One Game Pass on the website or Xbox Live, I think. I think it's called Xbox One or Xbox Live, that service. And just for PC, you spend $1 for the first month. And you can actually play the game for a month. For basically free. Like for it's like $1, actually. It's nothing, right? It's almost nothing. So you can cancel the subscription right away if you don't feel like kind of, you know, getting that prolonged. So there's basically $1, okay? Now, if you buy it on Steam, which is like $60, I think, depending on the region you're from, of course. Like I think the Eastern European regions like Poland, which I'm from, by the way, is going to be slightly cheaper. but generally speaking, you should expect to pay about $50-60. But for a single dollar, though, you can actually purchase the access to the game for the first month. Obviously, you can prolong that subscription as well if you want to, but that's a very good way of trying the game, I think. That's really cool because it allows the players who have not really tried the game, and it's obviously focused on player versus player, it allows the players who have not tried the game before to actually engage with it, which is pretty freaking neat. We're gonna dial down the desktop audio a little bit because I just realized it might be getting in the way. We're gonna go into the cast. We're gonna go into the cast, perfect. 3 minutes to go, guys, and then we're starting this show. It's really gonna be cool, isn't it? So, and you guys can see that this is the English versus the Abbasid. So TheMista is already just kind of bringing us the Arabic civilization over here, bringing us the Abbasid. That's one of my favorite civilizations to play as well. So I'm really thrilled to see how exactly those guys are going to do. Okay, if I were to bet, actually I'm gonna bet on Mista. Screw all the logic. I think Mista is just like, he's on freaking fire today. He's been on fire for the past 2 weeks. I do think he's just gonna take it all. But this is going to be very interesting because TheViper has not dropped a single game on the English, I think. He has never lost on the English. So it's going to be very exciting. I'm pretty sure he has not dropped a single game on the English in Age of Empires 4. So it's going to be very exciting to see how exactly Mr. Viper handles this particular matchup. I'm going to also, I think, remove the camera very soon so that you guys can't see my freaking face once I'm casting, because I do make some weird faces occasionally when I do cast. Yeah, I tend to kind of get overly hyped in a way. So I'm going to go away with my camera once the game does begin. For now, though, yeah, I'm going to say, like, before any results kick in, before we know how good this comparison between, or this matchup is between those two players, I am going to bet some of that kind of virtual currency on TheMista right now. I'm going to say, okay, Mista is going to take it, though. Yeah, it's nothing set in stone. Honestly, TheViper is super good, and as we have already said, logically speaking, given his tournament experience, he is going to hold the advantage psychologically, right? So yeah, that's the thing as well. However, TheMista is actually someone who is higher on the ladder than TheViper. So Mista is rank 2 right now, I think, or rank 1, because I think TheMista's alter ego is called Trebuchet. If you go to AoE for ladder, you will see that TheMista is actually first or second with that account. So very thrilling to see how exactly those guys are going to perform. We are actually kind of, that's sad, but we lost both those Spanish brothers, like Lucifron and Vortix, who are, you know, also the favorites. They're both gone. So Lucifron dropped yesterday, Vortix dropped today, and it's just down to TheViper and TheMista. TheMista being Greek, and TheViper, I think, is from one of the Scandinavian countries. I'm not sure which one he is from, though. Is he from Norway? I actually don't know. Maybe I'm super wrong. He's like freaking Canadian or something. Do you guys know the nationality of TheViper? Because I've never bothered to check that. I watched a lot of his games. I watched lots of his like performances in the tournaments. I never actually bothered to check. Guys, 10 seconds to the start. Let me know the nationality of TheViper. This being said, we're gonna get started with this cast. Goodbye, camera. And getting ready. Guys, this is the first match of the finals. In the north, in the blue, it is TheViper playing the English. In the bottom, towards the west slightly, it is TheMista playing the Abbasid dynasty. The map being Lipany, okay? The map being Lipany, which doesn't seem to favor anybody. It's quite an open map though. And I do not think either of these civs likes to wall, so I think that we're just gonna see a very open game, probably resolved around the feudal age. I do believe this might be the case. I was actually right about Norway, perfect. That's a lucky guess. So basically, over here we do see TheViper actually going all in on this food. And he's just, I think the play for the English here is to just go towards that age up as soon as you can, right? So you want to kind of get that landmark started, the council hall started really early into the game, because you just want to get those archers and perhaps start at least applying some sort of pressure on the opponents. which obviously I think Abbasids are relatively vulnerable to this early attack, so if you are the Mista, you really do want to advance as soon as you can. The Abbasids, of course, have this nice advantage of not really having to put villagers onto the landmark. So they will have more economy going into that feudal age. So they will have more preparation, they'll probably have like a little bit more wood, which means that they'll probably be also able to produce more units. Of course, when you look towards the Viper's base, I think he's going to be able to pump out more archers because the Council Hall basically works like a double archery range. So if you don't place a lot of your villagers towards that wood very early on, you will have some slight disadvantage against your opponent, of course. So that's basically the idea here. I do believe the Abbasid is going to try to go at least towards a single archery range, if not two, just to deal with that pressure of the English, because obviously the second option is going to be the horsemen, right? You can play the horsemen as the Abbasids. They're pretty efficient as well, but I do believe that they are really getting destroyed by the pikes. That's why many players have been really reluctant to play those horsemen in towards those pikes, because the micro in AoE 4 is actually kind of forcing the units to surround one another, and the pikes are really good once they surround the horses, of course. So as far as knights go, I do believe that knights can actually hold their own against the pikes, or the spears actually, but considering the fact that we have English here, and we have the Abbasids are not going to be knights in second age, which of course means that it's very unlikely that we do see the horsemen over here. Of course, Mista might beg to differ. Now, there is a very quick advancement, so this is perfect timing for the Mista. The second he gets enough resources to age up, his House of Wisdom finishes, and he is going to click up as well. Of course, Viper having that extra worker here on that Council Hall is going to advance a little bit faster. You can see him shifting at least 4, 5, 6 villagers towards the wood line. You do need to have decent bank in terms of wood once you go towards that feudal age, because you really have so much archer production from that Council Hall, that if you do not support it with enough economy, it will just not be sufficient. The peculiar thing to me is that, like, unlike many other players, the Viper keeps mining gold over here. I do believe that the majority of our English players will just pull all the villagers off the gold immediately, moving towards the wood. So he might just be planning on getting the broadaxe, he might just be planning on getting perhaps the mill and the wheelbarrow upgrade. I think that's the other possibility here. That might be the reason for the Viper to be keeping 3 villagers on the gold, which, as I said, is very, very uncommon. Now, guys, in the bottom of here, the Mista is also keeping villagers. That's normal for the Abbasid, though, because they do have this upgrade called Fresh Foodstuffs, which does reduce the cost of villages by 50%. This basically means that throughout the game, you just have to gather less food than any other normal civilization. It also makes your double TC play way less greedy than any of your opponents. So it means that you can actually produce more villagers at a cheaper price. Even I've seen triple TCs. Of course, in my lower elo games, I'm like 1300 elo right now. So of course, it's a bit like less restrictive as to what you can do. But generally speaking, you can see players getting those, going towards the double TC. Okay, going towards the double TC as the Abbasids, and this is probably going to be the case here. Probably a bit later than expected, because you have to consider the fact that the English have so much production that you cannot just simply go towards that second TC without preparing for defense first. And he does indeed prove me wrong. So where I thought, and this is very scary because I did play this matchup a lot, and I did actually say, the Abbasid cavalry getting demolished by the archers once the English hit that critical mass. And this is a straight, guys, look at this now. I thought, never mind. I thought this was going to be a straight up push. I thought he was just going to pull 3 villagers, build a tower and just go at it. But that's not going to happen. We actually are keeping that Council Hall on the Viper side of the map. We're not going to push any further with those archers. So we have 2 longbows right now, third being in production. Look how fast those boys are coming in. And the Viper produces the 4th one as well. And there's enough economy to support what's happening. Of course, he also wants to probably get that fireplace upgrade. So the setup camp upgrade here, which extends the range of vision of the archers, also providing them with small healing. So you can use it in battles, which is very efficient because your units might just live longer. And if you disengage from a lost fight and you have some low HP bars there, you can also set up camp outside of the battle to basically just regenerate the HP, which works very similarly to the French cavalry, among other things, right? There's obviously that landmark for the Mongols as well, and quite a few other structures. I think English have a regen structure as well. They have like the other feudal landmark also provides you with regeneration of HP. it's not even nowhere as good as the council hall. So you have 4 longbows actually coming in here. They are very quickly spotted by this outpost of the Mistar, and the Mistar is actually going to very easily repel this attack. You can see how much damage those are doing though, and this is actually not that good of a trade. I think like unless you get like 3 of those archers, that's not weird. But this is double. Actually, this is double stable production. This horseman actually escapes narrowly, and there are 2 horsemen still on the chase over here. They're going to disengage from this fight, but this is actually advantage towards the Mista. So the Mista does actually thin out the numbers of the archers, which is very important, because if you do not allow, if you don't allow those archers to reach this critical mass, I think you're gonna be okay. So as long as you have like enough of those cavalry units to just kind of stem the flow of those archers, I think you're okay. So we see actually those 2 units garrisoned into the tower as well, and we have 3 of those horsemen still on the map, 4 being made, and I do believe this is going to be continued production of horsemen for the Mistar. What the Mista also probably is likely to do here, oh, he has, this is so brilliant, look at this. So he was actually gathering gold, he did actually get the fresh food stuff, but he also went towards its ranged armor upgrade, which is very important because this actually allows your units to take a few extra shots before they drop dead, and that's so freaking important for you playing against the English. You just need to be able to resist some of the damage, unless you just kind of are going to unless you want to lose the game, basically. So this was very nicely handled. So I believe the Mista just anticipated that attack. He had enough horsemen. He's actually sending a nice small army of horsemen over here towards this kind of eastern part of the map, outside of the vision of the Viper, and he might just get some harassment done. I do not believe this is going to be very efficient, because as I said, horsemen very vulnerable to arrows. They might just get a few villagers, maybe a single villager killed before they do have to back away. So those 2 villagers obviously very exposed. You can probably block their pathing, so if he does actually get this, he's gonna get at least 2 man. Okay, no, he gets 1, he backs away. That's very smart. I do like this approach because he doesn't want to lose any units. Sacrificing cavalry when you are playing against offensively geared English is not a good idea, because you are just gonna get outnumbered. As I said, there is a critical mass where you start one-shotting horsemen. You really don't want that mass to be reached by the English, so you cannot lose enough units to actually afford, so to allow your opponent to get there. The Mista is going to be very annoying here though. He's gonna go around, he's gonna wrap around this kind of northern tree line inside the Viper's camp. He's gonna go for the goats, he's gonna get at least an additional villager, I guess. Look at this. Oh no, he disengages actually. That is surprising. I really thought he was going to get an additional vill kill at the very least. He can definitely still try, but he's very careful here. He's trying not to lose any units. And he's going to just retain his army as it is. There's a large number of cavalry over here as well, so those units are just going to be safe. I do not believe that the Viper can push. You can see the English actually being forced to defend. That's not what you want to be doing as the English. You want to be in the front, you want to be attacking. And by the way, the Viper only has 1 barracks right now. He has no pike production. He's also... No, he's not... The Mista is supply blocked. So you can see there is like some defensive forces over here on the map right now. This might actually force the Mista to pivot a little bit. He might just go towards his archers a little to support the cavalry. That is generally speaking the approach if you're playing the French as well. You want to get some extra archers to just get rid of those spears, or at least just kind of pressure those spears out. And this is actually already happening. Look at how fast this is going. So you have 5 archers for the Mista, so he's going to be able to at least deal with those, thin out the numbers of those spears as the cavalry engages the archers. I think that's the plan. And we're just going to see a very dynamic game number. And though Viper is actually going towards the stone, look at this. He's mining this with 2 villages. That is not optimal because those villages have to run quite a distance. But it's working, I guess. What is the Viper spending his gold on, by the way? Oh, he's getting econ upgrades, actually. He went for the double broadaxe. He does actually get the wheelbarrow. He's also going towards the horticulture upgrade. And he's getting some blacksmith upgrades still on top of things. So he's actually gearing up towards the late game, I think. It's going to be an extended matchup. It seems like the Viper is prepared to play this game long. Otherwise, those upgrades, those econ upgrades do not make much sense. This has been widely discussed on Reddit, I think. People agree that going too deep into econ doesn't make much sense because you're just spending resources and the return rates are very, very low. It takes a long time for those upgrades to pay back and pay dividends, okay? Unless you're playing the French or playing the Delhi, because one of them get those upgrades for cheap and the other get them for free. Of course, also if you're playing the Abbasid, you go for the cultural wing, you can get this upgrade over here, the preservation of knowledge, which also does reduce the cost of all technology by 30%, which is also very good, especially if we go up until the Imperial Age, which I don't think is gonna kind of happen here because those games are generally speaking geared towards, like, I think Age of Empires 4 is balanced towards, like, you know, this late feudal early castle age play most of the time. So I do not think that this map is going to facilitate a game that lasts more than, I think, what, 20 minutes. We might see like very long feudal here. And although TheMista is actually kind of, that's suspicious, isn't it? That's quite sus, guys. He's actually going towards a lot of food. He's banking 920 food right here. And I do not believe that TheViper wants to attack because he's just going to be, just demolished by the numbers of cavalry and archers. So I do not think that this force wants to attack anything at all. I might be wrong though, but I don't think that's the case. Has TheViper actually seen TheMista's base over here? No, he hasn't. He has no idea TheMista is over here. So him face planting over here is just absolutely random. He has no clue what's happening actually. I'm not sure whether TheMista actually, he must have seen this. He must have seen this. See? He sees those units moving in right now on the minimap. So going back to the full vision though, there's a nice engagement. These archers, at least one of them might die, indeed it drops, and we see forces of TheMista moving towards this western or eastern front of his base. Obviously, the Abbasid dynasty forced away from those berries. Now TheViper does, by the way, have 390 stone, so it looks like he's gearing towards that age up as well. He's going towards that second TC. So where we have basically, this is absolutely set in stone. TheMista is gonna click up any second now. He does probably click now. TheViper is actually going to stick to feudal for a while, and he's going to maybe just inflict some sort of damage on towards TheMista. Though TheMista actually has such a huge army. Look at this, 17 horsemen and 10 archers, marched by 24 archers, 9 pikes. I do believe this favors TheViper. Sorry, this does favor TheMista to some extent, because those archers are actually really strong. Those horsemen are very strong against the archers, and the archers are very strong against the pikes. So, I do think this is going to be a very good matchup for our Greek player. Guys, by the way, if you are new to the stream, please consider subscribing to the stream and also following me on Twitch and clicking the like below. It is going to help me tremendously to grow. Let's continue. There's going to be a major fight over here. The cavalry rupture on the archer lines. There are some palings dropped, but this is not enough, I believe. There are so many horsemen over here for TheMista, and Mista is actually focusing those spears. On the other hand, however, TheViper is actually focusing the archers of TheMista, and he thins the ranks of those archers so much that TheMista is forced to disengage. But the thing is, if TheMista is actually allowed to reach the next age, and actually doesn't have to relinquish too much of his base, he's actually still fine. And I don't think TheViper does have the technology to push, because he doesn't have the siege engineering, and those units are extremely vulnerable to any sort of defensive fire. So if you just garrison this TC, if you play scared for a little bit, you're just going to be able to dominate this matchup, man. I think it's just about buying time right now for TheMista. If he can just survive for those few, I guess 30 seconds, get those upgrades, so maybe a minute. He just needs to buy himself a minute right now, he's gonna be fine. There are 34 seconds to the age up, and it is just basically the matter of buying the time or no. And you can see, TheViper is kind of I think TheViper is pretty much oblivious of the fact that TheMista is going to the next stage. He's just attacking the sad mill. Let's face it, guys, the mill doesn't give a single crap about this situation, right? TheViper is not even close to aging out. Look at this, he has no food at all. He has 415 gold, so if he just focuses on resource gains, he might be okay. But at this point, I do believe, by the way, TheMista actually strikes back. Look at this, look at the balls on this man. He's just going towards that attack. I think he was trying to force TheViper to return to his base. Now, actually, Viper probably has to do this. Now those horsemen are going to wrap around this hunt. He might actually get 2 villages for free because they are unable to garrison to this tower, which is, of course, very good. Because as the Abbasid, you have very good economy from the get-go, so just denying some villagers, 3 so far, I think, is good enough. Maybe 4 even. So he's just going to wrap around, he's just going to leave this, and now he's going to get knights, I think. He's just going to go towards the knights, he's going to go towards the mangonel, so he instantaneously builds this mangonel, because the Abbasid can actually build those on the field, and he's just going to use that artillery fire to just kill off those spears. And we probably see some upgrades also started here for TheMista. You can see he is getting this upgrade for the veteran horseman, so he's actually going to get this engagement quite nicely. He does keep his units alive. There's this mangonel as well, which is really strong, and he has such a huge advantage in this game, and he has so much going for him, whereas Viper is probably still stuck in the feudal. He's gonna be stuck for a good time now. He's gonna be so stuck in the feudal, man. Mista is really good, man. Mista is actually getting those upgraded horsemen right now. He'll probably just kind of gear up towards the artillery as well. He doesn't quite need the archers. If he can just get enough artillery to kill off those vulnerable units from the feudal age, because they're just really bad against artillery overall, he can just win the matchup straight up. And the Viper, I think he's forced to just kind of, again, relinquish some of his ground to allow his opponent to just take a few inches before, you know, he can actually age up. Because he has to just gather resources, he cannot be spending anything right now. He has to wait for enough money to just... He's very close, admittedly he's very close. He needs to get enough money to just age up. Now, we know that the Viper was gearing towards that late game, so he knows what's gonna happen here, I think. He loses, by the way, the Viper probably loses some villagers here as well, but the fact stands that, you know, the Mista is actually in a very good commanding lead right now. There's probably a defense, I bet my ass on the fact that this is a defensive landmark. Yeah, this is the White Tower, which is one of the best keeps in the game, and it is actually going to go up over here in this kind of southern corner of Viper's base, which is good because it's going to protect all those mills, it's going to kind of provide additional support for this TC as well, which probably means this game is going to last a few more minutes. This being said though, you know, the Mista is unrelenting in his pressure, he has the tech advantage after all, he is going to probably just go for some sort of offensive maneuvers, of course, over here. And this ram, you know, it has a lot of HP, but given how fast those archers fire with the network of castles bonus, which the English naturally have, it's not going to actually last that long, because, you know, they get a lot, they get like 25% extra attack speed by just being near their own base, near their own castles, near their own outposts, and near their own TCs. So we have a decent advantage in terms of, like, okay, the English have probably the coolest defender's advantage in the game. So it is not going to actually be a very quick resolution to this game. This being said, it looks like it still does favor the Mista immensely, right? Especially like lots of vulnerabilities on this map, right? Because the Viper has covered this kind of southern edge of his base, but there's a lot here to kind of attack for our Abbasid player, of course. We only see a single ram, but those pesky Springles, actually, they're going to do so much damage to the economy of the Viper, actually, because every single shot, basically, I think they do one shot the villagers, or they're very close to that, see? No, they two shot the villagers, actually, I think. So we see those towers going down, the outposts are obviously going to fall, and that singular ram is going to just push towards the base of the Viper. Those Mongols, okay, they're not the best at attacking, but they're not that bad either, right? So we see a lot of advancements actually being made by the Mista over here. He's going to charge towards the TC, and you can see a stream of units. Okay, that's a lie. You can see several units streaming in. Those are actually Lancers, so this is the Abbasid equivalent of the Knights. We also do have the Camel Archers over here, which is going to mean that there are probably like some support technologies research here. Indeed? No, that's wrong. So I guess he's just kind of gearing towards defense against cavalry, I guess, for some reason. I do not believe that the Viper has what it takes to build cavalry, though. So I think Viper has to relinquish some more ground. He has to just give up this TC before he's gonna get pushed down completely. There are two extra Mongols here, of course, to pressure those weaker units still for the Viper. The Viper does have the veteran longbows, but I do not believe the army numbers in any way favor the Viper right now. We see 54 economy, by the way, for the Viper, and 50 army, whereas we have 60 eco, 42 military for the Mista. So the Mista has more units, he has better eco, he's pressuring, he has actually killed that TC of the Viper, and despite Viper having some good research, he has very decent tech. He is probably going to have to withdraw from here as well. He's going to be forced to give up the forge, the blacksmith that is, sorry, StarCraft 2 speaking. And it really seems that the Mista is going to just kind of push towards the victory. He has so much quality as well. Look at this. He has so much siege. We have 2 Mongols. We have, like, what, 13. Guys, this is 13 knights. And the Viper has nothing to his name compared to this. 13? That's castle age knights. Those are not garbage knights that you can produce as French or the Rus. Those are really solid veteran units. Those would be like veteran. Those would be veteran royal knights. That would be the equivalent of veteran royal knights from the French. So they are really strong. And I do think that if you're patient as the Mista, you can just kind of slowly push forward. And there is no way in hell that the Viper is going to be able to contest your army unless he has enough Springles and you make a small mistake and you let your own Springles die. But you can see that once the Mista sees those Springles, he's actually going to produce some of his own. And he's actually keeping up with the macro quite well on the map as well. He's expanding over here. He's getting also those berries. No, he's actually not getting those berries over here, but he's actually getting quite a bit done. Now there is a small engagement over here. I think the Viper just cuts off his opponent's supply route, so this is going to mean that Mista has to rally somewhere else. He does lose 2 knights in that exchange, which is obviously not great. 2 knights dying is never a good thing, because they're such an expensive high-tech unit, right? But we have like so many of those Lancers, right? You have what, like 14 of those on the side of the Mista, and the Viper is still kind of really scrambling to produce any sort of significant army over here. So there are no siege engineers, meaning those English units cannot produce any anti-siege. Obviously they cannot build the Springles anyway. I think the Mongols and the Abbasid are probably the only cities that can actually produce those on the field. So that's actually very cool. We see this exchange right now. There's a lot of micro happening. We see the Springles targeting their Springles. There is a single man on the left as well. He's going to probably just try to fire at those archers. The Knights engage on the archers as well. There are some horsemen in the mix too, so they're just going to probably make very short work of those weaker range units who have very little damage who deal very little damage to those knights. And the Mista is expanding behind this, so he's still kind of taking a small advantage. However, those Springles in the back, they're not really doing much right now. And actually we see a disengagement here with a decent amount of units returning for our Abbasid player actually. And those archers shooting at those units of the Abbasid, actually they're gonna deny some of those archers, of course, but still I do believe that the Mista is in the driver's seat over here. He's actually going to take down this Springald over here as well. He can move those forward. I think he should actually be attacking the archers, because he needs to eliminate them somehow. I do not think he can just kind of afford still to just kind of run straight into this unless he establishes a nice flank. And this woodline is actually very hard to flank, I believe. So you see actually Viper using those fireplaces right now, so this ability to regenerate his army. It's not a pain, of course. It's going to be called the setup camp. So he's going to regenerate the HP, so any trades that he takes are going to be fine. But as you guys can see, actually those Springles are going to approach quite close into Viper's base. And they're going to, again, once again, attack those archers and put some pressure on. So overall, I think this is an exchange that favors the Mista, but this game is by no means over, right? The Mista has, so the Viper has 62 eco, 42 army, and the Mista has 71 eco and 36 army. So Mista actually loses more army than the Viper, but he has so much quality still. Like, this is such a strong raiding force still, and he does have a very strong economy behind this, and he did a lot of damage to the infrastructure, right? He denied a TC, so Viper basically has to just make another TC right now very, very soon. And I do think this is actually going to gear towards a keep, right? This is going to be a keep build. And the Mista is being very pesky here with this knight. He's going to attack villagers again. He's going to put some pressure on. He's just going to try to escape right now, which is probably going to work. But he does actually take some damage. So he's actually forcing at least some movement of the forces from his opponent. So the Mista does know that there is like very little defense over here in this corner of the map, and he might actually be able to attack. You can see that he has actually done some upgrades as well. We are basically sitting on one melee upgrade and 2 range upgrades, I believe. It is indeed the case. So I remember my values properly or correctly. There are no steel arrow upgraded because I don't think I really do not believe that we will see many more archers for the Mista right now. The only kind of reason to build any more infantry right now, or any more kind of ground units, really non-mounted units, is actually so that he can produce some more siege over here, which is indeed happening right now. But if you are playing the Abbasid right now, I do believe that you really want to be just getting some of those trebuchets. So that's basically the idea over here. Getting those trebs will probably support you with a decent amount of firepower, and it might actually allow you to siege onto this keep and force some sort of engagement with the elite on your side. Of course, now Viper actually is going to cross the map, going towards that economy of the Mista. He might just kill off a few villagers, which is obviously nice. Denying any sort of mining right now is very good, of course, and it will allow you to expand your base a little bit more further. Obviously, it also means that the Mista has to probably relinquish his position in the middle of the map and just go towards the south. I would really like to see someone taking relics as well and maybe getting the sacred site, okay? Because first of all, Viper probably has nice position here. He could probably build a keep and just secure this sacred site on the other side of the map. Of course, the Mista probably has a lot of openings here. Just drop a single religious unit towards the sacred site, maybe pick up those relics as well. I'm surprised he hasn't done this, given the fact that those are the 2 best players with the highest APM probably that can be, you know, obtained at this point in the game, because they just have the best ideas to how to play. I'm surprised they're not doing this. So you can see how much more improvement can be made and how many more openings those professional players still have as far as playing this game goes. You can see there was like small attempt to harass once again with the knight from the Mista, and the Viper knows the better of it. He's just going to wall off this part of the map, right? So it's going to be quite a safe play, but it's important to kind of keep tabs on the map and just kind of understand when you can attack, when you can defend, and how exactly to keep your opponent away from your economy. This is very important to actually just kind of get some sort of a safe position over here. The problem, however, for this TC placement is that if you are TheMista, you have scouted this hill, you can just go all the way over here, and you are very safe from any sort of attacks, I believe. You can just kind of get those Pringles over and lay siege onto this TC and onto all this economy that is, you know, being just placed at this kind of eastern corner of the map. So I do believe that TheMista might just kind of recognize this opportunity. If he doesn't still, it is going to be a nice angle that he takes to attack. He's going to deny some houses. So that's nice infrastructure going down as well. Obviously they work like pylons in StarCraft 2, so you can actually use those to scout a little bit. So you can just kind of place some cheap constructions like the pylons in StarCraft 2, like houses in Age of Empires 4, in order to just kind of get some insight into the enemy movements. It's actually the case for TheViper here. He realizes what's happening on time. He's able to pull back. He's able to kind of gather his forces onto this hill. And you can see that those Springers actually are going to just probably get rid of this deployment over here from TheMista. Guys, I'm gonna take a minute again to just advertise. Please consider following me on Twitch, giving me a like below the video, subscribing to me on YouTube, and also becoming members. There's a join button for $3 a month to support the stream. I'm gonna be casting hell a lot more of Age of Empires 4, of course. You're most welcome to be a part of it. This being said, let's resume the cast. So, we see that this is basically the game that has stabilized to a large extent, right? So TheViper, he had enough stone to build a keep. I'm not sure what he did with the stone. Did he just go for a TC and just stopped mining stone? I think so. Yeah, he does have the second keep, so he just built that second TC, and he just completely gave up to mining this stone over here. On the other side, though, we have the Mista's base, and the Mista should have the second TC, because I did see him get to 300-ish stone. But that doesn't seem to... Oh, God, okay, I'm blind. So he has a fort in the middle of the map. And look at this, there's a relic here, and there's also a sacred site. Please, Mista, just get those villagers, build your mosque over here. I think it's called mosque for those for the Abbasids, right? Yeah, just get the mosque going and just secure this position. This is super important for you right now. Thank you, by the way, JJ Lucy, for the subscription on YouTube. They do not always show, so if you are subscribed and you want me to say thank you, I'm very much eager to do so. Just let me know. There is a small fight happening over here on the hill. So he's actually, as I said, he's gonna take this hill. He realizes his position. That's actually even worse, because he has 3 Mongols, guys. I don't think he needs the trap anymore. He just takes those Mongols. He's going to unpack those bad boys. He's just going to unleash hell on those villagers. Look at this 5 falling immediately for the Viper, and there's going to be really serious amount of damage done. Obviously, denying mining is also very big, so if you can just kind of unleash some damage, you can see that even those Mongols do decent damage to the buildings. Even the poor Springles are pretty decent at that too. So actually unleashing some extra damage is going to definitely benefit our Abbasid player, of course, right? So denying that position, of course, is going to mean that probably the Viper is going to be forced to at least place a keep over here. I think he can delete this field, maybe delete some of the houses and just kind of secure this position with the keep. But this being said, with a single trebuchet at your disposal, if you're TheMista, you can actually get a lot done anyway. So yeah, TheMista did find the hill indeed, and he's going to actually unleash hell on the ranks of the Viper. So he's definitely in the driver's seat still. Let's see the age up possibly. I don't think, yeah, Viper is nowhere near aging up. TheMista is actually banking up some food and wood. No, that's not heavily indicative of anything though, but he's probably going to try to go for another push over here. So he's going to try to go towards this eastern position. You know what? I would really love to see a fortress over here. Can you imagine like Mista's keep supporting the push from here? That would be amazing as well. So he's gonna play very safe. He's gonna disengage from here. He's going to... Guys, there are 112 of you. That's the biggest stream of my life, to be honest. I've never seen 112 viewers on my chat. That's insanity. So welcome to everybody. I'm very happy that you guys are here. So we're continuing, of course, with the cast. Those Trebuch, so those Mangonels and those Springers are going to move alongside this heavy cavalry lineup of the Viper, of the TheMista, and he's just going to, I think he's just going to go home for some reason. Of course, there's a nice established base over here, and this is something that's actually being pushed, so we see some knights. So the TheMista did split his army. I do not think he split this enough. So he has actually, I think he's gonna have to relinquish this position overall. He has to just leave this nice hill, and he might have to just kind of fight this from another angle. So the Viper is actually taking over this place, but as you guys can see, he's also going to place his own keep because he realizes how important this hill is. However, there are knights in the base of the Viper, and TheMista is moving his main army in position. Obviously, this is a very slow army because he has a lot of siege with it, so it is not going to do that great overall. You can see that they're actually coming up towards that keep, and these armies are inevitably going to clash right now. So those knights are going to charge in onto the lineup of the archers. I think you should split some of those towards those artilleryans. Actually, there's also a flank from the back, so those knights of TheMista are going to take this very nice position in here from the north, charging onto those archers of the Viper, and this keep is not nowhere near being done. So actually, if you can actually go towards it, you can siege this position, you can kill these villagers off. It is going to mean that there is no keep going down for the Viper. Some of those resources are lost, and I do believe this is actually a cleanup from TheMista altogether. This is going to be the GG, guys. I do believe that if... Yeah, this is cleanup, guys. This is gone. This game is over. There is so much cavalry, there is so much quality in the army of TheMista that he's just going to absolutely destroy the lineup of the Viper. The Viper is actually, I think, known for playing longer games. Even if he loses a very big fight, he might still kind of keep trying to fight back, but I do not believe that this is something you can kind of recover from. Look at this, you have 36 freaking knights. Not 10, not 20, it's 36 freaking knights on the side of TheMista. He can basically just one-shot this TC if he wants to. Okay, not one shot, you can definitely just kill it with the knights though. Look at this, look at how fast those guys are going at it. And those small reinforcements, they're not going to do much at all. We can see this huge artillery push coming as well. And there's a lot of siege as well coming from the south, from TheMista's side. And he's obviously going to have a lot of reinforcement. Look at the bank as well, and he has 1200 food and 1000 gold. He can make another 10 knights right away. And if you look at the production, by the way, we see that there is basically very little for the Viper, and on the side of TheMista you have like probably like six stables. Look at this, so you can make 6 knights at a time, and this is going to be really difficult to defend because, you know, the pikes, they're very good against knights, but even with that, if you have even like equal numbers, the knights are still going to win versus pikes. You need to kind of remake the pikes several times for them to match the knights anyway. The knights are extremely strong of a unit. You have no way of dealing with them, you're just gonna be dead. So that's what I said, like, if you have no way of dealing with the knights, which is usually done by springles, by a large number of pikes, you're just dead. So welcome all the Turin's viewers, by the way. Welcome, guys. I'm happy that you guys are here. I'd like you guys to drop me a sub on YouTube and drop me a follow on Twitch and like the video if you're enjoying yourselves, because I'm going to be casting way more overall. Also, we're going to have like higher stream quality coming into the future, okay? Because we will have the upgraded computer next week. So I'm getting a new PC on Thursday, I think, built and kind of completed. So we'll have way higher quality of the streams. We'll probably be streaming in 1440p. So it's going to be a very big upgrade in comparison to what we have right now. Whew, what a cast, guys. This was exciting as hell. So we're gonna kind of wait for them to start the next game right now, I think. So they're in the lobby. We have like a little bit of time. So we're just gonna wait, and we're going to see how exactly that goes. So we just have to wait for those players to begin. They're actually starting right away. That's crazy. This is absolute madness. So they're in the game already. We had a bug where we couldn't watch, so I think we might be encountering this again to some extent. I don't know why I can't. Oh, they actually left the game already. Guys, we're waiting now for those players to get started as well, and we're just gonna jump into game number 2. So I'm not gonna be advertising other streams, guys. This is obviously my stream. Okay, so if people are advertising, people not a big fan of this. But you guys are free to go wherever you want, of course. So like you're free people, okay? So you can go visit the main stream if you want to. But this being said, I would prefer people to stay, of course, because you know that's why I'm streaming. I'm streaming for people. Having lots of spectators is obviously amazing for me. So that's it. So TheMista with 1-0 lead on the scoreboard right now. We're waiting for the next game to load. I'm gonna go to performance mode over here, of course, and we're just gonna wait for the next game to start. It is going to be the Mongols versus the French. and I do believe this is the matchup that inherently does favor the French to some extent, because they just have stronger cavalry early, and they might actually exert some pressure on the Mongols. Though you have seen different situations here, you have seen some crazy pushes from the Viper already on the Mongols, so we might actually see some very different games with those two players over here. By the way, thank you for the follows, very much appreciated. So Ishan Sharma, Jernay, and David Myers, welcome to all of you guys. Obviously Robin as well, and Jennification, who did actually follow me 2 hours ago. And I'm too excited, I'm reading random names right now from my list. Welcome all, thank you for following, thank you for subbing to me on YouTube. Yeah, you guys are amazing. Can't wait to see game number 2. It is going to be very, very soon, actually, because we have 3 minutes on the clock over here. And as that kind of progresses, we will see the grand finals. So really exciting to see how exactly this match unveils, of course. Yeah, it's going to be French versus Mongols. Mongols are always just really fun to watch, especially in the hands of the Viper. I think the Viper did show us the power of the Mongols in the previous matchup that he played. And we will probably see a lot more from him today. I do believe that, he's really good. He has had this crazy game where he expanded 3 times and he still won. And he was able to basically hold without any big issues. Yeah, I just think, I don't... Because, okay, so if you play against the French... So, okay, let's imagine that the Viper plays against, like, loses here, maybe, against the French. No, he wins against the French over here. So this means that the TheMista still has French at his disposal. I think Viper knows how to play the English against the French. That is what he was expecting to find the very first game. He didn't find that, though. And I don't think he's really that great at, like, late game English, actually. We have seen very little, like, good plays made by the Viper in that game against the Abbasid, because it was obviously the TheMista being very quick to the punch. He was able to to thin out the numbers of those archers, and then he was really able to kind of capitalize on that lead he generated very early on. So the double stable production, that is very risky, by the way, because if you play the Abbasid, you miss micro those horsemen even slightly, and you let those archers actually kill your units, you really are in trouble. But actually, the TheMista was really good at controlling that. He was able to micro his way out of that situation very early on. He was able to kill off a lot of those archers of the Viper, which basically just disarmed the push, right? And the Viper was very late to getting the barracks as well, I think. He had very few spears overall, so this meant like every single fight that was taken by the TheMista was inherently giving him the advantage. So that was probably the problem here for the English. So English are very cool early game, but they're kind of cheesy, I think. They're kind of cheesy, and they do rely on your opponent's mistake, because obviously this very long range, paired with the scout's vision, I guess, is going to give you a nice advantage. But if you cannot capitalize on, this very early power of the civilization, you might struggle later. Though we did see actually that I think there was the Viper playing that against the English as well, and he did win against the English with his French. So yeah, it's kind of going to be hit and miss, I guess, as well. Also, another thing that you rely on your opponent's mistake is you actually have to. I think in order to kind of get the stranglehold on your opponent, you do have to get that network of castles bonus, which requires you to build an outpost near the enemy's base. So if you are kind of, on spot on with your defense, you can actually see the villager coming in to build that outpost. I think you can deny that. It also kind of gives you a nice advantage. Unless you're, of course, being out-pressured by the archers, then you're screwed. Because, like, if you give the English an inch, they take the mile. That's the saying. Guys, game number 2, it is going to be played on the map called Dry Arabia, which is one of my favorite maps of all time in Age of Empires 2. I think it's everybody's favorite map. And in the north, in the blue, it is going to be the Viper playing the Mongols. In the south, in the red, it is going to be the TheMista, and he is playing the French. And it's a question mark from me, because the French don't, generally speaking, go towards this sort of an opening. I have to say, this is not standard. So you usually go towards the gold mine, you do not go, especially in Dry Arabia. I think that's a normal opening, as far as... So this is the normal opening as far as kind of the water maps go. Like, you send like 3 villagers towards wood, 3 towards food. But you can actually see here that the Viper is actually going to open up with the wood for some reason. So the TheMista is actually going to open up with the wood. So it's kind of out of the box play already with those French. He's kind of housed as well, but he's still gonna be able to produce that last villagers. It's kind of important as well to notice that. And yeah. It seems to be the case that our French player is going to kind of play a very different build order. So he's gonna play against the Mongols. I guess he's kind of preparing to defend against the archers, maybe? Or that's also quite a good idea, I guess, because he might want to have very early barracks. We have seen this happen today quite a few times, actually. I'm kind of silly, because we have seen, like, either early barracks... So, we have seen that there's a... Oh, that's gonna happen, actually. He's gonna build a stable. He's gonna make, like, 6 scouts gonna pressure. See, that... No, this barracks, actually. That's crazy. So, Okay, so, because I'm used to seeing that, so, that's why I think the French are actually getting, the wood, because they want to build, so TheMista wants to build the barracks to defend against the scout rush, because that's a very common Mongol strategy as well. So what you do is actually go towards the Uvu, you build a very early stable, you produce like up to 6 double scouts, right? So you got like triple double scout basically. They are very cheap, they cost like 60 stones, 60 food to produce, no, for 2 scouts it's basically like a huge bargain, right? And once you get those, you can just kind of go across the map and maybe deny your opponent gold. I think that has been the staple play so far with the scouts, and it worked very well overall. I think the Mongols have lost some games, yes. Because not everyone is as good at them as the Viper and those kind of top... Today, no. Today, I don't think Mongols have lost. But generally speaking, yes, we have seen Mongols lose games. So anyway, that scout all-in is not going to happen, of course. We see 2 spears actually moving across the map. And Dry Herb is quite big. First of all, also those spawns are quite distant. So we actually see that there's going to be a lot of ground to cover. I do believe that TheMista is going to be ready by the time those guys arrive in his base. He's going to have some sort of defensive... Oh, that's crazy. No way. Oh no, that's absolute insanity. So they're just playing a very different game. So we have seen a lot of meta play, but these guys are just kind of playing absolutely a different game. We see a wall coming down from TheMista, so he's going to be preparing for some sort of an all-in from the Mongols, I believe, which is crazy. Yeah. So I guess the Viper is kind of going to wrap around this base. He's going to be very passive once he sees there's first of all an outpost over here on the gold, which is going to deny any sort of scout play, but he doesn't intend to do scout play, of course. But it also is going to deny the spearman push. So there is no way in hell that this can be denied right now. So there is going to be steady mining taking place throughout this throughout the entirety of this game, actually. Oh, okay, the Mongols are actually going to go for a push. So this is not just a kind of, you know, small... what the f is this? So we're gonna go towards the 2 outposts, actually 2 outposts being built right in front of TheMista's base. So this is very early aggression, actually. You might actually see a villager going down as well. No, she's safe, she's safe. So she's going to just disengage, and obviously the TC fire is going to be a big threat because, you know, those units are very weak to arrows overall. So, like, the TC is going to just demolish the lineup of the spearman. But the Viper is actually, I think, going to sacrifice that. I do not like this placement. This is very silly, I think. You should, if you have this inkling that there is something wrong happening, and you see where, like, kind of the angle from which your opponent is approaching you, I do believe that you really want to place that school of cavalry on the other side, like over here. I really hate this because you can just... I know it's very unlikely that this gets pressured anytime soon, but if there are any archers coming later, I think, like, if you're still constructing this for any reason, I think it's kind of very unfortunate. And if there is a push coming this way, I think having this over here will mean that the ramp push will also be very, like, far less efficient. Sorry, I forgot to disable the camera, yeah. That's true. So that's also the case over here, right? So you see this happening, and yeah, the Viper is actually... going to put a lot of pressure, right? He probably is going up with the Yam network on his own side. He's going to go up very soon. He has villagers already pulling up. And he's going to just use the Yam to kind of increase his mobility. And I do believe he might actually go for an archery range very soon over here as well, to put some more pressure on the Mista's base. And this is basically cheese. So this is a very, very nasty, situation, right? Because as you're building those deer stones over here, they'll provide every single unit near outposts, not just cavalry and traders. Now, with the Yam network, is going to be everybody with additional movement speed. So as the Viper reaches feudal, he's actually going to be able to perform a bit better. Sorry about my dog. Yeah, my dog casually barking at 100 people. That's the usual thing. She doesn't bark normally, so I don't think she likes me speaking English. So, you just let me know, because I sometimes forget about those things. I'm not like a big streamer, right? I'm a small YouTuber at best. So, this being said, 2 towers over here. and they're going to be putting a lot of pressure on our French player. But this is kind of matched, right? We have the outpost over here, so if there's any aggressive push happening, you can definitely repel that with that outpost. However, you have to say that TheMista was really ready for this. So that's why he put the wall down as well. That's why he actually put the outpost down. So there is no way for the Viper to deny this gold, and this meant that, you know, TheMista was basically uninterrupted to the feudal age as well. And the Viper, on the other hand, he's slightly behind from this because he invested a lot into those spears. He has 6 of those built in Dark Age, so this is a very large investment. He's very late to the next age. He might have also skipped some villagers. At the same time, we have 25 for Viper, and we have 27 for TheMista. That's actually normal. I do not think he actually had to skip villager production, so that's actually normal, and it is looking pretty great. I'm gonna show you the doggo in the break, okay? So once we have a break between the games, I'm going to bring the doggo to the screen. She's kind of, she enjoys being in the spotlight, guys, so that's going to be pretty cool as well, I think. We see those arrow slits actually that do increase the range, I think, of the construction. I don't think this says in the tooltip, right? But they do seem to increase the range of the towers, and this means this is kind of a small tower rush. You guys are familiar with Age of Empires 2. There were some very nasty tower rushes there. And obviously, StarCraft 2 is infamous for the cannon rushes done by the Protoss, right? So this is kind of a very small version of this because there are just 2 outposts built here. I think they're just gonna go down eventually because this one has arrows. This one is also gonna have them eventually. But those towers honestly have nothing important in range. If it could actually shoot at those villages, that would be very nice. Like, denying this gold position would be very good, but this is not happening. And I do not believe that this is going to be any relevant at all. And the Viper just disengages as I speak. He just builds in our outpost. Oh yeah, I can do this, but the dog doesn't. She's young, she's 5 months old, so she doesn't sit in place, guys. So having a dog camera at this point is gonna be borderline impossible. I could arrange that, but it's gonna be basically, we would need to hire a person to follow the dog everywhere, otherwise it's not gonna work. So, we have some small army here. By the way, the TheMista is actually getting the deer towards his base, so I think the TheMista realizes those outposts are gonna go down, and no matter what he does. So he's just going to get those deer. He did research the professional scouts, and he's just going to get those deer all the way towards the TC of his. So he's going to be able to defend this this base quite nicely. He's also kind of being very passive. This allows him to, of course, get those deer in towards the base. He's just going to play this passive early game where he walls off as the French, which is very strange, to be honest. This kind of something kind of goes against the nature of the French as a civ, right? You want to be aggressive with the French. But in this case, I think it's just going to work very well because, as we have already established, the Viper is slightly on the back foot from his initial engagements. Now, the Viper is going to... We haven't really looked at the Mongol base for a while. So there is a blacksmith here researching the steeled arrow, and this is going to obviously give a little bit of an advantage to the offensive power of the Viper, giving those archers some extra damage. And there's also obviously the archery range over here on the Uvu, possibly double producing archers, right? So that's kind of important. This is basically very frustrating because it just keeps giving you notifications. So it's going to be very, very annoying for the Viper. Sorry, for the TheMista, because it keeps telling him that there is something wrong happening over here, and in reality, it is just one pesky tower shooting that it's kind of irrelevant, to be honest. This does deny the berries, though, so it's kind of important to notice that this is denying the berries from the TheMista. But the TheMista, I think, is pretty cool with that because he's just sending the scouts, hunting the deer, bringing them en masse into the base. He's just going to be he's going to be sitting on this kind of sustainable source of food. Of course, this upgrade is not free. It costs him some money to get that done. But this being said, you know, eco upgrades for the French are very cheap, so I think he's kind of okay with this. Being under pressure and just being able to still have a really good source of food without being forced to build farms is, of course, very nice. So it's all also very good. I'm not bored at all, guys. I'm not bored at all. I love my dog. But she's kind of noisy sometimes. You have to say that she doesn't usually bark, but she does happen to be noisy at times. So that's kind of something you have to note. Now we have this base over here built. We see a stable, so it's kind of a natural follow-up for the English. Sorry, for the French. So you just start with the second stable around like 7-8 minute mark. This is kind of later because we see a lot of kind of offensive play from the Viper. But we see the second stable being built. I'm not really sure if I wouldn't have preferred to see a second archery range, to be honest, because you need to deal with the spears somehow, and I do believe there are plenty of those, right? So the Viper, by the way, Where's the blacksmith? Okay, so over here, he's researching this iron undermesh as well, which means that he's going to get some extra hour protection. So that's why probably we don't see that many archers. I think that TheMista kind of anticipating that he's going to focus on cavalry first and foremost. I don't know. I would say that I would be scared as hell if I were to be the Viper fan at this point. Because, let's face it, TheMista is being... Oh no, that's very bad, that's very bad. Oh god, 3 villagers dead. 4 villagers dead, man. Oh god, 5, isn't it? Oh, that's just 4, I think. That was very bad, that was terrible from TheMista. He was super slow to react. I don't know where he was with his units, but maybe he was just picking up the deer. But he pays for this with 4 villagers' lives. That's absolutely atrocious. He should not have lost so many. And this is a very, very, very bad situation right now for him, because he's denied the wood line as well. So he's fully contained right now. You can see those, and that's actually getting out of hand almost, right? Because, yeah, that's just looking very nasty, because this is like full contain right now from the Viper. And it was okay up until this point, but just kind of being forced out of the wood line when you really need to be producing archers is terrible. So it might actually force the TheMista to engage quite early. And the Viper might actually be strangulating, right? He has a full strangle hold on the base of the TheMista right now. And he might actually just exert some more pressure, place some more, deploy some extra units, and maybe just force a fight. If you're the TheMista now, I do think that the only way for you to deal with this is researching siege engineering very early, and just kind of getting rid of at least some of those structures on the west, and maybe just kind of expanding towards the west over here. Or maybe just going for this wood line here, securing it with some of your own infrastructure, and just kind of going towards that, because this wood line is toast, and I don't think you can actually defend it much longer. So it's looking quite bad actually for the TheMista right now. NGL is looking quite nasty. I don't know if there is siege engineering yet for the Viper, but yes, it is done for him. So he's actually going to be able to build a ram. As I speak, he's actually going to deploy the ram over here in the western corner of the base of the TheMista. He's going to break those fortifications, and I believe he's going to just threaten this wood line again. Now, the important thing is that the trees actually do block line of sight, so this tower, even if it's fully garrisoned, I think it would be able to reach those villagers, whereas it can actually happen in Age of Empires 2, so there's a big difference. But I think this is going to be a very dangerous push right now coming from the Viper, and obviously the TheMista is at a significant disadvantage here. He gets rid of this position, so he's actually able to get the economy going, at least from this side. So he secures this kind of eastern part of his base. So he's going to get rid of the outpost. Sorry, he's going to get rid of the outposts, and he's just going to push towards this kind of. Maybe he's going to try to repel this, because this is actually quite bad. He's being threatened in terms of his production as well. Losing the archery range means he has no other defense against those pikes, and there are so many of those as well. And having been denied the wood as well means that he has been very kind of strapped for any sort of wood as well. So I would love to see TheMista actually secure this wood line, maybe just kind of fight for this over here, because he does need to establish some sort of a position right now. Obviously, look at how many villagers are not doing anything here for the TheMista. He's obviously getting the guild code, so he's actually going to age up to castle. That's a very risky play, but because he has to defend this TC. So he's gonna age up. I do not think the Viper sees this. Oh, now he does, so he knows what's up. So he really has to either press the gas pedal, or he has to back off and just do the same. There are two possibilities here. So he either has to fight, he actually uses his passive, the Spearman, to engage, so the Knights take some additional damage and do get stunned. And right now we see that there is a lot of fighting happening in the front line. Those archers are actually focusing those spears very nicely. And it seems like the Knights of the TheMista are actually going to push through the lineup of the spears, and they're going to get on top of the archers. So this is very bad for the Viper all of a sudden. Because if he is just going to get repelled by those Knights over here, I do think that TheMista can actually just back away right now. He doesn't have to push into this even. He can just get out, he just capitalizes on the fact he's going to get the upgrades for the veteran cavalry units, and he can actually take a way better engagement later. He's going to thin out those archer numbers though, he's going to back away now. I think, no, he's not. Okay, he does run now, and he's actually going to secure this position, and he's actually going to defend very well. This is an excellent fight from the TheMista, man. He's actually defending like a god. He's going to take down this ram as well. He's going to garrison those villagers. No, he's going to ungarrison, no, he's going to return to mining. This is very good defense. I think the Viper is basically disarmed right now, because he cannot push again. How do you push against so many units right now with veteran upgrades? By the way, he has villagers signed up to the control group. I think he has to just kind of enlist anybody he can to defend this properly. The Knights actually use that fog. Can you see how intelligent TheMista is? He realizes there's fog of war over here for the Viper, and he just uses those Knights as a flank. So every single time the Viper tries to engage, he has to deal with the threat that, this wood line is going to kind of give cover to a large number of cavalry. So it's a very exciting fight, and actually the TheMista, I think, comes out really ahead. Now, this being said, the Viper is actually very close to the castle age upgrade himself. So it is going to be a longer game, I think. We can reveal the entire map, of course, once again. And in terms of resources, we can see that the Viper is indeed going up to castle right now with the steppe redoubt, with a lot of villagers. So it's going to be a very quick construction. I think it's going to be like, I don't know, 30, 40 seconds, and he'll be done. And TheMista can actually get his base back right now. He can re-establish the base, take down those outposts. You can see that every single one of those does have the arrow slits, by the way. They all have the arrow slits upgrade, and they're just continuously putting pressure on the infrastructure of TheMista. So you might actually want to kind of go on a nice run and just kind of get rid of those. But this is very chill right now. I can relax it a bit, you know, take a deep breath. And if you're TheMista, you also take a deep breath, because this was a very intense defense. That was a very good contain by TheViper, but I do not think this was enough. I do believe that, you know, TheMista was actually able to get a decent advantage here. He's actually going to push with those veteran knights, with those veteran archers as well very soon, I believe. Let's see. So TheViper is going to go for the veteran spears and veteran archers. And of course, TheMista has already done the veteran knights. He's not kind of committing to the archers yet. So it's going to be kind of a calmer play, I believe. We have 110... Never mind. No, TheMista is not going to go up anytime soon, I think. So, yeah, it is looking like... Let's have a look at the pop, by the way. Yeah, good idea. So 54 eco, 26 military for TheMista. 54 eco, that's not much, is it? And we have 50 eco for the Vipers. They're actually both strapped on economy. I think they're very low on eco, and the supplies are very equal. They're very similar, but I do believe that TheMista has a slight tech advantage, because he was first to the Castle Age, and he does have this guild hall as well, which provides him with a lot of resources. Of course, the steppe redoubt, the landmark for the Mongols, actually quite good as well. But we are also witnessing the double TC play from the Vipers. It's actually going to be quite decent economy. He's going to be able to grow much faster than his opponent. So it's actually looking quite decent, guys. It's looking quite decent indeed. We have so many... Look at this. This is like so many knights right now for TheMista. We have 14 knights over here, just pressuring those towers, getting the advantages, getting going with this siege over here. Right, so it's looking very, very nice. It's looking up for TheMista right now. I think he's going to be able to clean up his base, just absolutely unravel this kind of stranglehold he has been in for a while. And now he might actually be able to aggress a little bit against the Viper, because you have to say that the Viper has been very reckless with his construction right now. He was allowed to basically expand towards the north. Like, he was able to expand towards the east of his base. Those are very exposed locations, and with a lot of knights at your disposal, you can just kind of rush up here. You can probably just kill this outpost, kill the villagers before any forces of the Viper show up. So it's actually looking quite decent for him. Viper, though, is getting some men-at-arms. He's getting some crossbows as well, I think. Let's see the queue, by the way. So, in terms of production, you know, TheMista working with 2 stables, school of cavalry, a single barracks. He's going to go towards knights and pikes. And on the other side, the Viper is going to go towards crossbows, MAAs, and spears of his own. So, right now, I think TheMista is going to have a field day, honestly, as long as he's actually allowed to expand again. I think TheMista would like to get a second TC at some point. This is not bad for him, of course. Getting the guild hall means that he can generate some free resources. He has 800 food stored over here. I do not think he wants to kind of collect it yet. You know, this can get to crazy numbers very quickly, so if you just let it be, it is going to accumulate a nice amount of resources, right? So the more resources you have, the faster they generate. Then obviously this is generating quite a bit of food. I would probably prefer to have it swapped at some point later in the game when you have enough food from your economy, but right now there are no fields for TheMista, and I think TheMista was actually like in trouble, or has been in trouble for a while. So right now he's actually taking the berries as well, which means he's kind of behind in terms of food, so he probably wants to get that extra food boost from the guild hall. We see a fight right here. As I said, he's actually going to pressure this, but I was wrong in one regard. There's obviously the network over here. So the YAM network means that the forces of the Viper can arrive on time, and those knights are actually able... so they are repelled, they're not able to do much damage other than just killing the outpost, right? It's immediately rebuilt as well. And the knights... Actually, look at how fast those guys are moving. The YAM network is so strong. Look at this. Like, they were able to chase... Because the buff lasts for a while, and this means that those spikes can actually chase the cavalry almost. They're basically equals in terms of speed of the cavalry. Especially with the cannon speed arrow as well. So it's very nicely done. So, let's compare the armies, shall we? So for the Viper, we have 22 archers, 18 spears, 10 MAAs, and 14 crossbows. For the Mista on the other side, we have 12 archers, 24 royal knights, a horseman, and some small number of military of infantry backup. I would probably like to see more MAAs actually, because those MAAs can actually deal with the pikes very well. They're way more efficient at trading in terms of gold and food than knights are. So I would prefer to see like a decent front line of MAAs. But I do think this is actually happening for the Mista. The Mista is actually building a lot of those MAAs as we speak. So you'll have a decent setup. The problem is actually, there's something that we have seen omitted quite a bit by many players actually, that there are 3 of those Springles, there's 4 being built, and that's a very nasty siege. So I do believe this might be forcing the Mista to actually go towards that lineup and to just thin out the numbers of the Springles, maybe even trading less efficiently, but he does have to deal with them somehow, okay? So the Knights take actually a very nice engage on the left here against the MAAs. They do win this fight, so they're fine. There are some pikes defending those Springles. I do not think this is enough though. And those Knights actually wrap around those archers and they go for them. They actually are going to do a decent trade over here as well. There are crossbows in the mix though, so they are not that easy to kill. And the Knights actually from the Mista are trading in favorably right now. I think he's losing this fight quite handsomely. And those archers from the Viper and the crossbows as well, they are very strong though. We see reinforcements coming from the west and from the east as well from the Mista. He's going to get a nice cover on those units. I think he's actually going to push through anyway, so he does get through those spikes eventually. There's a lot of micro going on, but right now I think those MAAs and those Knights are actually going to win the battle. And this is a very even trade altogether. Obviously the defender's advantage going towards the Mista slightly because the YAM network provides the reinforcement with a nice speed buff. So they're kind of catching up quite well. And actually the fight goes towards the middle of the map, and I do not believe the Mista should be continuing this engagement. Oh, is he pulling the villagers actually? Is it the case? I think he's gonna sacrifice the villagers just to kill a few of those Springles, because he realizes how bad this is. And I do believe actually the Viper is going to take a large advantage in this fight. And yeah, the Mista loses villagers for nothing. He loses a large number of his army. I think he's just done for. He is definitely at a disadvantage right now. Mista did play Age of Mythology, and I think Age of Empires Online before, by the way. So the base for the Mista right now is looking quite good, but he doesn't have enough anti-artillery of his own. Obviously this Springle here is probably just going to die as it is produced. As this production finishes, this Springle is dead to rights, unless the Viper doesn't realize what's happening. He does, and I think this is not going to be a good trade for this Springle over here. The Knights charge in, and they do not get much done, I think. They're just going to kind of meet this wall of MAAs and spears, and they're not allowed to kind of get closer to the Springles at all. And this does look like a last-ditch effort for the Mista, actually. So he played a very solid game, but he just went for a very, very weird engagement over the middle. I think he kind of overextended, and he loses the game as a result. There are 2 crossbows in the middle of the Viper. Oh god, that was so nice. So, there were way too many crossbows for the Viper, I think, in that composition. And let's have a look at the graph. Because I thought, up until that point, the Viper was actually slightly behind. That's not true. Look at this. This big encounter took place with basically double the army lead for our Norwegian player, right? Whereas our Greek player over here, he was actually at a large numbers disadvantage. So even though he traded quite well, basically killed as many units as he lost, or maybe like even more, he was not able to capitalize on that. Obviously those Springles in the lineup of the Viper, because, you know, Mongols can actually produce them on the field, right? That's kind of the problem here. So those Springles were too much, and the Mista didn't have what it took with the French. But it's actually kind of okay, because he just gets rid of the Mongols from the Viper, and he can no longer play that. He's definitely comfortable in that civ. So denying those Mongols kind of coming to the later stages of the series, of course, is going to make the Mista a bit more comfortable, I believe. And he still has the French, and he was very good on the French. He was just not good enough, I think. So he might have kind of overestimated his advantage here. He probably shouldn't have taken this fight. This being said, yeah, that happened, and he just lost it quite badly. I think he would have just disengaged like around this point, because he was very, like, look at this. I think the numbers were still favoring him around like, you know, like a minute into the fight, minute 30, but he really needed to just kind of move back. And we saw another very big mistake, actually building that siege workshop in the front of your base. You should never do this, guys, because of course it makes your siege engines go towards the battle faster, but should you be at your back foot, you lose that siege workshop first, and you just are at a huge disadvantage because especially the Mongols can just produce extra sprinkles on the field and you cannot. So it obviously is a problem. Guys, if you're new to the stream, by the way, please consider subscribing, liking this stream, and yeah, letting your friends know that I'm streaming here. Of course, you can also drop me a follow on Twitch, and there is an option to join the channel below for $3 a month to support my casting and to support my streaming overall. So if you guys want to be kind of the part of something big, if you want to support the smallest streamer, this is your moment-ish, right? Of course, no pressure if you don't want to do this. I'm fine on my own. But that is obviously very much appreciated. I do appreciate you being here in the first place. So I'm really enjoying casting for a larger crowd and having this much. I've never expected to get this much audience overall. So I'm really happy to have you all guys over here. And yeah, we're just gonna wait for them to start the next game. I'm gonna relax a little bit, and we're just going to see what exactly those guys have in store for us. Remember, to win this, you have to be able to win with 4 different civilizations, right? So that's a problem right now for, I think, for the whoever thinks that they have like a smaller civ pool, because you have to be able to win with 4 civilizations in order to take this best of 7, right? Because you cannot play the civilization that you have won with, so you need to be able to win with at least 4 different civs to go. And they're actually starting the game very fast. So Viper versus Mista, game number 3 coming to the cinemas near you. Okay, we have loaded. My PC is kind of slow, so not for long. I'm getting a new one, but for now, I do have to stop speaking when it's loading because the sound does get choppy, so there's no need for me to do so. We're just gonna wait, and we're gonna see how exactly those guys prepare. We see Mongols versus the English again, so the TheMista playing the Mongols now, the Viper going back to the roots, going back to the English, going for that hardcore push again, I believe. That's going to be the case. So, yeah, it's going to be quite intricate, I think. There's going to be an interesting matchup. Have we seen Mongols versus the English so far? Guys, have you actually seen that before? Have you seen that happen? Because I don't think so. We have seen a lot of matches. I don't believe we have seen how well Mongols or how poorly Mongols kind of pan out against the English. And obviously those guys, I think, are blind picking, knowing, of course, the limitations. You know, they know that if someone wins one civ, that cannot be picked anymore. So, yeah, the English versus the Mongols, I think is going to be interesting because, yeah. Daniel, my graphics quality is bad because I have a GTX 960 graphics card and a computer that is 5 years old. That's not going to be the case for much longer, as I said, because I have this bad boy waiting to be installed into a new PC. You should see it now. Right. So that is waiting on basically in a box right now to be placed into a lovely PC that will be, you know, providing a 1440p streaming up until next Friday or up until next Thursday. This is not going to happen, so you have to just deal with this. Unfortunate as it is, the components did not arrive on time, and I will only have time to put it together on Friday or on Thursday night. So we'll just have to wait for that. I kind of work full-time elsewhere as well, so I'm not like a full-time streamer, which means that, of course, I don't have like all time at my disposal to kind of, or all resources to just kind of, you know, contribute everything I have towards the stream, which is, I guess it's fair. So yeah. We're waiting for the Mongols right now to load into the game, and we'll see how it evolves, really. Can't wait. Do you guys want to see the dog? Because we have like 2 minutes 30. I think it can be like a quick dog show while we wait. I'm gonna share the dog because she is quite remarkable. Okay. She's chilling on the couch right now. I'm not sure if I should be disturbing her, but we can try. We can try. Hold on. So I'm gonna bring the dog out. She's quite heavy, guys, because she used to, like, when she was young, she was like 6 kilos. She's 5 months old now, and she's like 15. It's a big doggo, like a big small doggo. I can still carry her, but she's kind of, yeah, she's kind of heavy-ish. So this is Karma, guys. Her name is Karma because Karma is a bitch, and she is a female dog, which matches the description, I think. She's a remarkable doggo. She's really amazing. And we love her very much. Oh, okay, she's getting pissed. She's not used to getting held like this, I think. Because she usually just kind of comes and sits on my lap or something. But she's not used to kind of sitting on somebody's lap. Like, you know, because I had to carry her in here. I have a small fortress, you know, anti-doggo fortress, if I may. To kind of keep her at bay, because she used to bite the cables. I'm very afraid that she might eat something important, like my new graphics card. So she has to stay away until she learns that, you know, there is no biting of the food. Of the stuff that is not food, actually. Oh, she's cute now. Okay, doggo OP, guys. 50 seconds to go. We'll have to just move the doggo out of the way. Oh, she's so heavy.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back. Yeah, she's super chill. She used to be less chill, but she's super chill right now. Guys, if you haven't subbed yet, sub for the doggo, okay? Support the doggo. Just a little bit of an endorsement here. Thank you for all the subs that I have not thanked you for, of course, because I cannot see everything that happens in my notifications. Let's go to the game. Actually, so it is going to be Mountain Pass, and in the western corner of the map, it is going to be the Viper playing the English in the blue. Second try, by the way, for the Viper. He has not lost the game. He had not lost the game with the English up until the very first game of the series where he lost to the Abbasid dynasty. In the west, it is going to be the TheMista. And he is playing the Mongols right now, which is going to be very cool to see, I think, because he has a very different playstyle from most of the normal players. So I believe he will see a very, very different approach to how this Civ should be played if we, you know, get the TheMista to play that one. I'm from Poland, man. I'm from Poland. So, I think it's kind of not uncalled for to reveal the entire map right now. You can see there is basically, like, there are a few different passages here. I do not believe you can cross this one. It is sometimes possible in the mountain pass because it generates differently. I think it's sometimes possible to cross this mountain ridge. But in this particular situation, I do not think this is possible at all. So there's only one entrance. And I think it's going to be a very heavily contested point because I think those are two civilizations that like to flood their opponents with units. Which basically means I have to hide the camera, by the way, shit. Yeah, those are the two civilizations that like basically to flood with units. So there being only one opening on the map means that it's going to be very, very difficult to pressure, I think. Because you can just basically place an outpost over here. If you can control this hill with a keep, I think is going to be very, very big for you as well. The thing is, there's like no competition for resources on this map because I think they're quite evenly distributed. Thank you, Robin Django, for becoming a member. Welcome, 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 welcome. Very glad, guys. Becoming a member requires you to click the join button. By the way, it costs you $3, and it is just like subbing to me on Twitch, basically. So thank you very much, man. I'm super glad I have a new member. Welcome, Robin. Welcome, 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 guys. So as far as this map goes, actually, we see... Oh, that's gonna happen again, isn't it? This is the stuff that I've been talking about quite a lot. So you can start with those double scout production. So you can actually just get a very early stable, get 6 scouts for the price of 3. You can just pressure your opponent moving around the map. Like, you can just maybe pressure them off gold, maybe you can pressure them off wood. You can deny some stuff, and that's just basically that. So... that's basically how this game is going to probably go right now. We'll see some pressure unless the TheMista is like kind of keen on discovering more sheep first before he goes for some extra pressure actually. So he doesn't produce more than 2 scouts though, which is weird. No, he has 4. Never mind. He has actually produced 4 total, and I guess he's just gonna go on the map, just kind of check out every single corner of it, make sure there are like no sheep left. He might just deny some food and so on and so forth. Oh, come on, guys, no racism on the chat. I'm a teacher. I've been teaching people from all freaking nationalities in the world, actually, because I teach at uni. I've been teaching people from India, from Ukraine, from Poland, of course. I'm actually like teaching at a university that has lots of international students with people from Nigeria as well, from China. They're all cool people. Like you can have like annoying people from any other nationality, to be honest. So I don't care. So, this is the final. This is the final, guys. This is not the semi-final. This is the finals, actually. This is the finals cast. This is game number 3 of the finals. So, getting that out of the way, we see this scout over here going towards the base of the Viper, and he's going to see that there's obviously the council hall being built. TheMista actually a little bit late to the punch with the Mongols. He's just going to go towards that next age up around 4 minutes too. And actually the English are going again. I think the Viper is actually really keen on getting those eco upgrades every single time, guys. Every single freaking time. So it is likely that he's gonna go for the double Brodax again, just to support his production a bit more. This is something that not many people are doing. I think Hero Marine was another person who was doing this as well. So that's basically that. No, it's not illegal. I'm fully entitled to stream this guy. Stream this. Sorry. The stream quality is low because my computer is kind of garbage. That's how it is. It's gonna be upgraded. I'm not gonna elaborate on that further, but we're gonna have way higher stream quality coming into the next week. Right now, it is what it is. You have to just live with this, or you can just go to another channel. Okay? I can't help this. I'm kind of working with the computer I have. For now, it has been enough. So, looking at this situation over here, okay, that is banned. Okay, we have banned someone for racism on the chat. Sorry guys, that is not allowed. Please don't be racist. Come on. We're not becoming minorities in our own countries. You have like Poland is very, very homogeneous in terms of racial distribution. There is no reason to be saying that. So continuing, please, 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 please leave the racial talk completely out of the way. There is no reason to say gaming tournament, guys. Please. So there is no need to talk about any racial business. We're all gamers. We're just here to enjoy a beautiful game called Age of Empires 4. And I swear I'm gonna ban the shit out of you if you spam some racist stuff on the chat, okay? That's how it's gonna go. This being said, let's continue. There's no need to worry about this, so please just kind of keep conservative to a certain extent, if possible. Now, I mean conservative as far as your... Obviously don't be... Just keep the chat to the game, okay? Just don't go beyond the game. That would probably be quite favorable towards everybody. Let's focus on the cast, guys. So, as far as this base goes over here, we do see a house being built again for the Viper. He's kind of expanding his army, isn't he? Because he's building a lot of those. He's on a lot of supply right now. Obviously, the TheMista doesn't have to worry about that too much. So, having this much production is kind of indicative of the fact that he might want to go for something offensive. Though you can see that second TC being built as well. So the Viper did actually harvest enough stone to go up to the second TC, and he'll be working with a decent economy overall. Now, the Viper's approach to the game as the Mongols has always been to get as much wood as you can, and from there you would just kind of go towards towards kind of a heavy attack and kind of keep getting the wood, because actually, the Viper is getting triple TC very often with the Mongols, I think. So this doesn't quite happen here for the TheMista at all. The TheMista has a very different approach to this game. And he's just going to go for a single base economy. He's raiding with those 4 horsemen right now. He has 4 horsemen over here. And he's also getting the scouts over here, probably waiting to research the professional scouts to pick up the deer and go back to the base. So the Mongols are actually going to look quite nice in this matchup, I think, if they can get something done. But guys, remember, if you are trying to push too hard against the archers, they are very strong actually. Like, horsemen are not counters to the archers directly, because if they can get on top of the archers, that's okay. But if they cannot, the horsemen are actually going to do a lot of damage to them. Sorry, the horsemen are going to take a lot of damage from them, because there is like nothing protecting the horsemen from the ranged attack. They have no armor at all. You need to research the first upgrade for the armor in the first place, and only then will you be able to will you be able to actually kind of compete with the archers overall. So probably it's going to be very important for TheMista to get this first upgrade, the iron undermesh, before he can do anything aggressive himself. He's producing he's producing with a single stable only, so it's not going to be a massive army either. I do believe that this is going to be a relatively slow game for that reason, right? We can see that, you know, the Viper is sitting on 2 TCs. TheMista might be moving towards the castle, though. That's kind of the plan, I believe. And I do not think either of those players are actually aiming towards this kind of early aggressive play. I think they kind of respect each other way too much for that. We're going to see like a longer, more advanced game altogether. So let's compare the armies and the economies, shall we? So the Viper sitting on 36 Eco 11 military, and TheMista 31 and 15. So obviously the Viper having double TCs here is going to mean that he has a little bit more to work with as villagers. I do not think that Mista is actually gearing towards that second TC anytime soon as well, because he's spending all the what he's getting on other things. He's building another barracks here as well. So I do think that he's just going to go towards that very lethal push. We have seen this kind of a few times before, actually. So we have seen people, not only TheMista, but also Recon as well. This was done by Vortix too. Like, you go for, you know, 1 TC play with a lot of infrastructure supporting your production, and then you just go up to the next age with the Mongols. You just kind of produce a lot of those Springles, and you push your opponent with like a lot of artillery. So Mista really has to go towards it. I think Mista is going to gear up towards a very strong timing attack. And the Viper is actually very late to scout. He's actually sending the scout right now across the map, but he might be basically just denied this. We see that the age up is going up right now as well, and this scout is going to be chased around. He might actually get to the base. It would be really bad if you can see this. So I do believe that for Mista's best interest, he has to be able to catch this scout right now. He might actually kind of get him in this narrow passage, because if the Viper gets to realize what is happening, it's going to be really bad for him. So the longer TheMista can deny the vision from this scout, the better. I don't believe that Mista values the information that much. And honestly, the information is all the power you need. I think Viper just knows very well what he's up to right now. Look at this. He sees so much infrastructure that can be producing units. We have double barracks, we have the archery range with the stable. We also see that there is the deer stones moving. This is a very strong indicator that there is going to be a very, very powerful push coming in. And we can see that obviously those archers already being engaged on. Those horsemen actually are going to take a nice momentum here right now. They will take like at least 2-3 of those archers down, but they have to get out of there. They have to get out of dodge, because they will be useful later on as well to raid or to distract. They need to just kind of get out of that position, and they need to be able to actually deny some later engagements for the archers, I guess. So they'll be used as a distraction for now, and right now we can see there is a large movement over here. I know, but I honestly don't want to get... that's kind of nasty topic as well, so there is no reason to be talking about politics, guys, on a gaming chat, okay? I don't believe this is a good idea. So we're gonna keep it restrictive. I hope you don't mind, okay? So F for the man, but I do not really want to have that topic going. Okay, oh, this is the speedy step redoubt. Oh no, look at this. Look at how fast this boy is moving. So we have actually the deer stones placed in the middle. It's very good because you can actually build even an outpost over here. And as the units are moving from your base, they'll be getting the YAM network from the TC first, I think. Are they? I think you need the outpost here then. So you need to establish the network. You need to have the outpost. Actually, that's actually super smart. Look at this. There's an outpost over here. So they get the buff as they move out, and they move all the way to the north towards the next outpost, actually the deer stones, and there's going to be probably another outpost over here to make sure that the stream of units is never ending. Okay, that's basically the idea here. So we see those. Can someone explain to Radu what's with the graphics? Because I have no strength in my mind. The graphics are what they are. So we see the age up from the Viper, by the way. So it's not such a straightforward push anymore for the TheMista, because the Viper does realize what he's up against. He goes up to castle as well. He fortifies the position quite well. And now it's going to be actually up to the TheMista to break this English defensive position, right? So it's kind of the problem here, really. So this being said, you know, the Viper fortifies himself, he kind of closes himself up over in this particular place. He'd probably like to get access, not gonna lie, he would like to get access to those 2 golds over here. But that is not going to be the case for now. We see there are lots of archers over here. We see a lot of villagers over here actually, who are probably just going to chop down this forest relatively soon as well. And once that happens, we will probably have a lot more fights. Though this looks like a very nicely fortified position for the Viper right now. I'm not sure how exactly TheMista plans on breaking this, but I hope he doesn't take too heavy losses in the process as well. Yeah, so it's just a matter of practice. If you can emulate the playstyle, if you can just watch the game, if you can just kind of I take notes when I watch like some pro players. So if you can just emulate their playstyle to some extent, I think that's going to be good for you. So if you want to get faster, you just really need to kind of play more, and you actually need to kind of try to see how exactly the builds of those guys those guys are doing work. Okay, so we see the outpost actually being built here for the English, which is going to also give some vision to the Viper into this eastern corner of his base. And as you go towards the north, here there's also a nice opening, I guess. There is no problem for, you know, a single siege round to break those fortifications. Now we see a kind of a multi-pronged attack, I think. There is a knight over here in the base of the Viper as well, attacking those villagers, killing one only. That's not a good trade, I think, at this stage of the game. And as you go towards this eastern side, you can see a siege ram over here. It is going to try to break the base of the Viper and try to get some advantages. Those Springles probably could be attacking the villagers, but they can't see too many. So I think they would prefer to be focusing on those villas over here. So there's a network of castles bonus, of course, covering the entire base of the Viper right now. And TheMista is actually sitting on a decent army count. Let's kind of compare the army counts very quickly, shall we? So we have 11 archers, 11 crossbows, 2 Springles for the Viper, and we have a large number of cavalry actually. We have 3 lancers, 6 horsemen, lots of scouts, and a lot of Springles as well for the Mongol horde. And they're actually going to inch forward into this base right now. There's a Springle emplacement on this tower, by the way, so it's going to do some damage to the siege units of the TheMista as well. But I think the TheMista is actually forcing the issue here quite hard. He's keeping all those infantry units in the back as well. He's going to try to go for an engagement rather soon, but for now, he just goes out, disengages, and that's all she wrote, I believe. I don't think he's going to commit any further. He might actually try to take down this outpost, but that might be it. You can go onto your phone with the chat if you want to, I think. There is no other YouTube option that I know of that allows you to see both the full screen and the chat. You can kind of expand the view, I think, but that's it. So, let's go to the full map again. The economy, by the way, the economy of the TheMista is actually very weak. So we have 52 villagers towards 70, 80 of the Viper, 70 right now. So I do believe that TheMista might actually want to go towards the second TC relatively soon. Otherwise, he'll just fall behind that economy of his opponent, right? So he might actually want to get the possibility to go towards the second TC. He's getting a lot of wood here, so it's very likely he's just gonna go up. But his army is also kind of using a lot of wood, so that might be the problem, right? So we see, by the way, the Viper actually getting sieged over here. Those Springles one-shot villagers, so 2 of those go down, and this goes is also denied. And the Viper only has very few deposits here. He has like, what, 1,500 here, and 4k over here in the back. That's kind of a lot, but not that much in the grand scope of things. So at some point, you will actually have to go for the gold in the eastern part of his base. So right now you can see that these units are going to go out. So yeah, these horsemen are trying to raid, but this is quickly denied by our not Norse, is it? Norwegian players. Shit, sorry, I really suck at kind of dealing with the nationality names apparently. So our Norwegian player is going to actually repel that attack, and this number of crossbows is actually going to be a decent threat right now. So if you can just kind of use those to shoot at those heavily armored units, the MAAs and the knights, I think you're going to be somewhat fine, right? The thing that I would really like to see from the TheMista right here is at least a single trebuchet, because having a single treb will actually resolve a lot of your issues. It will allow you to actually just kind of pack a punch against those kind of pesky outposts as well, because it will just shoot from outside their range. So we'll be able to actually pick away at those outposts and maybe just kind of engage closer a little bit later on. So it is probably something that you want to do as a sieging party. But right now I do believe that the TheMista is actually just content with keeping Viper on his toes within his base. The only problem is that the TheMista doesn't still have a second TC, I believe, right? He's working with a singular TC over here Obviously, the step redoubt is not going to produce villages for you, so it's not that great. There's a prayer tent drop though, so we can see that there is probably some effort made by TheMista to collect some of those relics from the map, maybe capture the sacred sites as well, in the effort to perhaps just lure the Viper outside on the map to catch him with the cavalry units and the way more mobile and stronger army of the Mongols. He's actually trying to break through this west end wall over here, so he's going to probably deny this location. He's going to also get the YAM network established with this outpost over here, and he's going to just use that advantage to maybe push a little bit further into the base of the English, but I don't think this is going to be that big of an opening if he's just going to fight on equal terms. He probably needs some distraction before he engages, maybe just kind of do a multi-prong, maybe just kind of force something to happen over here, but right now it doesn't quite sound likely. And it seems that the English are just going to have this nice home base advantage, of course, and fighting against this force of the English is not going to be even remotely easy for our Mongol horde. Because, of course, those units get 25% bonus attack speed when they are near their castles or outposts or town centers. Obviously, that's just applying to the English units exclusively. We see those... okay, this is actually very unfortunate because this villager is going to get sniped. I don't think we have a replacement for this villager, so there is not going to be much more happening in terms of this outpost going up anyway, so this is going to be kind of denied, right? We have those springers actually fighting. Obviously, TheMista has an advantage here. He's going to just very quickly dispose of the springers of the Viper. The Viper, knowing that he backs off, actually, there is no castle defending this position, so if the Viper is actually not going to be able to hold this position right now, he might have to just relinquish this ground or he's just dead, I think. So actually this is a very strong fight for TheMista. I think he's just taking a very large advantage. Those Springles on the fighting against these Springles of the Viper are actually just handling this encounter very well. And those Springles actually are going to be able to shoot at the archers right now, at the crossbows of the Viper. So the Viper is actually, despite having the defender's advantage, I think the Viper is taking quite a bad fight over here. So the Springles are going to obviously have numbers advantage as long as they're allowed to have that. So if the Viper is not going to snipe any of those, he's going to be really behind, because, you know, the Springled wars are a thing in Age of Empires 4. Honestly, if you're just not going to be able to deny those Springles from firing all the times, they'll eventually just overtake the fight. And the Viper, probably cognizant of that fact, is going to pull some villagers towards that front line. You have seen that last game. It's kind of a sign of desperation, though. This does work quite well, though, in this case, so those Springles are actually going to get killed as well. Actually, it seems like TheMista is being pushed back. So the Viper are able to actually repel that attack from TheMista, and he has to scramble his defense and just get the hell out of this, because he can no longer hold the siege. So this was a small overextension, I believe, on the side of TheMista. He's actually going to be forced out of this for now, and the Viper holds. Whew. Okay, that was a very, very difficult fight, I guess, for TheMista to pull off. He didn't eventually do this quite as well as he should have. Viper just kind of nicely walks up, kills that ram as well. I do think those villagers, excuse me, are quite exposed. And if you're TheMista, actually, you have lost a lot of your forces, and your ability to reproduce, like, kind of remake your units, is kind of limited. You have a way weaker economy than your opponent. We can look at the numbers, of course, but it is 80 villagers and 50 military for the Viper, and this is just 67-24 for TheMista. I think Viper's just gonna take this game, guys. I think that this siege looked very promising, but honestly, with how far behind economically TheMista is, I don't think he can just actually regain his lead here. So I think it was not even poor macro. I think he made a very conscious decision to play this aggressive style. He thought he was going to end the game, but the Viper, realizing what was going to happen, he realized that it was going to be a very heavy timing attack coming his way. He just was able to prepare. He defended very well, and right now it seems like there is not going to be a nice way back into this game for TheMista unless he takes a very favorable exchange over here. Of course, there are no Springles left, so this singular Springle from TheMista is going to do some damage against the crossbows. The crossbows are actually very weak against, the crossbows are very strong against Springles. They can actually engage and actually walk up and kill it, I think. But I do not believe that the Viper is realizing this. So this is going to be a very big turnaround, actually, because I think those knights are going to clean up those archers and those crossbows, at least to some extent. And there is also a shaman here for the Mongols. He's going to be supporting those units to some extent, but I do not think this is enough, actually. It looked very nice for TheMista. He should not have fought in this narrow corridor with the tower over here as well. I don't believe this is a nice engage at all for TheMista. I think Mista is just dead now. He has no resources left. He has no production. He has a lot of production. Okay? He has no resources to use that production at all. And he has just way worse economy than the Viper. The Viper is sitting in a very large eco himself, and this is just not going to be a very nice game from here on now for the TheMista. He's 88 supply compared to 127 of the Viper, which is usually indicative of one player taking just a very, very huge lead in the game. It is indeed the case, I believe, over here. So the TheMista still working with a single TC, 23 minutes into the game. I don't think this is enough to take this match anywhere really. And those knights, they're quite strong, but again, there are a lot of pikes over here in the lineup. There are 2 Springles. I think the TheMista is just done for, man. This is the grand finals. This is actually the grand finals, guys. So this is the series. We have 2-1 advantage. So the Viper takes the series. We have him clawing back from this 1-game deficit that he started the series with. And right now we have the Viper with 2 wins and the TheMista with a singular win of his own. So this being said, guys, we're just going to have to wait once again for those players to get ready. Welcome to everybody who is new to the stream, by the way. I am very glad that you guys are over here. You are most welcome to join the community as well. If you decide that you like my casting, you're most likely going to want to subscribe to my channel on YouTube, to drop me a follow on Twitch, and also to click the like below the video because it might bring more people in, I believe. So just kind of give me a thumbs up on YouTube. It is going to obviously pay dividends for you guys. This being said, we are just waiting for the next game. Of course, if you're curious as to the quality of the stream, because I have seen a lot of questions about that on the chat. Starting next week, we have a very, very cute graphics card waiting to be installed. I know I've been showing this. I'm very happy that I got it on sale. So it's an RTX 3070. We have a nice PC being built alongside that. So we have a very good quality of the streams starting next week. From now, this is what we have. So we have a GTX 970 that is. So obviously the upgrade is going to be absolutely huge. Yeah, this being said, we're just waiting now for the Viper to go up into the next game against the TheMista. And obviously, if you can win 2 more games with your Viper right now, we're just going to take the series altogether. You do not need to play all 7. No, I'm not chosen. There are more casters. Anyone, I think it's a kind of free for all. So anyone who has Age of Empires 4 and who can actually manage to convince those players to add them to the friend list can be casting this. So you could be doing this as well, George Serrano, if you wish to do so and if you had the competences to do that. Okay? So I'm not the chosen caster, probably are more people casting that elsewhere. If you're interested in other streams, I'm not gonna advertise that though, okay? Okay, it's gonna be grand finals, yes. So it is basically best of 7, so you have to win 4 games to win the series. And if you are the Viper, looking at 2 more wins. If you are the TheMista, you have to win 3 more to actually take the series altogether. But the problem with the series is that if you win with a civilization, you can no longer play that. So for instance, the Viper now wins with the English, and he's no longer be able to pick it again, right? So he picked the Mongols, he won, he picked the English, he won. So right now, he does, yes, and now right now he actually does have to pick something else. So he has to figure out what exactly he's going to play right now, because other than the French, of course, his options are dwindling quite fast. And the TheMista has won with the Abbasid. So that is also of the table. Okay, so we're just going to wait and see what happens. The Viper only has 1 strong civ at his disposal, like something that is perceived as strong anyway. Because we have seen a lot of those kind of less popular or more niche civilizations do very well in this tournament. We have seen, for instance, we have seen the Delhi Sultanate, which was considered by everybody like the Z tier or like D tier, F tier, right? Depending on the streamer, of course, depending on the tier list author. But we have seen the Delhi actually perform against the French super well when they were handled by Vortix, right? So it's not always the case that, you know, those kind of perceptions in RTS are going to be the facts. So obviously, like if you look at StarCraft 2, for instance, the meta in SC2 is very, very fluent still, or fluid, despite the fact that the game has not been patched for a year now. Right, we have seen lots of shit. We have seen, you know, like those very different matchups revolving around, you know, different builds. We've seen actually like lots of changes. Same goes for SC1 as well, I think. Right, there have been like literally no patches in the game for years, and the meta is still evolving. People are finding new builds. People are finding new ways to surprise, and people are just kind of winning matchups left and right with very, very different methods. So if the Viper, as it is stated on the chat, has a way with Delhi, it is going to be a very interesting match, guys. We're going to load into the next game, so I'm going to stay quiet for a second or two as it loads. Okay, 4 minutes and the game starts. So let's have a look at this one over here. We do have French versus French. Interesting, right? That's gonna be pretty cool as well. So, yep, you can no longer, like, if you're the Viper, you can no longer pick the French, you can no longer pick, sorry, you can no longer pick the English, you can no longer pick the Mongols. And if you're the TheMista, you can no longer pick the Abbasid. So it's going to be a lot of variety introduced because it is a BO7, so it does require you to have a way deeper pool of civilizations than a BO5, right? You have to win with one more civ at the very least. So it's going to be very curious, at least to me, it's very curious as to how exactly those guys handle the situation. We just have to wait right now and see for ourselves. You know, guys, this could be a very short series, by the way. This could be anywhere from, you know, from 2 more games to 4, right? This could be 4-game series if it kind of continues with kind of those players exchanging blows. But if the Viper wins right now, he's going to have a very decent situation because he's like kind of safe. He can drop a single game or 2 games actually without taking any risks in the series, really, right? So he can actually take his sweet time to figure out what exactly is going to be his desired matchup and desired map as well. We have to ban this thing as well. Sorry, there's a spam bot as well. I'm so sorry about this, chat. So we're gonna block this spam bot on YouTube. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna have to very quickly go to my YouTube as well. I think I did ban this on my chat client, but I do think I have to just go to my moderators panel and just get rid of that shit. I think we have time to do this still. Because my moderator, namely Mr. Sis, is not here anymore, I think. So I'm not sure if you guys were able to see that spam or no, but I got rid of that right away, I think. So how are you guys enjoying this, by the way? How are you guys enjoying the cast so far? Oh yeah, we have France, like double France, so it doesn't actually quite seem to be the big difference maker. Like France OP, France not OP is not gonna matter too much, I believe. I think it's gonna be big, yes. I'm very hopeful because I really want to have a new RTS on my hands. And this is looking like a nice possibility. Okay, now I think I handled that quite well. Guys, by the way, I do have a Discord. If you want to join, the link is in the description of the video. I'm also going to paste it on the chat. I announce all my streams there. We have some nice discussions about different games. And if you guys want to kind of, you know, be the part of the community, you're very much invited to join the Discord channel as well. I just posted the link on the chat, so please join if you want to, if you're enjoying yourselves. I'm going to be casting a lot of the pros because I have all of those guys on my friend list as well. So as we go into the next week, I think I'll host a few streams just casting those games and following those players in their tracks. Okay, so do remember to join the Discord, sub on YouTube, and you'll see a lot of content like this if you're enjoying the cast, obviously in higher quality, relatively soon-ish. Okay, that's the idea. So I hope that this trend stays and we can actually keep casting those events to for the future. I think I might actually organize a tournament of my own as well as time passes. Obviously, we might actually try to do some community-funded thing as well. We shall see how it goes. It worked because I used to cast Darkest Dungeon. There was a PvP mode there, and we had a lot of kind of community-funded tournaments where I would pitch in some money and people would pitch in theirs as well. It would kind of organize something. Without further ado, though, let's have a look at this. Okay, we have some missing assets. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, guys. Oh no. We have to reload. We have to reload. Sorry. I can't imagine this with 80 villagers, guys. So without any further ado though, in the west, on Boulder Bay, spawning in the blue, it is going to be Viper. And in the east, also on Boulder Bay, in the red, also playing the French, it is going to be TheMista. So you have a mirror French matchup. It's going to be very, very cool to see what exactly happens from here. So we are basically on this Boulder Bay map, a very nice fishing map altogether. And honestly, the problem with this map has been that the player who was able to get the water control here would lose the game altogether every single time almost, if this was a French versus French or the Abbasid versus French matchup. So honestly, Mista, I think, eliminated Hero Marine on this map, right? This was kind of a scary thing. So I need to actually disable the camera. So Hero Marine did actually die on this map. His tournament life on the line. He was 2-2 against TheMista, and TheMista was actually able to win with the Abbasid, forcing Hero Marine to build too many water units and just kind of relinquishing water afterwards and just kind of going for a very heavy push, timing attack against him. So Hero Marine died here. I think it is going to be indeed the case that, you know, this is going to be a more contained game on the water. Now, fighting with the ships is going to be extremely micro heavy. Like, TheViper actually did dispose of his opponent on this map specifically, playing the ships because he has like such a good micro, right? So the French have the ship called the Hulk, and it is basically going to shoot from 2 boards. Once it shoots from 1 board, you can actually turn around while the other board that has just shot reloads. So you can basically, if you turn your ships very well, you're actually able to you're actually able to win the fights, I guess. So the more, like, the better you're at maneuvering your ships, the stronger your kind of combat potential on the water will be. We see both players obviously focusing on the water here, so we see a lot of villagers going towards that wood. 6 villagers for the Mista, and also 6 for the Viper. So it's keeping about like 5 to 7 villagers on the field, because there are 2 villagers over here as well gathering the fish, which is also done by the Mista over here. He just went for the fish as well. That's a decent source of food. I think it's kind of similar to. It's gonna be similar to the berries. I think that's kind of the same gathering rate as the berries. I'm like 70% sure about this. Maybe they're similar to the hands, but I don't think so. They're just kind of close to the berries, I believe. From what I remember, because I did see those graphs on Reddit a while ago. Now, if you play this map and you win the water control, and that's what Vortix did against the Mista, I think, as well, right? Vortix was actually sending a lot of ships across the water to the other side of this bay, and he was actually dropping some units on the other side. So he's actually pressuring the Mista, because I think it was the Mista defending as well. But what Mista did is actually he was able to produce enough army, he was able to fortify his base well enough to just prevent any sort of fights, and then he actually went for a very strong attack with it's actually, that game went all the way to Imperial, right? And he went with the University Upgrade and the Knights, and he just won with quality of the army. So that was how it went. This being said, if you have a very large water advantage, it doesn't still mean the game is over. But you also don't want to kind of, as I said, overproduce the ships, because this means also that you're spending too much gold. Each Hulk costs a lot of money. It's 300 wood, 240 gold. So if you were to invest that on the ground, honestly, like, this is basically like a half, like a, okay, 2/3 of a TC floating on the water. So I'm kind of wondering if this is really worth it, like, for any player at all to kind of focus on the water so heavily. Because if you are forced to spend so much money, you basically have, like, you know, 3-4 floating TCs on the map just to secure those freaking fishing ships. I do not think this is worth it at all. So if you just, I don't know if you just relinquish this ground, if you just kind of say, okay, I'm not going to bother with the water play at all. I'm just going to go for, you know, for a safe play on the ground. I'm just gonna get a few TCs over here, like maybe 3 TCs, produce villagers from here. I think you should be okay. So I'm not sure if this is the kind of appropriate approach. Is kind of wasting lots of resources on the water, especially that your opponent will produce at least a single Hulk, right? Obviously, giving up the control is not necessarily the best thing in the world either. So this might be the problem too, right? So if you do lose water control, you also open up yourself to those drops on the other side, because you have no ships to deal with those transport ships coming from the French. And I believe that if you do relinquish your water control completely, that's also not going to be too great. This being said, both players probably going in towards the feudal already. We see 4 villages for TheMista building that upgrade, and TheViper is actually very close as well. Both of them going towards the Chamber of Commerce, which is basically a glorified market, because getting trade going on the map like this Boulder Bay is not going to be really that great at all for you. I don't think you can actually sustain a trade efficiently, because this is a very long path to the only market on the ground. And trading with this market on the water, of course, would require you to obtain water control first. And even if you have it, I actually haven't seen too many players go for that. So yeah, basically the idea with playing these water ships, right, is that you have to spin them quite a bit, as Pierre Hain is saying over here. So you actually have to make sure that you move them around, because every single time you rotate them, they are able to shoot and they're reloading the other board. Right, so that's basically the idea. So the more you spin, the more you win. Of course, you have to do this at the right time so that you don't cancel any attacks. It's not that easy of a deal, but TheViper was very, very good at doing that, I think. So we'll see how exactly that pans out for him right now. I think Viper is very good at micro, so this being said, he has had some wrist issues recently, so this might be a problem for him coming into this later game, because the more the later game gets, the more APM it requires, right? The more clicks, the more movement of the mouse. Of course, like if you are having any sort of wrist issues, that's not great. This scout, by the way, from TheMista is probably going to die here. Definitely going to die. He's so dead because of the harassment that was done to him by the scout of TheViper. So TheViper has like full vision control on the map right now. He has also walled himself off. So this means that he's basically safe in his territory for now, though obviously there's going to be some competition on the water coming very soon, because there is a Hulk on the map already, another one being built, and there's also a second dock from TheViper matched by the second dock of TheMista as well. So we'll see probably a lot of those offensive water ships being built, and we'll see how exactly those fights go, because this is going to be the pivotal moment, one of the pivotal moments of the game anyway, just how many Hulks you go for and how well you can trade against your opponent. Losing a single one even is going to be very costly here, because of course, just like the French Knights, any ship in the game can just go back to the dock and be repaired, okay? Moreover, the fishing boats can actually speed up the process. They can actually just kind of go forward and repair. So very good micro here can actually buy you a lot of ground, because you can just, you know, just back away right on time with your head or damaged ships, and you can just repair them at the docks and kind of reuse them later. So obviously losing a ship right now would be terrible for either of the players. It also means that the player who is attacking is at a slight disadvantage, because they might just actually take a worse trade overall. So those guys actually shoot first, so Viper gets the first and the second shot. TheMista doesn't quite... I don't think he's good at water battles, man, because he doesn't kind of see the range too well. And TheViper was very crisp. You can see how well he understands the range of his ships. Of course, you can see this if you kind of target them with your mouse. You can see how long they can shoot. But the problem is that actually TheViper is definitely better at kind of calculating the range. He seems to be better at that for now anyway. And we shall see how well it is going to go from here. Yeah, he's from Norway for sure. We have that confirmed already on stream by some professional stalkers, obviously kidding. Now, Defender's Advantage also means that you have 3 ships against 2 a lot of the times, right? Or 4 against 3. So you have like at least 1 more unit advantage, because those Hulks are very slow to move from one place to another until you research those sails. This is actually done by TheViper. TheViper has actually finished the research here, so he's actually faster Hulks. This is why he's on the offensive right now. He's actually able to snipe a single fishing boat, and he's taking a very nice trade overall with those Hulks of his own. But we have 4 Hulks for TheMista. I think he actually needs to use a different formation here. He actually has to kind of use a better line. If he doesn't do this, he's going to be punished quite heavily. Okay, so basically TheViper is moving through. He's going to put on some pressure on TheMista. Right now, TheMista is going to go towards that next ship. He's not getting those additional sails yet. So he might be in trouble overall if he doesn't get it, because this is actually increasing the maneuverability of his ships, right? Allowing you to maybe just shoot faster and just get out. That's exactly what TheViper is doing. Actually, he's really good at containing. He's actually moving those ships like knights, really. He's actually so good at handling this water battle. Yes, I'm Polish. Yes, I'm Polish indeed. And TheMista is Greek. So our red player over here is Greek indeed. That's all the nationalities we have in this match right now. By the way, TheMista is able to go up to 6 Hulks, and TheViper is going to sit on 6 of his own. And they are actually producing still, so they're very committed to this water. Mista is actually producing another 2 as well, so we're basically going to see the match here, and additional states are also being researched by our Greek player in the red, which means that this probably is going to be a longer game. The Boulder Bay has been usually delivering very long games overall, simply because of how this works. I don't think anyone has a big advantage at this point, because simply speaking, those ships can repair. The only thing that was lost here so far was a single fishing boat for the Mista, of course. That's a small disadvantage, but not a huge one. We might lose a villager here, by the way. The Mista might kind of have this villager die as well, because he is blissfully unaware of the situation here. Actually, that's kind of missed micro, I think, by the Viper, and those hulks by the Mista are actually going to inch forward, and they might actually cut off Viper's ships altogether. Can you see how many shots Viper is getting in comparison to his opponent, actually? Because Viper is getting so many more shots, and this is basically because of the range that he's using. And he has like way better use of the range of his ships. He understands the range better, and he does actually get very, very decent trades altogether. I teach English at university. I'm a translation teacher at university in Poland, so I'm kind of an academic English teacher. So that's why I do not sound like very, very polite. I don't have like a marked Polish accent anymore. But I do have like, no, I don't have like pure native accent, of course, either. So we see those ships of the Mista moving forward towards the defense line, I guess. I'm not sure what exactly the plan is here for the Viper, actually, because what they want to do, I think, they want to kind of get the advantage of the number of units, and then they actually want to engage and fight, right? So if the Viper is able to eke out one more Hulk, I think, or 2 more Hulks, he probably just go for an engagement. But for now, he has 1 dock less as well, 1 dock fewer. So we have 10 Hulks for the Viper, and we have probably like 10, 11 for the Mista. Can you please see that? 8? 9. But those 3 docks potentially can, you know, replenish the army faster, so if he decides to go towards more ships, he'll probably just do so. We have to remember they take 4 supply each, I think. Yeah, it's 4 supply, you can see this at the bottom. So those are actually going to be very, very supply heavy units. So if you have too many of those, at some point you might not be able to produce ground army, okay? This is, by the way, the 4th dock for the Mista, and the Viper is still working off the back of 2 only. So if you go for a battle right now, as Mista, you probably kind of go even, but if you wait a little bit, if you produce from 4 docks, you will take over to some extent. No, asking about nationalities is okay, I guess, as long as no one is offending anybody else. Like, as long as nobody says that, you know, like, Poland is trash or something, I'm fine with that. And Poland's kind of trash. But I'm Polish, I can say that, right? But I guess, honestly, like, life standard in Poland is actually quite okay. I don't mind this. I basically lived in a lot of European countries. I like Poland quite a bit. It's not bad here. Our politics is shit. But we don't talk about politics here, we talk about Age of Empires 4. We have 12 Hulks on the side of the Viper. It's such a huge fleet, guys. And they're not too eager to fight, are they? You have 11 Hulks for the Mista, 12 for the Viper. They're really not too eager to take a fight at all. So we might actually see them. I do believe that, you know, the Mista specifically is very scared to lose right now, because this would put him at match point. Nobody wants to be put at the match point against the Viper, so he is really going to take his sweet time to max out on the army. I think we might actually see both those players actually go towards the Imperial Age, maybe even get those upgrades for the ships and only then fight. Obviously the Castle Age unlocks quite a few nice upgrades for you, so the Viper is already there. The Mista isn't quite there yet, and he's actually quite far behind. He's not really, like, he has started the age up right now. So the idea here is basically, by the way, the Viper is going towards the 2nd TC as well. He's gonna get the 2nd TC somewhere here. So he's mining the stone. The Viper, sorry, the Mista is not really doing that. No, the Mista is actually doing the same thing right now. So you see the pivot towards the TC is probably like some sort of a safety measure here, and we see the large unit of those Hulks move towards the base of the Viper. It actually is going to deny some of the Hulk production, which is very big, because now you can just resupply your units. You can probably just take this water battle. They're gonna fight right now, but I think this is basically forcing the hand of the Viper. The Mista seems to have more guys. He seems to have way more Hulks. He also has a very nice position. He's actually just forcing the Viper into this kind of choke over here. He's kind of forcing him towards the edge of the map. The Viper will have to take the fight at some point. And we see a lot of exchange fire. Actually, they're shooting at each other quite a bit. And the Viper is actually seemingly losing this water battle. He's kind of out of position, honestly, and the TheMista can actually back away if he wants to stay. He still has the opportunity to just kind of leave right now, to replenish the HP of his ships, and just kind of go back with a superior number of units. But he's actually committed to this fight, actually. You have 9 ships to Viper's 10 as well. 11, actually, so the Viper has a numbers advantage. And I do think he's microing his units a bit better as well. We see a lot of fire exchange. The TheMista's units are dying faster. We see 2 more ships from the TheMista dying. The Viper is actually very good at microing his units, though those units at the back are not firing at all. This formation I do not think is favoring either of the players, and the TheMista is actually probably going to have to back away, having lost the majority of his fleet. We have 6 Hulks for the TheMista and 8 for the Viper, so Viper definitely takes a better fight here, despite not having that much production out. I like the water battles. Like, this is the only match where we have interesting water battles, right? So I'm actually not that big of a that big of an opponent. Oh no, he's gonna swim into this. No! Oh my god, he loses 2 extra Hulks. That's so bad. So Viper really predicting this movement takes advantage of this. He has a demolition ship waiting in this invisible place over here. This is not vision. Okay, so you cannot have vision into those water bushes. It's weird that they do not provide the vision, but this is actually allowing you to conceal your units just the way that those spots over here on the map allow you to conceal your ground units. So basically, Viper recognizing that the TheMista might actually go for something like this, he might actually just kind of swim into those let's call that bush still, okay? He actually keeps a demolition ship in the stealth. He actually capitalizes on this opponent's move. It's actually very, very nice. It's actually a very, very nice maneuver, okay? So the TheMista is actually at a very, very large disadvantage now. We see what happened to Hulks. Okay, we have 2 healing back in the base, so they're chilling there. So what, like, we have 6 Hulks for the TheMista right now. We have about 8 and 2 more in production for the Viper. So the Viper definitely in the lead right now. And now we have some upgrades at the docks as well that will make your ship stronger. The Viper actually got both those kind of stronger upgrades already. We still need the armored hull and maybe the extra ballista on the attacks, because these are attack ships, right? Getting the extra ballista will probably be quite good as well. Obviously, this does only 15 damage, so it's not necessarily the best attack in the world, but it is going to obviously support your army quite a bit. So TheMista is losing the water battle, but you guys have to remember there's also stuff happening outside of there. So TheMista is actually sitting at 730 stone. I'm not sure if those guys have expanded towards the second TC anywhere. I don't think this is the case yet. But the TheMista is actually building a stone wall to contain the Viper on the ground here. You can see this is actually happening. So there's first of all the palisade wall built to contain him first of all, and then there's a stone wall being built to basically just deny any sort of ground play from the Viper unless he wishes to kind of go on the water with those transport ships. So that's very nice. He's going to get this kind of defensive position over here. Though it's a very dangerous situation. We actually see 4 demolition ships for the TheMista. He's actually going to send 1 forward. Kind of predicting there might be something in the bushes over here. So he might actually just kind of swim with this one over here. And yeah, just try to do some damage, I guess. Those demo ships, I don't think they one-shot those Hulks, but they do actually 2-shot them. So actually, if you do enough damage, this is going to be quite scary. See, I think those ships see each other right now. They might actually explode one another too. Those Hulks are actually attacking this palisade wall here, which might deny the stone wall from the TheMista. It's actually very smart play, kind of heads. I would have not thought of this, but he uses the water ships to actually attack the walls over here to deny some extra pressure. And we see there's a tower actually being built on the wall right here as well, which is probably going to... Okay, that's a cheesy villager. Ow, that's very nice micro. He just goes up the wall because he can, and he's going to finish that tower over here. I don't think there's any denying of that. So we basically will see that, the TheMista is going to gain some control over the ground with his kind of macro moves. This being said, Viper is actually going to master up his navy right now. We have 8 Hulks and we have like 6 demo ships, which are going to be kind of matched, I guess, by the TheMista. So you have 8 Hulks and 3 demo ships on the side of the TheMista as well, which is a decent number. I think this is not going to be too terrible. Really depends on kind of the engagements that those players are going to take. There are no flying units now because this is a normal kind of realistic medieval game, so we do not have any flying units. This is not StarCraft 2. You want some flying stuff, you either go Age of Mythology or go StarCraft 2. I'm not really sure if AOM has flying units though. I don't remember that detail. Okay, there's actually a lot of fleet here. from the Mista, sorry, from the Viper, actually threatening those docks over here, threatening those fishing boats as well. And this demo ship might actually just, you know, it might just kind of go in here and attack as well. So, oh, it actually does get a connection. There's actually like Bane links from StarCraft 2. They actually get 2 connections over here, and that demo ship from the Viper is actually going to do a little bit of damage as well. This demo ship from the Mista also does actually waddle in here. It does actually get a nice nice connection too. And I do think we are at a decent hull count actually. We have 9 hulks for the Mista, and you have also a decent count, actually only 7 for the Viper. So Viper is at a hulk disadvantage, but he's mass producing those explode ships right now. So he's actually getting a lot of those Baneling-like units, and actually Mista is not responding too well because he's not making enough of his own explode ships right now. So I do believe this is going to be okay. We have like 2 explode ships right now on the map for the Mista, and there's a lot of those swimming in right now from the Viper. He really has to shoot this down right now. He gets it now, and the explosion doesn't connect, so there's no big threat. There is a single explode ship actually dealing with all 3 from the Viper. It's a very good micro for the Mista. He deals with that one very quickly, and there's going to be a very large micro battle right now between those hulks of the Mista and the Viper. I think the Viper takes the lead here. He might just get complete water control from this. There's actually one more explode ship swimming out of the base from the Viper, sorry, from the Mista, is actually going to do damage to the Viper's lineup as well. And Mista defends this. Mista holds. The Viper is going to have to go back right now. He has 4 ships on the water, and he has a single or 2 explode ships as well. But what is happening, that is something I've been kind of skipping on, omitting quite a bit. The Mista is establishing a ground base. So you see fortress being built, we have keep being built over here. Red Palace also constructed by the Viper going up to Imperial Age. I do not think Mista is anywhere close. He still needs a lot of food to actually go up to Imp. So there's a lot of defensive infrastructure from the Viper. He's actually getting lots of those production buildings on the ground. At the same time, they're actually microing their hearts out on the water as well. There are actually 2 ships going down as well here. The explode ship does actually get the connection as well. And I think the Mist is actually getting the nicer part of this exchange. So he's going to get rid of all the hulks of the Viper. He also has those explode ships to deal with. He's not paying attention. He's going to lose at least 2 hulks of his own as well. And he does indeed lose them. So overall, I think it's kind of a full cleanup on the water, guys. Though the Viper does have more fishing boats, so that's kind of the problem. I think the Mista has actually been forced to relinquish all those fishing sites on the water, but he actually holds on. He's actually quite good. So it's looking quite decent overall. I think the Mista is actually holding on quite nicely, and there's going to be a very big engagement over here between the Viper and the Mista actually on the ground. So we see a lot of infrastructure being built. We have 2 siege workshops for the Viper. We see a lot of barracks. Let's actually see the production comparison. So we have 4 stables, a single archery range, and College of Artillery built for the Mista. So Mista is actually going with the college, unlike the Viper, who did choose the Red Keep, which is a very nice, very strong defensive keep. It's going to also mean that every single garrison unit is going to get a lot of firepower to that keep. So it's actually very good. However, it doesn't quite stand the test of time against the bombers. We see, by the way, 2 cannons being deployed by the Viper to attack that tower, to eke away a small lead of his own. We see 2 stables being placed, by the way, by the Mista over here on the hill. So this keep might actually be what keeps the Mista in the game for a while. Now, so the Viper is actually going to... sorry, let's see the infrastructure, shall we? So the Viper is actually working with double siege workshop, double stable, and a barracks. And there's also a cannon emplacement on this keep, and there's probably one soon to be built over here as well. They are quite expensive, of course, in terms of stone, so it's not very cheap to get them, right? So Mista actually holds on so far. He's able to go up to Imperial, and none of the players has actually gone towards any of those kind of big Imperial upgrades yet. You can see that the Viper is going towards those shatter triggers, so improving those Springles, whereas, and also he's going towards the elite, so no, veteran spearmen only yet, so he's actually very far behind the tech. The Mista, on the other side, he's not getting any upgrades at all yet. He's just sitting on the veteran Royal Knights. He's not going towards the Imperial upgrade yet, which means he's kind of going to be slightly behind. So it's a very good game so far. I think they're very evenly matched. Obviously, this keep is going to take a beating right now, I believe, because those cannons are going to move in, and there's no defensive infrastructure yet. Actually, no, I'm wrong. There's a cannon on the keep as well. It's going to dissuade any siege for a while, though those cannons do have slightly longer range, so it's not exactly the case. And there is no anti-siege yet deployed for the Mista, right? So the Mista is actually slightly behind in terms of the siege workshops, and it's actually going to be a very difficult defense then, because he has a lot of production over here. So if he loses this, it's going to be really bad. So he has to just hold it as long as he can, and possibly use those elite knights that he's researching right now to go towards his opponent. He's also building some hand cannoneers, so he's going to have a decent number of units. Also, there are royal calves actually being built somewhere, but I'm not sure where that College of Artillery is really, so I'd wager somewhere in the main, but it's kind of hard to tell on the minimap. It might be actually a very tight fight. There's a cavalry all over here though, so it's actually going to be able to contest this artillery of the opponent of the Mista, so Viper is going to lose some units, but so is the Viper, so is the Mista. The Mista is actually going to lose this calv right away, and actually we see that this fight is going to kind of evolve into this keep being placed as well here. So we see the Viper deploying the keep and actually just trying to put the pressure on his opponent here. I think this is a lost position for the Mista actually. The Mista has to relinquish this ground, and obviously the College of Artillery being kind of exposed, I think it's here, means that it is going to be a very, very do or die situation, because if you lose this position as the Viper right now, sorry, as the Mista, you really have to make sure that this landmark doesn't die, because losing this position, losing that landmark is going to be a very, very large dent in your armor. So we see the keep actually being rebuilt, and we actually see that this is going to be a very, very intense fight over here, with the Viper losing this engagement, I believe. Actually, there's a nice force of cavalry and cannoneers as well, and crossbows from the Mista actually taking over here. By the way, there's also fighting on the water. There's a Hulk that has like 10% HP over here, and there is nothing else actually being built. So both guys are actually focusing right now on dealing with those units on the ground. We see the keep going up as well. We see this cannon firing. There are also those two springers actually forcing this calf to actually just fire the lost shot and die. But we do have the elite upgrade from the Mista. I don't think he does have that university upgrade rolling yet, but we shall see that in a minute or two. Right now though, we see a lot of those elite knights actually streaming in as well, and they're very sturdy lads. They're actually very strong units, and if you don't have your own elite knights as the Viper, I do not think you can actually fight your way through that. So unless you obviously can just spam out enough of those spikes and springles to somehow deal with the knights, of course. So although you can see that the forces of the Mista are actually dwindling right now, he's forced to relinquish some ground. He does have to get some more forces going, because if he loses this college, he's going to lose a large portion of his production. He also has a very small gold bank actually, and for the Viper opponents, it's the Fudo. So the difference is that the Mista is struggling with the gold right now, and the Viper is actually not going to be able to produce that much because of how little food he has. The important kind of the reason for contending this ground was basically that the Viper is slowly mining out his base, I guess. There's not that much gold left here. Okay, 8k is quite a bit actually. So we see a very interesting fight over here, of course, but the Viper is going to take this part of the base, and with it I believe this is not going to be that great for the Mista moving forward. Of course, losing every single Royal Knight is going to be quite a problem as well. So the Mista actually producing here and like producing anything at all in this base is going to be very wasteful, right? So we see that those knights actually are going to have that university upgrade done right now, so we have a very strong baseline for the army of the Mista. So the Mista is sitting on a very good quality, but it's just about the quantity. I'm worried about the numbers that he has. So you have 123 villages and 18 military for the Mista, and we have 130 and 24 military for the Viper. Actually, it's very similar. They're kind of closely matched in terms of the numbers themselves. But if you can actually muster up a large force of those elite knights, I do not think there's anything that you can do as the Viper. So if the Viper doesn't get this killing blow very soon, I do believe that the Mista is going to be able to take over. Because if you can actually have like a large force of those elite knights, I don't believe there is a single composition in the game that actually does stop that. So we see a keep being deployed as well, so that is going to hold the position for a while at least for the Mista. I think it's just kind of a passive game right now. I don't think Mista is dead, no. Mista is going towards that large mass of knights as well, and you can see how many he's producing right now. So the Viper is actually going towards all those universities. We have explosives research, we have the crossbow stirrups. So it's going to be like kind of a heavy infantry base composition. We have pikes, we have the crossbows, we have some artillery. Now if you go towards the Mista's composition, we have 5 stables, we have an archery range, and we have 4 dogs, guys. So it's going to be quite a plain build overall. We also see that there is actually a trade route established for the TheMista, so he's actually using those ships to get some sort of gold income as well. Given the fact that, you know, the gold on the map is going to eventually disappear, he just wants to get some backup if the game takes into the longer length. We actually have, I think they're even Steven, guys. The banks are similar. Obviously, Mista is struggling with gold right now, but he has decent food and decent wood base. And he is struggling with gold because he's trying to max out on knights. That's no surprise at all. Yeah, he lost a lot of engagements, but I think he has good economy. He had a nice position here. This was basically the position that the Viper was supposed to hold. So I think the Viper just takes what's his, and right now we just have a very even game. Might be decided by like 1 or 2 engagements more though. So right now, let's look at the army numbers once again, maybe. So for the Viper we see, so for the TheMista you have 20 elite royal knights, 13 hand cannoneers, an arbaletier, and no artillery whatsoever. For the Viper on the other side we have 5 springles, a single cannon, 25 spears, and 9 arbaletiers altogether. So if I were to bet on who wins this fight, I think if they just take it right now, it is going to be the TheMista. Of course, there's also keep support that you have to take into account. So it's not going to be that easy, actually. And you know, Viper did play very well in the water, but right now it is the TheMista harassing. It's not the Viper actually harassing, it is the TheMista. So the TheMista is actually going to take out some of those ships as well. He does lose this galleon over here. What's the galleon actually? It was the Galleass, yeah, it was the Galleass I think that he loses. And there are also some trading ships actually moving around. There's also very nicely done this transport ship with 8 villagers going towards this island over here. Is it possible they might be going for the sacred site victory? I don't think he can actually take this ground over here. So that's the big question actually. Can the TheMista contend this position? If he can, then obviously there's no question asked. If he can, though, okay, this is actually different. So he's not going for that for the island. He's actually going to drop over here. He's going to build a proxy, and Viper has not covered this edge at all. So he's going to be caught off guard if there's enough space to build buildings over here. So Viper maxed out, TheMista close probably to being maxed out as well. Yeah, 9 units missing as well. And I do believe that the TheMista has superior army composition. He has 30 knights, guys. He's also building a proxy over here. He's getting a keep. He's going to get a lot more done, so he might actually deny a lot of gold mining here, which is very, very pivotal in this matchup. So if you lose that gold mine, you're actually going to have a lot of pain. So this is a very nice macro move. We see a lot of those stables. Yeah, we have 4 stables being deployed in the Viper's base. So the Viper might actually have to reconsider once he sees this. Can he actually see that though? Can he see that? No, he has no idea this is happening. This is right outside of his vision. Once his villagers start constructing those stables, it's gonna be visible. But for now, he has no idea this is happening actually, and he is going to be blissfully. And there is also a very big fight in the middle over here. So we see those knights actually engaging head on onto those pikes, but they are very, very strong. Look at this. So as long as you can actually just take out those pikes very quickly, they can get onto the artillery of the Viper and can actually just obliterate those units here. At the very same time, the TheMista wins this engagement, and with every single unit that he loses, he's going to replenish in the base of the Viper. So it's actually looking it is actually looking like Viper is actually going to lose this game, guys. He lost the engagement really hard, and right now there are basically 5 stables being built inside of his base. He's going to try to respond with a key, but I do not think this is gonna go up. Look at this, look at how many stables are going to be produced. Those knights are just going to make very short work of the Viper's units over here. Also, he has to defend this front still, because there's gold mines over here that he really needs to hold if he wants to keep his hopes up, because if he loses this place, if he also loses this gold over here, he's going to be denied a lot of possible kind of high-tech unit production. So the TheMista is actually taking a very, very good fight over here, and the Viper is going to have to relinquish a lot of the ground here as well. So the TheMista actually taking these. Okay, this is going to be very close, but I do believe this is actually going to be a completed keep in the end. He takes an additional lot of villagers over here to just kind of protect this ground, and those knights are still very strong though. So even if you have to, you know, push back as the TheMista, if you get pushed back as the TheMista, you still have done a lot of damage. You also drew your opponent in towards the other side of the map. However, the Viper is actually able to produce a lot of those trash cheap units. So you have the crossbow, you have the pikes. They're rather easy and cheap to produce in comparison to the knights. So even though the TheMista had a very nice engagement initially, he's actually getting pushed back over here right now. So He has to remake those knights, which is obviously going to take a while, especially that he's also producing over here in the northern segment. What I would like to see the Mista do, actually, I would like him to ignore those pikes. I would like to I'd like to see him actually go in towards this economy, right? He has a lot of exposed mining sites, so you can probably just kind of take those knights over here, just kill a few villagers here and there. But obviously, right now it's kind of too late, I think. So he might have overcommitted early, and now it's just kind of not looking too great anymore. The Mista does actually lose the position again. He might actually lose the keep as well, which is not looking too great anymore. So the Viper's macro actually seems to be quite good, and it is holding him in the game. We see the cannons actually being produced as well, but this is basically all there is. There are some hand cannoneers, there are some knights. This is actually not that much supply. Viper is maxed out. The Mista is 190, so where are his units? That's weird. What are the units of the Mista? He has like 7 or 8 knights over here. Knights are 1 supply though, aren't they? Yeah. And he has like a lot of armies somewhere that's just not visible yet to us, I think. There are 2 cannons, of course, that take a lot of supply as well. Obviously 150, oh, that's the problem. We have 150 eco for the Mista and 130 for the Viper. So he has like way more economy than one would like to see. Also, I think there's a lot of water control here for the Mista, right? So he has a lot of Hulks on the water, actually on the shoreline here, probably controlling the Viper's water area. So he has a lot of supply maybe tied up on the water, which he would have preferred not to have, I guess. This being said, this trade is actually working very well. We have 70 wood, 140 gold brought by each and every single one of those attack ships, sorry, by each and every single of those trade ships. And the Viper is actually getting raided as well, so we have a lot of knights actually running in this infrastructure of the Viper here. He's not getting a lot done in terms of mining right now, so he's losing out of the villagers. He loses some of the trade, and honestly, this is looking quite good for the Mista as long as he's actually able to kind of continue that harassment, and he's going as long as he's actually able to deny those fights, like the major fights from taking place. Because the Mista is actually going to thrive. This is going to be kind of this, extended game where he just harasses to no end. Because he has like such a big economy. He actually, I think what the Mista wants to do right now is he wants to build up a bank. He wants to just keep harassing. He wants to kind of get a nice footing in this game, which he has been kind of denied for a while. We, by the way, see there are very few eco upgrades for the Mista, right? He hasn't finished the precision crossbreeding yet. He doesn't have the 3rd mining upgrade yet either. And the Viper should probably have those going for himself, right? Yeah, oh no, never mind. So they're very short on upgrades overall. This is a very long game, and those will be very, very useful to them. So I'm very surprised the Viper is actually so behind in tech, but it is the case right now altogether. Guys, I'm gonna take this second as the game kind of chills down a bit to self-promote a little bit. Guys, you have the opportunity to subscribe to me on YouTube, to press that button, just kind of, follow me, because I'm gonna be casting a lot more of Age of Empires for the future. You can also drop me a follow on Twitch, link below in the description of the YouTube feed. And finally, you can also like the video and maybe consider becoming members of the channel. This is basically $3 a month. I'm going to be casting a lot of those games. And yeah, that's just $3 for supporting my channel. Self-advertisement done. We see those cannons actually being very, very annoying here. We see how much infrastructure has gone down for the Mista. It's actually being forced to fight at this point. Because those cannons from the Viper are actually very strong here. They have denied that College of Artillery, so there's not going to be much more Calverins in the field, by the way. So it's kind of scary, to be honest, for the Mista right now. He's getting pushed quite heavily, and he has very little infrastructure to his name right now. He has a lot of open space here, so he can probably just delete some houses even and build some of this production over here inside of his base. But he's getting steadily pushed back. And I'm not really sure if he's getting much done in the base of the Viper right now. So the Viper is actually getting a lot of resources harvested as well. And I'm not really sure this is going to be efficient at all for the Mista to continue fighting like this. He might actually want to even delete some villages, free up some space, and just take a kind of a larger fight right now. Once he's able to kind of reproduce enough of those knights. But he's actually going to engage right now, which is something that I wouldn't favor too much because he has very little units to his name. Though we have to admit that there are some units tied up in the base of the Viper as well. He's actually going to get a nice cleanup. Hrisawa is wrong. He gets a very nice engagement here. He's going to clean up all this army from the Viper. Obviously, those 3 towers, those 3 outposts with those emplacements are going to hold the Viper's crossbowmen together, but he loses all the artillery, and this attack is actually repelled, and the Mista is going to thrive, and he might actually be able to kind of continue fighting forward. So, the Mista is actually, I think he's still harassing to some extent. We have those two cannons actually over here, so lots of the army of the Viper is actually tied up on the other side of the map. And also, oh god, that's actually something I have not noticed yet. The Viper is actually using his water control right now. He has actually been able to win water control, and he sinks all the trade of the Mista. That's terrible. It's actually really bad, because Mista is denied gold right now as well, because there is no gold left over here on the side of the map. He was really relying on the trade to actually take over, and he has lost all the trading right now. So all that water macro for the Mista is gone, and right now he only has the standing army. I think he's not going to be able to get much more gold altogether. And the Viper is actually mining over here. He might have some gold deposits remaining in his base as well. He really does. And as he actually regains control, I think the Mista is just dead. So this is a very nice macro play from the Viper, actually just getting some warships on the map very late into the game, regaining control, of course, and being able to kind of stop those stop this trade network from being established, right? So the Mista is actually going to lose that ship probably as well, and this means that we are very likely to see that GG called out quite soon, because indeed the Mista is kind of getting out macroed here. The Viper has also superior food resources. He has a lot in the bank, whereas the Mista is just sitting on 2,250 free stone to his name, which is not really going to accomplish much, is it? Especially against those long-range cannons that are going to basically dispose of any keep that is visible on the map. And those hand cannoneers are just not going to do it for the Mista. I think he's just forced to produce those trash cavalry units right now. Those are veteran horsemen, no match for those crossbows, for those cannons, for the pikes as well. So I do not believe that the Mista is holding more chance, and he's ready. Okay, the Viper wins French versus French. And this means that he is one game away from taking the entire series and ending the tournament, winning $7,000, guys, which is quite big, honestly. That would be a very big prize for the Mista, because it would basically triple his career earnings. But even going second doubles that, so he's actually very high up as it is. And yeah, I think Mista just had worse macro, didn't he? I think he just had worse macro overall. He was not able to control the game well enough. And right now, we just see that there's a lot of pressure on the Mista to win 3 games in a row? No, 3 in a row, yes, to actually win the tournament. Whereas the Viper only needs 1 more to take over. Have you guys actually noticed, sorry, I need to grab my charger for the phone. Have you guys noticed how underwhelming the Rus has been in the tournament? We have only seen, I think, the Mista win 1 game with it. Everybody else was just basically just losing game after game after game. So I don't think Rus is actually too strong. Like, given the data that we have available, based on what we have seen so far, it seems that the Rus is actually quite a weak civ. Or people just don't have enough of a handle of that. So I'm not really sure, but it seems like the Rus is not a good option at all. I would say even the Delhi has performed better in this tournament than the Rus has, because Rus has been extremely popular, right? This is the thing. Rus has been extremely popular, but at the very same time, they have not been performing too well. Like, I don't think I've seen too many Rus games that were ended up with Rus being the winner of that. So I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure if Rus is a good choice for the Viper right now. That was a very good game though, guys. That was a very good one. If you guys do enjoy my casting, once again, please consider subbing. I know I'm saying this a lot, but this is like my biggest stream of my life, actually. I've never had 150 people in the audience yet. So having 150 of you is a huge opportunity for me, honestly, to expand into AoE4 as a streamer and as a content creator. So I do invite you to sub. I do invite you to follow me on Twitch as well, to join our Discord. Link in the description of the YouTube video, of course. So that you can keep up with the streams. If you're worried about the quality of the streams, I can assure you that next Friday is going to go like 100 or 200% up, because I'm going to be streaming in 1440p with a very new computer. So this being said, we're just going to wait right now for the next match to come up, and we'll just kind of get right into it as those players get ready to fight. And I'm very, very hyped, because it is going to be it's going to be a pivotal game for the Mista. Like, every single game from now on is going to be pivotal for the Mista, honestly, because he has been in a very bad position overall, I guess, in many of those games, right? He did overreach with the Mongol play. He did overreach right now as well, not securing the water. I think it was the problem for him. Because he had that water lead for a while, but he was not able to exercise it well enough. He actually gave it up in the end. He loses the gold economy. He loses the game as well. So it was the problem right there. So we shall see how exactly that goes for now. But we have seen the Rus being out-pressured quite handsomely in a lot of different circumstances, right? So it's not kind of clear to me as to how exactly those players deal with that. Like, I'm not sure like whether Rus has what it takes. We have only seen a single Rus victory so far. It was TheMista, I think, taking the win as well against Vortix, maybe. I'm not really sure. This has been a really long cast, guys. So. I'm going to, by the way, this is going to be posted on YouTube. So once the games end, I'm going to post the stream. So if you want to go to sleep, you can of course do this because it will be all available tomorrow or even today once those games end. Of course, I'm just gonna cast the entirety of the finals. So just waiting for the next game to start. I'm going to kind of take this shot to get some water because I'm actually quite thirsty. Mark Lotman, thank you for this awesome sub as well. Welcome to our community. Welcome, guys. Be like Mark Lotman. Thank you, Pierre Hain. You're most welcome to join us tomorrow or in a few days for the following streams as well. Guys, I'm gonna go and get some extra water. Once I'm back and once the guys are ready, we're just going to go into game number... It's gonna be game number 5, yeah, it's gonna be game number 5, isn't it? And this might be the end. This might be the end of the tournament. We might see, TheViper actually just take over completely and win. Or we might see, something very different as well. I'm not really sure. So they're just kind of reloading, I believe. They're just getting ready to play. And yeah, be right back. I need to drink when I cast. Okay, so nothing happening yet. We just have to wait right now. We have to see how it goes for those players. I'm very curious, actually. I'm very curious who takes that big W here and who goes home with 3k only. I'm gonna take out those headphones for now. I actually need to let my ears rest a little bit. I'm just gonna check the chat very quickly, see how exactly you guys have been performing. You've had so many messages in the chat, by the way. I'm very hyped about that, so that's pretty cool, guys. It's pretty cool. So right now we're just gonna wait for those guys to get started. Maybe they need a short break. Let's face it, this has been super exciting series for us all, and I believe that those players might be very tired at this point. Like especially TheMista, I think he has slightly less experience on the stage compared to TheViper, so. And in terms of resilience, I think it's going to be potentially a mental breakdown for Mista at some point. So this might be a problem as well. But again, that's just basically guesswork for us. We have no idea as to the mental state those players are in. And by the way, this has been scientifically proven that being on a losing streak doesn't necessarily, it's like, it doesn't correlate positively with losing more. So it doesn't mean that if you lose a game or two, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to keep losing, right? Which means that there is a likelihood that, Mista just kind of picks it up right now. And if he's just good enough to win the series, he's just going to win the series. And they're just loading into the game. And we probably will load quite soon, unless this is another bug and we are not able to spectate this one at all. Which I hope is not going to be the case at all. So I think that's kind of a bugged game again. And they go back to the lobby, see? So they were not able to start this one. We're just going to reload quite soon, though. So just waiting. I think that is going to be, yeah, now we can observe. Okay, so the geniuses in the chat were right. It's going to be Bruce for TheViper. which is pretty cool. 4 minutes, and we go into Rus versus Mongols, guys. Which is going to be quite awesome, actually. So TheMista has to win this one. He has to win every single game from now on. He drops a single beat, I think he's just out. Because Viper is very good at capitalizing on his opponent's mistakes. So if TheViper does drop a single game from now, I think he's just going to... Sorry, if Mista just drops a single game right now, he's just going to be dead, right? So if he loses a big fight, if he kind of gets out-microed a little bit even, he's just going to lose the entire tournament. He got so far. It would be a very big shame to see such a quick, short series coming from TheMista actually and TheViper. I was expecting this to go the long way because TheMista is such a great player overall. He has been performing very on the ladder, and given that, I would expect him to also perform very well in those macro games. But he has not been on point. I think he has not been on spot too much. So yeah. Questionable, honestly. He has been very good in the tournament. Like, I think this is the pressure getting to him to some extent, right? You can have like very good micro overall, but if you are playing in this tournament setting, this is going to at some point just be too much. I believe this is the case. So that's the problem. Okay. So 2 minutes 57 seconds and we're into this game. Let's hear some predictions, chat. What do you think? Just tell me on the chat who is going to win this particular match right now. Is it TheMista bouncing back, or is it going to be TheViper taking over? It is Rus versus Mongols, of course, yes. So who do you think wins? Is it going to be TheViper? Just type in the name on the chat, if like as far as, you know, predicting the player whom you want to win, or whom you believe is going to win. And I need to rest a bit. Give me 2 minutes to just not speak, because I do need to actually just relax my vocal cords a bit before the next game starts. Because I've been talking for like, again, like 8 hours straight or 9 hours straight, so I do need to kind of have some breathing room. So chat, take over for now, as we wait for the next game of the day. Okay, Viper for one, Mista. Okay. The game goes post Castle and Viper. Yeah, I don't know if this goes past Castle, actually. We have seen lots of Mongol aggression against the Rus happening very early, right? Just kind of going for this kind of Castle rush. So kind of strong Castle timing attack has been the name of the game with the Mongols versus the Rus. So I kind of, yeah, I'm interested. Yeah, we have talked about this, Mr. T. I agree with you. Yeah, that might be just the fatigue right now for TheMista, because he probably has never played a best of... Okay, that's wrong. He must have played a best of 7 or 2 in his life. But this is, you know, he's playing the best of 7 to win 7k bucks. So it's a very different setting as well. Guys, I am fatigued, okay? I am quite tired. If those guys are tired as well, I do think... I'm going to talk about the special tech in a second. So once the game starts, I'm going to kind of introduce those saves a bit. Okay, let's do it like this. So we are playing on Mongolian Heights, and in the east, sorry, in the west, in the blue, it is going to be TheViper playing the Rus, and in the northeast of the map, it is going to be TheMista playing the Mongols. The Mongolian horde, guys, is here. And TheMista actually is going to probably go with this. No, I'm wrong. He's not going to go with the Scout. Actually, he does drop the Uvu quite late. and he's not going to go towards this very early scout that I would really like to see, because that's generally speaking something that deals with the Rus quite well. Denying them that bonus, right, is going to be quite big. Mongolian Heights have that river that cuts through the entire map that you'll see in a second, right? There are 3 shallows, there's one in the middle, there's one slightly towards the south, and there's one all the way to the north as well. Also, another feature of the map is those heights, those fabled heights do contain a lot of sheep, so if you can get your scout over there, you will usually kind of find quite a bit of those, just like our Mongol player has already done. As you can probably... That's weird. Okay, generally speaking, there are usually lots of sheep here. Like, you have 3 here, of course, like, maybe around those heights you'll find those. Mongolian heights have a lot of sheep overall as well. But I did think those spawns were kind of, you know, bound to those heights themselves. Okay, guys, so let's kind of talk about the unique technology and how exactly the Russia plays. Okay, so the Russians do have, the Rus actually, has, first of all, the hunting cabins. Once they're built, they register the number of trees around themselves, and they do not lose that number. So even if you cut down those trees later, they keep registering that number of trees as the game goes forward. And every single tree gives you a little bit of gold per minute. This grows, by the way, because the Rus also go for the hunts. And every single animal that the Rus kills is going to benefit them, giving them a little bit of this bonus over here. And there are basically 3 tiers of bonuses, so the more game you kill, the better it becomes for you, the higher the bonus is. So it gives you food production rate and also hunting cabin gold generation. So it's actually quite a big bonus overall. You can see actually those... There are 2 hunts over here that are completely bypassed by the Viper, who would really have preferred to get here and just get those going, but he's just kind of probably he has some other stuff on his plate. He's actually going to first of all try to deny the dock, which is quite big as well. So TheMista is actually under pressure from the very get-go, because he's going to lose the dock, he's going to probably have to relinquish the water pressure for a while. At least until he's able to build the barracks and support that poor villager who's probably going to die with some additional units. Now, the Viper is also going to... That's actually very micro-intensive, by the way, because if you're playing the Rus, you have to just do a lot of things at once. You have to micro at the base, you have to also micro with scouts, because if you don't micro them properly... Oh, no, Viper loses the scout. That's very unfortunate. If you micro that scout properly, by the way, he is going to have a decent fire rate, because generally speaking, the scouts attack... Sorry, they attack at a very slow rate, but if you're able to micro them properly, they will actually shoot like machine guns, because there's like a nice auto-attack cancelling animation that you can use to your advantage, but as I said before, it is going to require you to actually just micro those scouts quite well. Now, so let's cut from the Viper. Let's actually get the Viper's view on the map, okay, shall we? Because it's very important to see how exactly the Viper is seeing the map right now. He hasn't rescouted too much, which is strange, because he really needs to get that bonus going. But he did deny the dock from building, right? So, as you can see, this dock has not finished yet. It's gonna finish right now. But this means there's like a small delay in terms of the eco for our Mongol player. Though the Rus also does get that water control quite late in here. So that obviously is going to be a small problem. TheMista here obviously going for the barracks, and next to his Uvu is going to just double produce the spears right away. Probably inching towards the enemy base, maybe trying to get some gold control. Obviously there's no need for the Rus to collect gold, because every single animal they kill is also going to provide them with a decent amount of gold too. So overall, kind of a chill opening, to be honest. I expected Viper to do more with the scouts. I'm very surprised he only has, like, 140 bounty. He has been way better. He has been very much on point with those hunts overall. He only got, like, what, 1 so far? Is it the case? I think this is just 1 hunt. He hasn't quite collected enough sheep either. And you really want to unlock the Rus. You really need to get those bonuses. So there are lots of sheep over here as well that might be picked up by the Mongols. But generally speaking, if playing the Rus, you have to just try to find as many hunts as you can, kill those animals, get those hunting bonuses, and just kind of try to explode your economy into the late game. Another thing that you can do is that you can basically just gather the wood and get additional hunting cabins. There is a cap of 250 gold per minute they can generate, but you can get like 10 of those and really just kind of have decent, slow but steady flow of gold, which means you don't really have to focus on gold early on into the game. You can just kind of move your resources to something else. Now you can see actually that the Viper is going to be pressured over here, so this dock is being attacked by the spears, and TheMista is actually going to notice this villager is here, and he's going to murder him relentlessly. So not only does he take a nice advantage on the ground, he's also going to remove this kind of source of income from the Viper. So the Viper really wants to go up to the second age. He wants to get those arrow ships, because the Rus can actually convert those fishing boats into arrow ships as well. And this will allow the Viper to actually probably deal with those attackers quite nicely. For now, though, he would have really preferred to have an outpost at least over here. He was very reckless. He has not built the outpost. He's really going to pay for it. So the problem here is, of course, I do believe for the Viper that he needed the outpost next to the dock. Otherwise, he just loses this no matter what, because Mongols are just so good offensively. And indeed, the Mongol spears are actually going to be able to deny this dock over here. They're just going to move across the map as well, probably trying to threaten the Rus to some extent. And there's Kremlin being built in response, which is a very nice defensive landmark, of course, giving like a very decent cover fire. It works like a very large wooden fortress, basically. So it is actually quite capable of dealing with those attackers should they come near. Of course, it cannot be moved, just like the Mongols, constructions can. But it is going to kind of provide you with a nice cover. You can actually cover the gold, you can cover those berries over here as well, which means that the Rus should have a decent control in this game overall. Now, this dock over here is fully operational for the TheMista though, so the TheMista is actually going to have a very decent economy here, because the outpost, which is the proper play, this basically denies any sort of spear aggression as well, and he's just going to probably handle this game from here quite well. I expect that to happen anyway. We see the Viper Scout though actually getting a lot of those game kills over here. There's another hand over here that he's not aware of. I'm not sure if the TheMista knows about it too. No, nobody knows there's a hand here, so that's kind of denied. The Viper does find a hand and tools over here that's going to propel him to the next tier of the bonus, I believe. He's already there. He's actually going to fight towards getting that next final 500 gold tier as well, which is going to be quite decent if you can get it, because this is, again, a lot of production bonus. So it's actually a large gathering rate bonus for the villagers and a very decent gold generation for those handling cabins as well. So you need to build fewer to reach the cap, which is obviously very nice. As you can see, the cap is contained over here. So it says that you can basically... oh no, it's actually way better than I thought. This is 250 gold per 24 seconds, not per minute. So it's actually just changing the clock. So killing the game changes the clock here. Okay. And basically this is about like this changes how much gold you can get per 20, per 18, or per X seconds anyway. It goes down to 18 seconds in the end, so it's actually a lot. It is basically like what, 750 gold per minute if you have enough hunting cabins then. Which is a very nice bonus in total. So now Viper, has he? Yeah, he's probably he's transformed those into arrow ships. He's actually using those Lodi attack ships, because the Rus can transform their ships into any other model they might desire. So in this case, it's obviously those arrow ships being built, and he's actually using them to put some pressure onto his opponent's dock. This being said though, there is very little else that he's doing with those ships. There's a lot of wood invested into something that is not really paying any dividends whatsoever. So I think TheMista is actually, I do believe TheMista is actually doing quite well, because he has nice control over here. There's a single arrow ship as well being built, so the Viper might actually just be able to deal with that. But all in all, I do believe that TheMista is actually handling the situation quite well. He has that dock over here. He's actually kind of playing defensively, but he has a decent eco behind this, so I do think he's going to be fine. He's actually going to go up to very fast castle, and that's the standard for both the Mongols and the Rus, so Viper is going to follow him very closely as well. We'll see two very quick castle ups from those players, and the Viper, knowing that he needs some extra trade, is going to build the market as well. So that's basically that. And right, there is very little use, I think, for those ships right now, because as we have already established, the Viper is not really able to get the water control. He was denied it initially, and he has actually not been able to reclaim it at all. I would really like to see Viper build another dock, honestly, because he really needs to get some sort of a, some sort of water production at least. The TheMista, okay, the Viper is actually starting to gather stone as well, so he's gonna go towards that third TC. I'm surprised, because usually you just buy that via the Golden Gate, right? You just kind of go, oh shit, I realize why he can't do this. He has no Golden Gate, he has the Kremlin, which has been kind of useless so far. Obviously, if there is a big push coming from the TheMista in the end, it's going to be quite useful. For now, this Kremlin has been just pretty useless altogether, so I'm not really sure how exactly that works out. Obviously, both players going towards that castle age right now. There is the step redoubt for the Mongols, obviously giving them a lot of access to gold. And for the Viper, it's going to be... actually, there are two choices that are viable, right? So I actually want to see what he's trying to build here. We see the high trade house, which is going to be basically a very nice hunting cabin. So it basically generates gold. like a hunting cabin of 200% increase. It also spawns deer. I don't like this play. I don't understand why he's gonna place that here. Maybe there's just no better location. Maybe even here would be better though for that. So I'm kind of surprised. He needs kind of this. He needs a better space. Maybe even here would be better, right? I'm not really sure. What he does get is going to be a decent amount of gold kind of flowing into his pockets, which is probably going to solve all the hunting cabin issues he might ever encounter. So he's not probably going to be building them all around the map, because this will obviously just funnel extra gold into the Mongol players' pockets once they get on the map. Instead, he's just going to have this single high trade house, which is going to provide you with a lot of value for as far as just kind of gold generation goes. He's going to like 100 gold, 79, not close. So he should have enough, like with those 3 cabins, to go near the cap, I guess. Like he's not near the cap, obviously, but he's kind of going to have, what, 100 something gold generation, total 120. So he probably wants to have some more cabins over here, maybe, just to kind of continue that income stream as he goes forward. We see some small fighting, actually. The Viper has no army on the map, by the way. That's kind of scary for him, because he has very little military. Obviously, he's going towards those crossbows right now. He's going to probably get some infantry to back them up. On the other side of the map, though, TheMista is actually sitting on a decent army, only 19 military to Viper's 10, or 8, 7 even. And there is not that big of an eco, actually, for Viper. He has what, 38 villagers, and Mista does have 45. So it's been a little bit more production. I'm not sure if TheMista actually has a second TC. I don't believe this to be the case. It's just the ships on the water here getting some extra income stream towards our Greek player, right? So he has a nice advantage in this game, I believe. Those Lothian ships are going to transform into demo ships, actually. They're going to fly into, they're going to actually swim into those water, onto those boats. He's going to get a decent amount of damage, actually just deletes all the water economy of TheMista here. But the problem for him is that TheMista is pushing into those, Springles as well, so it's not going to be a nice clean fight anymore, because those crossbows are the crossbows are quite good against Springles, but they're not that great against the archers, they're not that great against the cavalry, and they're not that great against the pikes. So definitely Viper needs some more army right now. He needs it fast. Okay, this defensive landmark here is not going to cover his ground forever. He does need to have some extra infrastructure here to protect his workers, to protect his economy from the incoming Mista attack. I think it would be a minor miracle if he holds this right now, because Mista has such a nice, well-built army, and there is just 10 military to 25 for the Viper, so he really needs to master up some nice defenses. If he doesn't do this very soon, I think he's just dead to rights. It's looking like a very nice aggressive maneuver. As I said, timing pushes for the Mongols are very strong against the Rus, and this is actually happening right now. We have a very strong timing over here, and it is not looking too hot for our Norwegian player. Those crossbows are probably just going to die, guys. I don't see how he actually gets them out of trouble here. He should be fighting on the Kremlin. He should probably try to relinquish some of that position. He cannot just take a fight right now. He can't afford to lose any of those units until he produces an army of his own. So it is looking like a very nasty situation. Of course, those ships on the water going down was a very, very tough blow. So Viper was on top of the game, realizing he can just transform them into those demolition ships. This being said, however, this is looking like a very, very rough spot for the Viper altogether. So we see those knights going in. We see a lot of those. We see a lot of those Springles as well. So it's going to be quite a nasty spot. We see a lot of siege actually for the Rus as well. This is not going to be enough, I think. Viper is just screwed, man. I don't think he was ready for this again. Like, we have seen Rus players just kind of being caught with their pants down over and over again in this situation. It is not exactly what you want to see. So we see this landmark going down, which is obviously like some income also being stifled here. And I'm not sure what you do if you're the Viper right now. You kind of want to, you want to kind of extend the game, of course. You want to kind of make sure you are able to produce units. But he doesn't have even remotely enough. He also lost those 2 Springles, which was very bad of a trade. He's losing villagers right now as well. I do not think he can stand he can actually, defend this timing. So we have seen this over and again in the tournament, by the way. So we have seen Rus not being able to hold the timings of the Mongols at all. But this also means that, by the way, Mista has the French that he can play still. So this is going to be a very nasty game if you go against Mista's French, because Mista is very good on that civ. Yeah, the Rus is really not favored here. You have to say that the Rus is really, really not favored in this matchup. And, the Viper hasn't really handled that too well either. He's able to move out of this base. I think he's going to try to extend the games, but I do not believe this is going to work too well. Because obviously the Mongols can even go up to second TC right now. They can do a lot of different things. And the Viper doesn't have enough to go up to second TC of his own. He can't even afford this, because I don't think double producing villagers is what you can afford if you want to stay alive in the game right now. Okay, I agree they have the longest range late game, but we're nowhere near there. And no Rus player has been actually allowed to play late game. The only wins that we have seen for the Rus have been actually the Rus taking this all the way, taking the game all the way to the win in the feudal age. So that was the problem, right? This has been the consistent problem actually for the Rus. So those Pringles, they're not strong enough yet, and they're not gonna get stronger. I think there is no way this game goes to Imp. It would take a very major mistake from TheMista actually to drop this one, actually. I think it's just going to be a very brutal ending relatively soon in this matchup. Yeah, Rus is going to be very good on Black Forest. Do we have Black Forest in the map pool actually? Do we actually have it available at all? Because I'm not really sure. Okay, so TheMista is actually going to poke and prod a little bit. And he has found this exposed proxy of the Viper, because the Viper was forced off this line over here, which obviously means that this is a very exposed worker line, and this is going to be a fight that probably the Viper has to take to some extent, right? Because those Pringles are in position as well. Viper has a lot of his own Pringles, though. He might actually be able to defend this, but he's gonna lose this engagement quite handsomely, because he has only a few crossbows against a large pack of Knights of the TheMista, and TheMista is just probably just going, yeah, he's going to obliterate those Pringles from the Viper as well, so they're just getting popped one by one. Those Spears also engaging here, and I don't think Viper has anything left. So he does hold for a long time, he just doesn't seem to have enough overall. So Knights are going to kill those Pringles, and Viper has nothing left to his name now. He has no production, he has no economy, he has no units left on the map. Viper is just super dead, guys. Look at their income, by the way, per minute. TheMista is like basically double income of everything but gold. So yeah, TheMista is just gonna be conservative here. I guess he recognizes he doesn't need to rush anything right now. He killed off a nice number of villagers. The Viper's villagers are actually stuck over here in the base as well. Getting those final few sheep. It doesn't really look like the Viper is going to be able to regain the ground here, honestly. We have some raiding happening as well, so we have like 4 horsemen of the TheMista actually going in towards the base of the Viper here as well, trying to establish some more control, getting some kills maybe on the villagers, forcing them of the resources and so on. So the Viper would probably prefer to get an additional TC, but as the Rams come into play, I do not think he can defend that anymore. Yeah, Rus is looking really useless, honestly, against the Mongols in those timing attack scenarios, I think. So it doesn't look exactly like something that the Viper might want to kind of go back into. I really don't believe that Rus has that many good matchups in those non-30 maps, so that's the problem. Yeah, I think so. I agree. Like, walling against Mongols is definitely underrated because they cannot wall themselves. We have seen many of the players actually wall all those entrances, so all those kind of shallows on the map can be walled, and we have seen this happen over and over and again. This means that you get some extra warning, get some extra time to prepare for the attack that is incoming, right? So if Viper had this, he would have probably forced, TheMista to get some rams first of all, or just kind of use a little bit of time to just kind of auto-attack those walls with his infantry. This though did not happen, and I think he's just pretty dead. So Viper has 47 vills, 17 military, guys. This is like basically half of the supply of the TheMista. Both in terms of vills and in terms of military. Like, there's nothing that Viper can do at this point in time. Like, I don't know why he's even in the game right now. Maybe just kind of to frustrate and to tire his opponent, because I do not believe there's a single thing in the world that the TheMista can do to throw this away right now. Literally, there's like no way in hell this goes the way of the Viper right now. Okay, the game just crashed. No way. No way. Come on. Oh, I mean, the game didn't crash. The replay did crash. Guys, we're just gonna go back to the replay very soon. But you can just assume that this game was over, right? Can we just decide this game was over? I can go into Vortix's replay very quick. Sorry, not Vortix's. Viper's replay. I think this happens if one of the players just Alt F4s out of the game. I think that's what that was the case over here. We're gonna view the replay quick just to catch you up, guys, on how exactly that went down. I do not believe that there was any chance. We just need to very quickly fast forward, see how Viper gets obliterated once again in fast forward replay. I do believe this is the end. So you're gonna go up to 8 speed right now, and you guys will see how exactly this. No, this is the right map as well. Okay, cool. So I'm sorry this happens to every single caster. It sometimes just crashes, especially if the player's out of 4, I think. So if the player you're casting just disconnects or out of 4s, I think you are forced out of the replay as well somehow. So this observer mode just kind of crashes then. As we are kind of slowly going forward right now in this game, I'd ask you guys to subscribe to my YouTube channel, to follow me on Twitch, to join our Discord, link below, and enjoy yourselves, of course. That's the most important thing in the world. Because, yeah, you'll be basically supporting my stream by doing that. Like, if you do any of those things, and if you just kind of stick around for more streams in the future, because I'll be casting a lot of Age of Empires 4, you'll be obviously supporting the stream by quite a bit, and that's all I care about. There's also a possibility for you guys to become members of the channel. You can click join below the stream on YouTube. There is a button there, and you can basically contribute $3 a month. Just the way the Twitch subscriptions work, it's just a bit cheaper to actually help me create more awesome content for you guys. So that's basically all the advertising I've been able to do. We are basically almost there. It will take probably a few more, like a minute more to catch up to the point where we were. So yeah, that's how it is. So we'll see the timing come out, and we'll see how really behind the Viper has been throughout this entire game. Maybe as the Rus you actually have to cut villagers. That's the question. Maybe you have to just cut villagers, guys. I'm not sure, but it seems to be the case. Maybe we just have to cut villagers, maybe just have to stop producing villagers at some point. And to defend that time wing attack, you really need to, first of all, scout the Mongol, and second of all, just have enough, you have to age up sooner as well, I believe. I think that was the problem for the Viper overall. So he was very slow to the castle age, he didn't have the Golden Gate, maybe that was the problem. He played way too defensively there with the Kremlin. And this meant that he had very little kind of headway into that castle age tech as well. So he just gets obliterated over here. We are 17 minutes in, and the Viper is just kind of holding this very, very calmly though. But I don't believe this is going to amount to much, right? I think we're kind of catching up to what exactly has been happening here. So we see rams being built, we see extra sprinkles being built as well, and yeah, this is not going to work too well for the Viper. I think he's gonna lose this position over here as well. He actually drags it out for another few minutes actually. So it's kind of interesting to see that. So Viper is actually going to go up to 28 military, but Mista is actually sitting probably on near 200 supply at this point, right? He has a larger army, he has better tech, and I do not think that the Rus can hold this in any capacity, to be honest. So any I think traditional Age of Empires 4 player would have just called GG at this point, but Viper does not. He's going to keep fighting though. I do not believe this is going to last much longer. So we're getting towards the last seconds of the game, and seeing how many knights there are here in the mix, I think how many horsemen, I do not believe that there is a single way for the Viper to hold this. We see there is obviously some crossbows denying the pressure from the Viper. Okay, denying the pressure from the Mista. But it doesn't seem to be enough. Look at this, there's a huge army flanking as well over here. Okay, yeah, Viper just gives up. Okay, Mista just reaches Imperial Age. So basically means that there is a way for Viper to make a chance. Why has it not ended yet? Okay, it has ended now. Okay, so we're not ready for the next game yet, but we are just kind of gonna have to wait for that. So basically Viper just saw the age up and he realized there's like no way in hell he's ever gonna win that, right? So going to Imp as the Mongols, you have like a lot of very strong tech available from the get-go. You don't even need to build a university. You can get like very strong empowered technologies from that Uvu as well. because Blacksmith does have those empowered versions of every single tech, so you can get a lot going for yourself, to be honest. So using that Uvu to your advantage like that would probably have meant that, you know, there was no way in hell for Viper to win. He was already so far behind. I think he was on the verge of giving up altogether. And as you guys can see, there is no Mista over here. So this probably means that he had to just Alt F4. That's why we didn't get to see the replay to the end. Let me just kind of update the scoreboard for you folks. And we're just gonna see how exactly that pans out coming into the penultimate potential game of the series, maybe the ultimate one indeed. So the Mista is on 2 points and the Viper is on 3. Which is cool. We have had a very cool series then, so far. Can you actually imagine, because I think Mista is going to be forced to play French right now. Do you have any idea what Viper is going to pull out to deal with the French of the Mista, actually? What would you do? Because I do believe that, you know, Mista is going to take the French out for a run right now. He has still the opening to do so, because he did lose the French versus French matchup. So I'm not really sure what the Viper does. Is he gonna go like French versus Rus again? Is it gonna be Rus versus French now? Because that might actually be a very good answer. I do think that Rus are quite good against the French, actually. So in that particular matchup, I do think that the Rus have a nice shot at winning. Especially Mista being tired, I think, might mean that the Viper is going to be able to take over. Yeah, that was false alarm, I think. Because we cannot get into observing this one. So it's probably just going to be that they're loading right now, then it's gonna kind of start, and then we can actually, yeah, they're in the lobby right now again. See, once they go out of the lobby, we're going to be able to observe again. Here we go. Alright, to all of you who have subbed, I do not see the notifications, so if you would like to be welcome to the channel, just let me know, because not all of the subs on YouTube actually go through, and they're not all appearing on my feed in Streamlabs. So if you guys are actually trying to kind of join, if you'd like to be noticed, just let me know that, you know, say I subbed, and I'm obviously going to welcome you. But there are very few subs that actually go through compared to the numbers I'm seeing on my YouTube right now, so yeah. You have to wait for 4 minutes. It's actually going to be the Abbasid dynasty versus the French right now. And this is the very famous match of Kasva versus Tato, right? I think Tato is kind of similar level to those guys. So we shall see how exactly this goes. I do not think HRE is perceived as a strong civ at all. I think HRE is basically like Z tier right now, in the tournament reality anyway. So it's going to be very interesting. Like whether Viper can actually just defend well enough against the French and take over or no. So Viper went with English, Mongols, French, and Rus in those first games, right? We're missing one more. It's English, French, Rus. He won with the French, he won with the English, he won with the Mongols, right? Those are the 3 wins that he has right now. There's yeah, and then there was the Rus game, and there was something else. I'm not sure, actually. I'm actually not keeping track of it all. I'm super tired, guys. And I have to go to work tomorrow morning, so I have to just wake up in like 5 hours from now, which is scary as fuck. But it is what it is. We are going to go into this matchup anyway. We'll see how it evolves. And hopefully, we'll get the winner of the tournament relatively soon, guys. Besides the French. I'm just going to have a lot of coffee tomorrow morning, guys. I'm just going to have a lot of coffee tomorrow. That's my strategy right now. So 2 minutes remaining and we get into this potentially final game of the series. I said it before, it might not be the final game yet. We shall see how exactly that goes. I also picked Mista, guys. At the very beginning of the cast of the finals, I did pick Mista as well. Because I did think the Mista had the upper hand. But yeah, the reality is we really do not know who is the better player here. So we just have to wait for now for that series to finish, and then we'll be able to tell who indeed is going to be crowned the champion. Yeah, Viper played English twice. He won once though, right? He has actually been able to win with the English, or no? Has he lost? No. He won one of the English games. He lost one as well. He won versus the French. I think he won versus the French with the English, right? So he won versus Mista's French. And then he won against Mista's French with his own French as well. He lost, yeah, exactly. He lost the first game against the Abbasid, right? So it was French versus, it was English versus Abbasid, and the Abbasid won. Yeah, the first game was English versus the Abbasid for sure. Then we had the Mongol matchup, I believe, which then we had another Mongol matchup, right? There were like 2 Mongol games in a row. Then we had the French Mira. Then we had this game of the Rus versus the Mongols, which was won by TheMista, and now we're here. It's going to be a very peculiar game, I believe. I can't wait to see how exactly this one unravels. 5 seconds remaining, guys. We're going to get into the cast. And this is going to be the final game of the day, potentially. Maybe no, though. Maybe it will decide on the winner. Maybe we go all the way to game 7. So, in the east, in the blue, it is going to be the TheViper. Playing the Abbasid Dynasty, of course. In the red, in the western side of the map, it is going to be TheMista. And it seems like this is Hill and Dale, isn't it? It is Hill and Dale. It's going to be a very territory map, guys. It's going to be a long game. So this is going to be another macro game, I think. This is going to be a rather long macro game overall. So that's basically the problem right now for us, because the Abbasid are very good at late game, I think. They're very decent at kind of handling those late game situations. They have very good tech overall. And they just snowball quite nicely, you know, those very cheap villagers. So that's the question, like, can they handle that well or no? Can we see Viper actually boom on those Abbasids? Maybe we actually have seen a lot of those games, like, at the highest level, on Hill and Dale resolve around, like, you know, like, late castle, mid castle age. We had, like, a few very early castle pushes on Hill and Dale, so it's not necessarily, like, a super tilty map where you cannot push your opponent down if you try hard. It is obviously going to be quite a slow game in comparison to the previous ones, because you can just wall off all those kind of narrows over here. All those pathways can be just completely walled off. We have even seen Tato using stone walls in these places, right, to kind of ensure that there's no way that his Chinese can die to that aggression early. And this might probably mean that there's going to be a lot more scouting involved, probably just kind of some sort of macro play with, you know, involving a lot of upgrades as well. I do believe this might be the case here. So that's a standard build for the Abbasid, by the way. So we have just a single villager on the wood over here with way more on food and gold, because I think you are just... Oh, he's not going to keep building this yet. I think this was like a small micro mistake. So TheMista really wants to just kind of get that House of Wisdom, get that age up as soon as he can, because this propels him to producing more villagers more cheaply with the cheap foodstuffs, of course, or fresh foodstuffs, of course. That's the name of the upgrade. You can probably just kind of start taking stone relatively soon as well, if you're the Abbasid. TheMista is already on that as well. TheMista is actually taking stone because he knows this is going to be a macro game. So this is one of those very few maps that actually allow you to take the second TC for almost free with very little cost attached, because you are very unlikely to get pushed down on this map, right? It's very, very unlikely that, you know, any civ can actually just go across the map in feudal and just kind of kill you right away. But, you know, it's a possibility. You should probably just kind of be geared towards it. You should be actually looking at your opponents. Yeah, thank you. Luke, by the way, thank you for the sub on YouTube. Welcome. Now, you might actually like to like to have some sort of a backbone of in terms of the army, at least a scout in the opponent's base to be able to see what exactly they're up to as well. Because, you know, you don't want to die to a sneaky push, right? That's probably going to be quite scary. Guys, don't be rude. I mean, you're literally watching someone's stream, so Count, I do not believe that this is appropriate at all. Because, to be frank, you are just kind of here spectating the game I'm casting, so... You can just say it in a way more polite way, I believe. So, this being said, we have a little bit of wall coming down over here for TheMista. He's going to fortify this base. He's going to play defensively. At the same time, over here, TheViper is also building his walls over here at the bottom and in the middle of the map as well, and at the northern part of the base. So we have basically full wall of already for TheMista, and there is no scout inside his base. So this means that basically anything that happens here is going to be completely hidden away from TheViper. Can he cross through here though? I don't think so. I don't think that's possible, right? So that basically is going to mean that TheViper is just kind of going to be able to fully conceal any and all information from his opponent. On the other side, TheMista, he does have that stone being mined already, so he'll probably go up to second TC very, very soon. School of Cavalry being the the weapon of choice, of course, getting that extra cavalry flowing in the Castle Age will probably be very, very beneficial, but for now I do not believe that anybody does actually want to buy any units. So it'll be rather a chill game altogether. And yeah. Viper going up to Feudal first, Mista is going to follow in suit very quickly, and I believe this is just going to be a rather slow game. Fresh footsteps being instantaneously started, by the way, by TheViper, so he realizes what position he's in. He's just going to get that upgrade very quickly, get more villages pumped out, probably going up to 2 TC very quickly as well, because basically like 2 TCs produce the villagers at the price of 1 TC for the Abbasids with this upgrade. This reduces the cost of villages by 50%. So we go to 25 food per villager, which is quite a nice deal, honestly, for the Abbasid. And Viper has a very comfortable hand over here. I do believe there's another one over here for TheMista as well, right? So they're quite evenly matched here. And we'll just see a nice set of fortifications being built here. We have seen actually Viper prevail in those longer games, right? So Viper has been very good at macroing. He's been very good at just kind of playing those longer, more defensive matchups overall. So I do believe that if there's an opportunity for TheViper to take over, he will just take it. He'll make like this pivotal decision, he'll just win. So I think I must have misjudged the entire series a little bit, because I did believe initially that it was going to be Mista taking over, but Viper seems so dominant. I do think that in the late game scenario, where there's like lots of things happening at the same time, TheViper is going to be able to prevail and win. So we have another TC coming down over here for TheViper. So we have 2 TCs per player, and TheMista is actually still mining stone, which is probably indicative of him willing to go up to 3rd. That's kind of scary, because we see Castle coming up very soon, I think, for both players. And you don't want to be late into Castle versus the Abbasid, because they have like a large spike of tech there. They can just get a lot of very strong units, and they can just kind of go forward against you, because they do have that free siege engineering as well, which means they will have a very decent tech advantage. I think that is what TheViper might want to gear up towards, just kind of go towards that that siege engineering push with maybe some Castle Age infantry, good siege, and yeah, just he might actually just be able to dominate the game this way. Now, I'm really not sure what exactly those double walls are going to accomplish for TheMista. I know it was a nice kind of thing when I don't know if you guys played Age of Empires 3, but this was the thing. If you played those kind of long, it was like a truce, right? You could set that truce to 40 minutes. Everyone just kind of built like 4 or 5 layers of walls. I think that's what we're actually seeing over here. So I think he's just gonna double wall every single segment of the map here with those palisade walls. I'm not sure if it serves any purpose, because if you're actually getting attacked by rams, those just die instantaneously. So I do not believe the rams would have any trouble with double wall. You would have to have like a stone wall over here to actually play defensively, which would be very nice. Actually, I do believe this is one of the very few maps where building stone walls actually makes a lot of sense. I think Black Forest being the other one, because the walls do actually block the ability of the siege to attack, right? Which is pretty cool as well. So there is a scout at the very bottom over here, just trying to kind of chill and see what exactly the Viper is doing. I don't think he sees much though. I don't think he sees much at all though. So Mista here getting double walls. Yeah, walls in the balls they say, but it looks like a very nice setup overall. He's getting this double wall here, and he's just going to play a very, very calm and contained game, I believe. But we do see Viper actually starting, I think, to gear up towards that next age up. Not really, I thought he was actually doing that. He's actually going to spend all of that gold instantaneously the moment I say that. So he's actually going to go towards a nice economy first. So he doesn't believe he can push maybe. So he's just going to go towards, like, you know, some of those nice econ upgrades first. So we see the blacksmith dropped. We see some of those mining upgrades going down, which are very expensive gold-wise as well, right? It costs like 175 gold. We do see the wheelbarrow being finished, and also the Viper does start that horticulture upgrade too. So it's a lot of those upgrades actually coming up. And the Viper is looking like he's just going to be able to play this long passive game actually against the French. I'm not really sure this favors you if you're playing. Okay, just a weird wall. Maybe just kind of getting some sort of a tower over here. That might be the idea behind this. Obviously, those walls give you the possibility to garrison the archers as well. So I guess that's why the Viper is quite reluctant to attack. You know, seeing this, like you probably have like +2 range for all units that are garrisoned over here, right? And this is going to mean that this is going to be a very difficult base to siege. So you might actually, if you're the Viper, you might actually have to wait for, you know, for the TheMista to be forced to expand outside of the map, outside of this kind of base over here, and only then will you be able to attack. Though this is obviously quite a weak spot, so if you are the Viper, if you scout this, you can basically maybe tell that there is going to be a nice point of entry into the TheMista's base, especially there's a TC as well over here. So that's kind of decent as well. The Viper, I don't think he really wants to defend, he wants to attack himself, so he's just gonna kind of settle for those basic wooden walls, for the palisades, and he's really not going to do much more. The scout, by the way, of the Viper sees everything here, I believe, so let's just kind of see Viper's vision. He did see the TC, he sees that there are like a lot of villagers over here, so if he actually attacks from this angle over here, this is probably the only possibility for him to actually get a nice opening onto his opponent. Because over here there's like a really nice narrow choke point, and there are also walls in the tower built, and obviously those stone walls are going to be very resilient and basically push resistant as well. But the TheMista actually decides to wall up over here the stone walls as well. Probably one more stone wall going down too in this corner. It's super tight defense. I'm not really sure this is a good strategy, to be honest, because I know French are good, but they do not have like free gold generation other than the guild hall, right? So it's not going to be sufficient, I think, to kind of keep your income going. You will have to eventually just come out of the base, because you have like a single gold deposit with 300, 500 gold over here. There's another one that's actually a large one with 8k, but games go up to like 35k gold spent. So there is another one over here as well. But at some point you will actually have to leave your base and go and expand onto the map, right? So the TheMista is actually going to place this watertight defense actually against his opponent. He's actually going to age up with the guild hall, I believe. It is somewhere here. Where's the Viper actually? I think he's kind of chilling. He's going up to the castle age himself as well. He's actually going to not build any military infrastructure at all. And I do believe that TheMista is overspent on the defenses right now, because I do not believe that Viper has any intent whatsoever on attacking his triple TC. He's going to go up to crazy economy very quickly. And only when that happens will he actually go towards those kind of attacks on his opponent. So I'm not really sure how exactly that's going to work for both players, but seeing that happen, it seems that the mosque is going to be used to just kind of get some of those points, get some of the relics of the map as well, to kind of ensure that he has some steady source of income going to that later stage of the game. We have a few pikes as well moving around. I guess they're just going to be here to kind of, you know, scout a little bit. That's very unfortunate. We see some of those villagers replaced by those. Oh no, this has happened to every village. No, it's just the French village, guys. I'm not sure why this happens. We have actually seen this before in the... I think I was watching the main cast and this also happened there. So those villagers just are not loading for some reason. Maybe if you just kind of unveil and reveal map again, no, it's just not gonna happen, huh? Guys, I'm not going to restart the game at some point. At this point, I think we have to just kind of deal with these weird squares. Not all the villagers are this, by the way. It's just a few of them. It's kind of strange, but it is exactly what I would prefer to avoid. We just have to kind of work with this for now, I guess. As long as units are clear, I think that's not a problem. Do you guys want me to restart the game or no? Because we can just restart very quickly and just catch up to this point. Just let me know in the chat. Should I restart, just kind of, you know, or should we stick with those green squares here for the TheMista for the final game of the day potentially? Because that's some sort of a spectator bug as well. Because this doesn't happen in real games, it only happens in spectator mode. And I don't think it's something you can avoid. Yeah, because missing ABP is kind of a common bug. That's unfortunate. Do you guys want me to restart, or do we just kind of continue watching this? Because we're at, 13 minutes. We can just restart and just catch up instantaneously almost. Okay, so we're just going to restart. They're just going to be building walls anyway, so we're just going to very quickly restart the cast. We're at 13 minutes so of the cast, so it's going to be easy to just kind of go back to it, I guess. Yeah. So we go at maximum speed, guys. That's gonna be the moment for you to click the subscribe button, smash it really hard, join the channel, and as we wait for the game to catch up to where we were, I'm gonna self-advertise a bit. So I stream a lot of different games. I do not only stream AoE 4, but I do stream nowadays. I mostly stream AoE 4. So I started as a Darkest Dungeon streamer, then I moved into World of Warcraft as well. So I've been streaming WoW for quite a while. I have a lot of successful videos there on YouTube for that. And I'm currently just trying to make a name for myself in the AoE 4 community. So if you would like to kind of support me in a way, I do encourage you to actually become a subscriber. You can also be, you could consider the idea of, you can actually consider the idea of, you can entertain the idea of becoming the members of my channel, which is $3 a month, and you will see a lot of awesome content as well. I'm producing a lot of stuff. We have a very nice keybind guide for AoE 4 for now. We're gonna have a lot of, but I think I'm gonna try to make a few build guides given the tournament games we have been able to witness this week. So actually try to kind of analyze how exactly those pros have been playing, so on and so forth. So if you are interested in AoE 4 altogether, we'll also be casting those pros. We have a lot of those prominent names on the friend list, like Hera, like TheViper, like Lucifer, like basically all people from the top 16 in Age of Empires 4 in this tournament are on my friend list. Really spectating quite a lot of those games in the coming weeks. We'll try to organize a tournament as well. There's a lot of really interesting stuff happening. AoE 4, you are very much encouraged to actually stream. We caught up to that point where no, not yet, because we had like a few barracks being built here by the Vipers, so we still probably have a few minutes. No, that's actually here. We're back in the game. We're back live. We can resume the cast. And guys, that's the end of self-advertising. Let's continue with the actual match. So, Viper going to go for some aggressive play maybe. He is going to build a keep. Okay, thank you for the sub. Fantastic, by the way. Welcome. It's Fnatic. It's Fnatic, sorry. Welcome to the team, guys. Welcome. And we're going to see a key being placed as well. So it seems like the Viper is recognizing that he can actually force his opponent onto the map. That's another way of actually luring your opponent out, right? If you can get those sacred sites, you kind of activate the sacred site victory, and this might actually allow you to, this might actually allow you to take over. So I'm not sure how fast this is going to happen, but Viper is also going to clean the map of the relics. And as we know, the French, they're not really that great at actually holding gold advantages, right? Because the French really do need to have villagers enough to harvest the gold, otherwise they're kind of screwed. So seeing that our Abbasid player is actually holding all those relics is going to mean that probably at some point we have a very nice source of income that isn't just mining, right? For the Viper. So if the game is going to go the length, it might kind of favor our Abbasid player altogether. Also taking those sacred sites as well is going to favor you quite a bit. So TheMista has fortified himself, but he has also kind of blocked himself from leaving the base altogether. He has no gates at all, and he doesn't seem to be intending, he doesn't seem to be intent on leaving the base at all. And he doesn't have too much production. He's like, well, okay, never mind, he's decent production here. So the Viper is working with 6 barracks only, and for TheMista it is actually 4 archery ranges, 5 stables. So he's going to go for like heavy cavalry production. He's probably going to contest those positions of the Viper. But the Viper does have a decent infrastructure to back this off. So he has definitely at least this sacred site secured with the fortress, with the keep. And, you know, the northern sacred site was going to probably remain under his control for quite a bit as well. I think the Viper does also know about all those relics, so he probably should be able to pick them up from the map as we speak. And this is going to be obviously a lot of income into the hands of our Norwegian, you know, runner-up to the championship here. Now, in the south, there is also a sacred site being captured, so as long as we... I don't believe this is enough actually to stem that for now. So I do believe that the Mista has to basically go out on the map very soon to at least prevent those relics from being taken, at least in some capacity, and always just kind of stop those sources of free income for the Viper, because the Viper has so much gold income right now that he's basically gonna go to the Imp. And Mista is actually not even near there. Look at this. So Viper, not only does he have way more food and way more gold, he's also going all the way up to Imperial Age. And the Mista is really far behind right now. He's making units. He's not going to build the Wonder, guys. He's not going to build the Wonder because he has to leave before then. He has a lot of relics. Sorry, he has a lot of those sacred sites that have to be managed right now. And the Viper doesn't even need the Wonder, I think. He's just going to go up to Imperial. He's going to get superior tech. He's just going to push him down. Because Mista has been producing army right now. And the Viper has been just going up to Imp. It's actually like a very, very sad game at this point. It looks like Mista is actually underrating the possibilities that he has. He's going to demolish those walls. He's just going to go out on the map with those units at his disposal. Look at this. So he has a very decent army, I guess. Quality-wise, it's quite fine. We have 19 crossbows. We have 7 veteran Royal Knights. But the question is like whether the Viper is going to care about that at all. Because the Viper on his side is actually going to be working with Imperial Age advancement. This might be a very long game, but at this point in time, the Viper is actually holding a very nice lead. He's going to spend all that money to just build up all those infrastructural bits and pieces. Right, he has enough to upgrade all his infantry. He has enough to kind of build up a nice fleet. He has so much gold income as well. He can just basically afford every single upgrade to university if he wants to. Obviously, this House of Wisdom upgrade over here is also done, so he can get very cheap tech. He'll probably just be getting every single tech upgrade he can afford. So we see basically every single elite upgrade in the game being researched as well. Those greased axles as well being done, so lots of artillery upgrades too, and you have a lot of those cannons, lots of those bombers coming in as well. I think Mista must have realized how bad his position is right now, but he has very little he can do about this. So he's gonna move out on the map, but there's also a wall being built by the Viper here, and he maybe doesn't realize how screwed he is. Okay, so Viper must have not realized how far ahead he was up until this point, because he's booming like crazy. This is really behind the tech. And Mista is just really not doing anything. Look at this. He's just going to lose the tournament, I think, based off a single mistake here, just kind of overproduce the army, allow the Viper go all the way to the Imperial Age. And the Viper is just going to capitalize on this advantage right now. He has so many bombers, he has so many pikes, and he has so much production as well, and he has so much free money. He's gonna spend all of that to max out, just kind of push his opponent out of the game, I think. 160 supply for Mista and about like 190 for the Viper. He has like so much eco, by the way, 103 eco on his map right now. He's going to basically just, there's going to be all or nothing fight for the Mista. I do not think this is going to be the all fight, it's going to be the nothing fight. Look at this. Even with a nice lineup of units here, lots of crossbows obviously for the Mista. He's just very behind economically. He has very little bank as well. He has quite a weak eco as well off the back of this. So this is not a nice engagement going forward. Also, Viper is able to just refill all he loses. He has probably like 100 of those spears queued. They're elite units. They have lots of tech behind them as well. They're basically like the men-at-arms from the previous age. They're probably like matching the knights in terms of damage almost right now as well. So there is no way for the Mista to win. Mista just basically drops the ball over here. He is getting surprised by the attack of the Viper. He has very little to his name actually. He has no gold left. He has no food left. And Viper has so much income as well. Look at this. He has double the gold income. He has close wood income. Has like slightly less food as well. And those units are there. I think Viper can just kind of keep sending units across the map. You also see there is a wall up, so there is no way for the Mista to leave his map over here. He cannot leave his base in any way and to any capacity. So the Viper is actually going to take a very surprising, I think, a big W actually in this game. I'm not sure how long the Mista can hold. Obviously he has a nice infrastructure in the base here. Here's those walls. He has like kind of the quasi keep as well built over here, so it's not like completely over right now, but he's definitely getting pressure. So he'll try to go up to Imp to match his opponent, but he has to relinquish so much, right? It's 2 AM in Poland as well, man, so... I mean, it's 1 AM in Poland, actually. So it might seem to be a very quick ending to the series, actually. I thought Vipers was going to actually maybe lose this game even, but Mista overreaches with the army production. He is very slow to imp. He has like 6 cannons, or 4 cannons knocking at the door of his base. And I do not believe this is going to work. So all of you who did bet Viper, I think you should be very happy. All of those fans of Viper AoE 2 community, you guys should be very happy as well about your choices. This being said, we see a large charge from those infantry units of the Viper. You have so many pikes, you have so many elite MAAs as well, and there is nothing for the Mista at all. Mista is actually scrambling to recover from this, but I do not believe any sort of, you know, castle age unit is going to help you right now. He is caught off guard completely here. He built too many walls, he probably overcommitted to stone. He should have just gone to Imperial way sooner. He gives up. I mean, guys, this is early morning for everybody because the Viper is Norwegian too, so his time is probably like, I know, it's 1 AM for him. So I do believe that, yeah, this is just a very unexpected ending. That's kind of anticlimactic, isn't it? Because we thought like maybe Mista had it in him to fight back, but Mista just completely, absolutely mistimes everything in this game. He loses that race to the Imperial like quite handsomely in that. And he just kind of overproduces his army, I guess. So Viper tried to kind of maybe he baited him a little bit to getting those getting those units out on the map, because he thought maybe like, okay, so if I don't build enough army, I just lose because of the sacred sites. But it was not the case at all. And the Viper just kind of takes a very weird anticlimactic game 4. Guys, this is gonna be the end of the stream for us tonight. So if you guys would like to join my Twitch channel right now, we're gonna raid somebody on Twitch. Please remember to leave me a subscription on YouTube. Also, try to maybe join the Discord for future streams, because we'll be casting a lot of the tournaments coming in the future. This was a very weird ending to this one, but you know, it is how it is sometimes, guys. Games end unexpectedly, and the Viper definitely had the upper hand here. So, yeah. And this was a very, very interesting series, guys. Thank you for being here. You made the day for me, because I had like 6 viewers initially. 140 of you came in, and yeah, it was just so big for me, guys. It was so big for me. Please remember to leave me a subscription, because I really appreciate you being here, because it's just so huge. Having 150 viewers, this is the most I've ever had in my life. So thank you guys for being around. Thank you guys for sticking in for me. And yes, see you in the future streams, of course. Remember, please, to leave me a sub if you did enjoy the cast. You know, this has been crazy 8.5 hours for me to cast those series over here. I do think it was a very cool event overall. I do appreciate all of you guys, every single one of you, even those who criticized my quality of the stream. And you guys have every single right to do so, by the way. Yeah, my stream quality has not been the highest. This being said, I think the stream is going to come to an end. We're gonna go to my Twitch channel if you guys are into it. So if you'd like to support me a little bit more, go to my Twitch. I'm gonna post the link. We're going to host a raid very soon. Those of you who really enjoyed yourselves, just like Robin Django, thank you so much, man, by the way, for becoming the member of the stream. You can purchase the membership for $3 and stay on top of the game with the future streams as well. So do actually click that Twitch link if you guys want to. We're gonna go in towards hosting somebody right now on Twitch Arena. So we're gonna try to find a nice person to host on Twitch if you guys are feeling like that. This being said, thank you for being here. See you around in the future. I hope you guys did enjoy yourselves, and I hope we can see more successful streams like this in the future. I'm gonna try to look for some nice RTS streamer, honestly. It's actually a no-brainer. So if you guys jump to Twitch, we're gonna be raiding Maynard as well. Thank you for the follow, Tasty Nuggets as well on the Twitch. So we're gonna be raiding the guy called Maynard, who is a very famous, very solid streamer in SC2. So guys, go to my Twitch. I did post the link on the chat, so you guys can actually go and join the raid. We're gonna be raiding Mr. Maynard, whom I have enjoyed watching quite a bit. This was such an insane series, guys. Even though Mista does drop the ball in the end, I think all those games were very, very enjoyable. So I do think this was a successful tournament overall. Mista obviously goes home with $3,000, which is a decent amount of money. TheViper is going to claim the $7,000 grand prize and the championship title for the very first tournament we have ever witnessed in Age of Empires 4. So thank you once again, guys, for watching. Go raid Maynard with me. Please go to my Twitch if you have the possibility to do so, and we're just going to be raiding Maynard over here from that point. You know, I do have work tomorrow, by the way, so it's kind of freaky because I do have to actually wake up in a few hours, just teach a few classes as well. So I'm going to be talking more. Wait, that was wrong. That's wrong command. We don't have many viewers, admittedly, but that's all there is. YouTube doesn't quite handle raids too well, so we cannot raid anybody on YouTube at this point, I believe. It's just going to happen on Twitch. So, guys, thank you for watching once again. We're going to go towards Maynard with 2 viewers, guys. We're going to go towards with 2 viewers only, and see you around in the future casts. Take care, guys. See you.